The story begins with a person wearing a special armor suit, engaged in battle against monsters who appear to outnumber and overpower the humans, causing great concern. Holding their heavy ammunition, they open fire on the monsters, resulting in the demise of many of them. However, suddenly a brilliant light emanates from the monster's core, revealing a colossal dragon emerging from within, leaving the person utterly shocked. Recognizing the impossibility of defeating this creature, the person drops their weapon and sits on the ground. Approaching closer, the dragon exhales a formidable flame, engulfing the individual and causing their armor to get destroyed. This subjects them to intense agony, leaving their comrade in shock. Sitting in his office, the comrade holds his head in disappointment, realizing that the haunting nightmare from the past is returned. Just then a few helicopters descend upon ARC, the renowned Psycho Association. In one of the helicopters sits a 10-year-old child named Lee Han, hailing from a humble background but displaying exceptional talent. He recalls the astonishment of the army official who encountered him as the leader of a criminal group called the War Orphan Group. At such a young age, the official, recognizing Han's remarkable abilities, deemed him highly valuable, and instead of sending him to jail, he decided to send him to ARC. Curious if he was one of those psychic superhumans, Han asked the official. In response, the official revealed that he was not an ordinary individual but someone who could potentially become humanity's savior. The official explained that Han would enjoy all the luxuries of life at Arkansas. However, Han raised a concern, stating that he would be the only one enjoying those luxuries while his younger siblings would not. Therefore, he requested that the organization take responsibility for his younger siblings' welfare, including food, clothing, shelter, and education if they wanted him to join ARC. After some contemplation, the army official agreed, promising to shoulder all the responsibilities of Han's younger siblings as long as he remained at ARC. Recalling this, Han stands up from his seat as the helicopter prepares to land. Finally, the helicopter touches the ground and the door swings open. As Han gazes at the association before him, he remembers the army official's words about his abilities not being of the highest rank, and that he will need to work hard to survive. As he steps out of the helicopter and walks toward the building, determined to prove himself, he suddenly hears a commotion behind him. Turning around, he finds a crowd of children gathered around someone. In the midst of the crowd stands a boy tormenting a young child, asserting that he lacks any ability and was brought there against his will. He blames the new recruits like the child for being treated equal to him and finds it disgusting. In response, the other children in the crowd begin to shout, protesting his remarks. Seething with anger, he charges his hands with his power and lifts rocks from the ground, showcasing his psychic abilities as a result of his training. Witnessing the rocks floating in the air, the children are astonished, as it's their first time witnessing a psychic ability. Holding a stone, the boy turns to the child on the ground, stating that he'll be sent home if injured and asserting that ARC is no place for someone like him to survive. He implies that the child will be grateful to him in the future and sends the stone in his direction. However, just before it can hit the child, Han arrives and catches it, remarking on its slow speed, leaving the child astonished. Surprised by Han's ability to block the stone, the boy inquires about his identity. In response, Han states that he is his etiquette teacher and tosses the stone to the ground. Shortly after, a physical confrontation between the two begins, attracting the attention of the other children, who enjoy the spectacle and cheer Han on. Approaching them, a muscular army official shouts loudly, causing them to turn and see him advancing. With an angry expression on his face, the person instructs both Han and the other boy to step forward. Annoyed by their fighting amongst each other, the soldier asks for their names. In response, the boy introduces himself as Del Simon, and Han also introduces himself. Looking at Del following the proper code of conduct of the association, the soldier remarks that he seems to have received his training and asks if his ability is manifested. In response, he states that he can only use telekinesis so far, while Han watches them with confusion, unable to understand the jargon they use. Hearing Del's reply, the soldier punches him in the stomach so hard, causing him to experience intense pain, and asks why he was trying to act arrogant with only this level of abilities. While Han watches in shock, the soldier turns to him, stating that he liked the fact that he stood up for the weak. However, even then he punches Han forcefully, stating that if he is not even as capable as Del, he is useless. As Han crashes to the ground, the soldier turns to the other children, stating that they will become first years soon, and if they are unable to use telekinesis by then, they will be expelled. With that, the person introduces himself as John Red, stating that he is their instructor and will be training them. to transform them into psychic warriors capable of fighting dragons. Stating that they should start right away, John instructs them to run laps around the training ground until he stops them and tells them to start running. After some time, while the children keep on running, Han seems pretty comfortable, thinking that he is used to such activities. Meanwhile, various other children start falling to the ground, having lost all their stamina, causing their instructor to expel them one by one. Watching the children get expelled, Han thinks that he can endure tough training but is worried about his psychic abilities. Meanwhile, Del, who is running at a distance from him, wonders if he will be able to display the same level of ability as Han did. Meanwhile, the child who was being bullied by Del also loses all this stamina and falls to the ground with tears welling up in his eyes. Watching him lying on the ground, John comes to him, telling him to go home and rest if he cannot endure such tough training, causing him to become disappointed. Just then Han comes to him and helps him get up, stating that he cannot go home like that since he has not given up, and turns to the child asking if it is not the case, and he agrees. Hearing that, the soldier becomes silent, while Han helps the boy proceed forward, giving him a shoulder. After some time, the soldier tells them to stop, causing them all to crash to the ground, badly exhausted. Counting them again, the soldier states that they were originally 73, out of which only 40 are left after the trial. Stating that this is all for that day, the soldier tells them that they will start the real training the next day, in which they will have to run the same number of laps as they did every morning. Hearing that, all of the children except Han become shocked. The next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, John starts the training, making the children run once again, with Del and Han leading them while competing with each other. At 8 o'clock a.m. they are given their breakfast, 1 hour after which they go to attend their lecture. After attending the lecture with interest, Han goes to the mess with the other children and receives his lunch. Taking the lunch from the counter, he goes to Kiro, the boy he helped, and states that they should eat together. In response, Kiro smiles, while Han thinks that he is his first friend in Ark as well as in life. While they are busy talking, Del comes from behind holding his tray and gives a cold gaze to Han, causing him to reciprocate the same. While Del moves on to the other children, Kiro reveals that he is a child who received a gifted education in the United Kingdom. Although he does not want to admit it, Han states that Del is a child who can use all the abilities and expresses the need for them to learn telekinesis within 3 weeks. In response, Kiro reveals that he can already use telekinesis, making Han astonished. After having their afternoon lectures, combat training, and evening run, they have their dinner, showers, and attendance, and go to the dormitory for rest. Lying on his bed, Han tries to fall asleep but is unable to do so, despite this place being incomparably nicer than the one he used to live in. He misses his home and wants to go back but dismisses the idea, thinking that he cannot be so weak. After 2 weeks, a lot of children become capable of using telekinesis, but Han cannot perform it no matter how hard he tries. Anxious about what to do, Han realizes that there is only one person who can help him in that matter, which is Del. The next day, while Del is sitting with his friend, Han comes to him, causing him to laugh, rudely asking what is the case. In response, Han states that he is already aware of it, causing him to laugh, remarking that he is standing a little too tall for making a request and should be a little respectful. Despite feeling enraged at that, Han thinks that his pride is not something important at the moment and gets on his knees. Making Del surprised, in a respectful tone, Han then requests that he teach him the telekinesis method, causing him to stay silent in response for a while, before telling him to get up, stating that he should not complain about his methods. Later, Del asks his friend to give him a pencil. Taking the pencil, Del goes straight to Han and pierces it in his heart, causing him to become shocked at this unexpected act. The following day, John gazes out of his window while smoking a cigarette, realizing that it's already the day of the incorporation ceremony. While he is lost in thought, someone unexpectedly opens the door and enters, calling out to him. Turning around, John recognizes the person as Octo, one of his colleagues. Octo, looking at John smoking a cigarette, feels disgusted, which annoys John in return. Taking a seat, Octo inquires about his new recruits, but John responds that all of them seem useless, surprising Octo. Stating that there are only 2 of them who seem useful, John reveals the first one to be Del, who, despite having a crass personality, has power beyond the level of a first-year student. Upon hearing this, Octo identifies Del as a student from the Royal Psyker institution in the United Kingdom and expresses high expectations for him. John then recalls the other recruit, Han, describing him as an honorable kid with superior mental qualities compared to the rest. Although John regards Han as strong as a soldier, he emphasizes that Han is merely human and not a superhuman, and if he cannot use psychic powers, he cannot stay there. Hearing that, Octo changes the subject, asking if John knows what the kids call him, and he agrees, stating that it must be some weird name, causing him to smile in response. Sometime later, John stands before the rows of students, announcing their imminent entry into the first year but clarifying that it only applies to those ready to become psykers. Hearing this, Kiro looks nervously at Han, knowing he still can't use telekinesis. Meanwhile, John explains that their test will be based on outer manifestation, explaining that those who can use the ability of telekinesis can remain, and the rest can leave. John points to Octo, instructing those with telekinesis abilities to line up in front of him and directing those without abilities to the personnel and a helicopter on standby to take them home. Among the personnel, Han spots Major Kong, the person responsible for sending him to Ark while looking after his younger siblings. Meanwhile, John urges the children to hurry and move in their respective directions, causing some to excitedly run towards the technician, while others sadly approach the helicopters. While Han stands still among them, Kiro calls out to him anxiously. Hearing his voice, Han closes his eyes and puts his hand on his heart, remembering how Del pierced a pencil into his heart. Shocked by this sudden, unexpected act, Han crashed to the ground and held his heart, asking if it was not similar to an attempt to kill him. Holding the blood-stained pencil in his hand, Del assured him that it was not a deep wound, telling him not to worry and to focus better with some pain. He revealed that this injury would become his psychic channel. Leaving Han surprised, Del explained that he could imagine pulling out his psychic energy through that injury, which is not something he could do by just grasping his chest for days on end. With that, he moved back to his friend while Han looked at him with astonishment, realizing that Del was aware of the fact that his core was at his heart. Remembering that, Han holds his heart tightly, thinking that he is now able to feel the psychic energy but becomes confused about how to pull it out. While he is thinking, John calls out to him, stating that he is the only one left and telling him to quickly move. Ignoring the call, Han stands there with his eyes closed, trying to figure out how to access his psychic energy, causing Kiro to become increasingly anxious. Growing enraged by Han's disregard for orders, John angrily approaches him, causing the other students to watch in fear. Reaching near him, John states that the orders of a superior for a soldier are absolute, and raises his hand in the air in order to launch a punch, stating that there are no exceptions. Watching that, Han becomes anxious, thinking that he really needs to do something, when he suddenly notices a pen in John's pocket. Just then, John launches a forceful punch at him, causing him to crash to the ground at a distance. Thinking that he has no other choice but to do that, Han looks at the pen he managed to take out of John's pocket. While John and the other children watch in confusion, he pierces the pen into his heart, thinking that he will need to make it deeper to pull out more energy. Watching that, John angrily grabs him by his clothes, asking if he has a death wish. Dropping down the pen after getting a deep wound on his body, Han is unable to channel his energy, causing him to become disappointed and lower his head. Seeing psychic energy in his eyes, taking a sigh, John remarks that he has never seen someone as untalented as him and drops him on the ground, moving away. After walking a few steps, he turns around again, congratulating Han, which makes him confused. Having been allowed to enter the first year, Han gets up and moves toward the line of telekinesis ability users, while Kiro runs to him, asking if he is all right. Octo, who is standing at a distance, gives him a wristwatch, stating that it is a token of passing, making him confused. Looking at the watch, Han realizes that it is the bracelet terminal with his number and arc, state-of-the-art technology, and wearing it will complete his registration automatically. Thinking all that, he remarks that it is incredible, and Octo agrees, stating that it has many different functions. Just then, John calls out to all of them, stating that the class allocation will soon be complete, and telling them to gather in their classes after checking it. He explains that each grade in Arc is split into 4 classes, from A to D, based on abilities. The allocations were made based on the results of the 3-week training, but they can always advance to the next grade or class if they are skilled enough. Congratulating the remaining 25 students, John states that they must have thought of him as a weird person up until now. However, stating that they were wrong about that, John reveals that he is even weirder than their thoughts. With that, the children are divided into the 4 classes, with Del being the only one in Class A, while Kiro gets Class B along with 4 other children. Stating that these 5 people will follow him, he divides the remaining 20 students into Classes C and D, with Han attaining the D class. John then tells them that the instructor for these 20 people is going to be Wei Chun and points to a muscular person standing beside him, causing the children to become scared of this huge figure. However, just then, Wei Chun smiles and introduces himself as a weapon art instructor, stating that they will surely be doing their best with each other's collaboration. Hearing his encouraging words, the children become surprised, realizing that he is a gentle person in contrast to what they were expecting. With that, John instructs his students to start moving, causing them to line up and begin walking. While walking away, Del comes across Han, who stands still looking at him, but he moves on without saying anything. Following him is Kiro, who looks at Han with a sad expression on his face. Looking at how worried he is, Han tells him not to feel this way, assuring him that he will soon come to his class, causing him to smile and confidently move away. As the students of Classes A and B leave, Wei Chun turns to his own students, stating that they should go to the gym. After some time at the gym, Wei Chun holds a huge stick and swings it with swift precision, showing his astonishing acrobatic moves, which leave the children amazed. After showing them his skills, he states that they must be curious about why they are learning to use weapons to face a dragon, and explains that it is because they need to use psychic equipment. He reveals that no material on Earth contains psychic energy, but a dragon's skin or bone can contain this energy and transmit it. He explains that this is the reason why weapons made of dragons can inflict serious injuries on dragons. Hearing this, Han asks how they used to defeat the dragons when this equipment did not exist. In response, Wei Chun reveals that they used to throw bodies at the dragons at that time, which caused them to lose hundreds of psykers to a single dragon. He explains that there are also psykers who attack and support from a long distance, but in order to kill one, they must use a melee weapon. This is because they need to plunge the weapon into its vital point and release energy. He reveals that the type of psyker who performs this role is known as a striker, causing them to be astonished. Pointing to a stand behind him, he states that all of them need to choose their weapons that day. Hearing that, Han goes to the stand and picks a wooden spear for himself, causing Wei Chun to ask if he likes the spear. Agreeing, Han states that he likes the refreshing wind it creates when he swings it, and the sound it makes as well. Hearing that, Wei Chun remembers his ability to judge and adapt that he showed with John and Del, considering it to be extraordinary, thinking that he must have lived through extreme circumstances. Wei Chun smiles, realizing that aside from being unfortunate, he has the potential. Therefore, he turns to Han, wishing him the best of luck and stating that he will be helping him in the training process. Hearing that, Han smiles and looks at the spear, determined to learn as much as he can from the training. 2 weeks later, while Han's busy sparring with his classmate, he remarks that his classmate is looking tired and ends the battle by surrendering. In response, Joyce, his classmate, states that he seems to be the one trying to buy time and rest. With that, he brings the spear close to Han, attempting to launch an attack, but Han quickly blocks it and launches a counterattack, leaving Joyce surprised. Following that, he causes Joyce to drop his spear and lose against him. Accepting his defeat, Joyce states that he learned a lot from him and wants him to become the class representative after he ascends to Class C the next week. In response, Han states that he cannot become the class representative only because he wants to. However, Joyce states that everyone will be following him, revealing that they have already decided it amongst themselves, causing him to smile in response and thank them. Thinking that becoming a class representative can make him one step closer to moving to the next class, who refuses to make him the class representative. The next day, one of the psykers sitting in the gym discusses John, mentioning that John has a very bad temper and has defeated him countless times. Remembering those challenging days, they continue their exercises when another person comes running to inform them about John's battle against a first-year student. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Han stands with a pointed stick in his hand, facing John, who charges his hand with his combustion ability and lights a cigarette. Watching from the dormitory windows, senior students encourage Han to defeat John, eagerly anticipating the battle. Hearing their comments, John feels annoyed, while Han stands confidently before him, anger in his eyes. He remembers the previous night when John had come to their room, asking if the rest of his Classmates wanted to let someone like him, who couldn't even use telekinesis properly, lead them. In response, all his classmates remained silent, prompting John to suggest they must have a reason to appoint him. Calling out to Han, he broke a mop and hurled its stick towards him, while Han caught it in confusion. John mentioned hearing that Han was the best in combat in his class and challenged him to spar to showcase his skills, causing Han to remark that the edge of the stick was very sharp. Hearing that, John asked if Han expected him to get injured by the spearmanship of a novice like him, and he disagreed. Remembering this, Han looks at John, who throws away his shirt, ready for the battle. Confused, Han asks if John intends to fight him barehanded, to which John agrees, freezing, stating he won't take the fight with the child seriously. Throwing away the cigarette, he explains that Han will win if he makes any part of his body aside from his feet touch the ground, causing Han to ask about the conditions for him to lose. In response, John says that Han has to admit defeat in order to lose, prompting Han to smile and claim he will lose in that case. With that, the battle begins, and Han swings his spear, ready to launch an attack, while John stands defensively, waiting for the attack. As they watch, the other students become confused, wondering if they are fighting for real and remarking that it would be impossible for a child to defeat a powerful instructor. Hearing their remarks, Dell, who is passing by, tells them to move aside and comes to the window, watching Han and remarking that he is crazy. Meanwhile, Han launches countless attacks, all of which John effortlessly blocks with his bare body. After blocking the attacks for some time, John takes action, grabbing Han by his clothes and launching a forceful kick into his stomach, causing intense pain. As Han crashes to the ground from the hit, John raises his foot, preparing to strike again, but Han dodges the attack and moves backward, regaining his balance. Shocked by the fierce attack, Han thinks that John intended to kill him with that move. Observing Han's expressions, John remarks that his face reveals that dragons and minions plot everything, regardless of their opponent's strength. He explains that monsters never go easy on anyone just because they are weak. Hearing this, Han calls out to him, asking if he is going to fight with words, surprising John. Rushing toward Han to launch another attack, John notes Han's determination to keep going. Grabbing Han's shirt again, John swings him up in the air and throws him, causing Han to crash to the ground from a distance. Just then, John notices a cut on his face, wondering when Han managed to inflict it. Meanwhile, all the other students continue to encourage Han to defeat John as he charges forward once again. Realizing he needs to be vigilant, John stands still, while Han quickly moves behind him. Leaping up to launch an attack, John barely manages to dodge. After dodging a few more similar attacks, John realizes that Han is using momentum and centrifugal force to attack and understands why Wei Chen likes him. Smiling, he thinks that he has also started to take a liking to Han. Meanwhile, Han charges forward at great speed once again and launches an attack. In response, John stands still, deciding to face it head-on. But to his shock, the attack is so fierce that it causes the wooden stick to pierce through his body, enraging him. Grabbing Han by the neck, he decides to put an end to the fight and raises him up in the air, telling him to surrender, which causes Han to experience intense agony. Watching him endure the pain, the other children remarked that he is going too far. Meanwhile, John tells him to surrender if he wants to remain alive and charges his hand with his combustion ability. However, despite the increasing torture, Han refuses to give up and keeps screaming in pain. At that moment, Wei Chen comes running to them, asking if John intends to kill Han and telling him to stop. John, stating that Han has not surrendered and he himself has not lost, becomes confused and asks what to do in that case. Lifting Han up from the ground, Wei Chen turns to John, stating that he has gotten fed up with Ark's way of education. In response, John is silent for some time and then tells him to be quiet, moving away. He states that since Han did not surrender, he will consider it his victory, remarking that Wei Chen can't train them by always protecting them. John states that since Han overcame the trial by himself and proved his skill, he will be promoted to Class B after healing. Upon hearing his promotion to Class B, one of John's comrades becomes surprised. John explains that this update will soon be posted on the promotion list, causing his comrade to ask if the superiors will allow the promotion from Class D to Class B. In response, John states that Han is already good enough to be promoted to Class A, with only his psychic potential holding him back. However, his Comrade argues that the superiors prioritize psychic potential above everything else, leading John to remark that their standards are useless. According to him, what one needs to defeat a dragon is not psychic ability, but a strong mentality to wield the weapon under extreme fear. In that aspect, he considers Han to have the greatest potential to become a striker, and deems him too valuable a talent to let rot just because he is a late psychic bloomer. He further states that Han even has the capability to become the savior of the world, leaving his comrades surprised and asking if he didn't used to dislike him. Disagreeing, John states that he rather likes Han, which surprises his comrade. On the 7th day of hospitalization, Han's instructor, Wei Chen, comes to check up on him but keeps standing outside the door, causing the doctor to ask if he will not go in. Looking at the basket in his hand, she inquires about its contents. He shows her the fruits and milk inside, explaining that they are for Han. Observing this, she asks why Wei Chen is just standing outside, and he points to Han inside the room practicing telekinesis, stating that he does not want to distract him. Meanwhile, Han continues to apply his internal energy to the ball placed in front of him, attempting to lift it. As they watch with curiosity, Han successfully transfers his energy to the ball, bringing joy to Wei Chen and the doctor. Wei remarks on Han's amazing concentration, then goes inside with the doctor and calls out to Han. Happy to see his instructor, Han says he is all right. Taking his seat, Wei Chen tells him that he has brought some snacks for him, handing over the fruits and milk. Wei mentions that Han will be returning as a student of Class B the next day and expresses astonishment at Han working on his telekinesis skill all this time. Han explains that his psychic grade is below average, so he wants to be proficient in its use before getting discharged. Wei Chen praises this decision, stating that all psykers should be able to use telekinesis to some extent, even if they excel in armed combat. Wei further explains that since most battles of psykers occur in the air, telekinesis will help retrieve a dropped weapon during combat. Getting a wonderful idea, Wei Chen goes to the reception to request permission to take Han outside for a short time. After receiving permission, he takes Han to the gym, leaving him confused. Wei Chen explains that, given his psychic development speed, it is highly unlikely that Han will ever manifest a unique ability. Upon hearing, Chen adds that Han cannot even dream of having abilities like combustion or teleportation if he continues on this path, shocking Han. In that case, Wei suggests that Han hone his telekinesis skill to the utmost limit and make it his unique ability. While Han finds the idea of specializing in telekinesis appealing, Chen reveals that telekinesis is like muscles becoming stronger with use in training. Chen emphasizes that the ranks based on psychic ability are delusions, and Han possesses a regeneration ability even greater than theirs. Therefore, he encourages Han to never give up and to keep training. Next day, Han stands at the door of the B class, feeling a little nervous before entering. Taking a deep breath, he is about to enter the class when someone opens the door and comes out, causing him to collide with Han. Confused, the boy looks at him, holding his nose, and recognizes him, making Han surprised, stating that everyone in the class already knows him. The boy introduces himself as Dmitry Vladimirovich Petra, the representative of Class B, shaking hands with him. Han asks if he will have to use his complicated name every time they talk, to which the boy tells him to call him Dmitry, stating that they have been given free time for arms sparring. Dmitry tells Han to follow him, and takes him to the gym. At the gym, Han thinks that armed combat is his favorite type of training, allowing him to release stress from the strict curriculum, his lack of psychic ability, and the fear of expulsion. Therefore, he picks up a spear from the stand and goes towards his classmates, defeating all of them with his swift moves within an instant. However, while doing that, he wonders if it is fun to bully others and looks at Kiro, his friend, sitting on the ground trembling with fear, thinking that his specialty is his psychic ability. While Kiro looks at him in confusion, Han wonders if it is fine to take advantage of the weaknesses of others. Looking at all of his classmates lying on the ground, he tells them to be grateful that they were not sparring during an actual training session. Watching him, Dmitry becomes surprised, thinking that he was expecting Han to show such power and a desire to fight him for real. A few moments earlier, Kiro was lying on the ground with his wooden sword in front of him, when one of his classmates approached him, telling him to attack. Pushing him away, the second classmate stepped forward, stating that it was now his turn, while Kiro remained on the ground calling for help as his classmates continued to line up to torture him. Kiro felt his strength continuously waning, all the while calling for help and remembering Han, his only friend who had saved him. Just then, Han appeared from behind, holding a spear, and began knocking all of them down one by one. Recalling this, Kiro looks at Han with astonishment, wondering if he's even a real human being, and calls out to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, Han asks Dimitri if this is how Class B conducts its sparring. In response, Dimitri explains that this is how things work at art, emphasizing that their enemies don't go easy on them just because they're weak. Dimitri refers to Han as the odd one in the class who helps the weak instead of attacking them. He explains that blindly helping Kiro will only lead to his death, causing Han to become frustrated. However, he still considers it a little unfair for three people to gang up against a weak person. Considering that, he turns to Han, stating that they should show them what a true spar is like. Hearing this, Han tightens his grip on his spear and asks if Dimitri really wants to fight. After a few moments, Dimitri leaps into the air and launches a forceful attack, which Han blocks with his spear. Considering the power of the attack, he thinks that the spear is going to break if he tries to block such an attack. Once again, therefore, he swings his spear, deciding to parry him and make him lose his balance. With that, he launches a strike on Dimitri's leg, stating that the battle will now be over. However, instead of falling to the ground, Dimitri maintains his balance, dodges the next attack, and gets closer, hitting Han with his head. This causes Han to crash to the ground. Remarking that such tricks aren't permissible during arm sparring, Dimitri reveals that he has been learning a powerful Russian martial art since he could walk. He warns Han that his sword isn't the only thing he should be concerned about. Getting back on his feet, Han asks if Dimitri intends to defeat the dragon with his martial arts as well. In response, Dimitri states that he could try to strangle the dragon with his skills if things go wrong. Meanwhile, all the other classmates support Dimitri, referring to him as the tiger cub of Siberia, which makes Dimitri overconfident. As Han observes them conversing, he realizes that despite their harsh words, their intentions aren't malicious. He feels a strong bond among them with Dimitri at its center. He looks at Kiro standing aside, lowering his head, realizing that he's an outcast in his class. While Han's looking at Kiro, Dimitri calls out to him, reminding him not to ignore his opponent during the fight. This prompts Han to turn around quickly and block Dimitri's attack. Thinking that he shouldn't prolong the fight, Han stands facing Dimitri, who moves forward to launch another attack. Striking his spear onto the ground, Han jumps upward, believing that this attack will be enough to defeat Dimitri. To everyone's astonishment, Dimitri comes down at great speed and launches an attack. However, instead of retaliating, Dimitri simply strikes Han's spear with his sword and breaks it, leaving Han wondering the reason behind this act. At that moment, Dimitri swiftly moves in, holding Han up, and slams him onto the ground with his martial arts skill. Tightening his grip on Han's arm, Dimitri warns him to surrender if he doesn't want to lose his arm and begins to pull it, causing Han to experience intense pain. Trembling with pain, Han challenges Dimitri to break his arm if he has the guts to do it, which infuriates Dimitri, taking it as a challenge. Dimitri indeed breaks Han's arm, leaving all his classmates in shock. As he lies on the ground feeling intense pain, Dimitri states that he already told him to surrender, causing Kiro's eyes to well up with tears. Turning around, Dimitri tells Han not to cry with his broken arm and looks back at him, standing behind him, instructing their other classmates to take him to the infirmary. However, just then, Han strikes Dimitri on the head with a stick, remarking that everyone he has encountered before must have cried when their arms were broken. Looking at him lying on the ground, Han challenges him to continue the match and looks at his broken stick, while Dimitri gives a thumbs up on his effort and loses consciousness. After some time, Dimitri regains consciousness and finds himself in a hospital room. Hearing the sound of a notification, he turns around and finds Han sitting beside him with his broken arm, checking a video message he has received. The message is from Major Khan, the person who sent him to Ark, expressing appreciation for his performance, and sharing a video of his siblings going to school. Overwhelmed with happiness upon seeing his siblings living a good life and gaining weight, Han calls out to Dimitri, asking if he can swipe through the photos, to which Dimitri agrees. While Dimitri is swiping through the photos in his album, he becomes annoyed and questions why he has to do that. Han replies that it's because he is the one who has broken his arm. In response, Dimitri states that he is also responsible for cracking his head by attacking like a coward, but Han replies that it was his fault to let his guard down, causing him to feel annoyed. Stating that he was only angry that day, Han clarifies that he has no bad feelings towards him, and Dmitri replies the same along with a desire to fight with him until the end next time. Thinking something, Han states that he feels like he made a mistake against Kiro that day by starting to fight instead of extending his hand towards him. Stating that he understands his feelings, Dmitri reveals that he will immediately die when he reaches level 2, making Han confused about its reason. Leaving the room, they begin walking down the corridor, with Han repeatedly asking where they are heading. Dmitri instructs him to see for himself and leads him to the emergency medical center, explaining that it's a place where he will stay as long as he is still breathing. Suddenly, they pass a stretcher carrying a badly injured psyker from Ark, leaving Han shocked by the person's condition. Dmitri urges Han to consider how challenging their training will be based on what they have witnessed. Puzzled, Han asks if the people on higher levels are not of the same age. Noting that the injured person appears to be an adult instructor, Dmitri reveals that those who reach level 2 receive medication to accelerate their physical growth, to prepare for battling dragons, as the association won't wait for them to fully mature. Instead of being shocked, Han finds this concept intriguing, making Dmitri surprised. Han states that he always wanted to become an adult since he had to do all sorts of things to survive, including street thefts. As a result of doing those things, he had to fight against the attackers who tortured him brutally and always overpowered him because of their huge figures. Remembering whatever he has faced, Han states that he does not want a happy childhood, and that the only thing that matters to him is survival. Hearing that, Dmitri remarks that he has the strongest mentality in Arkansas. In response, Han lowers his head, suggesting that they should go back. The next day, John informs them that they will begin airborne training, instructing them to apply what they have learned. While wearing their training suits, Dmitri remarks to Han that undergoing such rigorous training right after leaving the hospital makes him remember the hospital beds. In response, Han smiles and looks at the huge bag, which is part of their suit, stating that it seems to have a lot of food inside. Considering such a large number of belongings, Han states that the training does not seem to be simple airborne training. Looking at some of the students who have already opened their rations and are eating, Dmitri becomes annoyed. Suddenly noticing someone, Dmitri calls out to Han, telling him to look at this student standing beside them. Hearing that, Han looks at Del, wearing his suit, while Dmitri remarks that he is the last remaining genius from England and states that he really wants to fight the boy. Hearing their murmurs, Del turns to them, finding Dmitri staring at him with a cold expression on his face. Meanwhile, Han looks at Kiro sitting at a distance, looking at his ration bag, and wonders what the purpose of that might be. Just then, John calls out to them, telling them to quickly get on board. Wearing their helmets, all of them quickly get up and run towards the helicopter in front of them. After they all get inside, the helicopter starts to move away, and John turns to the other instructors, stating that they should also proceed. Remembering Han always being the one who came to help and fight for him, Kuro hangs from the tree with his parachute stuck in the branches and cries desperately. Having been stuck for a considerable amount of time, he believes that Han may not come to save him this time. 1 hour earlier, while the helicopters were moving above the ocean, the children sat with anxiety and looked outside, wondering how far they would be taken. Just then, John connected to their wristwatches and informed them that they were currently above a deserted island, where they would descend and begin survival training. John explained that they would find 2 days' worth of rations inside their bags and would have to survive on the deserted island for 2 days. Upon hearing this, all the children were shocked by this sudden announcement of survival training out of the blue. While they all felt scared, Dmitri reassured them that it would be fun like camping. Just then, John informed them that their instructors would be coming to the island within 1 week and they would have to survive until then, causing further anxiety among them. After some time, John and the other instructors reached the island and rescued the children who had fallen into the ocean after jumping out of the helicopters. After pulling out one of the children, John turned to the other instructor and asked if he was the last of them. In response, the instructor confirmed that there were no other children who had fallen out, and he informed John that some children had already formed groups of 7. John remarked that just because they were children, it didn't mean they were innocent, they were just like adults. According to John, these children would value strength as soon as they felt out of control, and instead of starving together, they would start stealing each other's rations. Meanwhile, inside the island, one of the children stood holding a stick, having knocked out one of his peers just to steal his ration. Opening the child's ration bag, they noticed that he hadn't even touched the food and began taking it out, while another child instructed them to save some for the leader, Carl. one of the children acting as their leader, turned to them, stating that he had instructed them to gather as much as possible before sunset, but not to share the food with others. Instead, he suggested that by grouping up and stealing like that, no one would be able to oppose them. All of them agreed, becoming excited to challenge Dimitri and Han, believing that with their collaboration, they could even face Dell's Simon. Carl then heard a voice calling for help and turned around, asking if his team members had also heard it. Taking their belongings, they started to move in the direction of the voice, considering this person their next target. Meanwhile, Han, who had fallen into the ocean, walked out of the water, completely soaked, realizing that falling into the ocean had wasted a lot of his time. As he looked at the island, he realized it was very open, and he needed to find a sheltered place. While walking, he thought that for children who had never experienced starvation, the ration meant to last for only 2 days would be insufficient. He knew that when desperate from hunger, they might try to steal food from others, and he wondered if children like Dell's Simon had ever experienced hunger. Meanwhile, Dell, who was also walking on the island, suddenly came face to face with Dimitri and asked why he was following him. In response, Dimitri challenged him to a fight, but Dell simply turned around and started walking, stating that he didn't want to waste his strength. Hearing that, Dimitri tried to stop him, explaining that he didn't mean any harm and only wanted to spar, which left Dell surprised and wondering if Dimitri was insane. Thinking that it might have been too soon to ask, Dimitri suggested that they should become friends first and then spar, but Dell found him annoying and walked away. Meanwhile, Carl and his group tracked the sound and finally reached the tree where Kiro was hanging, asking for help. Carl commented that hanging from the tree suited Kiro, took his ration bag, and walked away with his group without helping him down. Watching them leave, Kiro requested that they at least lower him down if they wanted the bag, but Carl told him to be thankful for being spared and to wait to be rescued by the instructors. They laughed and walked away, leaving Kiro to cry, thinking they were cruel. As day turns into night, Kiro continues to hang from the tree, crying continuously, and thinking about his classmates mocking him for shedding tears over trivial matters. He lets out a loud scream, overcome by hunger and desperation, with his vision blurred from starvation. He suddenly begins to see a shadow resembling Han approaching him, which surprises him before he loses consciousness. However, the shadow turns out to be his imagination and disappears right after he loses consciousness. The next morning, while he is still hanging from the tree unconscious, Han arrives at the scene for real and watches him, becoming shocked. After some time, Han sits outside a camp he made, holding a stick. Kiro suddenly emerges from the camp, surprised to see him. Han turns to him and smiles, asking if he is awake. While Kiro stares at him with astonishment, Han gives half of his food to Kiro, telling him to have it, stating that it is his breakfast. Han mentions that he didn't get a chance to recover his backpack, so they should just share the food he has. Thinking that the quantity of food is very little to feed one person, Kiro is about to say that he doesn't want to become a burden to him. However, because he's starving, he is unable to refuse the food and starts to eat, thanking Han for the favor while crying desperately. In response, Han tells him to finish the food so that they can go out and find water. Meanwhile, certain surveillance cameras roam around throughout the island, capturing footage of all the children busy exploring the area. While John sits in his room, watching the footage, Octo comes to him, asking if he found someone interesting. In response, John states that there is a child who has gone crazy and points to the footage, telling him to look. Meanwhile, one of the children remarks that a week on a deserted island is ludicrous and that they just have to survive somehow. Therefore, he makes a raft and goes to the ocean in order to return to Arkansas. Meanwhile, Han and Kiro reach the ocean and look into the water, wondering if it will be drinkable. To check it, Han takes some of the water in a bottle and drinks it, declaring it drinkable, and tells Kiro to drink as much as he can and take some with him. After taking the water, they hurry back to the shelter, remarking that it is hard to travel during the day because of the intense heat. While walking, Han thinks that they will need more food if they have to spend the entire week with just the two of them. However, looking around, he doesn't seem to find anything edible and wonders if this is the reason the others are stealing food. When Kiro suddenly notices something, becoming surprised, while Han is about to walk away, Kiro suddenly stops him. He warns that it is a trap, causing Han to step on a twig, revealing a large hole in the ground. Astonished by Kiro's ability to find the trap, Han turns to him, asking how he found it. While Kiro hesitates in responding, Han asks if he saw the trap, and Kiro agrees, feeling a little shy and nervous. As Kiro goes on to explain what type of trap it was, Han realizes that Kiro's unique ability has activated, which is something like short-term foresight, a very superior and rare ability. Walking away, Han wonders if the extreme conditions on the island worked as a stimulant for Kiro, and considers this training to be a fantastic opportunity for him to prove his abilities. Meanwhile, Carl and his group members reach Han's camp. Looking inside, they find 2 plates of breakfast, realizing that there are 2 people who have taken their belongings with them, leaving nothing behind. As Carl turns around after having a look inside the camp, one of his group members asks if they should destroy the place. However, he disagrees, stating that those living in the camp have not permanently left it, and will come back soon. Therefore, he decides that they will come back later and attack them while they are resting. After some time, Kiro and Han return to the camp, with Kiro feeling utterly exhausted and wanting to rest as they are about to enter the camp. Han notices something and tells Kiro to stop, revealing that someone came in their absence. He explains that the stone he left as an indicator above the camp is now lying on the ground, along with the footprints of multiple people near the tent. Han states that they will definitely return to steal from them and suggests taking the parachute trap and moving on. Therefore, despite being tired, they open up their tent and start to move away. Looking at the surroundings getting darker, Han states that they need to find a suitable place to stay before it gets any darker. Turning to Kiro, he asks if there is anything he can see, but Kiro replies that something seems strange and he feels like his eyes are closing. Confused, Han calls out to him, but Kiro moves into a state of trance and starts viewing a gigantic leopard in front of them, fighting with Han. Realizing what is about to happen, Kiro opens his eyes and forcefully pushes Han away, causing him to crash to the ground, when a leopard suddenly jumps on the spot where Han was standing. Looking at the leopard, Han becomes shocked and looks at his stick lying at a distance, realizing that there is no way he can fight against the beast barehanded. Just then, the leopard opens its mouth to attack him, and Han closes his eyes, anticipating the deadly strike. However, before it can do that, a strong wave of energy strikes the leopard, causing it to fall at a distance. When Joyce comes to them and asks if Kiro is also accompanying him, Han, looking at his injured leg, asks what happened. Joyce reveals that he was caught in a trap set up by someone, and can barely stand up. Crashing to the ground because of his injured leg, he states that he is glad he found them. Hearing about the trap, Kiro turns to Han, reminding him that they also came across one earlier, and Han agrees, stating that both of those were probably set up by the same people. Realizing that there is a group of students who are stealing the ration bags, Joyce states that he does not have any such belongings in the first place. Hearing that, Han becomes surprised and asks where his ration bags went. Joyce reveals that when his leg got injured, he ate all of them to avoid anyone stealing them from him. Remarking that he's stupid, Han states that they should try to find a shelter first. As the night grows darker, Carl sits in another part of the forest, with all of his group members asleep. He remembers that one day his father told him about the sensors reacting when he passed under them, stating that he seems to have a psychic ability. Considering it a good opportunity, his father told him to join ARC, but he argued that he was in the middle of shooting a movie. Annoyed by his response, his father explained that if he manages to become a psyker, he will not have to pursue his acting career anymore, and will be able to obtain fame and riches. His father explained that when the war would be over, the psykers would become warriors of the nation, and because of being superhuman, he could rule over everyone. In this way, his father finally convinced him to join ARC, and he came to the place despite feeling annoyed at his father's intervention in his career. In the morning, Dmitri is busy doing calisthenics exercises while Del watches him from behind. Looking at him exerting a lot of stamina, Del asks if he has this much energy to spare and states that they do not have much left to eat, asking how he will last for the remaining 5 days. In response, Dmitri states that he is a physical type and needs to train in order to become an elite striker, causing Del to remark that psykers need their abilities to fight, not strength. Hearing that, Dmitri remembers Han stating that he was the only one with the ability to take him on in armed combat. In response, Del becomes surprised and asks if he has fought with Han before. Dmitri smiles, thinking that he has taken the bait because of Han and might get ready to spar. Meanwhile, in a cave hidden between the trees, Han wakes Kiro and Joyce up, stating that they should stay together for the remainder of the training period. Stating that he and Kiro will go and bring some food and firewood, Han tells Joyce to stay back and guard their shelter, and he complies. Appreciating his combustion ability, Han thanks Joyce for his help, stating that it is because of him that they have an advantage in survival training. Reaching the ocean, Han looks at the fish swimming in the water and states that having fire can give them the privilege to enjoy foods like that. Hearing that, Kiro asks if he knows how to fish, stating that they do not even have any equipment for that. In response, Han looks at him and smiles, thanking him and making him confused. Han explains that this thanks is for saving him when he was in danger the previous day and finding them a safe cave to stay in. Han states that he thought helping him would be the best course of action but found out that it could not be like that and could not find a solution. However, he states that after landing on the island, he has come to realize Kiro is indeed a genius psychic. Han tells Kiro that he possesses the strength to defend himself and save his friends, and by depending on each other, they are going to last through this because they are friends. These words make Kiro remember the time when he was just a nameless child in an orphanage in Japan, and was given the name Kiro just because of his dark skin. Remembering the time when everyone used to criticize him for his nature and appearance, Kiro becomes overwhelmed, realizing that he has finally found a friend who believes in him. Meanwhile, Han explains to him the strategy of how they are going to catch the fish, and Kiro bends down towards the water, activating his ability of short-term foresight. After successfully finding the location of the fish underwater, Kiro uses telekinesis to bring the fish out of the water, repeating the process again and again. They are able to catch a lot of fish, which is sufficient to fulfill their needs. On the third day of training, Han and Kiro are able to catch 8 fish because of Kiro's ability, and happily walk towards the cave, thinking that Joyce will be very happy to see them. As they reach the cave, they start to feel scorching hot rays coming in their direction. Realizing something, Han tells Kiro to stay there, and quickly moves toward the cave, finding the cloth covering the cave to be burned. Wondering what might have happened, Han enters the cave and finds Joyce lying unconscious on the ground. Throwing a wooden sword in Dell's direction, Dimitri tells him to catch it. Catching the sword, Dell becomes surprised and asks why he packed up his weapons even for the airborne training. Dimitri, stating that he was thinking of fighting with 2 swords instead of 1, asks why Dell agreed to spar with him. In response, Dell states that if he really fought with Han on fair terms, it must be Dimitri who is going to be promoted to Class A, and he wants to check if he is capable or not. Hearing that, Dimitri smiles, stating that he likes Dell's attitude. With that, they charge at each other and start the battle. While Dell leans downward, Dimitri leaps up to launch an attack, feeling a little anxious because of Dell's ability. As both of them reach near each other, Dell brings his sword straight to Dimitri's chest and hits it, leaving him surprised. Dimitri quickly retaliates, swinging his sword swiftly, causing Dell to drift backward. Thinking it's in his favor, Dimitri runs towards Dell and starts the battle once again, launching countless strikes, some of which hit Dell and cause him a little pain. However, after managing to block most of the strikes, Dell reveals his true ability and attacks him with very quick speed, leaving Dimitri utterly bewildered. Barely managing to block the attacks, Dimitri considers it better to maintain a distance, and tries to do so when Dell launches another close-range attack. In order to save himself, Dimitri quickly leans backward and, while lying on the ground, swiftly swings his sword, causing Dell to drop his weapon. Quickly regaining his balance, Dimitri stands up, stating that the battle will now be over, and charges at Dell to launch an attack. However, as soon as he reaches him, Dell uses telekinesis to assist in bringing his sword towards him, hitting Dimitri's head and causing him to crash to the ground. Stating that it would have been his victory if it were armed combat, Dell reminds him that they are psykers and for them, their abilities are more important than physicality. However, he still becomes surprised by the results of the battle, wondering if Han is even stronger than Dimitri. Meanwhile, Han lifts Joyce up, telling him to open his eyes. To this, Joyce speaks up, assuring him that he is fine. Lighting up the fire, they help Joyce lean against the wall in a comfortable position and ask who did that to him. In response, Joyce reveals that it was Carl and his gang, comprised of 7 members, who took away all of their food, stating that they will come back to the cave again. Joyce suggests quickly moving their shelter to some other place. Stating that he will not let the people who pick on his friends get away so easily, Han says that they should temporarily look for some other shelter. In order to seek revenge, Han shares his plan to ambush them when the sun goes down. At night, Han and Kiro sit outside the cave, looking at the children guarding the place, and finding out that Carl and his group have taken the cave as their shelter, as they expected. Turning to Kiro, Han states that they will begin when he is ready, and Kiro agrees. Han says that it would not be possible for him alone, but if Kiro is with him, they can definitely take down all those children. Thinking that Han is the only person who believes in him, Kiro vows to never disappoint him no matter what and activates his telekinesis ability. Lifting a stone from the ground and lifting multiple stones in this manner, Kiro throws them in the direction of the cave, causing them to hit the children standing outside and making them bewildered. Hearing the voices of his group members, Carl becomes confused and starts to move out of the cave. Meanwhile, the children standing outside locate the place where the stones are coming from and start running in its direction, while dodging the stones. Being able to clearly see their path, Kiro starts to hit them with more and more stones, making them confused. While they are busy saving themselves from the stones, Han comes out, holding a stick, and starts to hit them one by one, causing all of them to crash to the ground. When Carl comes out, surprised to see Han, Carl keeps standing still while Han points his stick towards him, ready to seek revenge. Looking at Han, Carl is astonished by the fact that he took down 6 of his group members on his own, considering it unbelievable. He states that he can't be alone and asks about the identity of the second group member. In response, Han calls out to Kiro, stating that he can come out since dealing with Carl is something he can do on his own. Realizing that they are beaten by 2 losers, one of whom is Kiro, Carl becomes frustrated. Meanwhile, Han declares that they have come to avenge Joyce and states that this is a real fight in which he will not go easy on him. Stating that he can't tolerate this any longer, Carl picks up a stick from the ground, vowing to crush Han, stating that he can try if he wants. Han also grabs his stick tightly, rushing forward. Carl leaps up, attempting to launch an attack while Han keeps standing still, holding his stick. However, as soon as Carl reaches near him, he slightly moves his stick, causing it to hit Carl's face and crash him to the ground. Annoyed by the sudden retaliation, Carl attempts to hit him once again, which Han effortlessly dodges and hits Carl's stomach with his stick, causing him intense pain. Asking if it is painful, Han tells him to brace himself, stating that it is only the beginning. Overwhelmed with anger, Carl quickly turns to him, telling him to stop showing off, and tries to launch another attack, yet receives the same kind of retaliation. After being hit multiple times, Carl finally drops his stick and crashes to the ground, feeling immense pain. Realizing that he has been defeated, Carl considers it impossible, wondering how strong Han is. Meanwhile, Han speaks up, stating that Joyce is already very injured and asking if it is necessary to go that far and torture him more. Meanwhile, Carl grabs some sand in his hand from the ground, telling Han not to look down on him. He remembers that he was considered a genius and a famous actor in Germany, and his father took advantage of his fame for political gain and obtained many things in the process. However, there was no end to his greed, and he wanted him to become a psyker even if he needed to drag others down for that. Stating that he did not come all the way up here just to be stopped by a person like him, Carl throws the sand in Han's eyes, causing his vision to get blurry. Taking advantage of the situation, he launches a forceful punch at Han's face, causing him to go flying backward. Watching that, Kiro becomes shocked and runs towards him when Carl gives him a threatening gaze, telling him not to come any closer. Scared by his gaze, Kiro stops on his way and watches Carl hit Han badly, causing him to crash to the ground once again and lose consciousness. Getting up, Carl holds his stick, stating that he will never let anyone climb over him again, and is about to hit Han with it when a stone comes flying and hits his face. Enraged, he turns around, finding Kiro using telekinesis, while telling him to get away from Han. Carl asks if Kiro is also trying to climb over him. Carl goes near him and grabs him by his clothes, stating that he never liked him from the beginning, and a useless person like him should have been kicked out from the beginning. Carl is about to hit him when Han gets up. Punching his face, Han causes him to crash to the ground and asks if he considers himself useful, highlighting that he only believes in numbers and hides behind his group members. Han states that all the people, including Del, Simon, Dmitri, Joyce, and Kiro, are better than him, and that in order to climb up, he will have to eliminate all of them. This causes Carl to become a little anxious and frightened. Stating that he is nothing, Han brings the sharp end of his stick down beside him and pierces it into the ground, sparing him while he keeps lying on the ground. Han states that everyone has a reason to climb up and he needs to find another way for that, warning him against harming his friends again. Sometime later, Carl starts to talk to himself, stating that he never wanted to become a psyker in the first place, and starts to laugh. After returning to Joyce, all 3 of them spend the rest of their days on the deserted island with enjoyment. When finally the rescue helicopters arrive, looking at the helicopters, Joyce states that he never wants to have this experience again, and Han laughs. All the other children who are gathered in one place call out to Han, Kiro, and Joyce, thanking them for providing them with food. They really appreciate the abilities of Kiro and Joyce to catch and cook the fish, which causes them to become a little shy. Pointing towards Han, Joyce states that the person they should be thanking is him because all of that is his idea. Just then, they receive a message on their wristwatches, notifying them that their survival training has ended and appreciating their efforts. Reading the message, Del and Dimitri also become relieved, thinking that it is the first time they have felt glad to hear the voice of their instructor. Just then, John informs them that they will board the helicopters when they are called, making Han confused about what it means. A few moments later, the helicopters start to land on the island and board the students on the basis of a roll call. John takes Han, Kiro, Del, and Dimitri in his own helicopter and informs them that their training was fully monitored, and because of the anonymous vote, only 4 of them have been chosen. He informs them that it is not ordinary training but a test to find out which of them are the diamonds in the rough that would become the guardians of humanity. Calling out to all 4 of them, John informs them that they have been nominated as candidates for advancement to level 2. After getting back at ARC, all the first-year students are given a holiday. Joyce comes to Han, who is busy reading a book, and asks if he would like to play soccer. Looking at his expression, Joyce asks if he even knows how to play soccer, and he agrees, closing the book and getting up from the bed. After some time, all of the students gather on the football field and form a team to begin the match, with Dimitri instructing Del to avoid using psychic abilities during the game. Knowing that ARC only provides a holiday when there is a matter of great importance, the children look at their instructors sitting in a meeting room, busy discussing something. Meanwhile, inside the meeting room, the instructors discuss the matter of advancement evaluation for Level 2, under the chairmanship of ARC Chief of Staff Alexander. Looking at the documents, Sasha Grace, one of the researchers, states that there are 4 students going to be promoted this time and asks what is so special about them. Reading their details, Alexander first talks about Del, Simon, and Dimitri, stating that they do not seem to lack anything and are very capable. Reading about Han, he finds out that his psychic ability has been the lowest since enrollment, and that he was promoted from Class D just because of John's request. Wondering why a kid like that could advance, Alexander turns to John, telling him to explain his reasons. In response, Wei-Chun reminds him of Han's fight with John, explaining that he has outstanding weapon handling ability, patience, and mentality, everything that a soldier requires. Saying that, Alexander remarks that it is quite unusual for him to praise someone like that. Taking the discussion forward, John states that, aside from Han's psychic potential, telekinesis control is very refined. He can use it to strengthen his weapon-wielding skill. Above everything else, he highlights the fact that Han learned all of these by himself, without being taught. Han keeps scoring goals against the opposite team on the ground. In all these claims, Alexander becomes silent and moves on to Kiro. Meanwhile, on the ground, Joyce praises Han for his expertise in playing the game, seeing that he does not seem like he has never learned to play the game. Meanwhile, Dimitri and start to argue among themselves about losing the game to Han. While the advancement of Kiro to level 2 is being discussed, Sasha becomes annoyed upon discovering that Kiro is nominated despite being a psychologically sensitive child. Stating that the most vital thing among their standards is mentality, Sasha states that he will die if he undergoes the physical transformation process and faces grave dangers. In response, John smiles, revealing that Kiro's psychic advancement is by far the greatest, and he is even far past the rest of the 3. However, despite his merits, Alexander considers his mentality to be the biggest problem. John explains that this is the reason why Han needs to advance with him, since his mentality is greatly influenced by Han. Stating that Han is currently playing the role of his older brother, John causes Alexander to feel confused, remarking that both John and Wei-Chun seem to be eager to advance Han. Meanwhile, on the football field, Han and Joyce collaborate to take the ball to the court once again, stealing it from all the other members of the opposite group. Reaching near the court, Joyce finds both Del and Dimitri standing there to snatch the ball from them. While they are trying to stop Joyce from scoring a goal, he quickly passes the ball to Han, who kicks it towards the court, winning the game and astonishing the members of the opposite team. Celebrating their success, Han states that both of them make a great team. When someone calls out to them telling them to stop playing, Turning around, they find John, who informs them about an announcement about the results that is going to be made soon, but states that he will tell them the result beforehand. He reveals that all 4 of the candidates have been confirmed for advancement, leaving them surprised. Coming to Han, Joyce puts his hand on his shoulder, asking why he is making such an expression and congratulating him for his advancement. Smiling and excited, Joyce tells him to make sure to save a good spot for him, and Han smiles, hoping to meet again in the future. While they are shaking hands in agreement, John comes to them, telling them to return to their dorms and instructing the advancing candidates to pack up and stand by as the students start to leave. Han turns to John, thanking him and stating that his advancement evaluation and the opportunity to become a class representative were all because of him. In response, John states that he will not be able to give up after this, and Han assures him that he is not the one to back off. Smiling, he wishes the best of luck to Han, telling him to make and survive, and Han salutes him in response while he walks away. After some time, all 4 of them pack up their things and come out of the dorms with Dmitri, feeling super excited for what they are going to experience. While Han confirms the meeting place to be a medical ward, Kiro starts to tremble with fear and anxiety. Holding Kiro's shoulder, Han tells him not to worry, stating that they will be together. But Kiro expresses how scared he is because of the treatment they're going to be receiving. Stating that there is nothing to be scared of, Dmitri urges them to proceed towards the ward, remarking that this treatment can make them much stronger than they are now. As they reach the ward, they are welcomed by Sasha, who tells them that she will be taking care of them for the next 5 weeks. Hearing that, Han is surprised and asks why it is going to take so long. She explains that they will spend 2 weeks in incubation and will receive rehabilitation training for the next 3 weeks. Realizing that they will have to spend 2 whole weeks inside the incubation machine, Kiro, Del, and Dmitri become shocked. Turning to them, Han states that he will see them after 2 weeks and encourages them all, causing them to join hands. Watching that, Sasha smiles, realizing that the reason Han was so highly recommended by John was this encouraging aspect of his personality. After placing them all into incubation machines, Sasha instructs her colleagues to fill the containers with culture fluid, causing them all to feel suffocated and disgusted. She looks at them feeling uneasy and states that it is claustrophobia that every child experiences at this stage, telling them to endure it and that they will fall asleep soon. After spending 1 week inside the incubation machine, Sasha comes to examine them, thinking that the coming week is going to be critical for them. As she watches them, she wonders if the human species must go this far to be worthy of survival. While she holds her head, her colleague approaches her, stating that she seems tired and should go to rest. Coming out of the room, she goes to her office and finds John sitting there. She remarks that he claims not to be interested in these children yet comes to the ward every day. In response, John, busy smoking a cigarette, states that it is because he wants to make sure she does not damage his assets or kill them. Causing her to feel annoyed, she reveals that there has been no problem so far, and they are currently in the middle of inserting the second culture fluid. She further explains that the second culture fluid consists of a dragon's psychic core and contains a highly concentrated liquid that has diluted parts of a dragon's heart. Thinking that resonating with the dragon's core can enable them to use their psychic abilities more naturally, John expects Han to raise his level of psychic abilities through that. While he is thinking about that, Sasha's wristwatch suddenly starts to ring, and she runs towards the incubation room in a hurry. Opening the door, she asks what the matter is and finds Han moving inside the incubation machine. Her colleague informs her that Han has regained consciousness. Sasha's colleague states that he is going to feel an excruciating amount of pain. Worried for his well-being, Sasha quickly goes forward, stating that they need to stop it, and is about to pull the lever when John stops her, stating that she cannot do it. Shocked by that, Sasha asks how he can stop her from doing that. He explains that Han needs to advance to the next level no matter what. 1 week later, Han, now resembling an adult, sits in Sasha's office while she inquires about how he has been. He states that he is fine, stating that there has never been a case similar to his in the past. Sasha reveals that it was the first time a psyker showed resistance to psychic abilities. She remembers the time when she wanted to save Han by stopping the process, but John forbade her. John had stated that Han did not reach this point by being recognized for his psychic abilities. He told her to continue the process without resonance, stating that Han is the type of child who can endure anything no matter what. Remembering that, She asks if he feels uncomfortable in any way. Han states that he feels quite refreshed and will not have to worry about being kicked out for his low grade after that. Hearing that, Sasha acknowledges his incredible mentality, thinking that he is the soldier John always recommended for having the strongest mentality. Wondering why his psychic abilities are so low despite having such a strong mentality, she tells him to leave, and he gets up. After leaving the office, he meets his other fellows and is warmly greeted by Dmitri, who states that they are going to be at level 2 from that day on, while Del stands at a distance with the same cold gaze. Han remarks that 5 weeks have passed in the blink of an eye, and everyone has changed a lot. Looking at Kiro, Han remarks that he seems to have changed the most and expresses his relief at everyone's survival. Stating that there is nothing strange about it, Del starts to walk away, telling him not to act like he is their leader, while the rest of the 3 keep talking. After leaving the ward, they reach the building for level 2 psykers, where they get their own separate rooms to stay. Among the 12 squads comprising the level 2 psykers, Han and Kiro are assigned to Squad 7. Going to meet their squad, they are greeted by Kato Soki, the leader of Squad 7. He explains to them the 3 core trainings in level 2, with one of them being firearms. He asks if they are aware of the reason they practice firearm shooting, stating that modern arms are still effective against minions. Han agrees with that. Kato Soki explains that the minions they know about include low-intelligence beings like ogres, grunts, and werewolves. However, there are high-intelligence beings like Elu, as well, who serve as mid-level commanders and possess psychic abilities. Hearing that, Han inquires if it does not mean that physical weapons will not work against them, and Soki agrees, stating that they can easily ward off physical weapons. However, unlike the dragons, they possess a very limited amount of psychic energy, which, once exhausted, makes them ordinary targets like the other monsters. After that, he moves to the airborne training and mock battles, stating that they are also equally important methods and that they are a competitive method of fighting against the other squads. He explains that mock battles are held in artificial forests in which the main event is to capture the flag, which means to steal the flag of the opponent at their base. He considers that to be very difficult training, in which there is a high chance of getting fatal injuries because of the sharp weapons. The third type of training, called airborne training, is done through air bits and is simple enough that they only need to make the opponent fall. However, it needs a strong supporter at the back who can manipulate the air bits to help their squad members travel and attack when needed. Stating that they did not previously have any psykers to support them from behind, Soki remarks that this problem has been solved after the arrival of Kiro. Looking at Kiro, Soki asks if he will be able to manage them properly, causing Kiro to hesitate while replying. Looking at his hesitation, the vice team leader tells him to reply properly, stating that they are not asking for his opinion and that if his squad wants him to fulfill a role, he must do it. In response, Han states that Kiro can definitely do it but is not the type of person to perform well under pressure. In response, the vice team leader becomes angry, remarking that he does not know anything. However, Soki stops him from overreacting, stating that Han definitely has a point and they still have a lot to learn from their experiences. Turning to Han, Soki states that despite being on the same level, all of the other members of the squad are his seniors and far more experienced than him, telling him to be respectful. He further states that Han came to their squad just because he wanted Kiro on their team, stating that both of them are a package deal like a bonus. Stating that he does not expect much from a ranking psychic like Han, Soki instructs him to avoid getting in their way, causing all of the squad members to laugh. Despite being enraged by their attitude, Han adopts a respectful tone, stating that he will make sure not to get in their way, and shakes hands with him. While Soki considers him an arrogant individual, wondering how long he is going to last, Han vows to show him how capable he is. Returning to his room, Han freshens up and goes for training. Displaying expertise in shooting, he causes Soki to become silently disappointed at not finding anything to blame him for. After practicing shooting while lying down, Han starts to run toward the target, firing bullets accurately and hitting all of them. Considering his collaboration to be good, Han thinks that this will not give Soki any chance to call him a nuisance to the squad. Just then, he looks at Soki, who stands with a frustrated expression on his face, and calls out to Kiro, asking what he is doing by standing still. In response, Kiro becomes a little confused, causing him to hold his head in disappointment. While taking a shower after training, Han wonders if his performance was not good enough for him to be accepted on the team. The next day, when he goes for practice, Soki informs him that he is on standby. Soki explains that in the mock battle training, the squad with more members has to adjust their team members accordingly, and they already have too many squad members with the same abilities as him. Soki states that instead of fighting in the battle, he can simply observe the battle from the training hall. Despite being disappointed at this partiality, Han remembers his younger siblings, who are being taken care of by Major Kong, and accepts it. After that, all of them gather in the training center to watch the flag-capturing battle between Squad 3 and Squad 9. Soki suggests watching their battle carefully and analyzing their strategies since there are some new members in Squad 3. Hearing about a new face in Squad 3, Han realizes they are talking about Del Simon, and all of them watch Del on the screen with interest. The squad members remark that he seems to be a rude individual, but also a psychic genius. Meanwhile, in the artificial forest, the members of Team 9 stand facing those of Team 3 with their weapons, wondering if they are insane to have come directly in front of them. Like that. In response, the leader of Team 3 states that they have an unbeatable psyker, which will make it easy for them to defeat Team 9 and take their flag. With that, Del activates his telekinesis, and the members of Team 9 charge at him to defeat him before he can use his ability. However, before they can reach him, all of their weapons disappear, leaving them shocked and confused. Looking at Del, they find him wielding extraordinary powers, causing their weapons to float in the air, and they wonder how he did that. Just then, Del causes their weapons to come toward them at great speed and slashes their bodies. While the rest of his team members charge forward to take the flag, overpowering the members of Team 9, Del's team easily takes the flag away, leaving the other squads astonished. Understanding the importance of having a great psyker during a mock battle, Soki turns to Kiro, stating that they can also follow the strategy since they have him on their team. However, at this moment, Han calls out to him, stating that he has a different idea. He explains that Squad 9 did not use any particular strategy, and only press forward based on their individual capabilities. Stating this, he is about to say something else but hesitates, while Soki tells him to go on, asking if he wants to say that he would have proposed a different strategy if he were the leader. Looking at his rude expression, Han realizes why Soki hates him so much. When another member of the squad signals him to come with him, taking him to a corner, the person states that both he and Soki acknowledge the fact that he is outstanding but he does not fit into their squad, upon which all the members agree. Realizing that they have been observing him, Han asks why he does not fit into their squad. In response, the person explains that this is because he is not afraid of voicing an opinion that contradicts Soki, acknowledging that he sometimes makes better decisions. The person states that there should only be one captain since having even a little doubt about Soki can lead them to be divided. He reveals that as long as Soki is the leader, Han can never get a chance to participate in mock battles and advises him to submit a transfer request to another squad when the timing is right. This makes Han realize that all the squad members must have faith in their leader, and he is the person who has threatened the authority of Soki, causing all of them to hate him. Contemplating the transfer request for some time, he goes to Wei Chen's office the next day, giving him an application. Reading the application, Wei Chen inquires if Han really wants it, and Han agrees. Chen states that this matter needs to be discussed by all the Level 2 instructors, so it might take some time. Returning to his room, Han thinks that Wei Chen has made it easy for him since he needed some time. He decides to dedicate the time of mock battles to training his own abilities and analyzing the strategies used in squad battles to formulate his own. While he is thinking about that, Kiro comes to his room, asking what he talked to the vice squad leader about, but he changes the topic, asking about the preparations for his airborne training. In response, Kiro reveals that he can maneuver up to 4 air bits with people on them, causing Han to become astonished, stating that he seems to be one of the highest performers at level 2. This causes Kiro to become a little more confident, while Han smiles, thinking that he will always be there to cheer him up. The next day, all of the squad members gather in the training hall once again, discussing that there is an amazing psyker in Squad 7 named Kiro. Meanwhile, the competition is about to begin, and all of the squad members stand ready in their positions. Turning to Kiro, Soki states that it is all upon him, telling him to take good care of them, while Kiro stands confidently, determined to try his best. A few moments later, it is announced that the battle between Squad 1 and Squad 7 is about to begin, causing everyone to look at the screen in excitement. Han recalls that the most significant thing in airborne training is the airbit, which is a type of robotic drone that acts as steps mid-air. A single person generally manipulates airbits either to travel or to use them as a weapon against their opponent. Considering that the most important position during the airborne battle is that of a supporter who manipulates multiple air bits simultaneously, Han thinks it's a suitable position for Kiro. Meanwhile, Soki signals his squad members to proceed forward, stating that if they follow the strategies, it's going to be a sure victory for them. With that, his squad members stand on the air bits and proceed forward, causing the captain of Squad 1 to signal his team members to move as well. Looking at the members of Team 1 moving forward together bit by bit, the vice leader of Squad 7 considers it to be according to their expectations. As soon as the members of Team 1 reach them, they split up their air bits and start moving in different directions. However, before they can move away, the vice team leader reaches near one of them and hits him with such force that he crashes to the ground. Following that, Soki himself hits another squad member, causing him to fall down, and smiles, thinking that everything is going according to their plan. Realizing that Squad 7 has eliminated 2 members of the opposite team right after starting, the people watching the fight become astonished, wondering if their team was always that strong. Han remembers Soki explaining his strategy, and telling Kiro to take responsibility for his and the vice team leader's air bits. Soki instructed Kiro to use his foresight ability to see their moves ahead of time, and then maneuver the air bits accordingly, causing Kiro to feel a little nervous. Hearing the strategy, the vice team leader turned to Soki, asking if he planned on eliminating the members of the opposite team based on their close combat ability, and he agreed. Remembering that, Han realizes that Soki's strategy is working quite well for the time being, while they confidently keep fighting. Operating the air bits, Kiro feels increasingly anxious, thinking that even a single mistake of his can lead everyone to lose. Just then, his foresight ability shows him the next move the opposite team is going to take that can cause some damage to their team member. The very next moment, the leader of Squad 1 hits the member of Squad 7 with a stick, causing him to become a little injured but not fall. Astonished by their capability, the members of Team 1 wonder if they're always this strong and realize that there are only 2 members left on their team. Looking at the members of Team 7 standing confidently in front of them, the captain of Team 1 watches Kiro, thinking of going for him instead of his team. Therefore, deciding to go with their first plan, he signals the only remaining team member of his, who nods in response. The team member starts to move ahead, with the captain himself jumping upwards, causing Soki and his team to wonder if they are coming for face-to-face combat. However, to their surprise, the captain of Team 1 jumps above them and lands on the air bit behind them, while the other member of his team collides with Soki and his fellows, and the bulky member of his group pushes them downward. The captain of Team 1 swiftly travels in Kiro's direction, eliminating all the squad members in his way. Telling his squad members to avoid chasing the captain, Soki instructs them to come and help them, stating that the person holding them plans to take them down. Watching this strategy, all of the people in the hall, including Han, become shocked, thinking that they should have gone to save Kiro. Meanwhile, Kiro remembers Soki telling him that air bits 4 and 8 will always be on standby behind him for emergency situations. Looking at the captain of Team 1 coming towards him, Kiro decides to utilize those air bits and starts to maneuver them. Just as the team leader raises his weapon in the air, Soki and the rest of the squad members successfully overpower the second member of their group, causing him to crash to the ground. After eliminating that person, they quickly turn towards the rear, finding Kiro lying unconscious on the ground while the team leader stands beside him, smiling. Just then, the air bits controlled by Kiro become dysfunctional, causing Soki and the vice team leader to crash to the ground. This causes all of the people standing in the training hall to make different remarks about the squads. They realize that Soki's strategy solely relied on Kiro's remarkable psychic ability. However, when he operated the air bits on standby to hit the team leader of Squad 1, both of the air bits collided with each other and got destroyed, making him more anxious. This is how a single mistake by Kiro led all their plans to be destroyed. With that, the victory of Team 1 is announced, and Han starts to walk out of the hall, thinking that he would never have left Kiro alone if he were the squad leader. Visiting Wei Chen's office, Han then inquires about the status of his application, and Wei Chen informs him that his team establishment application has been accepted. Stating that his leader of evaluation was outstanding, Wei Chen reveals that all of the instructors agreed to give him a chance. With that, he gives him a paper mentioning the conditions for forming a squad, stating that there must be at least 4 members in the squad and he can appoint the members from other squads. Reading this condition, Han thinks that following it will cause all the other squad leaders to start hating him and formulate strategies to avoid losing their core members. However, still determined to try it, Han leaves the office thinking that the two members he would want to have on his team are Joyce and Kiro. Yet because Joyce is not level 2 currently, he decides to try talking to Kiro first. However, just then, he remembers one more person who can come into his team, and goes to one of the rooms, knocking on the door. Opening the door, the person turns out to be Dimitri, greeting him warmly. After losing the airborne battle, Soki becomes disappointed that their ranks keep dropping because of Kiro. Agreeing, the vice captain states that they should have pushed harder to bring Del Simon to their team. Soki concurs, praising Del for his incredible combat and psychic abilities, capable of handling at least 3 opponents simultaneously. In contrast, Soki dismisses Kiro as incapable, believing his abilities to be lies. Unknown to them, Han secretly overhears their conversation. Soki admits that he has no one else to replace Kiro, which is the sole reason for keeping him on the team. When Han approaches Dimitri to share his plan for forming a new team, Dimitri is astonished and asks Han whom he plans on recruiting besides him. Han reveals his intention to convince Kiro to join his team, but Dimitri remarks that squad leaders won't let their members leave so easily. Hearing this, Han asks Dimitri for his answer, and Dimitri politely refuses, stating that he has to become the next squad leader for Squad 5, making it difficult for him to leave his current team. Hearing that, Han lowers his head, deciding not to convince him further, while Dimitri goes on to state that he would rather be his opponent since it is more fun. Hearing this, Han smiles, warning Dimitri not to complain when he defeats him in the competition, and Dimitri playfully threatens to break both of Han's arms in response. As Han leaves Dimitri's room and walks through the corridor, the other squad leaders watch him with disgust, jealous of him and his attempt to establish a new squad. Just then, Soki blocks his way, asking if this is how he is going to stab him in the back. Stating that he does not care about him leaving the squad and forming a new one, Soki declares that he will not let him take Kiro from their team. Having no authority to say anything, Kiro also turns his gaze aside, while Han explains that he will not be able to show his full potential. Under their guidance, Soki responds that Kiro will gradually improve and become a core member of their squad. However, Han argues that they cannot ask their opponent to wait if the war breaks out immediately, and claims that he can draw out the maximum of Kiro's potential immediately, stating that a commander has to win with limited manpower, and that they cannot change the results later, no matter who they blame. Han causes Soki to become enraged, grabbing him by his clothes. Soki states that no matter what he says, they are not going to let him take Kiro. In response, Han states that they are no one to decide, and it will all depend on Kiro's decision, causing Soki to turn around and angrily call out to Kiro. Soki states that in case Kiro decides to leave, he threatens to kill him, causing Kiro to become frightened and ask if he can really do it. Han states that Soki talks uselessly too much, and that if he ever falls in water, his mouth will be the only thing to float. In response, Soki punches him forcefully, causing him to crash to the ground. Looking at him, Han states that he will let that one slide because it will be annoying to get dragged around over something like this. With that, he starts to walk away, telling Kiro that he will be waiting for him, while all the captains confidently state that no one will leave their squad for a person who has not even proven himself. Kiro feels bad and confused hearing their rude remarks. Meanwhile, Han thinks that he has suggested joining his squad to all the people who were on their team, and wonders what his next move must be. While lost in thought, he accidentally collides with someone wearing a skeleton face and a hoodie and apologizes, but the person quickly moves away without responding. Looking at the person's dress, which looks very unusual and different from others, Han wonders if something like that is even allowed. Just then, he receives a notification telling all squad leaders to gather in front of the second building. After some time, all the squad leaders arrive to meet Sasha, who introduces them to the 6 newly advanced individuals, stating that they need to be assigned to a squad. She states that she is going to give the first choice to the new squad leader and calls Han, causing him to think of it as a good opportunity. Stepping forward, Han introduces himself, stating that his group is currently lacking members and giving all of them a choice to join whoever wants. Hearing that, all the other squad leaders start to laugh. However, just then, one of them volunteers to join Han's squad, causing him to look up in surprise and find it to be Joyce, which makes him happy. At night, Han tells Joyce everything about his squad, causing him to become a little disappointed, thinking that more people should have joined him. However, happy for his collaboration, Han thanks Joyce for showing his trust and support, stating that he always wanted to be on the same team as him. In response, Joy states that the people who are not joining his squad are fools, and if they come to know about his abilities, they will be lining up at his door. Getting up, Joy states that they should try to recruit more people. The next day, as they prepare to leave, someone knocks at the door. Opening the door, Han is shocked to see Kiro with a bruised face and asks, "What happened to him?" In response, Kiro reveals that he told Soki about his decision to leave the squad, and all Soki could do was torture him a little. Astonished to hear that, Han remarks that Kiro has become quite confident, and has changed a lot. Joyce remarks that they formed the same team as they did on the deserted island, making them an unbeatable trio. Just then, someone walks into the room and asks if he can also become a part of the team, causing them to turn around. Stating that everyone is talking about Han, the person says that their squad seems to be the most fun. While surprised, Han stands still, staring at him. Putting his hand on Han's shoulder, Joy states that he knows the person since they were in the same class, and Han smiles, stating that he is the person their squad needs at the moment. Recognizing him as Knut Meyer, Han welcomes him into the squad. While Han shares his hopes to have a good experience, Knut asks if his joining has made their squad official. Agreeing, Han states that they are an eyesore to the other squads, and if they are not careful, they might be disbanded, which will not be good for them. In response, all of them assure him that they are ready to face whatever comes in their way. Looking at them, Han thinks that his shoulders feel heavy with responsibility, but also feels confident in his ability to do it. The next day, Han takes his squad members to meet the head instructor, who greets them warmly and introduces himself to them. Turning to the squad members, Grossman, the head instructor, calls out the names of all of them, becoming familiar with their faces. While calling out to Kiro, he looks at his bruised face and asks what happened to it. In response, Kiro smiles, stating that he slipped from the stairs, causing Grossman to become a little surprised and then instruct him to be careful. Coming to the point, Grossman states that they will be allotted a grace period for the competition starting that day that will last for 3 weeks. Stating that they will have to participate in the competition after the period, the instructor advises them to work hard and prepare well in advance. A few days later, Han gets ready for a competition along with his team, realizing that they should not take this lightly. The first competition that is decided for them belongs to the category of gun survival against Squad 9, which is one of the strongest squads with the most victories. While he is thinking about that, Knut takes off his helmet, remarking that it is stuffy and asking if it is fine to not wear it until they get shot. Forcefully making him wear the helmet, Han asks if he wants to die, and instructs him not to take it off, stating that he is not permitted to do that under any circumstances, causing Knut to become a little scared. Wearing his own helmet, Han states that the strategy they will be using is called the moving bunker, name he has just made up, telling them not to laugh. Confused by such a strange name, all 3 of the squad members stare at him. After a few moments, their competition begins, with the members of Squad 9 standing confidently, thinking of finishing the competition quickly. On the other hand, Han shows an equal level of confidence, stating that they will definitely win when the competition begins. While watching the competition from the training hall, all the other squads encourage Squad 9 to beat Han and his team in order to punish them for standing up against them. Standing among the crowd, Dmitri remarks that Han and his group have become quite popular, while Del thinks that there is no way they can win the gun survival game. Meanwhile, the members of Squad 9 start to proceed but are unable to find Han and his group, wondering if they are sticking to the starting point. Thinking that this is all they can do against a powerful squad like them, the members of Squad 9 decide to reach the place when Knut, who is hiding behind a tree, remarks that they are very fast. Turning to his wristwatch, Knut informs his team members that the opponents are within 200 meters of their range, and that he will be joining them shortly. Reading the message, Han is surprised, thinking that they have quickly started moving in their direction. In response, Joyce remarks that they are the type of people who will never allow them to rest, but shares his relief at finishing all their preparations. Han thinks that Knut should already be aware of their situation, and, instead of trying hard to get to them, he should stay back and keep hiding. However, in contrast to that, Knut leaves his place and reveals himself to the opponents, who strike a bullet at his leg, causing him to feel intense pain. Looking at them advancing towards him at a great speed, Knut starts shooting blindly, thinking that this will help strike at least one of them. However, all 9 members of Squad 9 quickly take their places behind trees, saving themselves from the bullet strikes. After firing some bullets, Knut crashes to the ground. Again, wondering where the opponents went, they suddenly open fire once again, causing him to quickly drift aside and hide behind the tree. Thinking of the original strategy to get back to his team, Canute realizes that he will only become a burden to them with his injured leg and considers it better to buy them some time. Watching Canute, members of Squad 9 wonder why he is the only one facing them, when one of them states that the battle is going to end with a direct encounter anyway. After thinking about something, the captain of the squad turns to his team members, stating that he is going to go inside and instructing them to give him cover. Meanwhile, Han, Joyce, and Kiro stand ready for battle, having fully recovered their lost stamina, and decide to start immediately. Han, expressing gratitude for Canute's strategic sacrifice, remarks that he must be injured, choosing to buy them time instead of regrouping. Joyce acknowledges that their energy recovery is due to Canute, recalling his earlier lack of stamina due to using telekinesis and fire to cut a tree. Asserting that it is time to prove themselves, Han commands his squad to advance, and they proceed while using a tree log as their shield. Observing this, everyone in the training hall is surprised by their strategy, with Dimitri and Del crediting Kiro for it. Meanwhile, Canute, still hidden behind the tree, opens fire again, wasting all his bullets. As he sits down to reload, the captain of Squad 9 reaches near him, remarking that he is indeed alone, while they were suspecting it to be a trap. Seeing one of Han's squad members defeated, Dimitri comments that it is still a good tactic, assuming the log's shield is their last defense. However, Del points out a weakness in the strategy, suggesting that Han must be aware of it. Meanwhile, Han and his group keep getting closer to Squad 9 members, who are unable to stop them. They realize that they selected their members based on shooting abilities, and none of them have strong psychic powers to blow the gigantic log away. Han recognizes this weakness and begins to exploit it, causing Squad 9 to take cover behind trees for protection. Their captain instructs them to prolong the battle, anticipating that their psyche will tire from using telekinesis, giving them an advantage. Hearing that, Han thinks that he is already aware of this weakness, and is using this log only as a means to bring them close enough to the targets. As soon as they reach Squad 9, Joyce uses his combustion ability to set surrounding plants on fire, leaving the opponents bewildered in the smoke. Seeing the members of Squad 9 covered in smoke, the people in the training hall question the legitimacy of such tactics. After creating a smoke screen, Joyce informs Han that Squad 9 members won't be able to see their surroundings. With a smile, Han directs his teammates to deal with those emerging from the smoke and swiftly defeats 2 members of Squad 9 who are coughing in haste. Realizing that 2 of their team members have already been eliminated, the third one feels anxious while their captain tells him to calm down, stating that the opponents cannot see them either. However, to their surprise, bullets come flying in their direction and strike both of them, with Han emerging from the smoke and stating that they have eyes that can see everything. With that, they fire a few final bullets, causing their squad to win, leaving all the people standing in the training hall surprised. While Dimitri feels happy for them to have won, Del becomes frustrated as well as jealous. Meanwhile, Kiro and Joyce happily turn to Han, giving him a thumbs up on their victory, and he reciprocates the same. Watching Han on the screen from a distance, Grossman, the head instructor, becomes surprised to have figured out his true capability. In celebration of their victory against the powerful Squad 9 members, Han and his team enjoy a special meal, feeling more encouraged to proceed forward. Stating that it is time for them to hear a few words from their squad leader who led them to this victory, Joyce turns to Han, asking him to say something. In response, Han shares his gratitude with everyone, stating that their victory was only possible with everyone's collaboration. Adding to that, Kiro calls his plan incredible, which became the reason for their victory. Han states that luck also played a part in their victory since they had already figured out that Squad 9 would send those members who are the best at shooting for this competition. However, Canute gives credit to Han, stating that it was only possible because of his ability to read his opponents, and remarking that his decision to join Han's team was the right one. Just then, he begins to feel an intense pain in his stomach, causing Joyce to tell him to go and rest. However, he assures them that he is fine and will never miss a feast like that, no matter what. Meanwhile, the head instructor sits in his office, watching the footage of the competition, while feeling surprised that Han's squad defeated Squad 9, whose victory was guaranteed. He's thinking that he must squash them before they become overconfident in their abilities. Grossman wonders who will be the best for this plan and considers Soki as an option. Considering that Soki's squad will try their best to defeat Han's squad, Grossman wonders what will happen if Squad 7 loses to them. However, dismissing that thought, he decides to make it impossible for them to lose. Meanwhile, Han lies on his bed, unable to sleep, and recalls the time when he could not sleep due to the fear of getting expelled, which he doesn't need to worry about anymore. Confident in the abilities of his squad members, he thinks that no matter how strong the opponent is, they must be able to beat them with collaboration. The next day, their squad is nominated for a captain's battle against Squad 1. Standing ready for the competition to start, the squad captain of Team 1 reminds his members about their strategy for targeting Joyce and Kiro, stating that both of them have incredible psychic abilities. The squad captain nominates another individual along with him to deal with them exclusively, stating that he does not know about the abilities of the other two members of Han's squad. The squad captain states that they will not mean much to them. Therefore, he turns to the bulky member of their group, giving him the task of targeting the rest. Watching the competition on the screen, Dmitri wonders how much hatred they have with the instructors to go against Squad 1 in a captain battle. After a competition against Squad 9, with the strongest member of Team 1 wearing a headscarf, it is announced that in the captain battle, the opposite team needs to take down the person wearing a headscarf to win. Considering the nomination of that bulky person to become the captain, all of the people standing in the training hall think their victory is guaranteed. Excited for the competition, Dmitri wonders how Han is going to deal with the situation, while Del tells him to keep quiet and watch. However, as soon as the squad members reach Han and his team, they are surprised to find Kiro as the captain. Thinking of it as being against their strategy, the members of Squad 1 become confused and are unable to find Han. Meanwhile, Kiro, who is increasingly feeling nervous and anxious, tries to calm himself down, and the other two members of their group assure him that they will protect him no matter what. Thinking that, they proceed quickly as planned while the captain of Squad 1 assures himself that the opponents will not be able to find the opening even if their members hide somewhere. Therefore, he commands his team members to charge forward, and they comply as they start proceeding forward at great speed. Han stands on a tree branch right above his team members, recalling that this is a competition in which they only have to take down the captain. Meanwhile, the squad members reach Joyce and Canute, attempting to launch an attack, while they also come into action, activating their abilities, stating that their unique abilities will not work. The squad members utilize their specialty of physical combat and try to overpower them. Watching the fight from above, Han looks at Kiro, who is waiting for his signal, and tells him to proceed with the plan while jumping down himself. Meanwhile, the nominated captain of Squad 1 comes forward and grabs both Joyce and Canute tightly, making them unable to move. Instructing him to keep grabbing them, the leader of the squad rushes towards Kiro in order to take him down. While Han reaches for them, declaring it to be their victory, the squad members charge at Kiro, who keeps looking upward, making them confused. Just then, something crashes to the ground, causing smoke to spread everywhere, leading them to turn around in bewilderment. As soon as the clouds of smoke dissipate, the members of the squad become shocked to find their captain lying on the ground with Han sitting next to him, declaring their victory. Watching that, all the people standing in the training hall become surprised, while astonished at Han jumping down from a tree that is almost 5 stories tall. The entire hall begins to praise him, calling him an incredible individual. Watching their reaction, Dmitri laughs, stating that they were talking negative things about Han a while ago, and he has proven himself yet again through his ludicrous strategies. While all of the squad members get impressed by Han, wondering why he did not take part in competitions, Soki becomes enraged and frustrated. One day before their battle with Squad 1, Han and his team were practicing in the training hall, confident in their abilities and progress. Han noticed Kiro using telekinesis to control a living human, which he found incredible. In response, Kiro complimented Han for his courage in jumping from such a height. Han explained that telekinesis was a rare ability, which was why most psykers couldn't fly. He went on to discuss their strategy, instructing Kiro to control his descent speed to ensure their team's safety. Remembering this, Kiro kneels down, apologizing to Han for his broken arm, thinking that it happened because of him. In response, Han tells him not to apologize, stating that no one died and he surely did his best. Canute chimes in, reminding Kiro that his actions have successfully caused the captain of Squad 1 to fall. However, they feel glad that until Han's arm fully heals, they will not have any more scheduled battles. To their surprise, their wristwatches suddenly ring with a notification. They will be facing Squad 7 in an airborne battle in 2 days, leaving them shocked. Soki, receiving the same notification as Han and his team, walks straight to the office of the head instructor, his frustration and questions filling his mind. In a discussion among themselves, Joyce expresses concerns that battling while injured will lead them to defeat, with Canute agreeing and anxious about facing Squad 7. Frustrated by this decision, Joyce calls it unfair and suggests they file a complaint. Meanwhile, the head instructor explains to Soki that the battle with Squad 7 has been arranged for them to win, questioning Soki's confidence in his victory. Soki responds that even without the disadvantage, his squad would have won, making the head instructor smile and urging him to ensure his victory. Leaving the office, Soki feels frustrated with the instructor for not listening to him as he walks away. Meanwhile, Han arrives at the training ground, stating that crying won't change anything. Their focus should be on winning. He acknowledges that he hasn't devised a strategy yet but promises to create one to secure their victory before the battle. As they discuss this, Soki approaches them, remarking that Han's plans are fascinating, and he asks if Han will be okay with his broken arm. In response, Han raises his other arm, claiming it will be enough to defeat Squad 7. Soki reminds him of the difficulty of airborne battles and tells Han to keep it in mind. Han replies that he will prepare something unique for them and encourages Soki to do his best. Frustrated, Soki threatens to kill both Han and Kiro, but Han warns him against making empty threats. Frightened by Han's response, Soki angrily walks away, telling them to wait and see, while Han and his team remain unfazed. Acknowledging that Squad 7 won't be an easy opponent, Han instructs his team to head to the gym. Sometime later at the gym, all 4 of the team members practice operating their air bits, with Han unable to do that despite continuously trying, which makes him frustrated. Looking at Joyce, Han thinks that it is not going to be easy for him either, considering that he will have to use his combustion ability alongside telekinesis. Thinking that the only option left for them is to solely depend on Kiro like Squad 7, Han considers the heavy psychological pressure it will put on him, which he does not want to do. Considering the power of the members of Squad 7 and their strength and teamwork under the supervision of Soki, Han thinks that it will not be easy to defeat them in a head-on battle. Just then, Joyce calls out to him, stating that there is a problem and reveals that since there is nothing combustible in the air, his ability will not pose much threat to the opponent. In addition to that, he states that because everyone will be flying in the air quickly, it would be very difficult for him to target someone, causing Han to become silent. Watching them practice from a distance, the vice team leader of Squad 7 turns to Soki, stating that the skill level of their opponent shows that they do not need to worry about the battle. While Han tries to find a way for them to win, Soki thinks of a reason for them to lose, but both of them find none. 2 days later, all of the students gather in the hall again, surprised to find that Han and his group have another battle despite him being injured. Looking at the schedule in the opponent team, Dmitri realizes that Han's team is intentionally set up to lose. Remarking that Grossman is an awful person while Dell remains silent, Dell justifies the battle by explaining that Grossman aims to maintain a balance in winning probability for all squads, determining battles and opponents based on his analysis. Concerned about facing Squad 7, Dell wonders what strategy Han will employ this time. Facing Han and his team in the battling compartment, Soki vows to destroy them completely, showing them the consequences of being traitors. Meanwhile, Han turns to Joyce, inquiring about his condition, and Joyce assures him that he is more than ready to use his abilities and burn down everything, telling Han not to worry. In response, Han tells him to take good care of them, stating that he is the core of their battling strategy. Just then, the announcement to begin the battle is made, and both teams are instructed to launch their air bits. As they observe the number of air bits launched by Han's team, the entire hall falls into shocked silence. Meanwhile, Soki stares at the 16 air bits floating in the air, considering it impossible. He knows that an average person can control 2 air bits, and a skilled individual can manage up to 4, making this display utterly bewildering. Watching their expressions, Han smiles, remarking that he certainly looks very confused and asking to allow him to clear up his mind in a moment. Gazing at the 16 air bits suspended in the air, Squad 7 members become astonished, wondering if it's even possible. Soki, in the meantime, instructs them not to be swayed by the sight. He urges them to proceed according to the plan, emphasizing that they will calmly dismantle their opponents one by one. Meanwhile, Joyce and Canute jump onto the air bits and advance forward. As Han charges his hand, With telekinesis, he reflects on how he never stopped honing his telekinetic abilities, even during training. Despite his telekinesis being below average, Han believes he has acquired the skill to focus his powers where he desires. Gripping one of the air bits, he contemplates how he could use his ability for more than mere object control, possibly sending them flying even faster. Acting on this thought, he sends one air bit hurtling towards Soki, who reacts by evading it skillfully. At the same time, Joyce activates his combustion ability, recalling Han's strategy of using something combustible in the air. He directs his ignition powers at the air bit sent by Han, causing it to explode amid Soki's team, leaving them all stunned. Wondering if they just witnessed an air bit explosion, onlookers in the training hall comment on the expense but express excitement, urging Han's team to explode them all. Meanwhile, Han continues sending air bits towards Soki's group, while Joyce keeps directing his ignition powers, causing continuous blasts, which result in 2 Squad 7 members falling down. Recognizing the risk of exploding all their air bits, Soki urges the Vice Team leader to block the attacks, while the Vice leader argues that getting closer might expose them to the explosions. Just then, the head instructors come running into the training hall, commanding them to stop the competition right away and calling Han to his office. The head instructor keeps silently staring at him, causing him to wonder if that was what he called him for. After some time, the instructor speaks up, asking if he is aware of the cost of one air bit. In response, Han states that he is aware of how expensive they are, causing the instructor to remark that if he were not a member of ARC, it would have taken a lifetime for him to pay that amount. Hearing that, Han asks if he was not called to inquire about his strategy. In response, the instructor states that it was not against the rules, but he should have realized that it was going to be highly controversial, stating that he is against such a strategy. The instructor tells him to inform him in advance if he ever plans on using such a strategy again in the future. Complying, Han states that he wants to ask one thing, which the instructor allows, stating that if they were battling dragons, Han asks if it would not be considered controversial, or if he would ask about the cost of the air bits, emphasizing that they need to win no matter what. Han calls it the main point of their training. Grossman starts laughing, stating that he is speechless, and that Han reminds him of someone he knows, remarking that it is a good attitude to have. Grossman states that he looks forward to his future competitions. With that, the head instructor dismisses Han, who leaves the office only to find Soki standing at the door. Soki recalls Han's strategy of exploding air bits, and then falling with him, asserting that even after winning, they won't impress anyone. Stating that it will be decided at a later time, Han asks if Soki was waiting outside just to say that, to which Soki becomes frustrated and denies it, claiming he was just passing by. As Han starts to walk away, Soki vows to trample on him and his team, urging them not to lose to anyone else until then. Sometime later, Han returns to his room where his team members await him at the dinner. As he gets inside, Kiro remarks that the battle was a victory for them, while Joyce shares his worry that their strategy might have gone against the rules. With a serious expression, Joyce starts to look at his wristwatch, causing Kiro to ask if everything is all right. Joyce explains that they typically receive the announcement for their next competition during the feast, which is what he was checking. As expected, the announcement arrives, and it causes all of them to react differently. Upon reading that their next competition will be capturing the flag against Squad 5, realizing that Squad 5 is the team with Dimitri on it, who is even better than him in physical combat, Han thinks that Grossman really used his head to decide the schedule. Meanwhile, Dimitri walks out of the gymnasium after completing his daily workout and feels hot, thinking that he will take a shower immediately after getting to his room. Just then, he comes across a person who watches him, quickly starts to walk away, recognizing him to be the ex-squad leader of Squad 5. Dimitri stops him, stating that he cannot ignore him after ascending to level 3, and starts to inform him about the squad doing well. To his shock, the person responds by rudely telling him to get away before he is killed. Surprised at such an unexpected reply, Dimitri becomes excited, thinking that he will now surely get the details after fighting it out. Badly injured and exhausted from the battle, Han looks at the person approaching him from the front during the flag-obtaining competition, wondering who he is. Han realizes that the person wearing a skeleton mask and holding 2 swords is incredibly strong. When the person suddenly vanishes in front of him, suddenly appearing right next to him, the person hits Han with his sword, causing intense pain and making Han crash to the ground. 6 days ago, the head instructor called Han to his office and told him something that left him shocked. The instructor, stating that he couldn't reveal the details at that moment, informed Han that Dmitri had suddenly been injured and wouldn't be able to participate in the upcoming competition. However, he also mentioned that the competition would proceed as scheduled, leading Han to believe that Squad 5 without Dmitri would be like a headless chicken, giving them a free win. Setting that matter aside, the instructor showed Han certain documents, explaining the reason for summoning him. Han, taking the documents, asked about their contents, and the instructor revealed that they were all applications for squad transfer requests to his squad. The instructor explained that he had become famous for fairly utilizing his squad members, something Han had expected. Looking at the applications, he noticed that most of them were from people who had recently advanced to level 2 and wanted to become prominent. The instructor advised Han to take some time to consider this carefully, but Han readily accepted all of them into his squad, stating that he wasn't in a position to be selective. Sometime later, all 4 of the new squad members came to Han for an introduction, and he warmly welcomed them. Han informed them that they would begin preparing for the competition the next day, asking them to observe their specialty skills and choose roles accordingly, and inquired if anyone had objections. At that moment, one of them spoke to him in Korean, prompting Han to ask if there was a problem. In response, Jong Jijo, the individual, tried to take advantage of their shared nationality, requesting that Han take good care of him. In response, Han simply stated that their nationality didn't guarantee special treatment, and that they needed to prove themselves with their skills, making him feel embarrassed. He then instructed them to leave, leaving Jijo feeling annoyed and walking away in frustration, muttering something in Korean that left his companions confused. An hour before the actual incident, the flag-obtaining competition began with the downlight closing, plunging everything into darkness and confusing Han's team members. Han reassured them, reminding them that their opponents were in the same environment, and they only needed to wait for their eyes to adjust to the darkness. He explained their strategy, assigning Canute and his team to the actual action and Joyce and his team to back up. Meanwhile, Han, Kiro, and Jijo were supposed to attack from the side. Despite Squad 5's perceived weakness without Dmitri, Han advised his team members not to let their guard down. 10 minutes earlier, the leading team made their entrance, followed by the backup team. Han and his group members, within 5 minutes, collectively eliminated all members of Squad 5. However, one of the group members pointed at a person sitting by the flag, suggesting that he is the sole remaining member who had quietly observed his team members getting defeated. Suddenly, the person got up and approached them, swiftly eliminating all of Han's team members, leaving Han shocked. Just then, Kiro pushed Han to the ground, warning him to be cautious, and took the hit directed at Han himself. Realizing that the person had teleportation abilities, Han watched as he moved swiftly. Thinking that there was no time to be surprised, he quickly took action, swinging his sword and causing the person to drift backward. Jijo, the only remaining member of his group, attempted to approach, but the person executed a backflip in the air and kicked Jijo with such force that he crashed to the ground. As the entire squad was eliminated, the people in the training hall wondered who was behind the skeleton mask, noting that he seemed to be a person known as Silence. Hearing the name Silence, the entire hall was surprised, realizing that he was indeed the same person. Dell recalled that Silence was the individual whose central nervous system had been damaged during training, rendering him unable to speak but granting him extraordinary strength. While everyone shared their thoughts about this mysterious person, Han retrieved his weapon from the ground, causing Silence to turn around. Han, unaware of Silence's identity, declared that he had no intention of losing, addressing him as Skeleton Mask. With that, he charged his hand with overwhelming energy and tightened his grip on his weapon. Observing this, the opponent also charged his entire body with overwhelming energy, preparing for the battle. Realizing that the person fighting against Han is a level 3 individual, which is on an entirely different level, Dell becomes surprised. He thinks that there is no possible way of winning against such a powerful individual, and wonders what Han is going to do, thinking that being unable to block the next attack by that person will cause them to lose. Han vows not to give up that easily. Therefore, before starting the battle, he decides to analyze the situation by remembering how he eliminated the rest of the group members. Considering the winning condition to be capturing the flag instead of taking down the individual, Han thinks that interrupting the person momentarily can lead him to victory. While the person becomes ready to run, Han concludes that he can interrupt the person while he is using his ability. With that, the person teleports once again and travels swiftly, and Han, in the same direction, appears right above him, leaning down to block the attack launched by the person. Han quickly gets up, making the person confused and attempting to launch a forceful punch. However, to his surprise, the person dodges the attack and launches a forceful kick, causing Han to crash to the ground. Putting his foot on Han's body, the person is about to strike him with a sword when Han suddenly smiles and looks at the stick floating in the air, which comes toward the person at great speed. Before the person can turn around to see it, the stick comes down swiftly and strikes the person, causing him to momentarily lose consciousness. After 3 seconds, when the person regains consciousness, he finds Han having already obtained the flag. Han remarks that this time was enough for him to win the competition. Turning to the person, Han smiles, declaring it to be their victory, which causes the entire training hall to shout out in surprise, while leaving Del frustrated. The next morning, Kiro sits outside the dorm, giving food to a cat while remembering that there used to be a similar cat outside the orphanage. He recalls that because he had no friends and was considered an outcast, he used to spend time with the cat. However, he states that it is different now since he is not an outcast and has a lot of friends. When Jijo comes from behind, thinking Kiro is insane, he calls him out, asking what he is doing. Feeling a little embarrassed to see Jijo, Kiro asks why he is standing there. Jijo states that he thought they should discuss something on their off day. Confused, Kiro gets up, asking what he wants to discuss, and Jijo explains that their squad currently does not have a vice leader, and he wants to volunteer for that and requires his support. Just then, the cat that was eating the food comes near Jijo, causing him to kick it away, leaving Kiro shocked. While Jijo tries to continue the conversation, Kiro, who is enraged by his act of kicking the cat, activates his powers, causing everything around them to shake badly. Looking at the dustbin behind them shaking badly, rising in the air, and then constricting like a paper ball, Jijo becomes scared while Kiro warns him never to do anything like that again. Frightened by his anger, Jijo agrees never to do anything like that again and crashes to the ground, trembling with fear. Meanwhile, Kiro runs to the cat, which goes away, having become frightened by the kick. Meanwhile, Han sits in a hospital room with Dimitri, who asks about the reason for his arrival. In response, Han states that he can only make assumptions since Ark keeps a lot of things secret, and asks if it was a level 3 who did that to him. Agreeing, Dimitri reveals that their previous squad leader did that to him and remarks that a level 3 is definitely on a different level. He remembers that he could not even make a move before he was defeated, while Han notices his expression, realizing how sad and disappointed he is feeling. Dimitri reveals that the squad leader was not acting like himself, and it was as if he went insane. Hearing that, Han remarks that it is related to level 3 activities, noting that the level 3 facilities in Ark are quite lacking, and encountering them is very rare. Stating that they have to do a lot in order to finish their level 2 training, Han shares his belief that they will be able to fight in a real battle when they reach level 3, making Dimitri excited. Meanwhile, a person wearing a special armor suit comes out of a secret compartment, finding the same cat that was kicked by Jijo. Running behind the cat, Kiro also comes to the place. Happy to have found it, Kiro lifts it up, asking if it got hurt anywhere because of the kick and promising to give it more snacks. Just then, he turns around, shocked to see the person standing in front of him, asking who he is. Hearing the person's voice, Kiro becomes a little confused. When the person removes his mask, revealing himself to be their level 1 instructor, John, Kiro becomes equally surprised to see him. Stating that this is the Ark Development Center, John asks if he got lost, remarking that he has come too far. John takes a drink and gives it to Kiro, telling him to have it and wait until a car comes to take him back to his dorm, making him surprised by the special treatment. Confused at something, Kiro asks if he is not angry at him, causing John to ask if he was expecting him to be angry for coming there. John reveals that the armor he was wearing is a second-generation psycho frame that will be revealed soon, and it was not a problem for Kiro to see it sooner. In response, Kiro states that their reinforced bodies are not allowed to leave the place until they are unable to battle because they are assets that belong to Ark. Agreeing, John states that the people who get angry for no apparent reason have very different personalities, causing Kiro to become a little embarrassed. Just then, an older person walks into the room and asks how the test went. John smiles, stating that it was as expected and that the response rate to psychic abilities was great. However, he suggests decreasing the amount of dragon material for the internal system, since it would become harder for them to control. He states that, unlike them, the first-generation people like Kiro can manifest their psychic abilities as easily as breathing air. In response, the person turns to Kiro, introducing himself as the chief of Team 1, Charlie Smith, and shakes hands with him. Kiro also introduces himself, while John tells him that Charlie is the person who designed the psycho frame. Charlie explains that the first-generation psycho frame was put together in a rush and was a little crude, but the one made for the second generation is much better. Turning to Kiro, John states that it was something made for them. He himself can barely maneuver it, causing Kiro to realize that he will have to wear that suit and fight real battles. After some time, the vehicle arrives to escort him back to the dorms, and John takes him to the gate. After he leaves, John wonders what is going to happen to the mainframe he tested earlier that day. In response, Charlie states that it needs to be disassembled and recycled for parts because they are always short on dragon material due to its rarity. Hearing that, John suggests leaving the suit for them, stating that there might be someone who would want to wear it. Despite the schedule of ARC starting at 5 o'clock a.m., Han gets up at 4 o'clock a.m. to write down the strategies for the competition for that day. He thinks that his psychic powers are still below average and have a very low output. However, he recently discovered an ability that he can only use among people his age, which is absolute precision in using his psychic abilities. He discovers that he can outshine anyone else when it comes to psychic control and thinks that he should train harder to refine his precision. While he is thinking about that, he suddenly looks at his watch, realizing that it is about time to head out. Reaching the training ground, he starts running laps along with a few other people. Dimitri, who is also running beside him, calls out to him, causing Han to turn around and ask how the dimensional crack was, which he saw the previous day. In response, Dimitri remarks that it was a very enchanting location. Han remembers that the dimensional crack is a place that formed when the dragons attacked, and the gates were closed. Two groups made by the head instructor were told to go and see the place. The head instructor told them that it was the place where the Earth and another world were directly connected, and the theory was that it influenced the appearance of psykers, revealing that it was formed about 25 years ago. The instructor told them to go and see it, stating that there was no danger. Remembering that, Han turns to Dimitri, sharing his belief that psykers feel a strange sensation when they reach the place, and Dimitri agrees, revealing that they do feel a bit dazed. After completing the laps, Han instructs his squad members to gather at the helipad at 10 o'clock a.m., telling them to spend the remaining time however they like. Excited for the experience, Joy states that it feels like they are going on a field trip, while Han tells them all to go, and they leave as they all go away. John, the leader of Squad 10, arrives asking Han to have breakfast with him, causing Han to reply in a very friendly manner. Han remembers that after Silence was defeated by him, the head instructor did not pressure them to lose so openly, but they did lose to some of the squads, and Squad 10 was one of them. Walking inside, Han states that he always learns a lot from the strategy John uses, and he also wanted to have a chance to speak to him, causing John to act humbly in response. At the designated time, the students board the helicopters and start to move toward the dimensional crack. One of the instructors explains to them that it is one of the 6 places where gates opened, causing the dragons to cause devastation in Korea and China, leading them to get almost destroyed. He reveals that, due to the nuclear attack North Korea used to defeat the dragons, this caused a heavy loss, which led to their economy being completely destroyed. Hearing about Korea, one of the team members turns to Han, asking if it is the country from which he belongs, and Han agrees, stating that it is his birthplace. Sometime later, the helicopters finally arrive at the dimensional crack in Sinuiju. After approaching the crack, the rear hatch of the helipad is opened, causing all of the students to view it. As soon as Han is exposed to the overwhelming psychic energy of the dragon, he starts to feel intense pressure, as if he is going to be swallowed whole any moment. As soon as the helicopters enter the dimensional zone, all of the group members start to feel tired and dizzy, wanting to go back and have a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, Han sits quietly, looking out of the window when he finds another helicopter flying beside them, carrying the members of Squad 10. Noticing him, John, the leader of Squad 10, also smiles and gives a thumbs up, causing Han to smile back in response. However, all of a sudden, overwhelming energy starts to emerge from the Squad 10 helicopter, causing it to blast. Shocked to see the sudden blast, Han wonders what type of light obliterated the entire squad and remembers that John was a person whom he greeted for the first time in the morning. Just then, the instructor urgently calls out to Han, informing him of an emergency and instructing him to guide his squad members in skydiving. The instructor reveals that the aircraft is going to crash soon and that he will contact headquarters for backup, urging Han to hurry, to which Han complies. Swiftly donning their parachute bags, all the people aboard the helicopter start jumping one by one. As Han is about to jump, the instructor instructs him to assemble the squad members upon landing and wait for rescue. The instructor adds that if he can't join them, Han will be in charge of the team. Suddenly, a bright light engulfs the helicopter, causing it to explode. Just as Han jumps, moments later, he opens his eyes, realizing he's alive but remembers that the instructor was killed in the blast. With his parachute caught in a tree, Han takes a deep breath and resolves to stay calm, knowing this is the kind of situation they were trained for. Suspecting that there might be injured or panicked individuals, Han decides to follow the source of the smoke to locate them, thinking the smoke might indicate a crashed aircraft or a signal from Joyce. Han retrieves a knife and cuts the ropes of the parachute bag before jumping to the ground. As he senses movement in the bushes, he turns, brandishing his knife defensively, only to find Jijo suddenly emerging, leaving him confused. Jijo explains that while skydiving, he observed the aircraft and knew Han would be the last to jump, understanding the need to regroup with the squad leader first. Impressed by Jijo's judgment, Han instructs him to follow and emphasizes the need to regroup quickly. With that, they proceed forward, breaking twigs and making marks on trees with the dagger to prevent losing their path. Eventually, they reach a fallen aircraft from Unit 2, realizing it was the helicopter carrying Squad 8. Opening the rear hatch of the helicopter, they find the lifeless bodies of all the squad members, realizing that they should have met a similar fate if they had not skydived. Feeling traumatized by the scene, Jijo quickly runs out, while being surprised at Han's expressionless face, wondering if he is emotionless and asking if the scene did not affect him. In response, Han states that it's not the first time they've seen dead bodies and urges Jijo to hurry and proceed forward to prevent further casualties. Suddenly, Han looks ahead of him and is shocked to find a werewolf above the helicopter. Calling out to Jijo, Han tells him to find something useful in the aircraft, stating that he will distract the monster. In the meantime, hearing that, Jijo asks if they cannot simply run away, but Han explains that this act will lead them to die since the monster has higher mobility than them. Just then, the werewolf jumps down toward Han and ensnares one of his arms, while he urges Jijo to leave. Complying, Jijo starts running toward the aircraft, while Han struggles to free himself from the monster's grasp. Watching Han's efforts, Jijo realizes he needs to quickly run away instead of stopping. Meanwhile, Han uses his dagger to cut the monster's strong tentacles, snaring his arm, which rapidly regenerates, causing him to become anxious just as the monster is about to attack. A large broken piece of the helicopter hurtles toward it. Confused, Han turns to see Jijo, who uses telekinesis to throw the debris at the werewolf while apologizing for the delay. While throwing the pieces of the helicopter toward the monster, Jijo lifts his weapon made by tying a dagger at the tip of a rod, thinking that Han must notice his action and react accordingly. With that, he throws the weapon in Han's direction, although the werewolf approaches him, causing him to fall down. Opening its mouth, the monster is about to bite and kill him when the weapon pierces through its mouth, causing it to crash to the ground and die. Han stands behind him, badly exhausted. As the monster crashes to the ground, Han starts to take deep breaths, relieved to have finally killed it. Stuck under the dead body of the monster, Jijo confirms if it is lifeless, and Han agrees, commending him for his effort and helping him get up. Helping him move forward, Han tells him that the rescue team from ARC will reach the forest soon, telling him to endure it for a little longer. Meanwhile, the other members of his squad gather at one place and light the fire, expecting Han to see the smoke and come to them. They express their great faith in Han, confident that they can face any situation as long as he is with them since his strategies are the best. Looking at the amount of trust they have in their leader, the members of the other squads become astonished. Just then, they see the shadows of someone beside them and turn around expecting it to be Han, but find the members of Squad 9 instead, realizing that they are only 6 in number. Canute asks if they also skydived and got separated from each other, but they disagree. They reveal that they were ambushed during which their instructor and squad leader died, and they were the only ones who managed to survive by running away. Just then, Han and Jijo also come, while the squad 9 members reveal that there were 3 hunter-type Ellis that were handling a werewolf like their hunting dog. Hearing that, the rest of them become anxious, wondering what they are going to do, thinking that they do not even have the weapons to fight at the moment. Telling everyone to calm down, Han states that he has a plan, asking everyone to lend in their strength. He states that even if the rescue team arrived as soon as possible, it would take at least 5 hours based on the distance until which they need to build a fort. 2 hours later, all the preparations are completed by building a fort using tree logs with fire burning on all its corners, which makes them wonder if it would not put them in danger. Thinking that all that is left is to wait, Canute turns to Han, asking what will happen if the rescue team arrives and gets hit by the same light, thinking that they might not know about the situation. Stating that they can think about it after they survive, he instructs him to focus on carrying out the plan for then. Hearing that, Canute wonders if the real battles are this bleak, realizing that the competitions they have gone through so far feel like child's play in this situation. Just then they hear a strange sound, which makes them all attentive, and Han calls out to Kiro, who activates his ability to form a protective shield above them. Realizing that Kiro possesses such an incredible ability, the other squad members wonder when he got it. Just then, Han calls out to them, telling them about a werewolf approaching from their side, commanding the group of people holding the spears to proceed forward. Han rushes to the monster, heading the group himself. After getting their position, Han instructs the squad members to use their psychic abilities to toss their spears as if they were pushing them. Complying, all of them throw the spears in the werewolf's direction, causing it to get struck and lose some of its power. Taking advantage of the situation, Han climbs up on its body and strikes it with a spear, while Canute does the same from the other side. However, the werewolf quickly retaliates, hitting Canute with one of its tentacles, causing him to crash at a distance, leaving Han shocked. Telling them not to worry about him, Canute urges them to focus on the approaching monster who, after getting struck, grows furious. However, before it can attack them, the team members launch more spears in its direction that hit it, causing it to experience intense pain. After successfully killing the monster, Han turns to Kiro, asking where the next one is, and he informs them that there are 2 more approaching them from the opposite side. Hearing that, Han quickly calls out to Joyce, telling him to light the barricade, and he complies, causing the monsters to stop. Having bought a little time, Han instructs the ones holding the spears to target the monster that is approaching. First, they follow, hitting it with multiple spears, causing it to fall in flames. With that, only one monster remains for them to kill. They hurl their spears toward the monster, but it shields itself with its back, causing them to wonder if it's going to wait until they are out of spears. Telling Jijo to follow him, Han rushes toward the monster and pierces his spear into its foot. Feeling intense pain due to the attack, the monster opens its mouth, letting out a scream when Jijo pierces his spear into its mouth. While Jijo stands still after attacking, Kiro calls out to him, telling him to watch out, and Han pulls him back when the monster crashes to the ground. While attempting to launch a last attack, it wonders if it was the monster's last attempt. Jijo becomes relieved that it only tore his clothes when a ray of light suddenly passes through his body, causing him to crash to the ground. Apologizing for that, Kiro states that they could not avoid everything and that it was better to be shot by an arrow than to be attacked by a werewolf. Considering the attack by an arrow, Han realizes that they must be Ellis hunters, and quickly instructs Kiro to locate them, stating that it is time to use the surprise attack team. Meanwhile, the last 3 members of their group, who act as Han's trump cards, hide in the bushes holding pieces of wood that they are going to use as their bits. They remember Han explaining that the Ellis hunters would show up themselves after confirming that they had utilized all their resources. Therefore, as soon as the hunters reach their destination, Kiro guides the team towards the creatures, and before the creatures can detect their presence, the team assassinates them all. After doing that, Kiro becomes extremely exhausted, stating that he does not have any more strength left, and crashes to the ground. Considering that they have used every strategy they could use, Han looks at the condition of his team members and thinks that they must leave the place before more opponents appear. However, just then he hears a loud voice and turns around in shock, finding countless werewolves approaching them. Looking at the werewolves approaching from all directions, Han and his group members stand with their backs turned towards each other. Thinking that the monsters are trying to surround them, Han realizes that they must have a leader somewhere and starts to look around. A few moments later, he is shocked to find a white fang emerging from the pack, recalling it to be a more intellectual one. Following its emergence, Han's body starts getting bound with the feeling of despair. Looking at the approaching wolves, he wonders what to do when he suddenly sees lights shining up in the sky, giving him hope of survival. He frees himself from the feeling of despair and turns to his team members, telling them to retrieve their spears, thinking that they only need to last a little longer. Kiro gathers his strength and activates his ability once again, while the rest of them start to fight against the monsters. A few moments later, a helicopter finally lands above the white fang, killing it and causing a strong wind to blow, making all of them cover their eyes. Just then, the lid of the helicopter opens, and a person steps down, revealing himself to be John Red, who states that it's a miracle that they survived this long. The next day, while watching his burned hand, Joyce remarks that it was certainly a miracle, and Canute agrees, stating that half of the troops died in the incident and they managed to survive. Remembering the psycho frame worn by the instructors, Joyce remarks that it's incredible, and Canute agrees, stating that the monsters were difficult to kill and were easily sliced with it. However, he notes that everyone was cheering and shouting happily to have survived, yet amidst all that ruckus, Han stood quietly engrossed in thought with an expressionless face. Meanwhile, Han sits in his room, remembering that after returning from such an incident, the minor grudges between squads lost their value, uniting them all. He remembers that Soki came to him, saying that he used to hate him so much, but now he is relieved to see him alive. Soki stated that he has realized that he was never ready to kill anyone or watch anyone being killed and that they are not enemies. Their real enemies are the monsters. While lost in thought, someone knocks at the door and then breaks the door with a bare fist, displaying a message on his wristwatch telling Han to come for a meeting. While following the person through the corridor, Han thinks that he managed to temporarily patch up the door of his room, but the strength of the person is astonishing. Thinking that, he calls out to Silence, asking who called him for a meeting. In response, Silence begins to type something on his wristwatch, and then shows Han the text, revealing that he was called by John Red and telling him to stop bothering him. Confused by the response, he wonders if Silence does not like him after their last competition. Sometime later, they enter the meeting room. Finding John sitting with Del, Han is surprised by his presence. John instructs him to take his seat, stating that the meeting is going to take some time. Remembering the meeting between the heads in which the death of a quarter of the level 2 was discussed during the incident, Alexander, the person presiding over the meeting, stated that they must question the commander in charge and reveal the truth behind this unprecedented damage to their assets. He remarked that it was the final decision of the Supreme Council, and all the responsibility was put on Grossman's shoulders. Moving to the actual topic, they discussed the incident, stating that from the footage of the helicopter cameras, they have concluded that the attacks were launched by the LS Mage. Hearing that, the instructors became surprised, remarking that it's the first time after the war that the LS Mages have shown up themselves. Considering that those creatures possess the ability to open up all the gates, they realized that the prophecy of the war might come true before the expected time. Therefore, it was suggested that they needed to awaken the Oracle. Remembering that, John states that they will have to form a team, for which the only left code letter is W, telling them to make a choice between white and whiskey. Han wonders if he will have to make up a team with these individuals. While he is thinking about that, Silence types the word white on his wristwatch and shows it, following which Del and Han also choose white. Hearing that, John names their squad whiskey, making them confused. He states that he will fill them in on their objectives, remembering that when Alexander remarked that it was better to awaken the Oracle at some later time when they desperately needed it, he agreed, asking for some time to be able to form a team. He suggested that they capture the Ellis and torture them, which is the easiest method to gather any intelligence about the enemy. Remembering this plan, John informs Han, Silence, and Del about it, stating that they are going to capture the Ellis Mages in Shinoigu. After the meeting, Han and Del are directed to Octo, who welcomes them and tells them to choose their standard dragon weapon while making sure to return them after using them. Taking a spear from the weapons, Han looks at them, wondering if this is how a dragon weapon looks when it begins to shine, making him confused. Smiling with confidence, Octo reveals that the weapon is storing their psychic energy. When Del asks if there is any other variety of the weapon available, like a narrower or longer blade, Octo states that they can request a personalized weapon when they reach level 3. After that, he gives them an item. resembling a ball, which begins to shine brightly in their hands, causing Han to ask if it is an air bit. Octo reveals that it is the smallest and lightest version of an air bit, which only has the option of personal maneuvering. Having gotten all of the necessary equipment, Han and all the other members of the team move towards the helicopter in order to begin the mission. Sometime later they land at some distance from the dimensional crack and decide to walk to the operational area in order to avoid being bombarded. Revealing the name of the operation as Catching Wizard, John states that their sole objective is to catch the Ellis Mage and return. He explains the search line order to be Silence, him, Han, and Del, respectively. While proceeding forward, Han remembers the time when he asked John about the reason for including him in the mission despite there being so many level 3s who were stronger than him. In response, John stated that if he were looking at overall combat ability, he would agree, but it was a different story from a strategic point of view, reminding him that the group he was leading managed to survive without having any equipment. John stated that this was his strength. Moreover, unlike all the other people who were in extreme trauma after coming back, which is normal, Han was completely fine, which made them view him as a monster or a psychopath. Remembering John's remark that the only thing he lacks is real-life battle experience, Han realizes why John selected Del and him for the mission. Meanwhile, Del continuously looks at him, remembering the time when he made his team win the competitions and even overpowered a level 3. Considering that, he vows to show Han and Silence who is the superior one during this operation. Just then John calls out to him, stating that they will be taking turns to rest in a moment and divide themselves into 2 teams. Stopping at a distance, they start to build up a fort and stand to guard it while the first team comprising Han and Silence sit inside to rest. Looking at the forest in front of them, Han remembers his team members who were not able to return, in hopes they are still alive inside, despite the low chances. While remembering that, he suddenly notices Silence and, feeling suffocated due to his helmet, tries to remove it. But at the next moment, he changes his mind and does not remove it. Han states that he will turn around and asks why Silence does not remove his helmet. In response, Silence begins to type something on his wristwatch and shows him the message stating that he is not feeling hot. A few moments later they start moving once again when John instructs them that from this point on their communication devices will not be working, due to which they will need to transfer to a local squad network. After surveying the surroundings for a moment, Silence finds 2 Ellis scouts at a distance and informs his team members about that. In response, all of them point their weapons towards the creatures while holding fire. Grabbing his sword tightly, Silence moves forward and slashes both of them right after getting the signal. Realizing that his efficiency in informing about the creatures was because of his pre-made messages on macros, John, as well as all other team members, gets impressed. While discussing that, Silence suddenly senses the presence of more Ellis around him and turns around, finding 2 creatures at a distance. Grabbing his swords tightly, he is about to kill those creatures as well when Han stops him, stating that it would be better to follow them instead of killing them, causing John to ask why. Han explains that because they are heading in the direction of the crack and have their guard down, there is a high chance that they are returning from their scouting mission. Hearing that, John becomes impressed, remarking his observation to be excellent and telling Silence to follow them. Making Del jealous, realizing that he was also thinking about killing the creatures, Del vows to defeat Han in some way. Meanwhile, Silence, who has attached a camera to his helmet, follows the creatures from a distance until they reach near the crack and joins some other scouts in front of an Ellis mage. Looking at the gem at the end of the staff held by the mage, John reveals that it is a psychic crystal, which they must have studied about in their first year. Hearing that, both Han and Del realize that this is the type of crystal that allows one to store a massive amount of psychic energy, and is the object they use to shoot down the aircraft. Judging from its brightness, John states that the crystal must be able to fire at least once more. Considering that their current opponents comprise 1 Ellis mage and 6 Ellis warriors, they think of themselves as lucky since there aren't any werewolves. Instructing all of the members to regroup with Silence, John announces the beginning of their mission of Catching Wizard, stating that the Ellis mages possess the ability of teleportation. John emphasizes the need to catch it before it can notice them and gives the responsibility to Silence. Meanwhile, the other members of the group, including himself, are supposed to eliminate the Ellis warriors with no room for mistakes. Determined to succeed in the mission, Han grabs his weapon tightly while trying to see what is lying in front of the altar. Realizing that the people lying in front of the mage are their fellow psykers, including 2 of his squad members, Han becomes enraged. Watching Han's expressions after seeing his squad members, John notices an overwhelming amount of psychic energy flowing out of him, and wonders why he is behaving that way. He knows that such an overwhelming amount of psychic energy can put them in danger because of the ability of an Ellis mage to detect the energy. Thinking that it cannot be helped, John instructs all of the squad members to retreat, making them confused. Watching Han ignore the call, John thinks that he will have to look after him when the energy flowing out of him starts getting more and more intense, leaving him shocked. Having detected the psychic energy, the Ellis mage quickly turns around and is about to launch an attack, when John runs to Han and pushes him away, making him confused. As soon as Han falls to the ground, a powerful lightning strike hits the ground, damaging the entire forest while injuring John, making Han shocked. Asking if he has finally come to his senses, John reveals his injured leg, stating that he is now no longer in the condition to fight and making him the second in charge, telling him to move. Feeling frustrated because of his mistake, Han connects with his squad members, telling them to cover them while they are retreating. With that, he holds John up and starts to move backward while feeling too exhausted. Uttering a few words in a strange language, the Ellis mage commands his warriors to follow and catch them. However, before they can do that, silence blocks their way, killing all of them one by one at a swift speed. Standing at a little distance, Del also opens fire, shooting the ones who manage to escape silence's attacks. However, considering that the bullets are not effective against the creatures, he drops the gun and uses telekinesis to raise huge rocks from the earth, bringing the rocks exactly parallel to the creatures. He launches an attack, causing the rocks to hit the monsters, making them crash to the ground. However, because his attack takes time, some of the monsters still manage to reach him and raise their weapons in the air, causing him to wonder if this is the end. However, before the monsters can attack him, Silence uses his teleportation ability to reach the monsters and slash them from behind, leaving Del astonished. Just then, the mage starts to give another command to the warriors, causing them to turn around and walk towards the crack. Realizing that the creatures have given up on coming after them, Del and Silence move towards Han, who stands still and states that it is all his fault. Enraged at him for destroying their plan, Silence goes near him and punches his face so hard that he crashes to the ground. Stopping him from doing that, Del states that they cannot proceed with the plan anymore since doing that will make the situation worse for them. Therefore, he suggests that they should retreat, but Han disagrees, stating that they will stick to the plan. Then Silence frees up his hand from Del's grasp and goes near Han, hitting him once again. Forcefully stopping him from doing that, Del states that Han is their commander at the moment, and tells him to stop reacting like that. Hearing that, Silence backs away and stands still, folding his arms. Del then turns to Han, reminding him that it is only because of him that the situation has turned out to be like that, and threatening to beat him badly if his plan fails. Stating that he will decide after hearing his plan, Del remarks that Han surely has the best ability for strategizing among all of them. In response, Han stands up, telling them to listen silently and states that the situation is not that bad. Causing them to feel annoyed, he states that the only reason they were urged to proceed was because of the psychic crystal of the mage and his teleportation powers, both of which they no longer need to worry about. Agreeing, Del states that the mage has used the last blast it could but asks why it would not use teleportation. In response, Han explains that these creatures have been hiding for the last 10 years out of caution but are now putting their lives at stake in order to continue the formation. Considering that they tried their best to eliminate them, and the warriors returned instead of following them, Han states that there is something special that is stopping them from leaving the place. Hearing that, both Del and Silence stay quiet and look at each other for a while and then agree, asking him to tell his plan. Holding his air bit, Han states that he is going to capture the Ellis mage by ambushing them from across the dimensional crack. Telling Del and Silence to distract them from the front, Han states that even if the mage senses the psychic energy, since it will be coming from across the crack, it will be difficult to detect. Moreover, he states that the mage's vision will be blurred because of the light emerging from the crack. In response, Del argues that he is going to experience the same because he also felt pressure from the crack when they came for the first time. Highlighting that, Del warns him not to make any mistakes, and Han assures him that he is confident in his psychic controlling ability. He states that the reason he is volunteering to do that is not to cover up his mistake but because he knows that he is the most likely one to succeed. In this passage, Dell reflects on Han's leadership during a critical moment. Despite Han's initial frustration at seeing his peers killed by the Ellis mage, he manages to compose himself and devise a new plan. Dell acknowledges Han's resilience and strategic thinking in the face of adversity, recognizing that despite a previous plan's failure, Han's ability to regroup and lead impresses him. Dell concludes that Han's determination and capability are why Squad 13 trusts and follows his leadership without question. In this scene, Han stands before the dimensional tear, feeling confident that everything is in place for him to seize his opportunity. He prepares by discarding unnecessary heavy equipment and readies miniature airbits, small devices crucial for his plan. As he gazes down at the tear, he reflects on the high stakes, realizing that failure today could mean his demise. At the designated time, signaled by the 15-minute mark, Dell and Silence prompt Han into action. With resolve, Han releases the airbits ahead of him and utilizes his telekinetic ability to manipulate them. This action symbolizes his literal leap of faith into the unknown, demonstrating both his physical and metaphorical courage as he ventures through the dimensional tear. In this intense scene, Silence and Dell spring into action with a clear objective: to eliminate the Ellis hunters and divert the attention of the Ellis mage. As they rush towards their targets, Dell notices a troubling detail: the presence of a significantly larger number of Ellis hunters than anticipated. He questions whether the mage summoned additional guards for protection. Despite Dell's concern, Silence charges ahead fearlessly, disregarding the increased danger. He engages the Ellis hunters directly and swiftly begins neutralizing them. Dell follows closely behind, unleashing a barrage of gunfire from his fully automatic weapon to create a distraction and draw the attention of the hunters away from Silence. In the chaos of the firefight, Silence demonstrates his exceptional combat skills by swiftly dispatching one of the hunters before they can strike Dell. His decisive action not only protects Dell but also contributes to their overall strategy of disrupting the Ellis mage's defenses. In a critical moment of the battle, Silence momentarily lets his guard down, which nearly costs him as an Ellis hunter prepares to strike from behind. Acting swiftly, Dell reacts with precision, aiming down his sights and firing a shot that intercepts the hunter's attack, saving Silence's life. The bullet flies past Silence's face, striking the Ellis hunter dead. Acknowledging each other's quick saves, Silence and Dell share a nod, silently affirming their mutual trust and support in combat. The rapid exchange of life-saving actions reinforces their camaraderie and teamwork under intense pressure. Reflecting on the intensity of the situation, Dell takes a brief moment to gather himself. Despite the escalating danger and the challenges they face, he resolves internally that failure is not an option for their first mission. He finds himself silently rooting for Han, underscoring his commitment to the team's success and his belief in Han's ability to achieve their objective. In the midst of the action, Han finds himself deep within the dimensional tear, encountering a familiar and dreaded sensation known as dragon fear, a dark aura inducing hallucinations of horror and despair. Determined to overcome this debilitating sensation, Han takes drastic action by biting down on his thumb until it breaks, activating his latent psychic energy to counteract the effects of dragon fear. With renewed focus, he propels himself forward. Meanwhile, Dell, with a precise headshot, swiftly eliminating a Ellis hunter. Catching his breath after the intense firefight, assesses the situation. He notes that only 2 Ellis hunters remain, positioned protectively in front of the Ellis mage. Dell observes that their primary directive now is likely to defend their leader rather than attack him and Silence. Recognizing this strategic advantage, Dell decides to engage from a distance, using his firearm to target the group. As Dell's bullets approach their target, the Ellis mage swiftly reacts, deploying a surge of psychic energy to erect a barrier shielding both itself and the remaining hunters from the incoming attack. Dell acknowledges the mage's formidable defensive maneuver, remarking on the effectiveness of the psychic shield in deflecting their assault. In a climactic moment, a silhouette emerges behind the Ellis mage through the dimensional tear, heralding the arrival of Han, our main character, who hurtles forward with a syringe poised for action. With swift and decisive action, Han launches himself at the Ellis mage, tackling it from behind and gripping its neck tightly. This surprise attack startles the Ellis hunters guarding the Mage, causing their psychic barrier to falter and collapse. Silence, fully aware of his role, swiftly dispatches the Ellis hunters with precise strikes before they can react. Meanwhile, Han seizes the opportunity to administer the syringe, aiming for the mage's neck. However, he encounters unexpected resistance as the mage's skin proves tougher than anticipated, preventing the syringe from penetrating deeply. As panic sets in, Han realizes the mage's capability to teleport, intensifying the urgency of his task. With determination and desperation, Han channels all his strength into pressing the syringe harder against the mage's neck. The Ellis mage initiates its teleportation process, emitting psychic energy as it begins to vanish from Han's grasp. Fearing failure, Han redoubles his efforts, exerting every ounce of strength into the syringe. A brilliant flash of light erupts, momentarily blinding everyone present. As the light subsides, Han looks down to find the Ellis mage lying unconscious in his arms, crucially alive. Relief washes over him as he realizes the syringe successfully pierced through the tough skin, achieving the mission's critical objective. The next morning at Ark's compound, Han appears visibly troubled as he visits John Red, who is recovering in his hospital bed with one leg missing. Despite Han's somber demeanor, John brushes off his concern with sarcastic humor, mentioning the availability of prosthetic legs and reassuring Han that he's eligible for disability benefits and retirement. John acknowledges Han's role in the mission and reassures him that their capture of the Ellis mage validates the difficult decision to proceed, preventing his sacrifice from being in vain. With the mage securely restrained, Han raises a practical concern about how they can extract information from an alien who doesn't speak their language. In response, John reveals that Ark possesses the world's only psyker capable of telepathy, suggesting this individual's unique ability could facilitate communication with the Ellis mage. This revelation hints at a potential breakthrough in their efforts to understand the mage's motives and intentions. As Silence approaches the doorway and sees Han inside the room with John, he initially starts to step back to give them privacy. However, John warmly invites Silence in, signaling him to join them. Silence communicates silently through a message on his watch, asking John how he's doing. John responds with humor, mentioning his plans to lose weight, joking that losing his leg has helped him achieve the perfect weight. This unexpected remark prompts Silence to giggle, surprising Han, who observes Silence showing a rare display of emotion. The atmosphere in the room lightens as Sergeant John and Silence share laughter, showcasing a camaraderie and bond that catches Han off guard. He realizes that Silence and John have developed a meaningful relationship, contrary to what he might have expected. As the day draws to a close and the sun sets, Han and Silence eventually leave John to rest, recognizing the importance of allowing him to recuperate after the ordeal. Silence inputs a message into his watch, acknowledging the tension caused by Han's emotional response to their fallen comrades, which inadvertently endangered their mission. He expresses regret for striking Han in the heat of the moment. Han replies, admitting that his outburst was warranted, considering the jeopardy he placed Squad Whiskey in. Despite this, Silence praises Han for maintaining his focus and successfully completing their objective, noting John's high regard for him. As they walk together, Han reflects on Sergeant John's demeanor, remarking that John's tough attitude is consistent across the board, making it difficult to discern his true sentiments towards anyone. Silence chuckles knowingly, understanding Han's observation about John's tough but fair approach. Approaching an intersection in the compound where second and third year squads split off, Han and Silence exchange farewell waves, parting ways as their paths diverge. Just as Han begins to move away, Silence swiftly types a message on his watch, and to catch Han's attention, Silence tosses a pebble in his direction. Han, turning back with a smile, reads the message displayed on Silence's watch. "Get your dumb ass over to third year already, young buck." Silence then walks off with his characteristic gesture.
Bright and early the next day, a jet lands at the Ark compound, carrying international visitors, including James Aru from the United States. The tropical humidity prompts James to unbutton his collar as they disembark. Ark soldiers await their arrival and quickly inform Chief Officer Alexander that the Supreme Council inspectors have arrived. Chief Alexander directs the soldiers to escort the inspectors to the conference room. As the inspectors approach, the soldiers stand at attention and distribute GPS watches equipped with a map of the compound, acknowledging the complexity and size of arc, which could easily confuse newcomers. They emphasize the importance of using the GPS to navigate and guide them to the main conference room. Inspector James Oriu, displaying a composed demeanor, privately notes the usefulness of the GPS watch, ensuring he has a comprehensive understanding of the compound layout. He hums to himself in satisfaction, recognizing that having a map is crucial for their inspection purposes. Inspector James displays a confident and assertive demeanor upon arriving at Ark's compound, dismissing the soldier's attempt to direct him to the conference room. He asserts his independence, stating he operates on his own schedule as an inspector, leaving the soldier begrudgingly compliant and foreseeing potential challenges ahead with James's approach. James acknowledges the likelihood of encountering withheld information at Ark, prompting him to resolve to conduct thorough investigations independently. Before leaving the soldier, James abruptly inquires about Han, indicating a specific interest in meeting the young prodigy. Later, at the training grounds, Jose Knut and Kuro are taken aback by the sight of candy in their hands, their surprise evident in their wide-eyed expressions. Inspector James approaches with a grin, introducing himself warmly and teasing about more treats to come. Despite their mature appearances, James perceives them as still youthful at heart. Han remains focused on the task at hand despite Inspector James's friendly approach at the training grounds. Asserting his authority, Han makes it clear that they have responsibilities to fulfill. Recognizing Han's determination, Inspector James acquiesces without resistance, assuring Han that he won't interfere. Han efficiently organizes his team, directing them to prepare for shooting practice at the gun range. As they commence training, Inspector James observes Han closely, reflecting on the young man's transformation from an unremarkable newcomer to a respected leader within Ark. James acknowledges Han's impressive track record, noting his significant achievements in battles and his pivotal role during the recent dimensional tier incidents. While gunfire echoes from the range, Inspector James takes a moment to stretch outside, contemplating the intense dedication displayed by Han and his squad. He contrasts their diligence with other squads, who appear to be on break due to the absence of scheduled matches since the dimensional tier events. As the automatic gates open, signaling the end of Squad 13's shooting training, Inspector James takes notice. Han immediately commands his team, directing them swiftly to the weapons training gym without hesitation. This decisive action surprises James, who silently acknowledges the intensity and discipline of the young squad. With the sun beginning to set over the compound, Inspector James observes from a vantage point as Han calls out his next order, a one-on-one sparring session between himself and Kuro. Despite Kuro's superior psychic abilities compared to Han, he hesitates, feeling apprehensive at the prospect of sparring with Han. Both warriors equip themselves with staffs, and Han instructs Kuro to assume his position. Inwardly, Kuro questions Han's motives for challenging him to spar. He senses a newfound determination and intensity in Han's gaze, realizing that Han has learned valuable lessons since their recent mission at the dimensional tier. Han understands that in real battles, relying solely on elite psychic abilities is insufficient to secure victory. He recognizes the need for Kuro to diversify his combat skills and enhance his strategic mindset. Han engages Kuro in a rigorous sparring session, demonstrating his agility and determination as he swiftly closes the distance between them. Kuro, preparing with his staff, activates his foresight ability to anticipate Han's movements before they occur. This precognitive ability enables Kuro to narrowly evade Han's initial strike, showcasing his defensive prowess. However, Han presses forward relentlessly, unleashing a rapid succession of attacks that force Kuro into a defensive position. Despite Kuro's foresight, the sheer intensity of Han's assault overwhelms him, leaving him physically drained and struggling to keep up. As Han continues to push, Kuro realizes his exhaustion has compromised his ability to effectively utilize his foresight. Finding an opening in Kuro's defenses, Han exploits it, knocking Kuro off balance and placing his weapon against Kuro's jaw. Han emphasizes the importance of combining defensive abilities with offensive tactics, highlighting the limitations of relying solely on foresight in combat. Stepping back, Han challenges Kuro to counterattack. Caught off guard and visibly nervous, Kuro takes a hesitant stab at Han, but Han easily anticipates and deflects the attack, disarming Kuro in the process. Disheartened by his perceived failure, Kuro apologizes, his confidence shaken. In response, Han offers encouragement, reassuring Kuro that mistakes are part of learning. He urges Kuro to refocus and directs him to attack with full determination and intensity. And the next round of their sparring session, Kuro, Knut, and Jose are struck with astonishment and a hint of fear as they contemplate the impending sparring match between Kuro and Han. They all recognize Kuro's immense psychic power, adding an air of tension to the atmosphere. And sure of what to expect, Kuro and Han face each other with uncertainty. To clarify the situation, Han addresses Kuro with a confident aura, his psychic energy visibly emanating around him, and his eyes gleaming with determination. He announces his intention to give his all in the upcoming spar, encouraging Kuro to do the same. Knut and Jose understand that while Han's physical combat skills are formidable, Kuro's psychic abilities could tip the scales unpredictably. Han lightens the tense mood with a playful comment, teasing Kuro about his concern over potentially harming him. Kuro exhales deeply, acknowledging Han's challenge while recognizing that there's likely a purpose behind Han's unconventional approach. The gymnasium vibrates with anticipation, heightening the nervousness of onlookers like Knut and Jose. Summoning his resolve, Kuro harnesses his psychic power and accepts Han's challenge, promising to meet Han's expectations and engage in the sparring match with full commitment. Han visits Instructor Chen in his office, where he receives a cup of oolong tea, which he thoroughly enjoys and expresses gratitude for. Instructor Chen observes Han's genuine appreciation, noting that it's a rare moment to see Han act bashfully and his age. Han confides in Instructor Chen about his concerns regarding Kuro's combat readiness. He explains that while Kuro possesses powerful abilities, he lacks the assertiveness and aggressiveness needed in real battle scenarios. Han fears that this deficiency could endanger Kuro's life in a critical situation. Instructor Chen listens attentively and offers insights into the concept of emotional distance in combat. He explains that emotional distance determines how effectively a person can detach themselves emotionally from their actions in combat. Drawing an analogy, Instructor Chen contrasts the difficulty a trained killer may have in killing someone with their bare hands versus the detachment someone might feel when operating a drone to carry out attacks remotely. Instructor Chen underscores the importance for Kuro to have a personal motivation or reason to fight beyond mere orders. He recalls Kuro's earlier use at Ark, highlighting moments when Kuro displayed his formidable abilities out of trust and loyalty towards Han. Instructor Chen emphasizes the need for Han to rekindle that trust and belief in Kuro, encouraging Han to find a way to inspire Kuro to fight with purpose and determination. Han, as he undoes his jacket, contemplates the message he received from Instructor Chen. Meanwhile, Jose comments on Kuro's extreme nature, stating, "Kuro is either at 0 or 100, man." Knut then suggests that they should intervene before Kuro reaches a point of unleashing his devastating power with no possibility of turning back. Inspector James observes the situation and marvels at Kuro's abilities, thinking, "Wow, so that's what a class as psyker looks like." Han, however, is not surprised by Kuro's impressive capabilities. Jose and Knut continue their conversation, expressing concern that Han won't be able to avoid the incoming spears, as Kuro's foresight will allow him to predict Han's movements. Kuro uses his telekinesis to hurl spears at Han, who activates his psychic energy and catches one before it lands. Han thinks to himself that he could have thrown the spear harder with his bare hands than Kuro did with telekinesis. Knut suggests that Han should catch the spear instead of dodging it, to which Jose responds that Knut wouldn't be able to catch it even if his life depended on it. Smirking, Han taunts Kuro for only sending one spear his way and challenges him to escalate the intensity. Despite the taunt, Kuro still holds back a bit. Han then calls out to Kuro, urging him to use the spear in his hand to fight and show what he's truly capable of. Han charges towards Kuro, who responds by launching multiple spears at him. Han skillfully dodges and deflects the spears as he advances. When Kuro sends the final batch of spears, Han undoes his jacket and, using his telekinesis, knocks all the spears away. Jose, astonished, exclaims that Han used telekinesis on his jacket to block the spears. Hinata urgently shouts to Kuro to use his staff. As Han closes in, Kuro swings his staff, but Han swiftly breaks it in half. Now face to face, Han flicks Kuro on the forehead and triumphantly says, "Gotcha." Han congratulates Kuro for keeping his eyes open during the attack, noting that most people would have closed them. Kurt and Jose cheer for Han's impressive performance. Han then advises Kuro, pointing out that his only weakness is his kind heart. He explains that Kuro should have varied his attack instead of aiming all the spears at Han's gut, suggesting that targeting different spots could have been more effective. Kuro blushes and admits he avoided aiming at Han's face, complimenting Han on his smart use of the jacket. Inspector James, who has been observing, realizes that the rumors about Han do not do justice to his abilities. He thinks he can extract the information he needs from Han, which Ark is trying to hide. Inspector James then approaches Squad 13 in the gym and interrupts, asking Han if they can have a quick chat. As Inspector James and Han step outside to talk, Han inquires if the discussion pertains to the second-year students who died in the ambush at the dimensional crack, noting he has already submitted his report. Inspector James replies that he understands but believes hearing the story directly from Han would be more insightful. Inviting Han to sit beside him, Inspector James, feeling confident about his own perceptive abilities, thinks of his super reaction as a gift. As Han recounts the events, Inspector James listens with a cheerful demeanor, aiming to make Han comfortable enough to share more details. When Han nears the end of his story, Inspector James eagerly asks, "What happened after the tear?" Han, looking confused, responds, "What happened after? That was it, sir. Nothing else." Inspector James observes that Han's expression has remained unchanged throughout their conversation and that his account mirrors the details in the report. Han stands, salutes the inspector, and excuses himself to return to training with his squad. As he walks away, Han thinks to himself, Operation Whiskey is confidential at all costs. You can't squeeze anything out of me, Inspector James. The inspector reaches for his phone and makes a call, instructing, find out if Han was on Ark base ever since he returned from when the chopper blew up. The next morning, Han is sprinting with his squad during their morning routine. Another squad rapidly approaches from behind, chanting, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, led by their old friend Dimitri. As they meet, Han compliments Dimitri on his boundless energy. Dimitri, looking concerned, explains that he's been staying as busy as possible, even though he prefers not to. He then points out one of the inspectors, noting that this inspector is from his home country of Russia. Dimitri confides in Han that the Russian inspector has been tailing him incessantly for the past few days, pressuring him to join the Russian army after the war with the dragons ends. Han, puzzled, asks, "What does he want? You to fight against Ark? Ark will be shut down once the war with the dragons is over, man." As they continue running, Dimitri reveals to Han that once all the dragons are eradicated, the top brass are actually devising a plan to initiate another war to take over the world. Han is absolutely stunned by Dimitri's revelation. Later that day, during intense combat training, Squad 13 maintains their rigorous pace while Han oversees them, though his mind is elsewhere. He is deeply troubled by the possibility that, after defeating the dragons, the top brass might continue to wage war on the rest of the world instead of achieving peace. Suddenly, Han's thoughts and the squad's training are abruptly interrupted as Inspector James bursts through the door with a loud bang. Inspector James, feeling confident, thinks to himself that Han must have gone on a secret mission with Squad 13 in the days following the incident. The squad members glance back, puzzled by the inspector's overly dramatic entrance. As he strides towards Han, Inspector James is determined to turn his suspicions into concrete evidence, bound to uncover the truth from Han, even if it means using force. At that moment, everyone's watches simultaneously sound a serious alert, drawing their attention back to Inspector James and his guards who wear solemn expressions. Inspector James appears unsettled by the sudden seriousness in the atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity, Han swiftly moves behind the inspector and starts to restrain his hands. In response, the guards react by reaching for their guns, but before they can act, Kuro intervenes with his formidable telekinetic power. In an instant, Kuro disarms the guards, causing their fingers to be mangled in the process, ensuring no one dares to touch his best friend, Han. Han firmly informs Inspector James, "We've been ordered to keep you under our protection." Inspector James, in pain from Kuro's telekinetic intervention, demands to know the reason behind this order. Han responds that new orders have just been received and advises Inspector James to comply. Before Inspector James can inquire further, the gymnasium suddenly shakes violently as pieces of the ceiling start to collapse. Han shouts, "We're under attack," as he reads a message on his watch instructing them to protect the inspectors immediately due to an ongoing raid. In the midst of the chaos, Inspector James begins to suspect the presence of a spy among the inspectors. Han swiftly takes charge of the situation, ordering Jose to keep a close watch on Inspector James while instructing Jose and Knut to prepare their weapons. Kuro, bewildered, asks if the attack is originating from the Elismage, but Han's intense expression reveals that they are facing human adversaries. With Inspector James and his guards securely restrained, Han and his team gear up for the imminent threat. Han uses his radio to coordinate with other squad members, instructing them to confirm the number of inspectors and guards they are protecting. Each squad reports back, and Inspector James is astonished to realize that even other squad leaders defer to Han's authority. Already formulating a plan, Han directs all squads to converge at the 4th Battle Simulation Dome, armed with as much firepower and ammunition as they can carry. As Squad 13 escorts Inspector James and his guards toward the battle dome, Han takes the opportunity to question Inspector James about the situation. Han asks pointedly, "What do you know about what's happening here, Inspector?" Inspector James appears hesitant, deep in thought. Han continues, sensing there might be more to the situation. "It seemed like you may know something, even though I don't believe you're the spy." Suddenly, it dawns on Inspector James, and he blurts out, "The pure humanist." Jose, overhearing, asks for clarification. Inspector James explains, "They call themselves pure humanists. Their mission is to eradicate all psykers because they do not consider them to be human. It's their religious belief." As Knut shouts in disbelief about the pure humanists targeting psykers, especially those who will be tasked with fighting dragons in the future, enemy choppers approach. Inspector James responds, explaining the extremists' belief that psykers are responsible for attracting dragons, despite the gateway portal existing long before psykers. From one of the choppers, the apparent leader points down, declaring Han and the others as the demons referred to by their god. As multiple enemy choppers swarm over Ark's compound, the automated self-defense systems activate, unleashing heavy artillery that manages to shoot down a few of the choppers. Ark soldiers mobilize towards the site, spotting several enemy choppers successfully landing and disgorging troops. As they approach the war zone, Han alerts his team, "We're almost at the war zone, everyone." He scans the area and notices a chopper spiraling down in flames. Determined, they move towards the crash site cautiously. Han reminds the group that the crash doesn't necessarily mean the occupants are dead. Kant adds that he saw at least 4 enemies aboard the chopper. Han leads his crew strategically between large buildings for cover, prioritizing their safety along with Inspector James. He grimly acknowledges the grim reality of the imminent conflict. Turning to his squad, Han makes a sobering statement. "I need all of you to understand what we're about to do here and now," as they all exchange nervous glances, bracing themselves for the coming battle. Han grimly states to his squad, "We are about to commit murder today." As ARC soldiers systematically take down the invading enemies, the apparent leader of the pure humanists, dressed in a white hood, grabs a fallen comrade and uses him as a shield while returning fire. In a fervent tone, he declares, "Earth does not have room for you demons here," his eyes betraying a fanatical determination. Inspector James surveys Squad 13 and discerns that most members are not accustomed to killing, except for Han, who appears resolute and prepared for the grim task ahead. Knowing that the pure humanists are ex-military and skilled in combat despite lacking psychic abilities, Inspector James follows Han and Knut towards the battleground. With a tactical advantage, Inspector James joins Han and Knut, revealing a hidden strategy. Han turns to Knut and asks if he is ready for what lies ahead. Knut, drawing on his previous experience hunting deer before ARC, responds steadfastly, "I'll treat them all the same, knowing they'll kill us without hesitation." Han recalls a vivid flashback from his past in South Korea, where he finds himself running desperately in pouring rain. A man's angry voice echoes behind him, shouting, "Stop now, you scumbag." Each step Han takes sinks his feet deeper into the waterlogged ground as he flees with a sack full of stolen apples. Ahead, railroad tracks signal an approaching train. Seeing a potential escape route, Han dashes towards the tracks, hoping the train will intervene and halt his pursuer. Midway across, his hoodie is abruptly yanked backward, pulling him back. The enraged man gains on him as the train's headlights draw nearer. In a split-second decision, Han whirls around and delivers a forceful kick to the man's face, causing him to release his grip, but tragically falling victim to the oncoming train. At just 10 years old, Han realizes with shock that he has unintentionally caused the man's death in pursuit of a bag of apples. In the present, Han and Knut cautiously approach the scene where a chopper has crashed. Han signals Knut to halt as they take cover at the corner of a nearby building. Han quickly improvises, using a mini airbit to float his jacket out as a decoy. The distraction works as a volley of gunfire tears through the jacket, momentarily confusing a nearby pure humanist soldier. Taking advantage of the distraction, Knut swiftly eliminates the soldier. Another enemy soldier takes notice and aims at Knut, but before he can fire, Han takes him out with a precise shot to the head. Knut, realizing he only wounded the first soldier and needing to finish the job, faces the enemy soldier who now looks up in fear. Feeling the pressure, Knut remembers his training and forces himself to remain composed. Making eye contact with the enemy, he fires decisively and ensures the threat is neutralized. Han, calling out to Knut in a serious tone, hears Knut reassure him that he's all right and ready to continue. In the midst of the chaos, the rest of Squad 13 maintains watch over Inspector James and the restrained guards. Kuro's body trembles with nervous anticipation, noticeable to Inspector James, who realizes Kuro would be ineffective in direct combat. Seeing Kuro fixated in one direction, Inspector James seizes the opportunity to discreetly cut through the ropes binding him. Suddenly, a pure humanist soldier appears on the corner, weapon drawn. Kuro shouts a warning, "Get down." Caught off guard, Jose and Gijo are slow to react, but Inspector James swiftly shoots the soldier, surprising Kuro, who realizes the inspector has taken his firearm. As Inspector James momentarily lets his guard down, Kuro spots another enemy through a window and employs his telekinetic abilities to deflect incoming gunfire, protecting Inspector James. With the immediate threat neutralized, Inspector James wastes no time and shoots down the enemy Kuro identified. He then asks Kuro if he foresees any more intruders, to which Kuro nervously replies no. Impressed despite the chaotic circumstances, Inspector James acknowledges Kuro's lack of proficiency with firearms but praises his incredible psychic abilities. Meanwhile, Han and Knut return sprinting to the scene, concerned about everyone's safety. Inspector James hands the firearm back to Kuro and raises his hands in surrender, asking Han if he has a plan to navigate their current predicament. Han meets his gaze with a determined nod, silently conveying that he indeed has a strategy to guide them through the ongoing crisis. As more enemy soldiers converge on the compound, a sudden massive explosion rocks the scene, blowing open one of the main protected entrances. Amidst the settling dust, the leader of the pure humanists emerges, brandishing his gun and rallying his troops. He declares vehemently, "Let's exterminate these parasites. Ark has deceived us long enough. It's been 10 years since the dragons last appeared, and we know Ark is training psykers to dominate humanity. Kill them all for the sake of our race." Meanwhile, at the fourth battle simulation ground where all the inspectors and guards are assembled, Han and Squad 13 join the gathering. Tensions escalate as one of the restrained inspectors lashes out, demanding to know who Squad 13 thinks they are for treating them this way. Before he can finish his outburst, Del, exhibiting his formidable psychic abilities, grabs the inspector and issues a chilling warning. Del's aura flashes with intensity as he accuses one of the inspectors of being a traitor responsible for the day's violence. The terrified inspector trembles under Del's gaze, nearly losing control of his bladder, but Del releases him, casting a disgruntled glance at Han. Han intervenes to calm Del down, reminding him of their duty to protect the inspectors despite the circumstances. Del, visibly annoyed, walks away, his anger palpable but momentarily restrained. Jose, amidst the chaos and commotion, observes Del, the renowned psycho prodigy, taking orders from Han at the first year's training grounds. Outside, the sounds of another battle echo, indicating the end of a fierce clash where Instructor Chen grapples with one of the pure humanist soldiers. Despite visible exhaustion, Instructor Chen manages to overpower and neutralize the last of 6 assailants who had stormed in with guns blazing, injuring him in the process. The first-year students witnessing this struggle are visibly shaken, seeing their usually fearless instructor in agonizing pain. In a moment of urgency, Instructor Chen radios in, urgently calling for Han's assistance. Han and the other first-year students swiftly respond, sprinting towards Instructor Chen's location. Han realizes the pure humanists intend to eliminate the young psykers. Instructor Chen communicates again through the radio, informing Han that another group of enemy soldiers is advancing towards a shelter where only first-year children and possibly a few instructors are located. He tasks Han and his team with intercepting the attackers. The gravity of the situation sinks in for Han and his crew. They must act swiftly to protect the vulnerable children in the shelter from the imminent threat. Determined and focused, they prepare to engage the enemy and safeguard their young comrades and instructors. At the shelter, chaos erupts as enemy gunfire claims the life of a first-year instructor. The leader of the pure humanists, visibly annoyed, surveys the labyrinthine structure of the shelter. He radios his squad, updating them on the situation and instructing them to prepare for battle as incoming enemies approach. Meanwhile, Han and his crew close in on the enemy squad guarding the shelter door. Han briefs his team urgently, emphasizing the need to eliminate the enemies swiftly to reach the vulnerable first-year students. Han turns to Del, seeking assurance. "You think you can block all the incoming fire?" Del, exuding confidence, powers up and declares, "I'll do better than that. You all fire on my mark." With Del leading the charge, Han directs the crew to follow closely and await Del's signal. As they near the enemy position, gunfire erupts. Del swiftly erects a force field, shielding the crew from the onslaught of bullets. With precision timing, Del signals for everyone to open fire. He unleashes his brilliant aura, blinding the enemies and catching them off guard with his immense psychic power. Han and the rest of the squad capitalize on the moment, swiftly dispatching the enemy forces. Only one enemy soldier remains, defiant in the face of defeat. He shouts epithets at them, calling them mutant trash and threatening their demise. After Knut swiftly dispatches the last enemy soldier with a bullet to the head, Han places a calming hand on Knut's shoulder, urging him to temper his aggression. Addressing the squad, Han emphasizes the gravity of their mission, stating, "I chose each of you for a reason. We share a mindset willing to make sacrifices for the greater good. I've learned the hard way not to let emotions cloud judgment. We must remain clear-headed to succeed." Han then outlines their strategic advantage, pointing out their thorough knowledge of the compound's layout. He sketches a map, detailing their plan to leverage this advantage. Han assigns each squad leader and their respective inspectors specific positions on the map, directing them to secure these locations. The squads, including Dimitri's, begin moving out, each focused on their designated tasks. Before leaving, Dimitri pauses and addresses Han, seeking approval for a personal matter. He explains that his second-in-command will lead the squad to their assigned location, but he needs to attend to something important himself. Han trusts Dimitri's judgment and allows him to attend to urgent matters while the squads move to their designated positions. Dimitri heads to the psychiatry ward, where he walks into a scene of devastation and carnage. Shocked and disheartened by what he sees, Dimitri confronts a third-year student, the same one he had challenged and lost to previously. Dimitri questions the third year's actions, pointing out that the people he has killed, including one he holds in his hands, are allies aligned with Ark. The third year dismisses Dimitri's assertion, scoffing at the idea that Ark is on their side. He derides Ark's training simulations, insisting that as a third year, they face real missions fraught with unimaginable horrors and despair. He describes the overwhelming fear and hopelessness he and his fellow psykers endure, convinced that their chances of success are slim against formidable adversaries. Dimitri observes the third year's state and quickly recognizes him as a victim of the overwhelming fear induced by encounters with the dragons. As the third year releases his grip on the Ark member's body, he confronts Dimitri with a cynical declaration that they are all mere pawns in Ark's larger scheme. He accuses Ark of manipulating and mentally breaking them through brutal missions, followed by experimental drugs designed to control their minds. According to him, Ark and the government have sinister plans to manipulate and exploit them, rendering their efforts and the war futile. Dimitri initially reacts with a chuckle, partly out of disbelief and partly out of the irony of their situation. However, his demeanor quickly shifts as he drops his firearm and begins to undo his jacket. With determination in his eyes and his psychic aura beginning to glow, Dimitri asserts that while he harbors no love for Ark, he is fiercely protective of his family back home. He declares their primary goal is to eliminate the dragons, and anyone, including Ark or government forces, who stands in the way of that goal will be dealt with ruthlessly. The enemy forces, using their GPS maps, pinpoint the locations of shelters through where the first-year children are housed. Observing Han and his squad nearing their position on the tracker, the leader of the pure humanists loads his grenade launcher, confident in his ability to eliminate them all with his heavy weaponry. Meanwhile, Han and his team, unaware of Ark's shelters on the compound, are perplexed as to how the enemy could have discovered these locations, suspecting a spy among the inspectors. Han voices his suspicion aloud, affirming that the leak of shelter information confirms their suspicions about a spy within their ranks. His focus sharpens when he spots a tripwire just ahead of their path, realizing it's connected to a live hand grenade. He regrets not having Kuro with them for his foresight abilities, which could have prevented such traps. Simultaneously, the enemy leader cautiously opens the shelter door, then forcefully swings it wide as he announces his discovery. Inside, his soldiers hesitantly point out that the targets are unarmed children, questioning the ethics of attacking them. In the tense standoff, the pure humanist leader justifies his intent to eliminate the young psykers, citing them as a future threat to humanity. Amidst the children's cries and the soldiers' protests, one soldier voices concern over the impending massacre, only to be summarily executed by their leader. Undeterred by dissent, the leader prepares to unleash his weapon on the unarmed first years, rationalizing it as a necessary evil for the greater good. Suddenly, chaos erupts as gunfire rings out. Han reacts swiftly, noticing Knut has been shot. With blood seeping from Knut's leg, Han and the squad pull him to safety. As they maneuver to evade the incoming threat, Han spots an enemy aiming a grenade launcher directly at them. The situation seems dire, but Han's psychic abilities manifest in a dazzling display of control and power. Han's aura intensifies as he channels his telekinetic energy to intercept the incoming grenade. With precision and strength, he redirects the grenade back toward the enemies. The explosive projectile detonates among the assailants, causing a massive blast that momentarily halts their advance and neutralizes several of them. Han and his squad swiftly eliminate the remaining enemy soldiers, ensuring the immediate threat to the first-year children is neutralized. Amidst the aftermath, a dead soldier's watch emits a static signal, broadcasting a chilling update. Shelter is cleared of first years, moving to the next target. Han registers the urgency of the message, knowing they must act quickly to protect the remaining shelters. Meanwhile, in another part of the compound, Dmitri finds himself violently thrown through a glass window by a disturbed third-year psyker. Unrelenting, the third year continues his assault, swiftly pursuing Dmitri as he crashes into a wall. Before Dmitri can recover, the third year delivers a punishing gut punch, causing him to cough up in agony. Brandishing a sharp weapon infused with his psychic aura, the third year taunts Dmitri, belittling his efforts and claiming superiority. As the third year prepares to strike a decisive blow, Dmitri, though battered, remains steadfast. His demeanor shifts from pain to determination, his own aura glowing intensely. With an abrupt display of resilience and power, Dmitri crushes the third year's weapon against his forehead, shocking his assailant into disbelief. Unwavering, Dmitri condemns the third year for his cowardice and declares his shame for ever losing to such a foe. Meanwhile, back in the underground shelter, Knut reflects on his past as a first year, recalling a moment when he built a raft to escape the island where survival training took place. He reminisces on the support he received from Hoes upon becoming a second year, joining Han's Squad 13. Knut reflects deeply on his past struggles and failures during training, feeling haunted by memories of barely passing and moments of disappointment. Now, ordered to stay behind due to his injury, while the rest of his squad presses on to protect the first-year children, he grapples with feelings of inadequacy and frustration at being unable to contribute when most needed. Meanwhile, at the fourth battle simulation arena where the other squads are engaged in fierce combat, enemy forces surround them. Amidst the chaos, an enemy soldier hurls a hand grenade toward the squads. Just as disaster seems imminent, a second-year psyker notices the incoming threat and swiftly uses his telekinesis to redirect the grenade into the air, neutralizing the immediate danger. The grenade explodes harmlessly behind cover, leaving the enemy soldiers disoriented and ineffective. Realizing their advantage, the enemy discusses the potential arrival of air support to bombard Ark's forces. Despite this looming threat, the second-year psykers, following Han's strategic guidance, successfully hold off the enemy attacks. In the tense situation at the underground shelter, an enemy soldier is aggressively trying to breach the door to Shelter D, intent on reaching the young first-year children inside. Meanwhile, another soldier alerts the group that Han and his squad are rapidly approaching. This news surprises the enemy leader, who had underestimated Han and the second-year psykers, assuming they would be overwhelmed by the sight of the massacre at Shelter A. Han and his crew sprint towards the enemy position, driven by urgency to protect the children and confront the enemy threat head-on. As they close in, Han checks the enemy GPS device he retrieved and realizes they are dangerously close to the enemy squad. He swiftly orders everyone to halt, ensuring they do not walk into a potentially deadly ambush. Surveying the situation amidst the concrete rubble, Han assesses the proximity of the enemy squad just around the corner. Aware of the critical moment, Han instructs his crew to give him a few moments to devise a strategic plan. Outside, chaos ensues as enemy air support, under heavy fire from ARC's defenses, begins to falter. The bomber plane, badly damaged, plunges downward through the barrage, hurtling directly toward the fourth battle simulation arena where the second-year psykers are stationed, adding to the intensity of the situation. Inside the underground shelter, Han quickly formulates a plan with his crew. They will use the vents above to sneak into Shelter D before the enemy breaches the door. The goal is to ambush the enemy soldiers as they attempt to enter, preventing them from harming the young first-year children inside. However, Del raises a valid concern about the thickness of the vents potentially being insufficient to shield them from enemy gunfire. Han, driven by the urgency of the situation and the need to act swiftly, dismisses Del's concerns, emphasizing that time is of the essence to save the children from imminent danger. Just as they prepare to execute the plan, a footstep and a familiar voice interrupt them. It's Knut, who arrives unexpectedly, having overheard part of their plan. He offers his assistance, acknowledging the gravity of the situation and the need for additional support to ensure the success of their mission. Han notices Knut walking without a limp, seemingly healed, which surprises Del. Knut casually reveals he has developed a healing factor, attributing it to his frequent injuries. Embracing his newfound ability, Knut volunteers to enter the vents alone, intending to draw attention as a distraction. Han assigns Del and himself to lead the charge, instructing the rest of the crew to follow once the enemy reacts to Knut's noisy distraction. As Knut noisily traverses the vents, creating a deliberate ruckus, Han hears the enemies react with loud clanks. Han takes advantage of the distraction to signal the crew to rush forward. Enemy soldiers begin shooting into the vents, prompting Han to open fire, quickly neutralizing one of the attackers. Del, anticipating the situation, activates his psychic shield to protect the crew from incoming gunfire, demonstrating his psychic abilities in action. As gunfire erupts in the vents, Knut crashes through under direct fire, leading an enemy soldier to report to their leader that Knut has been killed and the door to Shelter D is open. The enemy leader responds by intensifying fire and urging his team to enter Shelter D. Han urgently shouts to his crew to prevent the enemy from gaining entry, urging them to act quickly. However, amidst the chaos, Knut, bloodied and riddled with bullets, unexpectedly rises to his feet. With a menacing demeanor, he challenges the enemy and his own team, demanding to know where they think they're going despite shooting him down. Han and Del, along with the enemy soldiers, are stunned as Knut's psychic green aura begins to glow brightly. He asserts his resilience, stating he can heal from any injury, and raises his gun defiantly, laughing in defiance. Meanwhile, outside, Kuro experiences an intense foresight vision as his eyes glow red, revealing the imminent danger of the approaching bomber plane. He reflects inwardly, relieved that Han is not present, believing him to be the last person who should face death in this dire situation. A little later, a fighter jet drops bombs on the fourth battle simulation dome. The instructors, in shock, murmur among themselves, wondering if it's an air raid and realizing they are under attack by missiles. Panic spreads among everyone as they fear for their lives, with Jose and Inspector James looking up nervously. Meanwhile, Kuro reflects on his past, thinking that life at Ark was tough, but he doesn't want to return to the way things were before. He feels gratitude toward Han, acknowledging that it's thanks to Han that he's come this far. Kuro is relieved that Han isn't there, believing Han doesn't deserve to die in such a place. Kuro admires Han's resilience, thinking that Han would never have given up if he were present. Kuro unleashed his psychic ability, forming a massive hand out of psychic energy to intercept the incoming missiles. As the missiles collided with the psychic hand, they detonated, resulting in a massive explosion and a shockwave that forced the inspectors to shield their eyes and ears from the blast. Inspector James, witnessing this extraordinary display, was astonished by Kuro's capabilities. He expressed his disbelief, remarking that he had never seen or heard of psychic energy being shaped into such a large and formidable form. An inspector with brown hair standing behind Inspector James thinks to himself that the psyker are dealing with are monstrous and must be eliminated. Determined to take action, he pulls out a gun and shoots at Kuro. The scene then shifts to Han urgently calling out to Knut, trying to wake him up. Han asks if Knut can hear him and what his name is. Knut, who had been lying on the ground, sits up and responds, recognizing Han by name. Han admonishes Knut for his reckless behavior, noting that while things worked out, Knut should not take such risks without knowing his own limits. Knut asks Han if he's lecturing him now that he's fine and whether they've finished taking care of the first year's evaluation zone. Their watches then display updates showing the evacuation zones are clear. First year's evacuation zone clear. Zone A clear. Zone B clear. Gym is clear. Fourth battle simulation dome clear. 3 days later, Han surveys the damage caused by the pure humanists. Inspector James approaches him and asks, "How are you, squad leader Han?" Han turned around and said he was fine now, although he needed medication to sleep for the first 2 nights. He mentioned that some of the others are still in critical condition, displaying violent behavior like smashing objects or windows. Han observed a strong murderous intent towards humankind among them. He recounted seeing many dead first-year students during the operation, noting they had no means of protecting themselves. He reflected that just a few months ago, they were as vulnerable as those first years. The attackers perceived them as monsters and killed them without hesitation, but Han noted that the attackers did not look human to them either. He concluded that the incident might bring about the future the attackers feared, where they are suppressed by psykers. Inspector James began to sweat profusely, showing visible discomfort. Han then expressed his reluctance to become a monster like those they encountered. Inspector James cautioned against getting accustomed to humans killing each other, to which Han agreed, stating it was obvious and didn't require explanation. Inspector James admitted he found it hard to believe Han was just a teenager, recalling his fear upon witnessing Kuro's abilities. He confessed that Han frightened him on a deeper level. In response, Han thanked Inspector James for saving Kuro. Inspector James revealed that there was indeed a traitor among the inspectors who purposely chose a day when capable fighters were absent, causing significant destruction and chaos. He acknowledged that the higher-ups would now struggle to criticize Ark. James empathized with Han, assuming he must dislike adults who prioritize their own interests. He also recognized Han's likely belief that all efforts would be in vain if they lost to the dragons. James admitted human beings aren't always rational and make mistakes despite knowing better. He posed a rhetorical question about where all the weapons would be aimed if there were no dragons, implying they would be turned against each other. He asserted that like everyone else, he was working for his country's future, despite the difficulty Han might have in accepting that perspective. James reassured Han that there would come a time when he could understand this better. Inspector James turned on and waved goodbye after their conversation. Han criticized James for making what he perceived as a cowardly excuse, insisting that if James recognized a mistake, he shouldn't repeat it. James acknowledged that Han's words unsettled him. Han then recounted the ongoing disasters that started with the dimensional tear, which had severely affected Ark. Most first-year students had died, and of those who survived, half had dropped out. The second-year students who survived had halted their training and were receiving psychological therapy. Han noted that he was the only one who managed to advance to the 3rd year. As Han moved into the 3rd-year dormitory, he was met with Silence. Han and Silence are interacting in a scene where Silence is staring at Han, causing Han to feel confused. Han then asks Silence if there is a problem. Silence points out Han's height, prompting Han to realize and exclaim about his own height, wondering when he became so tall. As the two characters get too close to each other, Silence turns around and starts walking away. Han, not wanting to be left behind, calls out for Silence to wait. A little later, as both characters arriving at a specific location, the Psychic Force Third Year Ward, Sector 8. At the moment, a senior addresses Han, explaining that there is no differentiation in rank between first generation and second generation or third year psychics, collectively known as Psychic Force, or PF in short. The senior extends his hand to Han, introducing himself as Johnny Schwartz. Han shakes Johnny's hand and introduces himself as Lee Han. Johnny mishears and calls him Lee Chan, but Han corrects him, stating his name is Han. Despite Han's correction, Johnny continues to call him Lee Chan and expresses his pleasure in meeting him. Observing that Silence is waiting, Johnny remarks that he shouldn't keep Han's direct senior waiting and wishes Han good luck, referring to him as a rookie. Han responds with thanks. Silence shows Han to his new room, which Han finds to be very spacious, at least twice the size of his old dorm. Silence then types on his watch, instructing Han to drop off his stuff and get ready for breakfast. When they enter the cafeteria, Han observes the chefs preparing various dishes and notices that there are many dishes being handed out to different psychics. Silence, walking beside Han, sends him a message saying there is a wide variety of food available to cater to everyone's tastes and asks if Han is Chinese or Japanese, assuring him that either way, they have it all. Han replies that he is Korean and comments on how relaxed everything seems compared to his second year, where everything was much more restricted. Silence types a message to Han, expressing uncertainty about the availability of Korean food, but confident that Han will find something he likes. Han responds that he doesn't really miss Korean food, as he has never really had it. Noticing the amount of sweets on Silence's tray, Han comments on it, asking if Silence is eating too many sweets. Silence explains via typing that psykers need a lot of sugar because using their powers requires tremendous brain power and is very demanding. Han simply replies, okay. As Han takes a bite of his food, he thinks to himself how different and satisfying the rice tastes. Silence looks at Han happily, prompting Han to ask what happened. Silence types a message saying that Han knows how to use chopsticks. Han confirms this, to which Silence responds by typing that chopsticks are awesome. Han laughs, and Silence continues by typing that one can even use chopsticks to catch a fly in midair. This makes Han a little nervous, and Silence elaborates by mentioning a scene from a movie he has seen dozens of times where the main character catches a fly with chopsticks. Han asks Silence if his mask is inspired by a movie. Silence types a response explaining that his mask represents the face of a cyborg named C3 from the movie Terminal Chainsaw Massacre Machine, and that it was specially made for him by Ark. Han acknowledges this understanding. After finishing their breakfast, as they leave the cafeteria, a person with black hair approaches Han and asks if he is the super rookie who made the cut this time. This person introduces himself as Loka and says, "Nice to meet you, kid." Han introduces himself as Lee Han while saluting, addressing Loka as corporal. Loka comments on Han's observance, noting that he has a rank because he is not part of the psychic force. Loka then asks if Han is the kid who blew up Red's leg, leading to a moment of silence and a cool stare between them. Han replies that if he had done it himself, he would have at least felt good about it. Loka laughs and remarks that Han is not just a kitten, but a tiger cub, showing toughness. Loka then invites Han to the fitness center, indicating they should go there that afternoon since Han has no other plans. Han internally wonders if Loka wants to fight him and thinks that Loka reminds him of Mitri and instructor Wei Chen, but notes that Loka is even stronger than them. After arriving at the fitness center, Loka challenges Han, saying, "Let's see what you've got, kid." Han assumes a fighting stance and warns Loka not to blame him if he gets hurt. Loka jokingly responds, "I'm so scared." Other seniors present in the fitness center cheer Han on, encouraging him with "You got this, rookie." Han starts to wonder if they are rooting for him because they expect him to lose to Loka. Deep in thought, Han is caught off guard as Loka launches a punch that grazes his cheek. Loka advises Han to stay alert, emphasizing the need for vigilance in their sparring match. Han regains his composure and begins to throw punches at Lauka. However, Lauka easily dodges Han's punches. Han follows up with a leg kick, but Lauka blocks it with a fist strike. During the exchange, Lauka reflects that Han is using techniques straight out of the playbook, simple yet strong, indicating that Han didn't just rely on his reinforced body but continued training. Lauka then rushes towards Han and lands a punch on Han's face. While delivering the blow, Lauka considers that reinforced bodies like Han's have weaknesses. Before Han can adjust his stance, Lauka kicks him in the ribs, continuing the intense sparring match between the two. In response to Lauka's kick to his ribs, Han grabs Lauka's leg, thinking that at this rate, he doesn't stand a chance and needs to find a way to gain the upper hand. Han attempts to shove Lauka down using the grabbed leg. Lauka acknowledges Han's attempt, remarking it was a good choice but warns, "This is as far as you go." He easily breaks free from Han's grasp and pushes him forcefully, causing Han to crash into the gym weights. After Han crashes into the gym weights due to Lauka's push, Lauka thinks to himself that if Han weren't enhanced, he would have been seriously injured. Lauka walks up to Han and asks if he's alright. In that moment, Han attempts to attack Lauka using his psychic ability, but stops himself just before striking, visibly exhausted. Meanwhile, Lauka comments, "That's all you've got." Han bows down before Lauka and apologizes. Lauka responds by appreciating Han's spirit and then points out to Han that despite his reinforced body, he has a critical weakness. Then Lauka asks can he guess what it is. Han said, "He is as heavy as you are strong." Lauka confirms Han's guess that his reinforced body allows him to use the psycho frame, but it also means he bears increased weight. He compliments Han's ability to switch attack patterns, but notes that Han could have tried to deadlock him earlier if he had known Lauka was immune to his strikes. Lauka emphasizes that such lessons come from experience, indicating that Han still has much to learn. He concludes their spar for the day, telling Han they'll meet again tomorrow at the same time. Meanwhile, Han reflects on the upcoming rematch, thinking about the prospect of facing Lauka again the following day. The next day, Lauka warmly welcomes Han, who responds with a smile and addresses him respectfully as Sir. Lauka then points out a person practicing behind him, whom Han recognizes immediately as Johnny Schwartz, whom he met on his first day in the third-year dorm. Lauka explains that Johnny Schwartz is a first-generation psyker with the special trait of physical reinforcement, particularly skilled in hand-to-hand combat. He mentions Johnny's experiences into dragon suppressions and capturing a werewolf with his bare hands. Lauka instructs Han to go knock Johnny down. Seeing Han's nervous expression, Lauka asks if he is scared. Han turns around, thinking that there must be a reason Lauka is pushing him to do this, and replies that he'll give it a shot. Han walks up to Ranger Johnny Schwartz and proposes a sparring match. Johnny recognizes Han as the rookie and mistakenly calls him Lee Chan, which Han corrects to Lee Han. Johnny asks if they will spar with or without psychic skills. Considering Johnny's special trait of physical reinforcement, Han decides to prohibit the use of psychic skills. Johnny agrees, saying it's fine by him and smiles, urging them to begin. As they prepare to spar, Johnny lunges forward towards Han, noting it's the same difference whether he calls him Lee Chan or Lee Han. Han readies himself, wearing his gloves and preparing to strike Johnny with a punch, but in the next moment, he finds himself flat on the floor, defeated. Johnny turns to Lauka and confidently remarks that Han is no match for him yet. Staggering back to his feet, Han pleads with Lauka for another chance, asking to try again. Lauka responds with a smirk, telling Johnny to defeat Han decisively so he can accept his loss. Confused by Lauka's remark, Johnny scratches his head but agrees to continue the spar. Han ducks down and readies himself in a fighting stance as they resume their match. As the spar progresses, the day turns to night. Eventually, exhausted and flustered, Han sits down on the floor. Lauka approaches Han and asks if losing is frustrating for him. Han respectfully replies that it isn't, acknowledging that even if he had tried again, he would likely still have lost. Loka explains to Han that his lack of experience in hand-to-hand combat isn't critical, as Han's strength lies in using weapons. He emphasizes that Han's goal isn't to perform techniques like the Boston Crab on a dragon. Reflecting on a past conversation with Dmitri, Han recalls questioning Dmitri about using Sambo to catch dragons, to which Dmitri had confidently replied that he could strangle a dragon if necessary. This memory brings a smile to Han's face. Observing Han's expression, Laoka asks what's on his mind. Han replies that it's nothing and acknowledges Laoka's point that hand-to-hand combat isn't crucial for him to learn. He then questions why Laoka had him fight Johnny Schwartz if it's not important for his development. Laoka poses a question to Han, asking what he would do if instructed to knock down Johnny again. Han responds confidently, stating that he would challenge Johnny to a different style of combat, specifically using weapons. Laoka acknowledges Han's answer, emphasizing that sportsmanship holds no significance in their training environment. He stresses that Han should focus solely on defeating opponents using his strengths. Han acknowledges his understanding of Laoka's advice. Reflecting on his experiences, Han thinks about how Laoka has taught him many valuable lessons, despite initially feeling like an outsider among his peers. A few days later, Han and Laoka exit a theater discussing a movie based on a true story. They talk about the protagonist who fought off 20 adversaries with just a single blade, hailing him as a hero of Thailand. Laoka jokingly asks if he's awesome, to which Han responds by complimenting the actor who portrayed Laoka in the movie. Laoka laughs off Han's comment and praises the actor as the best in Thailand, adding a suggestion to go for drinks. He invites Han to join, but Han politely declines, explaining that he can't drink alcohol. Han returns to his dorm and encounters Silence outside. He comments that Silence has returned from his mission, which lasted about 3 days. Silence asks why Han was out so late. Han explains that he and others went to see a movie called The Jungle Hunter, featuring Laoka. Han describes a scene from the movie where the main actor, holding a blade, challenges monsters, prompting smiles from the audience. Han admits that his motive wasn't necessarily to learn more about Laoka but rather to seize the opportunity to finally watch a movie. Silence initially starts to type a message to Han, suggesting that if Han wanted to see a movie, Silence could have helped with that. However, Silence pauses and deletes the message, instead bidding Han good night. Curious about Silence's behavior, Han asks why he seems in a rush. Han then reflects to himself that Silence is quick in his actions, likening him to a cat. Despite his initial intimidating impression when they first met, Han realizes that Silence may just be a regular person underneath it all, perhaps more youthful and less imposing than he initially seemed. Han clenches his weapon, preparing for a rematch with Johnny, this time using weapons. Laoka observes and wonders if Han believes he's ready to defeat Johnny in just 3 days. Han reflects that Johnny seems even more intimidating with a weapon in hand, comparing him to a giant brown bear. As Johnny rushes forward, he addresses Han as Li Chan, but Han corrects him, stating his name is Li Han. Johnny draws his sword and swings at Han, but Han swiftly dodges the attack, showing agility and readiness in the rematch using weapons. Han reflects on the past 3 days, during which he meticulously analyzed Johnny Schwartz's attack patterns and habits, almost developing a sense of foresight about Johnny's moves. This preparation allows Han to effectively dodge Johnny's attacks and launch a spear attack that strikes Johnny in the stomach, causing him intense pain. Johnny staggers backward in surprise, realizing that Han is just a new third-year student. Han seizes the moment and launches another attack, this time hitting Johnny's leg and causing him to stagger again. Nervously, Johnny wonders if this might be the end for him. Meanwhile, Han hesitates briefly, halting his attack, which confuses Johnny about Han's intentions and what might happen next in their confrontation. Han thrusts the metal spear at Johnny's face with full force, but Johnny manages to block it with his hand. Simultaneously, Johnny presses his sword against Han's neck, causing Han to concede defeat by acknowledging, "Looks like I lost." Internally, Johnny wonders if Han hesitated in the final moment and if that decision cost him the victory. Despite this, Johnny compliments Han, impressed by his skill, but once again mistakenly calls him Li Chan instead of Han. Han reflects on Johnny's repeated mistake in remembering his name but respectfully corrects him, stating, "It's Hans." Johnny responds with a smile, acknowledging the correction, and suggests they grab something to eat together, intending to introduce Han to his friends. After Han's spar with Johnny and a pat on the shoulder from Lorca, who praises him for understanding the value of building rapport and allowing Johnny to save face, Han reflects on the lesson. He realizes that proving himself isn't worth causing trouble with others and acknowledges that Johnny has much to offer him as well. Later, Silence takes Han to meet Octo, who introduces himself as Siegfried Schumacher, the chief engineer of Team 3. Han greets Octo respectfully, acknowledging his new status as a third-year student. Han introduces himself as Li Han, expressing surprise that Octo was just a nickname. Octo confirms this, explaining that people call him Octo due to his incredibly fast hands, as if he has 8 limbs. Confused by Octo's explanation, Han looks towards him, prompting Silence to comment that Octo enjoys the nickname. Octo then assesses Han, noting that he has no special traits and rates his psychic level as a C+ or B at best. He mentions that Han is the first to make it into Psychic Force with qualifications like these. Surprised by Octo's assessment, Han notices a psycho frame and asks about it. Octo confirms Han's observation and proudly identifies it as a veteran who was a star in the last war. Han remarks that the psycho frame looks stripped down to its essentials, expressing curiosity or perhaps concern about its state. Octo introduces Han to Oldman 3, a retired first-generation model of the psycho frame converted for training purposes. He informs Han that he will be training daily to operate this equipment. Later, Octo helps Han wear the psycho frame. Han reflects that he won't be able to prepare on his own anymore. Octo emphasizes the importance of engineers and machines in preparing for battles, warning Han not to move unless he wants to risk injury from the equipment. Han asks about bathroom breaks during battle, to which Octo bluntly states that such thoughts should not distract during combat, as the suits are not designed for convenience. Han admits that the reality of the training and equipment is different from what he expected. Octo informs Han that once he's fitted into the psycho frame, they will open the cylinder and make contact with dragon parts. This process will simulate the feeling Han would experience when absorbing powers from holding a weapon made from dragon parts. Octo states that their goal for the day is to determine the maximum amount of time the psycho frame can operate. He gives the order to open the doors to proceed with the testing and training. A month later, Johnny briefs his team that their mission target is the Psychic Research Lab in southern Qinghai, China, which has been incapacitated by an attack from an Ellis. The Chinese authorities have requested an official dispatch to handle the situation. Harold, one of Johnny's comrades, asks how many Ellis are present. Johnny replies that according to Chinese officials, there is only one Alice, but it is highly powerful. He mentions that 2 platoons of Minion Special Forces were dispatched previously but are presumed dead. Shi Jun, another member of the team, expresses concern about the lack of backup. He highlights the danger posed by the Ellis potentially using a psychic shield, especially in tight corridors where soldiers would be unable to fight back effectively. Johnny assures the team that they are not ordinary soldiers and breaking down a psychic shield is easy for them. He turns to Han addressing him as Chen and asks if that's correct, but Han responds somewhat nonchalantly, prompting Johnny to correct him jokingly, insisting he should respond with "It's Han, sir." Han brushes off the correction, remarking that Johnny never calls him by his real name anyway, though he suspects Johnny knows it. The atmosphere lightens as Johnny and the other 2 senior members of the team laugh together. Reflecting on his first mission as a third-year student and facing another Ellis, Han recalls unpleasant memories associated with previous encounters. Meanwhile, the Ellis sits among numerous dead soldiers, laughing sinisterly. Upon landing at the Psychic Research Center, Han remarks that it appears to be nothing more than barren land. Johnny explains that every country conducts its own psychic research in secrecy due to fears that pure humanists might attack if they knew about it. Noticing that Han seems upset, Johnny wonders if something he said upset him. He reassures Han, patting him on the shoulder and reminding him that under normal circumstances, they don't order him to take lives. He acknowledges the unfortunate events at Ark and advises Han not to become accustomed to killing, addressing him as Li Chan. Han questions whether they're returning to that topic again, to which Johnny laughs and admits he dislikes getting too sentimental. As the 6 vehicles approached Ark Team, a Chinese soldier noted the arrival of the people in charge. First, Chinese soldiers and then researchers emerged from the vehicles, greeting Ark Team members with a welcome. One researcher with brown hair thanked them for coming. Han observed the researchers from the Chinese Psychic Research Center and wondered about the armored figures behind them, questioning if they were soldiers. The soldiers then saluted Ark Team members, addressing them as the hero of China. In response, Ark Team members returned the salute. Johnny instructs Han and Harold to stand by while he and Shijun handle the talking. Han and Harold move to the designated area as instructed by Johnny. As they walk away, a researcher pats Han on the shoulder, referring to him as Ark's child soldier. Han reacts defensively, grabbing the researcher's hand tightly and warning him not to touch him. The researcher backs off, commenting on Han's feistiness. Harold asks Han about the researcher's behavior, but Han is confused by the incident. Shortly afterward, an elevator emerges with a rumble, and Johnny explains that it only goes to the first floor since all other areas are sealed off, making it the only entry point available. Johnny informs the team in the elevator that there are 3 levels in the facility. He instructs them to check the map for layout and passageways. Their mission has 2 main objectives: retrieve research data and search for survivors. They are to avoid direct confrontation with the enemy unless necessary. Johnny also mentions that once their mission is complete and they return to ground level, the facility will be destroyed. Han asks if there is any information about the research conducted in the facility. Johnny responds that the researchers were very secretive about their work. Shijun voiced his concerns, and that's exactly why those soldiers are angry too. They think their fellow men died in vain. Johnny responded seriously, "Just keep one thing in mind, Han. Even if all 3 of us die here today, don't think about avenging us. Retreat for now. You second gens are invaluable commodities. You cannot die." Han closed his eyes briefly, then reopened them, saying with resolve, in other words, "It's better to die early on if I'm going to die in a mission as easy as this." Johnny smiled faintly as the elevator doors to the first floor opened. "Here we go, Squad Victor," he announced. As they meticulously searched through the entire first floor, they found nothing of significance. Johnny declared decisively, "There's nothing on the first floor. Let's move on to the second floor." Meanwhile, Han couldn't shake the feeling that something important was amiss. He thought to himself, "Something's off. I feel like we're missing something important." As Johnny approached the door to the second floor and began to open it, he suddenly halted and turned to the other members of Team Victor. His expression turned serious as he remarked, "I can smell the stench of blood from here." Han's realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. He thought, now it all makes sense. That's why it seemed so peculiar. Han addressed the team urgently. "There are no signs of struggle from the first floor to this emergency exit on the second floor." It's possible this wasn't an attack from the outside. Johnny nodded in agreement. I got it. There were too many suspicious details. Why is it that the third floor is the only one without direct elevator access? It suggests something on the third floor requires a highly controlled environment. We're heading back. There's no reason to continue this mission. The researchers misled us. They need to take responsibility for this. As Johnny finished speaking, the power abruptly cut off, plunging the entire facility into darkness. As Johnny donned his night vision goggles, he remarked, "What a coincidence they'd shut off the power now of all times," almost as if they were listening to us. Hearing Johnny's words, Han recalled the moment the researchers had approached him from behind and tapped his shoulder. He quickly spun around, checking his shoulder for anything unusual. Concerned, Johnny asked, "What is it?" Chan. Han revealed a small microphone he had found and stated, "We've been bugged." Johnny nodded grimly. So that's what it was. As Johnny opened the door to the second floor, he and the others were shocked by the gruesome scene before them. Soldiers hung on walls, blood dripping from their bodies like macabre decorations. Johnny exclaimed, "What a ghastly sight! It's like the bastard put them on display." Meanwhile, Han staggered back, visibly affected by the horrifying scene unfolding before him. Johnny noticed Han's reaction and quickly turned to him, asking with concern, "You all right?" Han is clearly shaken and struggling to breathe after experiencing shock. Corporal Harold notices Han's distress and offers him water, which helps him feel better. Harold reassures Han, mentioning how rare it is to encounter something so horrifying, and commends Han for not passing out despite his young age. They bond over their shared experience of having younger siblings, highlighting a moment of connection and understanding between them. Corporal Harold reveals to Han that he had two younger siblings who were killed in a minion attack that wiped out his entire family. He admits feeling hopeless during the attack, but found himself unable to die, which led him to join the military and face each battle prepared for death. Despite expecting to die, fate spared him and he gained a reputation for bravery instead. Han is deeply affected by Harold's story, realizing he never knew about Harold's tragic past and expressing empathy for his loss, unable to imagine the pain of losing his own siblings. Johnny and Shi-jun return from surveying the second floor and confirm to Chan that it's clear of both the perpetrator and any survivors. They suggest moving to the third floor next, but Shi-jun raises a concern about the third floor's automatic doors being shut due to a power outage, making it inaccessible. Johnny, undeterred, decides to use his psychic ability to overcome this obstacle. Han observes Johnny using his special trait of physical reinforcement, which impresses him. Johnny forcefully opens a door with his bare hands, and as he does, a person inside stands up and points a gun at him. Johnny initially wonders if this person is a soldier or a survivor. To his surprise, it turns out to be Ellis, who begins laughing. Johnny quickly orders his squad to take cover as Ellis starts firing. Despite being hit by bullets, Johnny's uniform is torn, but causes no harm to him due to his psychic trait. Ellis continues laughing maniacally during the encounter. Johnny charges at Ellis to attack, but as he gets close, he sees that Ellis has pulled the pin on a grenade. The grenade explodes, pushing Johnny back, yet he remains unharmed. Johnny realizes that Ellis has disappeared in the chaos caused by the explosion. Shi-jun questions whether the person they encountered was truly Ellis. Harold adds that he's never seen an Ellis use human weapons before, finding the situation unprecedented. Han points out that not only did Ellis use human weapons, but it also employed tactics to lure one person away from the group to potentially take them all out, showing a level of strategy and combat capability similar to humans. Johnny adjusts his plans from finding the power room to investigating what the Ellis have been doing in the facility. Han reflects that the Ellis likely won't attack again soon, as they've discovered conventional weapons don't harm them. However, he wonders how and where the Ellis disappeared to. Meanwhile, Ellis approaches the corpses of his soldiers, contemplating what Johnny was and how human weapons failed against him. Ellis becomes determined to become even stronger, craving to shred humans into pieces. Ellis starts recharging his psychic powers from the soldiers' corpses and begins laughing maniacally. Harold activates emergency power, and Team Victor removes their night vision glasses. Johnny opts to wear black shaded glasses, which puzzles Harold as he wonders if Johnny is serious about wearing them inside. Shortly after, Johnny reveals that the part of the building they are in wasn't marked on their map. He suspects that the entire mission was a setup to lure them in, potentially with the intention of capturing a live Ellis after they dealt with it. Shi-jun seeks clarification, asking if Johnny believes the Ellis was indeed captured alive. Johnny speculates that the Ellis they encountered was likely captured alive to be trained for use in battles, revealing that this operation was conducted without the knowledge of Ark and the Supreme Council. As they proceed further, Johnny observes a fork in the path and suggests splitting up. However, Shi-jun advises against it, pointing to nearby corpses which appear to be of researchers who did not survive. Johnny and the team arrive at the lab where they discover evidence that attempts were made to study and modify the Ellis. However, these efforts proved futile as the Ellis became too powerful to control. Johnny reveals that countries involved in the Ark project are required to report any research involving psychic abilities to the Supreme Council, but he believes many countries are conducting such research covertly without being detected. Han reflects on the situation, feeling disgusted by the realization that this conflict over psychic abilities has become another battleground among humans. Johnny expresses suspicion that their superiors won't let them leave the facility alive. Frustrated by discovering files in Chinese, he calls Shi over to help translate and make copies of important documents. Suddenly, Han alerts the team to an enemy presence, an Ellis. Han and Harold immediately open fire, but the Ellis defends itself using a psychic shield to block the bullets. Han quickly switches to using his spear, recognizing it is necessary to neutralize the Ellis. Meanwhile, Johnny intervenes, urging Han to step aside and declaring his intent to confront the Ellis directly. He asserts that the Ellis won't escape this time and vows to defeat it decisively. Johnny approaches the Ellis and attempts to split it with his sword, but to everyone's surprise, the Ellis disappears right in front of him. Han speculates that the Ellis has the ability to use blink, allowing it to teleport. Meanwhile, the Ellis reappears behind Harold using blink and presses a blade against Harold's neck. Despite being threatened, Harold urges Han to attack. Han hesitates, conflicted about what to do, knowing attacking is the right choice, but struggling to act on it. In the midst of this hesitation, Shi-jun opens fire, intending to hit the Ellis but accidentally injuring both Harold and the Ellis. The impact of the bullets causes the Ellis to throw Harold to the ground. Johnny rushes towards the Ellis, urging Han to focus. Han, after seeing the psychic crystal of the Ellis through gunfire, witnesses the injured Ellis using blink to escape once more. Johnny inquires about Harold's condition from Shi-jun, who sadly confirms Harold has passed away. This news sparks anger in both Johnny and Han. After collecting himself, Han asserts that they must track down and kill the Ellis immediately. Johnny questions if Han's motivation is revenge, but Han clarifies that it's because the Ellis is now vulnerable, injured, and low on psychic energy. Johnny agrees with Han's assessment and determination, and they decide together to hunt down the Ellis. As they pursue the injured Ellis, Johnny asks if Han discovered anything new from their previous encounter. Han reports that the Ellis cannot use blink consecutively and cannot use blink and its psychic shield simultaneously, which explains why it used Corporal Harold as a shield. Johnny acknowledges that the Ellis took a calculated risk during their last encounter and succeeded in escaping, albeit with injuries. He agrees with Han's assessment that this may be their best opportunity to eliminate it. Continuing their pursuit, Johnny observes multiple paths ahead and suggests splitting up to increase their chances of encountering the Ellis. He emphasizes the importance of survival to whoever may come across it first. Han proceeds along the designated path and encounters a gruesome sight: corpses of soldiers hanging on both sides of the wall. Initially staggered by the macabre scene, Han quickly regains his composure and continues forward. As he passes through the corridor lined with corpses, the Ellis, concealed among the bodies, silently slips behind Han. Han reflects on his experience with the dimensional tier and realizes that the Ellis isn't simply exhibiting aggression to terrorize their enemies. Instead, it uses the recharging of its psychic crystal to restore psychic energy, fueled by its hatred for humans who cause pain and the thrill of killing them for an extra boost of energy. Han senses that the Ellis is nearby. Suddenly, the Ellis swings its weapon at Han, but he manages to evade the attack. Han swiftly turns and fires his gun, hitting the Ellis directly. The impact causes the Ellis to stagger back from the injury. Seeing the Ellis wounded, Han immediately grabs his spear, determined to ensure it is killed. Han attempts to pierce the Ellis with his spear, but it uses blink to disappear from his sight. Knowing the Ellis's fighting pattern, Han throws the spear ahead of him, accurately hitting the Ellis in the head as it reappears, killing it instantly. The lifeless body of the Ellis crashes to the ground. After the intense encounter, Han catches his breath. Later on, Shi-jun respectfully zips Corporal Harold's body into a bag. Han expresses sorrow, feeling that Harold and the others didn't deserve to die. Johnny reflects on the situation, suggesting that upper management could have handled things more wisely to prevent casualties like Harold's. He criticizes those in power who control many lives without valuing each individual, suggesting they become desensitized over time, eventually feeling nothing at all. Han asks Johnny if people truly become accustomed to death. Johnny sadly acknowledges that humans tend to become desensitized to death after repeated exposure, but emphasizes the importance of remembering that every life is precious, even if one's emotions become numb. Han asserts that he has never forgotten anyone he knew who passed away, and he refuses to start now. Later, as they reach the surface, Han and Shi-jun carry the body of their fallen comrade, while Johnny uses a large metal object to shield his team from Chinese soldiers who are prepared to open fire. At the gate to intercept them, Johnny realizes they will likely need to force their way through the Chinese soldiers as expected. Shi-jun proposes trying to negotiate with them instead. When Johnny questions Shi-jun's certainty, Shi-jun expresses confidence that the soldiers won't shoot an unarmed person in front of their comrades. He approaches the soldiers, many of whom recognize him. Shi-jun addresses the soldiers, revealing that the research center has been deceiving them. He accuses the center of conducting unethical experiments to create monsters and hiding the truth while demanding sacrifices from the soldiers. As tensions rise, one of the researchers demands the soldiers to shoot Shi-jun and his team, dismissing his words as nonsense. However, the soldiers, respecting Shi-jun's authority, command the researcher to be silent and allow Shi-jun to speak. Shi-jun continues, addressing the soldiers directly. He reminds them that they are not slaves but individuals who have taken up arms voluntarily. He questions whether they are targeting the right people, considering the circumstances. One soldier privately reflects on the mission, realizing its lack of coherence and questioning why they should shoot individuals associated with ARC who have managed to escape the research center. Shi-jun emphasizes the soldiers' role as the nation's armed force, stressing that this responsibility gives them the duty to refuse irrational orders. Han and Johnny quietly listen to Shi-jun's speech as tensions escalate among the soldiers. One soldier eventually withdraws his gun, followed by others. The captain, recognizing Shi-jun's influence and hero status from his contributions during the First War, understands the gravity of the situation. Many soldiers enlisted inspired by Shi-jun's legacy. A researcher, desperate to maintain control, grabs the captain and demands he orders the soldiers to open fire, threatening his family if he doesn't comply. After a tense moment of silence, the captain takes decisive action, picking up his gun and killing the researcher to prevent further escalation. As the ARC helicopters prepare to depart, The victor team and the Chinese soldiers salute each other in a moment of respect and acknowledgement. Shi-jun asks the captain if he is sure about their decision to defy orders. The captain acknowledges that they will face consequences for their actions but believes that it's only a matter of time before higher-ups discover the truth about the research center. He suggests that to keep the situation under control, the higher-ups will likely shift blame onto the research center. Shi-jun expresses appreciation for the captain's courage in standing against unjust orders. The captain credits his men for their bravery, emphasizing that he couldn't have made such a decision without their support. He downplays potential disciplinary actions, suggesting that the worst they might face is exemption from promotion. He contrasts this consequence with the sacrifices he willingly made when he enlisted with ARC, implying that these sacrifices were far less than that he made, as it's nothing compared to all the money and fame he gave up when he enlisted for ARC. As the helicopter begin their journey towards ARC, Han is seen soundly sleeping inside. Johnny observes Han and remarks that it's the first time he's seen him doze off. Shi-jun responds, acknowledging that Han has been through a significant amount recently. His comment indicates understanding and empathy towards Han's fatigue and the challenges he has faced. The following day, a funeral ceremony took place with soldiers firing gunshots into the sky as a salute. All the third-level psyker gathered at Harold's grave. John Red was the first to bow before the grave, followed by the other psyker. Han showed his respect by saluting, looking visibly upset. As the ceremony concluded, and they walked back to their dorms, Han confided in Shi-jun, admitting, to be honest, he was really nervous. If you weren't a hero to those men, they would have opened fire on them before you could utter a single word. Shi-jun paused briefly before confessing that unlike renowned ARC soldiers Harold and Laoka, who are celebrated as war heroes back home, he felt his achievements had been exaggerated to attract more recruits. Johnny interrupted Shi-jun's humble reflection as he approached, asserting that Shi-jun's accomplishments at ARC alone made him a hero. Turning to Han, Johnny said, "Chan, there's somewhere we need to go." Han asks Johnny if he is being summoned right now. Johnny confirms this, saying that Han is indeed being summoned. They arrive at a room, where Johnny leaves quickly after instructing Han to wait there because the summoner will arrive soon. Before Han can inquire about the identity of the person who summoned him, Johnny has already departed, leaving Han alone in the room. Han then hears voices coming from a television in the room. He sees Hoi's and Knut on the screen, and are in a flag battle. Squad 13, which includes Jose and Knut, is engaged in a second-level match with Squad 3. Jose, using his psychic powers, urges Knut to face their opponents directly. He then launches an attack at Del. In retaliation, Del employs his own psychic abilities to create a shield, successfully blocking Jose's attack. Subsequently, Jose instructs Knut to flee, presumably to protect him from Del's counterattack. Meanwhile, Del amplifies his psychic power further, redirecting Jose's earlier attack back towards both Jose and Knut. This unexpected counter results in both Jose and Knut being knocked to the ground. Han reflects on Del's overwhelming strength, realizing that confronting Del directly was a mistake. He expresses concern about Kuro's whereabouts. Before he can delve deeply into thought, Alexander then approaches Han and reveals that he summoned him because of Kuro. He confirms Han's identity and introduces himself as Alexander Lekori, the chief officer of ARC. Han immediately acknowledges Alexander's authority by saluting him, recognizing Alexander as second in command to the commanding officer within ARC, indicating that Alexander wields significant power. Within the organization, Alexander invites Han to sit down and offers him tea. As they begin to drink, Alexander opens up about his dilemma regarding Kuro. He expresses uncertainty about whether to let Kuro go due to his perceived irrecoverable state, or to continue supporting him. Alexander acknowledges Han's unique ability, stating that based on what he has observed, Han is the only one capable of bringing Kuro back from his current state. Later on, another soldier guides Han, prompting him to reflect on Kuro's situation. Han recalls how Kuro had achieved S-class status after the attack by the pure humanists. However, something significant has happened since then that has deeply affected Kuro, causing him inner turmoil. Inspector James successfully captures a traitor, but shortly after, another jet arrives to attack the fourth battle simulation dome. Kuro responds by unleashing more of his psychic abilities, seizing control of the jet and using it to eliminate nearby attackers. Despite his effective defense, Kuro is overwhelmed by guilt from using his powers to kill, leading him to refuse further training. Han recalls Alexander's earlier plea to convince Kuro to resume training, emphasizing the importance of retaining an S-level psyker like Kuro. Before Han can dwell further on this, a fellow soldier guides him, announcing their arrival at their destination. Han proceeds inside, where he finds two first-generation soldiers standing guard at the gate leading to Kuro's location, and two soldiers monitor Kuro's condition closely via computer screens. Han enters the room where Kuro is confined and greets him. Kuro acknowledges Han's presence, remarking that it's been a while and asking how Han has been. Han takes a seat in front of Kuro and tries to reassure him, stating that the incident wasn't Kuro's fault but merely a coincidence. However, Kuro responds with doubt, suggesting that perhaps subconsciously he wanted to kill those people. Han continues to support Kuro, emphasizing that even if there were subconscious motives, Kuro acted to protect their friends, and no one holds him responsible for that. Despite Han's words of encouragement, Kuro expresses resignation, stating that he believes this is the end of the road for him. Han reflects on Kuro's gentle nature and his own contrasting lack of guilt over his actions. He acknowledges that unlike Kuro, he never felt pity for his enemies and was driven by different motivations. Han reveals that Kuro's desire to measure up to him has kept him going, but now he fears losing another dear friend due to Kuro's resignation. Han confronts Kuro directly, telling him to quit. This surprises Kuro, who asks Han to clarify his statement. Han reaffirms his belief that Kuro is not suited for combat and that it's alright for him to quit now if he feels unable to continue. Han speaks directly to Kuro, expressing a deep commitment to his friend's safety. He tells Kuro that if their positions were reversed in a dangerous situation, Han would sacrifice anyone to protect Kuro, but he doubts Kuro could make the same choice for him. Han urges Kuro to forget about being a soldier, believing Kuro could find more fulfilling uses for his talents elsewhere. Outside the room where Kuro is held, one of the first-generation soldiers questions why Han is encouraging Kuro to give up. The other soldier decides it's time to intervene and move Han out of confinement. They both start approaching the gate. Observing their movements, Han stands up from his chair. Han, determined to prevent himself from being forcibly removed, employs his psychic abilities to hurl a desk toward the gate. The soldiers attempt to open the gate but fail, frustrated by their inability to gain access. One soldier demands that Han open the door immediately, knocking on the glass partition separating them from Han and Kuro. Han, focused on his conversation with Kuro, interrupts the soldier's demands, telling him to be quiet as they are in the middle of an important discussion. The soldier persists, threatening to break in with a battering ram to force entry. Han addresses Kuro directly, expressing his initial intention to convince Kuro to continue training as Chief wanted. However, Han reflects on the current situation and voices his concern. He believes that even if they manage to survive the ongoing war, Kuro will continue to suffer emotionally and mentally, living the rest of his life in agony due to the guilt and trauma he's experiencing. Concerned for Han, Kuro warns him that he may get into trouble for his actions. Han confidently dismisses Kuro's concern about him getting into trouble, stating that as a combat-ready psyker, any repercussions would likely be minimal, possibly just a warning. Kuro acknowledges Han's foresight in planning for this situation. Meanwhile, outside the room, the soldiers grow impatient and decide to break down the door using a battering ram. As they force their way in, Kuro becomes visibly nervous, Sensing the imminent confrontation, upon seeing the soldiers restrain Han, Koro's anxiety turns to anger. He clenches his teeth and shouts for them to stop hurting Han. In a sudden and drastic move, Koro unleashes his psychic abilities, using them to decapitate both soldiers in a shocking display of power. After the intense confrontation where Koro used his psychic abilities to defend Han, Han is now free and making his way back to his dormitory. Along the corridor, he encounters Alexander, who approaches him with a chuckle. Alexander remarks on Han's actions, questioning whether it was all part of an act and expressing his impression of Han's ability to almost deceive him. He jokingly suggests that Han could have given him a heads-up about the incident. Han remains silent, deeply reflecting on the recent events. He recalls the moment when soldiers attempted to restrain him, only to have their heads seemingly cut off by Kuro's psychic power. However, Han realizes that nothing actually happened to the soldiers. It was merely an illusion created by Kuro's overwhelming presence and fear. The soldiers, recovering from the shock, acknowledge that even in his restrained state, Kuro possesses immense power, capable of potentially causing harm to everyone present. As the soldiers tremble in fear from the display of Kuro's power, Kuro manages to calm himself down. He makes a decisive statement, announcing that Han has convinced him to undergo containment training. Additionally, Kuro expresses his intention to advance to the third level. He instructs the soldiers to uncuff Han immediately. Upon hearing Kuro's decision, Han's expression turns sad. He reflects on Kuro's newfound resolve and thinks to himself that even someone as strong and confident as Han can feel helpless at times. Han realizes that Kuro now feels strong enough to reciprocate the protection Han has always provided, shifting their dynamic from protector and protected to equals and friends. In the present moment, Han walks away from Alexander with a somber expression. He turns on just as John Red, a fellow soldier with a metallic leg, approaches him. Alexander reflects on Han's intense display of power, acknowledging that while impressive, it also poses potential dangers. Meanwhile, Han engages in hand-to-hand combat training with Lauka and Johnny. Despite his efforts, both Lauka and Johnny overpower and thoroughly defeat Han in their sparring sessions. As the day progresses into night, Lauka and Johnny bid farewell to Han with cheerful spirits, expressing their anticipation for the next day's training. Walking away from the fitness center with a sense of frustration, Han vents his thoughts aloud. He regrets asking Lauka and Johnny to teach him, realizing they were highly committed to throwing him out during training. He notes the amused expressions on their faces during the intense sparring sessions. In response to Han's frustration, Silence, presumably communicating through text, questions the purpose of Han learning martial arts if he believes he won't ever need it. Han reflects on the importance of being prepared for any situation, explaining to Silence that learning martial arts is about covering all bases to ensure he can achieve victory under any circumstances. Silence, observing Han, recalls Johnny's earlier comment about Han needing to learn how to empty his mind. Silence agrees silently, noting it's unusual to see Han so visibly flustered. Meanwhile, Han struggles to walk due to severe back pain incurred from the intense training sessions with Lauka and Johnny. Despite his discomfort, Silence jokingly suggests a piggyback ride to ease Han's pain. Annoyed by Silence's comment, Han insists that he's fine and dismisses the idea of needing assistance. The next day, John Red dramatically kicks open the door of the fitness center, announcing his return with a loud declaration of "I'm back." His entrance catches the attention of everyone present, and Han nervously addresses him as Sergeant. Johnny, approaching with a smile, playfully comments on John Red's new shoes, to which John Red responds by teasingly asking Johnny if he wants new shoes too. Han interrupts the talk and asks John about his return to duty. John confirms that he will be resuming his role, explaining that he will be training the first-year recruits again for the time being. He mentions needing to recruit second years and still having rehabilitation to complete. Acknowledging Han's recent achievements, John Red remarks on Han's successful completion of his first mission as a third-level psyker. He notes Han's apparent pride in his accomplishment. Han respectfully denies it. Later, outside the fitness center, John Red nonchalantly lights his cigar using his psychic abilities, prompting Han to remark on John's disregard for ARC smoking restrictions. John dismisses Han's comment, stating that smoking isn't allowed anywhere in ARC, despite his efforts to raise the issue in meetings without any resolution. Han reflects on how John Red views his behavior as normal, despite the rules against smoking. Changing the subject, John asks Han if he remembers the Ellis Midju captured. Han expresses curiosity about the results of the interrogation with the Midge. John confirms that they did learn valuable information. He reveals that according to the Mage's mind, the war itself will not commence in 3 years. Rather, the main forces are slated to strike at that time. However, the vanguard, a preliminary force to the main attack, is nearly prepared to launch. Han is visibly stunned by this revelation, though he maintains a composed demeanor. John continues, explaining that while the prophecy predicting war in 10 years isn't entirely inaccurate, the existence of the vanguard suggests that conflict could erupt much sooner than anticipated. The next morning, Johnny knocks on Han's door, calling out his name to get his attention. Han opens the door and politely asks Johnny what he needs. Johnny hands Han a flash drive, explaining that it's a gift for him. He mentions that it contains a video clip of the competition between the Level 2 squads that took place the previous day. Johnny reminds Han that Squad 13, which Han used to lead, participated in the competition. Surprised by the gift, Han repeats Johnny's statement about the flash drive being for him. Johnny playfully comments on Han's solitary weekend activities, questioning why he's holed up in his room instead of joining the others. He jokingly asks if Han doesn't find it fun to hang out with the older soldiers. Han responds with a dry wit, remarking that he can't exactly say it's fun when all they do is engage in dirty talk. He humorously adds that he didn't realize there were so many words to describe a woman, implying that he finds their conversations somewhat inappropriate. After Johnny jokes about the all-male environment and leaves, Han thanks him politely. Johnny playfully warns Han not to get any strange ideas while alone in his room with the video. Han acknowledges him and promptly starts watching the video on his television. As Han watches, the referee announces the upcoming match between Squad 3 and Squad 13. Han realizes that Squad 13, which he used to lead, is facing Squad 3 again. He connects this rematch to the significant losses suffered by the second years due to a recent attack. During the match, Han notices that Gijo is now leading Squad 13, which surprises him. He questions whether Jose and Knut yielded their positions so easily. Despite Gijo's reputation for being sharp yet sometimes unpleasant, Han acknowledges his leadership skills. After watching Squad 13 win their match thanks to Gijo's strategy against Dell, Han reflects on Gijo's typical style of giving opponents a hard time, noting how effective it was against Dell. As he lies down on his bed, Han contemplates the upcoming promotions to the 3rd level. He wonders who among the squad members might move up, considering Dell, Dmitri, or Knut. He introspectively questions if his thoughts indicate feelings of loneliness. In same match, Gijo addresses his squad with a serious demeanor, declaring his intention to target Del Simon. This declaration prompts a reaction from Knut and Jose, who exchange concerned looks. Jose reminds Knut of a previous statement by Gijo, where he insisted on being killed if they forced him to target Simon. Gijo interrupts their conversation, explaining that his objection earlier was due to their plan of facing Simon head-on, which he believes would make them easy targets. Jose confronts Gijo about his manner of speaking, expressing his discomfort with Gijo's approach. Gijo reassures Jose that he doesn't intend to confront Del Simon head-on. He points out Del's weakness in teamwork, acknowledging that while it has improved, Del's pride prevents him from backing down from a direct fight. Jose questions Gijo's statement, reminding him that he explicitly said he wouldn't go head-to-head with Del. Gijo confirms his strategy, clarifying that he plans to pretend to engage Del directly while allowing Jose and the rest of Squad 13 to handle the other members of Squad 3. The referee then announces the beginning of the Capture the Flag match between Squad 3 and Squad 13. Gijo confronts Del with a bold challenge, declaring, "All right, come at me, Del Simon. I, Jeng Gijo, will gladly take you on." Despite his aggressive words, he keeps a safe distance from Del. Observing Gijo's cautious approach, Del begins to move away. This causes Gijo to question his own strategy, wondering if he has been too cautious. Realizing that he needs to take a more assertive stance, Gijo reluctantly decides he must play the role of the bad guy to effectively confront Del. Then Gijo launches a verbal assault on Del Simon, provoking him by calling him a fake genius. Gijo undermines Del's abilities by praising Han's superior combat skills and Kuro's more advanced psychic abilities. He further taunts Del by speculating that Han might now be taller than him, and even suggests that he himself might be taller than Del. Incensed by Gijo's insults and taunts, Del turns towards him in anger and retaliates with a powerful psychic attack. Gijo is fully aware that facing Del Simon directly is futile. Therefore, Gijo adopts a strategy of evasion, running around to avoid Del's attacks. Despite Gijo's attempts to evade him, Del pursues him relentlessly, fueled by anger and determination. This pursuit transforms their clash into the longest recorded match in ARC's history. 7 years ago, John Red pursued another psyker who was attempting to flee from ARC. The fleeing psyker, aware of John's pursuit, confronted him, telling him to cease following. John Red responded, stating that it was his duty to apprehend and bring the psyker back into ARC's fold. The fleeing psyker expressed disdain for institutions like ARC that train psychics, particularly objecting to teaching children how to kill. The psyker who fled ARC, revealing their backstory, explains that they were offered up to the organization by their devout believer father, who belonged to a religious cult named Peaceful Red. Mirror, raised in this environment, the psyker was trained rigorously as a mercenary from a young age, subjected to brutal and relentless training sessions. Initially starting with small animals, the training progressed to larger animals like dogs, pigs, cows, and even monkeys. This harsh upbringing desensitized the psyker to violence, eventually enabling him to kill other humans without hesitation. Reflecting on their traumatic past, the psyker expresses a strong desire to prevent other children from suffering the same fate. He urged John to reconsider his allegiance to ARC and return, emphasizing the detrimental impact of such training on young lives and advocating for a different path for future generations. John, deeply serious and concerned about the impending war, interrupts the psyker's plea with a decisive action. He throws away his cigar and emphatically states that if humanity loses the upcoming war, there won't be anyone left to fight for human rights. He reassures the psyker that he won't ask him to kill anyone, but he implores him to at least accept a role as an instructor within ARC. The psyker, however, remains resolute and defiant, reiterating their strong objections to being involved with ARC or any institution that trains psykers to kill. He expresses his firm stance against such practices, emphasizing his unwillingness to participate. John acknowledges the psyker's stance but counters that it poses a significant problem for him. Despite the psyker's refusal to cooperate, John stresses that it's his duty to bring him back to ARC. He hints at the possibility of using force if necessary. The fleeing psyker warns John that attempting to do so would be risky, suggesting it could lead to deadly consequences. Without hesitation, John rushes toward the fleeing psyker and launches an attack. The person attempts to dodge, but John's strike grazes his cheek. John then tries to attack him again, but the psyker swiftly disarms him. Seizing the initiative, the psyker grabs the knife and swings it at John, managing to inflict a shallow cut on John's neck. Despite this, the psyker refrains from delivering a fatal blow, stating that he could have killed John in that moment. John, undeterred, retaliates with a decisive hit to the psyker's head, causing him to drop the knife. With resolve, John remarks that the psyker should have followed through and killed him if he truly intended to stop him. As the intense altercation continues, both John and the other psyker assume combat stances. John attempts to strike first with a punch, but the psyker easily blocks it and retaliates swiftly by landing a powerful blow to John's stomach, sending him crashing backwards. Asserting his dominance, the psyker declares that John has had enough and asserts that he will never win this confrontation. John, undeterred and defiant despite spitting blood, challenges the psyker to finish the fight decisively by picking up the knife lying on the ground and ending it once and for all. This statement triggers a serious reaction from the psyker, whose expression turns grave. John presses further, questioning if his words have struck a chord due to psyker's pride as a martial artist or for some other reason. In response, the psyker raises his hand, seemingly prepared to deliver a final blow. However, he acknowledges that even if he were to strike, John wouldn't die from it. In the midst of their intense confrontation, John Red observes the person's hand and realizes it poses a greater threat than the nearby knife. Both combatants prepare for what seems to be the final strike of their fight. As an aircraft flies overhead, the psyker rushes towards John with swift determination. John, though nervous, maintains a calm demeanor with a slight sheen of sweat on his face. The psyker swings his hand like a knife, aiming for John, who attempts to evade, but ends up with a long cut across his right eye in the process. Reacting swiftly, John utilizes his psychic abilities to counterattack the psyker. Shortly after, Johnny arrives at the scene where the two fighters lie on the ground. With his characteristic humor, Johnny remarks on the situation, questioning whether one of them died, killed the other, or perhaps both. John starts to rise, explaining that the person is unconscious, having been subdued by John blocking his airway with his psychic powers. Johnny queries John about the flames he used during their fight, to which John confirms they were controlled with the help of a mineral given to him by Octo. This mineral enhances psychic abilities, enabling John to wield fire precisely without causing excessive harm. Reflecting on the battle, Johnny remarks on the inconvenience of their confrontation and expresses regret for not intervening sooner. John brushes off the comment, redirecting their focus to the task of taking the unconscious Wei Chen back with them. Johnny contacts Delta for transport, announcing the mission's completion and confirming Wei Chen's identity. John corrects Johnny's initial misidentification, emphasizing that the person they subdued is Wei Chen, not Li Chan. Johnny, currently relaxing and enjoying beer, crushes an empty can and opens another one while Han watches nervously. Johnny notices Han's gaze and offers him a can, but Han politely declines. Reflecting on Han's youth, Johnny comments on the irony that despite Han's physical maturity, he still carries the innocence and inexperience of youth. He playfully encourages Han to stay alive and not die prematurely, joking that it would be a shame if Han didn't live long enough to legally enjoy beer 2 years later. Han, feeling uneasy with Johnny's continuous talk about drinking, interrupts him as they witness other soldiers during their run, counting in rhythm. Johnny acknowledges Han's remark and reminds him that it will only take 2 more years for Han to surpass him as a psychic warrior. Johnny reflects internally, concerned about the potential danger if fully developed psykers like Han were to turn against Ark. He recalls a past confrontation where he had to battle and ultimately kill a psyker who had turned against Ark, realizing the gravity of such situations. Bringing his focus back to the present, Johnny emphasizes to Han the importance of loyalty and humanity, warning him not to become a threat to humanity like those who oppose Ark. Later on, in their Octo research lab, Han is seen wearing a first-generation psycho frame and excising with a large white ball, indicating his continued training and development of his psychic abilities. Under Ark's guidance, Octo observes Han with admiration, noting his cost-effectiveness in terms of psychic power usage. Despite Han's maximum psychic power output being a record low, Octo highlights that his minimum output is also exceptionally low, indicating minimal energy loss. This precision allows Han to control his psychic energy levels with great accuracy. Comparing Han's abilities to an ordinary subject who can divide their energy output into 10 levels, Octo explains that Han can subdivide his energy into 20 levels, showcasing his exceptional control and potential for further improvement with continued training. After completing the training session, Octo announces that Han has successfully finished his training regimen. After Han completes his training session, he collapses to the ground, breathing heavily from the exertion. Octo approaches him and congratulates him on his improvement, noting that the operation time was 25 minutes, which is a step forward. Han acknowledges the progress, but expresses that he still has a long way to go before he can effectively use this in battle. Octo reassures Han that he has only just begun his training and advises him not to rush his progress. Han mentions that he has exhausted all his physical strength during the training session. Octo apologizes for the strain and offers to assist Han out of the psycho frame. Later, Octo helps Han out of the psycho frame, and then gives him an energy drink to replenish his energy levels after the strenuous training session. After Han finishes his training session, Octo checks on him and asks how he's feeling. Han responds that he feels intense pain throughout every muscle in his body. Octo explains that it's natural because Han not only used every muscle, but also expended all his psychic energy. He assures Han that with time, he will become accustomed to the strain, especially when using the second-generation psycho frame, which will be easier to handle. Curious about the second-generation psycho frame, Han asks Octo for more information. Octo reveals that the second-generation psycho frames are highly classified and mentions that only 80 of them are ready to be deployed. He explains that the production is limited due to the scarcity of dragon parts required for their construction. After his discussion with Octo about the second-generation psycho frames, Han expresses curiosity about the number of psychos who can use them. Octo mentions that currently, there are around 50 individuals in the third level who can utilize psycho frames, implying that about 30 more could potentially move up. Octo then remarks that his focus is primarily on technology development, and that he doesn't involve himself much in training guidelines. Han salutes Octo as he leaves the lab, and Octo bids him farewell. Outside, Han encounters John near the engineering building. Han inquires if John has just returned from the third-level building, to which John responds affirmatively and adds that he saw Silence there. Han and John engage in a conversation outside the engineering building. Han remarks that he assumes Silence has returned from a mission, to which John responds teasingly that it sounds like Han missed him. Han admits that Silence is the only one around his age at Ark, and he finds things quite boring without him. John mentions that Silence talks a lot about Han as well, expressing surprise that they get along. Han acknowledges that he doesn't mind waiting for Silence to communicate via typing, and he finds all the soldiers in Ark to be nice to him. As John puts his cigar in his mouth, he reflects internally that Han has always shown consideration for others, and like many boys his age, he believes Han's genuine kindness is evident when someone is nice out of sincerity rather than obligation. John also thinks Silence is perceptive enough to recognize sincerity and considers striking up a conversation without genuine interest to be rude. Han and John continue their conversation outside the engineering building at Ark. John asks Han how he would feel if someone kept talking to him while secretly thinking he was a lunatic. Han respectfully responds that he wouldn't like it at all. Curious, Han then asks John why Silence always wears his mask. John is surprised by the question and asks Han if he genuinely doesn't know. Han confirms that he really doesn't and mentions that the mask doesn't seem to have any functional purpose. They pause and stare at each other for a moment. John sighs and explains that Silence wears the mask purely the way it looks. A few days later, Johnny warmly welcomes a new psyker who has been promoted to level 3. Introducing himself as a first-generation psyker, Johnny Schwartz shakes hands with the newcomer, who is revealed to be Dell. Johnny informs Dell that there are plenty of others who will explain things to him and instructs him to follow along. Del complies and begins following Johnny as they proceed. Johnny enthusiastically asks Del if he is the genius he's heard about, expressing his anticipation to witness Del's abilities firsthand. Del recalls a past memory where others marveled at his psychic prowess, praising his telekinesis skills and predicting his potential to excel at Ark. Arriving at Ark and seeing numerous psykers, Del resolves to prove himself as the best among them, driven by his determination and ambition. Del witnesses Kuro crying and feels intense anger, believing Kuro doesn't belong at Ark and shouldn't be a psyker. Fueled by his frustration towards Kuro's, Del approaches him and punches him, causing Kuro to fall to the ground. Del finds it unbearable that someone he considers a loser could be a better psyker than himself, especially reaching S level, a rank Del believes is only attainable by those born with innate talent, not through training. Del resents Kuro's emotional vulnerability and contrasts it with his own relentless efforts to maintain his status as a genius in the psyker community. Han and Silence are seated in a meeting room, pondering the reason for the emergency meeting. Han questions aloud what it could be about, expressing uncertainty. Silence responds, suggesting that since both of them have been summoned, it might involve another special mission. Just then, Corporal Shijun enters, interrupting their discussion. Han turns to see Shijun and acknowledges his greeting, remarking on the time that has passed since they last met. After Corporal Shijun takes a seat, Han asks him directly if he is being considered for a squad leader position. Shijun confirms this, explaining that they are facing a shortage of squad leaders due to the absence of the first-generation psykers. He then brings up the matter of the dimensional tier Tirana, prompting Han's immediate recognition and concern about the situation involving the Tirana dimensional tier. Corporal Shijun explains to Han that Tirana, as the capital of Albania, was the site of a previous dimensional tier during the First War. This event left Albania and the Balkan Peninsula, including Greece, devastated because humanity failed to halt the advance of the Dragon Army. Han quickly makes the connection that the minions are attempting to open another tier, similar to their previous attempt in Sinwiju. Corporal Shijun reveals to Han the severity of the situation regarding the dimensional tier in Tirana. He explains that the allied forces guarding the tier were completely wiped out by the minions. This loss means that soon the minions will escalate to fire level 2, requiring all soldiers of Ark to be on standby for deployment. Han expresses disbelief at the scale of the minion forces, prompting Shijun to explain that Ellis mages among them can open warp tunnels, allowing for the rapid movement of their forces over long distances without conventional transportation. Shijun emphasizes that the minion forces are actively growing and are determined to open the tier. Han reflects on the escalating urgency of the situation, realizing that events are unfolding faster than anticipated, and they might soon face an actual dragon in battle. Just then, Johnny arrives late to the meeting and introduces Del as the final squad member. Johnny suggests skipping introductions since Han and Del have already been on a mission together, despite the tension between them evident from their cold stares toward each other. Del harbors deep resentment towards Han, feeling that Han has always hindered him and kept him from excelling. He is determined to finally overcome Han and prove his superiority. Meanwhile, Johnny begins the meeting by outlining their mission, to prevent the opening of the tier on a dimensional tier. He emphasizes the critical role of the 7 first gens equipped with psycho frames, but only 3 psycho frames can be deployed on the ground. Johnny underscores the importance of their mission, highlighting that failure could lead to a catastrophic dragon attack that only the psycho frames can effectively counter. Del appears slightly nervous as the gravity of the upcoming mission sinks in. Meanwhile, Han clenches his fists tightly, reflecting on how all his training has prepared him for this crucial moment. Eager and determined, Han turns to Johnny, their squad leader, and asks when they will deploy. Johnny, after a brief pause, adjusts his glasses and gives the decisive order. Now, at the Tirana outpost, located 20 kilometers from the Tirana dimensional tier, an army official presents a satellite image showing multiple psychic shields detected in the area. These shields are likely being used to summon dragons, but it's uncertain which shield is specifically summoning them. The official acknowledges the impracticality of using airstrikes due to the shield's resilience. Even nuclear missiles would be ineffective against them. Moreover, the urban terrain and underground enemy movements further complicate the situation. After observing the serious expressions of the psykers, the army official nervously decides to move on to the next agenda item. Shortly thereafter, the meeting concludes and the squad members disperse. Han gathers his team and outlines their plan of attack. He emphasizes that while the Allied forces engage the minions directly, their psychic force squads will be tasked with locating and neutralizing the Ellis mages within the psychic shields. Han reminds them that they have 7 psycho frames on standby in the air, but they can only request up to 3 for assistance on the ground as a last resort. He stresses the importance of conserving resources and holding their ground, even if it means sacrificing some soldiers initially. Han warns that the enemies will aim to force their psycho frames into action early in the battle to exhaust their defenses. Shortly after the meeting, the Allied forces initiate their attack on the minions with tanks, successfully eliminating many of them. Observing the battlefield, Han acknowledges that the grunts, while not individually threatening against their advanced weaponry, pose a unique danger due to their propensity for mass hysteria. He warns his team about their reckless behavior, noting that grunts will mindlessly attack anything in their path, often sacrificing themselves without concern for survival. Han highlights the unsettling sound of their teeth grinding as a catalyst for their frenzied state. Despite the efficiency of their weapons in eliminating grunts, Han cautions that their sheer numbers and rapid procreation rate continue to pose a significant challenge. He reflects on the irony that, despite their vulnerability in combat, grunts persist due to their prolific ability to reproduce. As the Allied forces engaged the grunts in battle, Han's team moved forward to execute their plan to eliminate the Ellis mages attempting to summon dragons. Just as they began, Han detected the presence of 4 grunts nearby. However, their path was unexpectedly blocked by an ogre, a formidable enemy standing in their way. In response, Han quickly formulated a strategy. He directed Corporal Shijun and Silence to handle the grunts while he and Del focused on dealing with the ogre. As Shijun and Silence moved towards the grunts, the ogre launched an attack towards them. Han seized the opportunity and engaged the ogre directly, drawing its attention away from his teammates. Han taunted the ogre to divert its focus onto him, yelling to attract its aggression. This maneuver allowed Shijun and Silence to confront the grunts without interference from the ogre, enabling them to execute their part of the mission effectively. In the midst of the intense battle, the ogre swiftly retaliated against Han by seizing a nearby car and hurling it towards him. Han reacted swiftly, evading the projectile by leaping into the air with impressive agility. Recognizing the need for a coordinated attack, Han commanded Del to create a path for him. Del responded using his psychic abilities to manipulate rocks, clearing a direct route for Han to approach the ogre. Taking advantage of the opening, Han dashed forward and ascended the ogre's body, swiftly reaching its head. With precision and speed, Han thrust his spear towards the ogre's eye, causing the massive creature to roar in agony. Sensing an opportunity, Han quickly lobbed a grenade into the ogre's open mouth. To shield Han from the ensuing explosion, Del once again employed his psychic powers, creating a protective barrier around Han. The grenade detonated with force, causing the ogre to stagger and collapse. Han and Del's coordinated effort and quick thinking proved crucial in neutralizing the formidable ogre threat. After efficiently dispatching the ogre and the grunts with their coordinated efforts, Han retrieves his spear from the ogre's corpse and confidently urges his team to move forward. Meanwhile, Silence and Corporal Shijun successfully eliminate the 4 grunts they were engaged with. Observing Han's leadership and combat prowess, Shijun reflects on how much Han has grown. He acknowledges Han's talent and leadership qualities, feeling reassured and impressed by Han's dependability as a leader. Despite Shi-jun's extensive experience on the battlefield, he finds himself following Han with confidence, knowing that Han has his back. As Han's team progresses through a narrow alley between two large buildings, they come across dead bodies strewn in their path. Han quickly orders his team to halt while he investigates the scene. Upon closer inspection, Han notes that the bodies are still relatively fresh, indicating they were killed recently. Meanwhile, Shi-jun calls out to Han from behind, informing him about the presence of werewolves nearby, suggesting the involvement of Ellis hunters in the area. This revelation prompts Han to swiftly assess their surroundings once more, heightening his vigilance. Han commands Del and Silence to prepare their weapons and remain on standby, awaiting his signal. Han quickly assesses the situation, realizing that close-range combat would be more effective against werewolves than firearms. He decides to create a distraction by throwing a rock ahead to generate noise, drawing the attention of the approaching werewolves. With a stun grenade primed and ready, Han waits until the werewolves charge towards the noise. As they close in, Han skillfully tosses the stun grenade towards them, causing it to detonate and momentarily incapacitate both werewolves with its blinding light and deafening sound. Taking advantage of the stunned werewolves, Silence and Del swiftly advance and execute their plan. They move in quickly, efficiently severing the heads of both werewolves before they can recover from the grenade's effects. Han quickly identifies the threat posed by the Ellis hunter perched nearby with a bow. With swift command, he directs his team to take cover, anticipating the incoming attack. As the hunter releases an arrow aimed at them, Del reacts instinctively, using a nearby dead body as a shield to intercept the projectile. After successfully blocking the arrow, Del exhales in relief while Silence glances at him with concern. Del justifies his action by prioritizing their safety, prompting Han to assert the need to neutralize the Ellis hunter. He prepares to retaliate by readying a grenade for a counterattack. Observing Han's intent to throw the grenade, Shi-jun doubts its effectiveness due to the distance involved. Meanwhile, Silence and Del share their skepticism, noting that even if they could reach the hunter, the enemy would likely dodge the grenade. Han launches it with remarkable speed toward the Ellis hunter, who attempts to evade the incoming grenade. However, Han skillfully manipulates his psychic ability to redirect the grenade's trajectory, ensuring it strikes and eliminates the Ellis hunter effectively. Impressed by Han's display of skill, Silence acknowledges his achievement with a pat on the shoulder and a thumbs up. Shi-jun, though not well versed in psychic abilities, recognizes the feat's difficulty and expresses his admiration for Han's capability. Meanwhile, Del reflects on Han's technique, likening it to making a challenging shot in basketball, a three-pointer from the center of the court with one's back turned. This comparison underscores the precision and difficulty of Han's psychic maneuver. Shortly afterward, a message arrives requesting the elimination of a psychic shield at Point 9. Han directs his squad to advance towards Point 9, which is 1 kilometer ahead, aiming to complete their objective within 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Shi-jun follows closely behind Han, reflecting on their earlier conversation. Han had instructed him to set up a tripwire and extend it to their current location, using grenades to create a trap for the approaching minions. Shi-jun is impressed by Han's growing leadership and tactical acumen, noting how quickly he has matured as a soldier despite his young age, which saddens Shi-jun to witness. After arriving at Point 9, Han assesses the enemy forces and swiftly devises a plan. He instructs everyone except Silence to clear a path leading towards the psychic shield, ensuring they secure an escape route while they work. Han designates Silence to breach the psychic shield and eliminate the Ellis mage. Silence acknowledges the task without hesitation, and Han emphasizes their reliance on him to successfully complete the critical part of the mission. The scene shifts to a child watching a DVD and enjoying the movie Samurai Who Cut the Moon. In the movie, a samurai unsheathes his katana, jumps high into the air, and declares, "I am air." The child, who is actually Silence, recalls this phrase, "I am air," resonating with him deeply. Meanwhile, the other team members engage in combat against grunts, lesser enemies in their mission. Silence, utilizing his unique psychic trait, teleports himself directly in front of a psychic shield protecting an elasmage. With precision and swiftness, he breaks the shield using his blade and decapitates the elasmage before the minions or elasmage can react. While a message appears on Silence's mask, stating "kill the monster," as Silence decapitates the elasmage, he is immediately surrounded by minion grunts. The message on his mask changes to "no mercy." He then proceeds to kill the approaching grunts one after another with ruthless efficiency. After dealing with the enemies, he jumps into the air and uses his psychic trait to regroup with his team. Han reports to headquarters, stating that Squad Izzy has eliminated Point 9 and announces their intent to retreat before they are surrounded by more enemies. Del, a fellow team member, turns to Silence and questions the childish messages displayed on his mask, saying they give him goosebumps. Meanwhile, a cargo plane a distance from Izzy Squad and deploys a psycho frame to the ground. Seeing the deployment of the psycho frame, Han alerts his team. One psycho frame has been deployed for ground support. We need to hurry. He then receives a message from another team. Izzy 1, can you hear me? This is Alpha 1. Recognizing the caller as the leader of Squad Alpha, Han responds, "This is Izzy 1. I hear you." The Alpha Squad leader inquires about their next location, Point 8, and suggests that since they are nearby, they plan to join Squad Izzy for the mission. Han is taken aback and inquires about the completion of their assigned tasks, marveling inwardly at the speed of their accomplishments. The Alpha Squad leader acknowledges their swift execution but introduces a concern. Han, now worried, queries about the nature of the problem, wondering if they are being pursued. The Alpha Squad leader elaborates that they focused solely on eliminating the elumages, disregarding other aspects, which has led to a sizable group now chasing them. Han begins by checking the area on his watch, likely to assess their location. He reflects on Derek, the leader of Squad Alpha 1, noting Derek's ability to emit electricity as his quirk. Han wonders if there's a location nearby where Derek could effectively utilize this ability. Shortly after, Han communicates with Derek over their communication channel, addressing him as Alpha 1. Han asks if Derek can hear him, to which Derek responds affirmatively, saying he can hear Han loud and clear. Derek mentions he was waiting as instructed by Han, but since no further instructions came, he was concerned they had been abandoned. Han then provides Derek with specific directions. He instructs Derek to turn left in 500 meters and continue straight for another 200 meters. Han informs Derek that by following these directions, they will come across a large outdoor swimming pool. Despite the blackout affecting the city, Han believes there should still be rainwater in the pool, which will be useful for their survival. After hearing Han's suggestion about using his electricity-emitting ability, Derek was visibly shocked and began sweating profusely, indicating his surprise about Han's plan. Derek then responds, saying, "I think I know what you're getting at," implying that he understands the strategy that Han has quickly devised to utilize his unique ability effectively. Han acknowledges Derek's understanding and confirms the plan, stating that they will proceed to the specified location and wait there as planned. In a more relaxed moment amidst their mission, Derek addresses Han affectionately as Izzy 1, with a code name, and expresses a sentiment of friendship beyond their current mission. Derek suggests that if they survive the current ordeal and return to their base arc, they should become friends. Han responds with a simple "all right," indicating agreement and acceptance of Derek's gesture. Meanwhile, amidst their conversation and plans, the werewolves approach near to Alpha Squad. One of the squad member is hit by the attack, and the werewolf managed to snatch a bag from him. This team member turns to Derek and asks urgently how much further they have to go. Derek reassures them, saying they are almost there, pointing out a specific corner they need to reach. He confidently declares that as soon as they turn that corner, he will use his ability to effectively deal with their adversaries. Meanwhile, Izzy Squad arrives at the pool location that was previously mentioned. However, Han is shocked and dismayed to find that the pool is completely empty. Del explains that due to the broken floor and walls of the pool, there is no water left. Upon realizing this, Han becomes flustered and starts trembling with guilt. He blames himself internally, feeling responsible for putting everyone in danger by leading them to a location that turned out to be useless without water. Shi-jun calls out to Han, but Han does not respond. Shi-jun physically gets Han's attention by tapping his shoulder. He reassures Han to calm down, emphasizing that nobody has died so far. Han turns towards Shi-jun and notices Shi-jun's determined expression. This sight helps Han to calm himself down. Han hears a voice coming from the direction of the Alpha team. Han announces that the enemy is approaching rapidly, prompting everyone to prepare for imminent defense. Derek spots the Izzy Squad in the distance and advises everyone to run as fast because their support is just in front of them. On the other hand, Izzy Squad started running towards Derek group. Silence leads the charge, followed closely by Han. Han instructs his team to focus on protecting the Alpha Squad, emphasizing the importance of their safety amid the chaotic situation. Han and Silence engage the approaching werewolves in close combat, and Shi-jun and Del provide fire support from a rear position. Han orders his squad to retreat while fighting, directing them to eliminate any werewolves that come too close but to otherwise focus on withdrawing from the immediate danger. Shi-jun addresses Han, expressing concern about their current situation and suggesting that they request a psycho frame. Han considers the gravity of his decision, knowing it will impact everyone's lives. He contemplates Corporal Shi's advice about requesting ground support, seeing it as a potential temporary solution to their crisis. With only 2 units remaining, Han weighs the consequence of requesting help, as it would leave only 1 unit for other squads. Han resolves that they must find a way to resolve the situation independently without requesting external assistance. Han begins to scan their surroundings, searching for anything that could aid them in their current predicament. Han notices a water tank hidden behind the trees, which surprises him. He speculates that there might be water inside the tank. Considering the possibility, Han orders Silence and Del to move to the other side of the pool. He directs Alpha 2, 3, 4, and Izzy 3 to maintain the line of defense and lure their enemies into the swimming pool. Han tells Silence about the water tank behind the tree and instructs him to open it and check inside for water. Han believes that even half a tank will be sufficient for their needs. Han commands Del Simon to prepare to destroy the supporting structure of the water tank. Han kills an approaching Ellis Hunter with his spear thrust. Silence checks the water tank and confirms its status by messaging Han with OK. Han orders all troops to retreat and tells Alpha 1 to get ready. Del destroys the water tank support, causing it to fall and fill the pool with water. Werewolves, grunts, and Ellis Hunters are gathered in pool and moving towards them. Derek steps forward, stating he plans to restore his reputation. He begins to focus his psychic powers into his fist. Derek makes a humorous comment about the dinner menu being rotisserie. He dips his hand into the pool water and unleashes his full electrical psychic trait. Derek's power kills all the enemies in the pool instantly. Derek declares their victory as complete. His nose starts bleeding, and he begins to tremble and fall. Han grabs Derek to prevent him from falling. Derek apologizes to Han, saying he has no strength left. He entrusts the leadership of Alpha Squad to Han, referring to him as Izzy 1. Han acknowledges Derek's exhaustion, but emphasizes the immediate need to move. Derek, despite his condition, responds with determination, calling Han a tenacious bastard. As they move, 2 more psycho frame units are deployed from a battle cargo plane. Han informs the team that all ground support psycho frame units have been dispatched, giving them the upper hand and marking the last critical point. Upon reaching the last point, they observe numerous dead bodies of grunts scattered down. Shi-jun expresses surprise at the sight, wondering if all the minions have already been defeated. Despite expecting there to be many more, Han announces that there is only one location remaining. The Psycho Frame units are engaged in battle, swiftly killing ogres and grunts that approach them. Izzy-1 and Alpha-1 move towards the last psychic shield. Han orders Silence to pierce through the shield. Silence moves forward and destroys the shield. As they move inside the shield, everyone, including Del, is shocked by what they see. They all wonder what the grunts are doing, expressing their disbelief at their actions. Han emphasizes the need to act quickly and kill the Ellismidge without hesitation. Shortly after, there is an explosion of pink light. Han kills the last Ellismidge. Despite the victory, Han is nervous because a crack starts to open up. Han is shocked as he sees a large forearm emerging from the crack. Han wonders what kind of monster he is seeing, noting that even though he can only see its front claw, it is undoubtedly much larger than the dragons they learned about, at least twice as big. As he continues to stare at the large forearm, the crack reaches his feet. Seeing the danger, Silence dashes towards Han, thinking that Han is about to fall into the crack. Silence recalls a previous moment when he typed a message to Han, telling him not to die. Han is surprised by Silence's statement. Silence explains that courage isn't about not knowing fear but about overcoming it. Han sighs and tells Silence that he has no intention of dying. He asks where Silence heard such a phrase. Silence mentions that he heard it in a movie called Samurai Who Cut the Moon and promises to show it to Han when they get back to Ark. In the present, Silence grabs Han. While carrying Han, Silence uses his quirk to teleport them away from the crack. As they move away, a large head appears from the crack and engulfs all the grunts present in one swift motion. Silence and Han fall to the ground and start trembling. Han looks back at the dragon and observes it eating all of its followers. All the Psychic Force members present start trembling in fear upon seeing this. The dragon extends its forearm towards the psykers but cannot reach them. Han realizes that the crack is too small, allowing only the dragon's head and forearm to emerge. Han understands that they need to request a psycho frame quickly. Han swiftly reaches for his watch to make the request. The dragon starts to roar, causing fear among everyone present. The roar leads to their eyes turning red, as the dragon exerts control over their minds. The dragon checks their memories and looks towards the sky and comments about the presence of pests above. Han and the other psykers struggle against the dragon's mind control. The dragon declares that it will finish off those on the ground once the crack widens. Del trying to resist the dragon's mind control, telling it to get out of his head. The dragon notices the cargo plane flying above and declares its intention to destroy it, accusing it of being made from the dragon's flesh and bones. Han realizes the dragon is targeting the cargo plane and thinks that he needs to stop it, but struggles to get up due to the dragon's mind control. The dragon begins gathering a large amount of energy in its mouth to attack the cargo plane. Del thinks they are all going to die. Han believes everyone will die unless he takes action, and manages to break free from the mind control. Han dashes towards his spear, quickly grabs it from the ground, and rushes towards the dragon to interrupt the dragon attack. Del tries to lift his gun but trembles and drops it due to intense pain. Then he also crashed to the ground. Seeing Han standing despite the situation, Del grits his teeth in anger and thinks how Han is the only one who seems unaffected. Before the tier on a dimensional crack mission, John gives a file to Johnny, asking about his plans regarding the level 3 advancement roster. Johnny opens the roster and starts reviewing it. He decides to deploy one of the individuals listed in the roster for the tier on a mission as a member of Lee Chan's squad. John asks Johnny about Lee Chan. Johnny explains that Lee Han and Lee Chan are the same person. Lee Chan is just a nickname Johnny gave him. John questions if Johnny's nickname is supposed to be funny, putting his cigar in his mouth and repeating the nickname several times. John turns to Johnny and criticizes him for repeating the same behavior he did with Wei Chen in the past, asking if he hasn't matured since then. Johnny deflects by pointing out John's habit of smoking in non-smoking areas. Johnny notices Knut name on the roster and realizes Knut has a healing quirk. He also notes that Knut used to be in the same squad as Lee Chan. Continuing through the roster, Johnny shows Dmitri's picture to John and remarks that he likes Dmitri because he sees a resemblance to himself. John approaches and points to Del's picture on the roster, stating that Del is better than Dmitri. Johnny disagrees, suggesting that Del might be more similar to John. John instructs Johnny to follow his orders, asserting that Del and Han will make the perfect duo. Johnny asks if Del and Dmitri get along well. John clarifies that technically, they don't have a great relationship, but they have never let personal issues interfere with their mission. He mentions that Del despises losing more than anything else, which serves as a strong motivator for him. Del shouts Han's name and stands up, covering his body with psychic energy, determined to match Han's abilities. He uses his psychic ability to move Han directly towards the dragon's head. Han arrives near the dragon's head, empowered by Del's support, while Del struggles and falls to the ground again under the dragon's influence. Han channels his psychic energy into his spear, before his intention not to seriously injure the dragon, but to alter the trajectory of its attack. But due to Del's help, he can now able to injure the dragon and launches his spear attack towards the dragon. At the same time, the dragon also launches its attack towards the cargo plane. Han's attack slightly alters the trajectory of the dragon's attack, causing it to hit one side of the plane's wings. However, Han falls to the ground and draws the dragon's attention. As Han struggles to stand, he realizes he can't feel his left arm and leg. The dragon dismisses Han's efforts as futile, claiming there's no hope left for them. Despite this, the dragon notices a persistent determination in Han's eyes. Despite being targeted by the dragon's attack, Han remains still because of its injury and does not attempt to evade. The dragon's attack is halted because it begins sinking into the closing crack from which it emerged. In frustration, the dragon shouts about wanting to kill Han before it potentially loses its chance. Han tries to move away again, but notices that his left leg is not responding. As the dragon continues its attack, a beam of light falls between Han and the dragon's arm, causing dust to swirl around. Han shields his eyes. Once the dust settles, Han sees a psycho frame standing before him. The psycho frame intervenes and stops the dragon's claw from reaching Han, saving Han's life. Han wonders if Johnny descended without an assault pod, noting that only Johnny could manage such a feat. Johnny asks if he arrived just in time and mentions he might be the only survivor from above. Han notices the damaged legs of the psycho frame due to the impact of its landing. Johnny bids farewell to Han. The dragon tightens its claws on the psycho frames and begins sinking back into the crack. Han starts crying as he watches the dragon and Johnny sink into the crack, and the crack eventually closes. Even after the crack closes, Han continues to gaze at it, filled with sorrow. A soldier begins a presentation, stating that Bahamut is the code name for the 8th dragon that appeared during the Tirana mission. Upon hearing this, Alexander turns to Sasha and remarks on the grand name given to the dragon. Sasha responds by saying that the dragon is unlike any other that has appeared in the past, noting it is significantly bigger and stronger. The soldier continues the presentation, mentioning the destruction of 4 psycho frame units, highlighting it as a significant loss. The soldier explains that even with a budget advance, it would be difficult to fully arm themselves in a short amount of time. Despite the challenges, the soldier notes that the appearance of the dragon has sparked interest from many other nations in participating in ARC's projects. Alexander reflects that even if there are purists among the other nations, Bahamut's appearance has made their positions difficult. Alexander asks the presenter to stop the screen after noticing something important. He inquires who damaged Bahamut's eye. Han dreams of an old memory where he is sparring with Johnny. During the sparring session, Johnny comments on Han's seemingly emotionless demeanor, suggesting that this rationality makes Han willing to take any path, even one leading to death, if he believes. It's the right solution to a problem. Johnny strikes Han with precision, lifting him into the air and slamming him to the ground before Han can react. As Han lies on the ground, Johnny commands him to survive no matter what and tells him to get up. Johnny disappears, and the scene shifts to Han waking up in a hospital bed. Han sees John standing beside his hospital bed, who asks if he is awake. Han asks how long he has been asleep. John informs Han that he has been asleep for 2 whole days. Han asks about Johnny's whereabouts. John explains that Johnny disappeared with the dragon and has been reported as missing instead of deceased. Han, trembling in frustration and gripping one side of the bed tightly, asks John to allow him a moment alone. John leaves the room and sighs upon seeing other first-generation psykers waiting outside Han's room. John sarcastically asks the psykers if they think this is a daycare, noting that Han just woke up and needs time to gather his thoughts. Meanwhile, Han sits on the bed, calming his anger, with his eyes showing newfound determination and resolve. The scene shifts back to the presentation, where the presenter states that many countries have reported no minion activity and that the majority of the minions seem to have died during the Tirana battle. Alexander expresses relief that the minion activity has decreased, allowing them to breathe easy for a while. He asks if that concludes the meeting for the day. At that moment, Octo raises his hand and says he has something for Alexander to review. Alexander asks Octo what he wants to discuss. Octo proposes that the second-generation prototypes, currently overseen by Team 1, should be reassigned to Team 3. The leader of Team 1 reacts with surprise and frustration, asking what Octo is talking about. Octo explains that the prototype is capable of being activated immediately, suggesting a potential advantage or urgency in reassigning it to his team. Team 1 leader was skeptical about someone's ability to handle a prototype with a high dragon matter ratio, referencing Red, a skilled psychic who struggled with it. Octo retorted that the leader should just admit wanting the prototype for himself, accusing him of planning to disassemble and return it to the factory. The leader refused to give it to Octo, questioning what useless creation Octo would make next. Octo insisted there was someone ideally suited for the prototype and asked for the Alexander's trust. Alexander tells Octo to submit his planned proposal, expressing frustration and a need to leave before going insane. 3 days later, Han leaves his room and encounters Del in the hallway. Initially, they walk past each other without speaking. Han calls out from behind, thanking Del. Del stops momentarily, then turns on. Han thanks Del for his cooperation during the last mission. Del breaks into a cold sweat as he recalls the last mission, particularly when Han rushed towards the dragon while Del struggled to get up. Del grits his teeth and angrily tells Han not to make him laugh, accusing Han of looking down on him because he has been a squad leader a few times. He insists that Han shouldn't treat him like one of his childhood friends. Han gets angry as well and retorts by questioning how many times Del has been able to defeat those childhood friends. He pointedly reminds Del that he recently lost badly to Gijo. Del, still fuming, tells Han to follow him to the gym, threatening to break Han's other arm as well. Han agrees, saying all right, I accept. Both Han and Del head towards the gym, ready to settle their conflict. Seeing Del upset, Han immediately worries if he made the situation worse by their confrontation. On the other hand, Del reflects on his own feelings, realizing he showed Han his inferiority complex. He questions himself, wondering why he's concerned with someone he perceives as crippled. Han considers the situation and concludes that he didn't say anything too serious to upset Del. Despite their thoughts, both Han and Del resolve not to be made fools of by each other. Meanwhile, 2 individuals suddenly appear behind Han and Del, calling out their names. Han and Del turn around and see Dmitri and Knut standing there. Dmitri greets Han and Del, exclaiming that it's been a long time and sharing news that both he and Knut have advanced to level 3. Han and Del exchange nervous looks with each other in response to Dmitri's news. They both agree that they need to cool off a bit. Han suggests they take a break, saying, "I think both of us need to cool off a bit. Don't you think so?" Del responds strongly, telling Han not to show his face in front of him for a while. He admits that even if he manages to cool off, seeing Han might make him angry again. Meanwhile, Dmitri and Knut move towards Han and Del with smiles on their faces. A few days later, in the cafeteria, Han goes to get his breakfast. Fellow psykers notice him and greet him enthusiastically, commenting on how cool it was that he charged at Dragon with just a spear. Knut joins the conversation and asks Han how it feels to be a hero. Han responds seriously, saying, "That's not funny." At that moment, Derek, the leader of Alpha Squad, approaches Han, commenting that the incident is more bearable to think about with this story in mind, and reminds him of their promise to become friends if they survived. Han recalls him as Alpha 1 Derek. Derek expresses surprise that Han already knows his name and introduces himself formally. He then says he's pleased to meet Han. They sit down at a table with their breakfast. Suddenly, all the fellow psykers in the cafeteria start looking towards Silence. Derek comments that Silence is at it again. Han, confused, asks what Silence is doing. Derek explains that for the past 5 days, Silence has been staring at the wall without drinking any water. He calls it wall training. Derek also mentions that Silence tends to eat a crazy amount of food afterwards, which is quite a spectacle. Han notices that Silence has eaten much more than his size would suggest. Knut remarks that Silence might be experimenting with the limits of the human stomach. Silence enters the scene and places his large sweet tray on the desk with a bang. Han notices that Silence has changed his mask. Silence responds that he forgot to charge his mechanical mask. Han wonders how Silence will eat without his mechanical mask. Han asks Silence why he did the wall training. Silence explains that he reflected on feeling inadequate, unable to do anything but sit and stare while Han fought alone. Han introduces Knut to Silence, saying he's someone Silence has met before. Knut expressing uncertainty if Silence remembers him. Silence responds that he'll try to remember Knut from now on. Knut watches as Silence folds the lower part of his mask and starts eating. Watching Silence eat, Knut's heart rate rises, his cheeks become redder, and he starts sweating profusely. After finishing breakfast, Knut and others are exercising in the gym. Knut sees Silence running on a treadmill, which surprises him. Knut starts questioning his assumptions. He wonders if there was a girl in Ark, or if he might be interested in guys instead. Determined to confront his uncertainty, he decides to approach Silence. Knut whistles and approaches Silence, who is stretching. He attempts to remove Silence's mask to confirm his suspicions. Silence swiftly dodges Knut's attempt and counters by kicking Knut in the stomach, causing him to crash to the floor. Silence waves his finger at Knut and advises him never to let his guard down, emphasizing it's the way of the ninja soldier. He then leaves the gym. Sitting on the ground after Silence leaves, Knut is determined to find out more about what Silence is, and what he meant by ninja soldier. Han approaches Knut and suggests he should stop pursuing Silence. Knut replies that unlike Han, he can't stop until his curiosity is satisfied. Suddenly, Derek grabs Knut's shoulder from behind and calls him a bastard, indicating he understands Knut's determination. Derek tells Knut to meet him at the dorm roof during lunchtime to discuss the details further. Knut asks Derek if he has a good idea or plan. After shaking hands, Knut bids farewell with "all right, see you later," and heads off. Han watches nervously as Knut and Derek part ways. At lunchtime, Knut arrives at the dorm roof where Derek and 2 other psykers are waiting. Derek introduces their group as a secret organization within Ark called the Silence Mask Opener, in short SML. Their purpose is to uncover Silence's face. Derek welcomes Knut as Comrade Knut and hands him a badge made of a bottle cap. Knut expresses disappointment in the badge, calling it a piece of junk and questioning the credibility of Derek's organization. Derek explains that the badge's simplicity is intentional to maintain secrecy. He emphasizes that their organization, the SMO, operates covertly. He proposes that with Knut's addition, they can strengthen their pursuit of silence. Derek asks Knut about the minimum number of people required by Ark to proceed with a mission. Knut confirms that Ark requires a minimum of 4 people to proceed with a mission. Derek welcomes Knut into the Silence Mask opener, emphasizing the strength of their organization with 4 members. Derek outlines a plan to test Silence's blink ability at drill ground number 7 in 20 minutes. After disabling Silence's blink, they plan to sound and ambush him. Knut questions the morality of the plan, suggesting it's cowardly. Derek dismisses Knut's concern, implying that Knut doesn't understand Silence well enough. He believes that after witnessing Silence's capabilities, Knut will change his perspective. Examiner orders Silence to get ready for a test involving 6 continuous blinks over a 35-meter distance between each target, with the last blink being vertical. Silence assumes his stance and, upon the command to start, swiftly disappears from his position. He moves with lightning speed, hitting each target in rapid succession. Throughout the test, Silence pushes himself to go faster and further. While performing the test, Silence realizes that even when he blinks, he doesn't lose his acceleration. This means all the kinetic energy he gathers while moving will be released when he falls down from a jump. There was a sudden and powerful psychic disturbance in an area where Silence landed and caused an explosion. Derek observed Silence and remarked that as long as the Silence can blink, it will evade capture. Knut expressed his surprise and fear at realizing that he is more frightening than he initially believed. Derek predicted that the subject is likely to perform to more similar sessions. He suggests to others that they should prepare themselves downstairs. Derek and Knut, smiling, expresses confidence that today they will finally solve the biggest mystery of Ark. Meanwhile, Han leaves his room while carrying a large number of books. Han thinks about Derek and Knut, expressing a hope that those guys will be okay. After the Silence test sessions conclude, he finds himself surrounded by SMO, a secretive organization created by Derek. Shortly after, Knut uses his healing ability to recover from injuries while lying on the ground with other SMO members. In frustration, he shouts that they are too weak. Derek responds, suggesting that the real problem might be that their opponent is exceptionally strong. He also mentions that he cannot use his special ability to electrocute Silence. Knut emphasizes that their current approach isn't sufficient. He asserts that they need someone with strategic oversight and leadership to guide them. Some time later, there was a knock on Han's door. Han opened the door and saw Knut and Derek outside. He welcomed them in. Knut requested Han's assistance. Han expressed reluctance, stating that he didn't want to do anything that Silence wouldn't approve of. Knut questioned Han honestly, asking if he too was curious about the person behind a figurative mask. Han promptly responded with a firm no. Knut thought to himself that Han hesitated for a moment. Knut reminisced about the past, specifically how he joined the 13th Squad. He expressed confidence that Han would have managed to establish his own squad even if Knut hadn't been there. Knut then announced his departure, bidding farewell and telling Han to take care. Both Han and Derek were surprised by him. Knut then urges Derek to accompany him, indicating they should move. Han, upon hearing the conversation, thinks about it, and thinks sorry Silence. Han addresses Knut, stating that he will only assist him this one time. However, if Knut fails again, Han advises them to consider giving up. Knut chuckles in response to Han's remark and agrees with him. Later, by noon, Han states that their plan is to lure Silence to the roof of a building that is currently under construction. To ensure this, they will set up multiple traps throughout the building. Han mentions that he has marked the locations where the traps will be set. He suggests they move quickly because there are many traps to set up. Upon checking their watches, everyone is surprised and asks Han how he managed to create such a detailed map in such a short amount of time. They are impressed that it even includes instructions on where to set up traps. Knut points out that he had confidence in Han's abilities, indicating that leaving the planning to Han was the right decision. Han gives instructions to the group. They should move in pairs without him. He advises them not to get closer than 20 meters to Silence, warning that they could be caught instantly. If Silence disappears nearby, Han suggests rolling forward quickly as a potential dodge maneuver. The group acknowledges Han's intelligence and agrees with his strategy. Han commands the group to start moving immediately. The group responds affirmatively and enthusiastically, ready to execute the plan. After some time passes, Han is busy setting traps on the roof of the under-construction building. Han activates his communication device and checks the status, confirming that communication is established. Han communicates with his team members. Derek from SM-1 confirms with a yes. Knut from SM-2 also confirms with a yes, and the rest of the team follows suit. Han confirms that he can hear everyone clearly over the communication device. Han informs the team that the target will soon appear in front of Team 1. He instructs Knut to lure the target towards Derek, to which Knut acknowledges with Roger. Shortly after, Knut follows Silence, who is running away. Silence is surprised to find himself lured towards Derek. Derek attempts to catch Silence, but he manages to dodge Derek's attempt. Silence continues to flee, entering the building. Derek informs Han that the target has entered the building. Han gives orders to his team. He instructs SM-1 and SM-2 to turn around and head towards the roof. He directs SM-3 and SM-4 to take action as well. As Silence enters the building, he activates a trap that hits him in the face with a can. Silence realizes that the traps are more organized and sophisticated compared to before. He deduces that someone clever must have joined the group SM-0 recently. While SM-3 and SM-4 attempt to approach Silence from behind, Silence notices them and reacts angrily, calling them bastard. SM-3 informs Han that the target has suddenly become very quick and has managed to bypass all the traps except for the first can, showing incredible speed. Han remarks that he didn't expect the traps to catch Silence anyway. He emphasizes that what's crucial is that Silence acknowledges the presence of traps and remains vigilant. Silence dismisses the traps as poorly executed, believing there's no way he would fall for them. Despite this, he senses something unusual, feeling like his opponent has complete control over the situation. SM-3 and SM-4 continue to pursue Silence. SM-3 updates that Silence is heading towards the roof. Silence opened the roof door and saw Han. Then Silence realizes that Han is the one who has been orchestrating the traps and strategy against him. Silence notices two traps placed strategically in front of Han, and they activate as soon as Silence steps onto them. Silence reacts with disbelief and frustration, questioning if he is being treated like a wild animal due to the traps. Despite the traps, Silence decides to rush towards Han. He plans to leap over the first trap and then use his ability Blink to pass Han. After jumping over the second trap, Han anticipates Silence's strategy and understands his intentions to bypass the traps and attack him directly. Silence is surprised and confused as the second trap activates without any apparent interaction from him. Then Silence realizes that Han can manually activate the second trap, which confirms why the second trap activated. Facing the activated trap and the surrounding situation, Silence decides that his only option is to use his ability Blink to maneuver quickly. Silence uses his ability to instantly appear in front of Han. Han apologizes and swiftly covers Silence's head with a bucket, presumably to hinder him. With Silence restrained by Han, the other members of SM launch a coordinated attack on Silence from multiple angles. Han observes the combat closely and is amazed by Silence's extraordinary physical abilities, comparing them to movements typically seen only in movies. He acknowledges that Silence is exceptional in terms of physical prowess. Silence returns the bucket to Han, signaling the end of the confrontation. Silence communicates to Han that he considers him to be the worst, expressing his disdain, and then he leaves the scene. Han reflects on Silence's reaction, realizing that Silence is genuinely upset with him. Knut questions Han's actions, suggesting that instead of placing the bucket on Silence's head, Han could have attempted to remove Silence's mask. Knut also questions why Han didn't join the attack with the rest of the SMO members. Han explains that he is not actually a member of SMO, which clarifies why he didn't participate fully in the coordinated attack. Some time later, Han goes to Silence's room and knocks on the door. Han expresses his intent to apologize to Silence, saying he is sorry. Silence is standing right behind the door, listening to Han's apology. Han receives a message from Silence on his watch, asking why Han acted against him. Han explains that he couldn't refuse Knut's request because Knut has made significant decisions for him in the past. Han admits that it is entirely his fault and nervously confesses that he actually found the situation enjoyable. Silence queries Han about what he found fun in the situation. Han explains that he wanted to test his abilities to see if he could capture Silence and that he was also curious about what Silence looked like under the mask. Silence sees Han looking nervous on the screen and lets out a sigh. Silence opens the door, revealing himself wearing his mechanical mask. Han remarks that the mask has finished charging. Silence types a message to Han, sternly instructing him not to repeat his actions. Han agrees and says all right. Han reflects on Silence's aversion to being unmasked and respects his reasons for it. Han offers to tell Knut to leave Silence alone and asks if he should have Knut come by to apologize. Silence indicates that he primarily wanted an apology from Han, not from Knut. Han turns to leave, saying goodbye. As Han is about to leave, Silence grabs his arm and pulls him into the room. The scene opens with 4 helicopters getting ready for takeoff, each loading soldiers. Loka and Shijun stand by, and Loka declares that today is the day they will finally defeat the Purists. Shijun inquires about how they managed to locate the Purists' headquarters. Loka explains that they owe their success to the Dragon Bahamut. The confirmed reappearance of their arch-nemesis caused one of the nervous Purist executives to reveal the headquarters location in exchange for personal safety. Shijun comments on the irony and mixed emotions of the situation. Loka reflects that their actions are for the benefit of humanity and future generations. As the helicopters depart, Level 3 psykers can be seen running on the tracks, completing their daily routine. Han inquires if Knut has apologized to Silence while they are running. Knut confirms that he has apologized to Silence, who responded nonchalantly and said it was fine. Han asks if Knut is going to quit SMO as he promised. Knut confirms that he will quit SMO as he had promised. Mitri approaches at high speed, calls out coming through, and dashes past Han and Knut. Han invites Knut to watch a movie with him that evening. Knut inquires about the movie Han mentioned. Han explains that Silence lent him the movie the previous night. In a flashback, Silence reminds Han that he had previously mentioned wanting to show him a movie. Han recalls the name of the movie, Samurai Who Cut the Moon. Silence communicates to Han that he needs a moment to find the movie file. Han notices the room decorated with movie posters and finds it impressive. Han comments on Silence's apparent love for movies. Silence explains that movies are his only window to the outside world. Han reflects on Silence's statement, considering that Silence has been in ARC for a long time, possibly since he was very young. This leads Han to realize that Silence's perception of the world is shaped by movies and the artificial environment of ARC. Silence finds the flash drive containing the movie and hands it to Han, admitting that even though he knows movies are fictional, he still admires them because they are so captivating. Silence tells Han to enjoy the movie and mentions that it's located in the D folder. After the run, Han notices the unusual quietness and wonders where all the soldiers have gone, as only the level 3 psykers are present. Someone calls out to Han, getting his attention. The Major informs Han that there's an emergency and instructs him to get dressed quickly. Han quickly changes into his gear and meets the Major. The Major handed him a helmet and tells him to put it on quickly. The Major is already seated on a 3-wheeler bike, also wearing a helmet. After Han puts on the helmet, The major tells him to get on the bike and warns that he won't be answering any questions during the ride. Han acknowledges the major's instructions. The major starts the bike, and they speed off quickly. Han reflects on the urgency of the situation, noting that it must be serious for a major to personally come on a bike to fetch him, a mere soldier. A short while later, Major and Han arrived at the underground facility beneath Ark. Han thought it was a common joke among the soldiers of Ark. As they moved inside, Han's eyes widened in surprise, thinking it was beyond his imagination. At that moment, Alexander Quarry approached Han and offered to guide him. Han addressed him as Chief of Staff. As they moved further inside, Alexander scanned his hand for the door to open. A system message confirmed his identity and permitted entrance. The high-security door opened, and Han followed Alexander down the corridor. After walking for a short while, Han questioned, "So what is the matter? I believe I am not allowed access to this area." Alexander confirmed Han's suspicion, acknowledging that access was restricted. However, Alexander explained that there was someone who urgently wanted to meet Han, even if it meant breaking the rules, as this person did not have much time left. A short while later, they reached a room at the end of a corridor. Alexander announced, "We're here, Han. The person you're about to meet is Ark's second commander to date. His name is Jurgen Teller." Upon hearing the name, Han was visibly surprised, with sweat appearing on his face. Alexander then opened the door, and both of them entered the room. An old man with silver-white hair, who named Jurgen Teller, was sitting in a chair and welcomed them, asking, "Are you Han?" He then instructed Han to come closer. Nervously, Han observed Jurgen Teller's frail condition, noticing a drip attached to his hand as he sat in the chair. Jurgen Teller reassured him, saying, "There's no need to be nervous." As Han approached, Jurgen Teller extended his hand and grabbed Han's hand. Suddenly, red psychic energy emanated from Jurgen Teller's hand, forming a cage of red rays around both of them. Inside this cage, Han appeared to be 10 years old. Surprised, Han asked, "What is this?" Jurgen Teller remarked, "This is the place within you, and that's your true self. You've calmed down quickly. Truly, it's just as I've heard. Though you may be young, you really are incredible. Has your environment molded you that way?" Attempting to grab Han's head with his other hand, Jurgen Teller added, "Would you let me take a look inside?" Han released his grip and leaped out of the red rays cage. In shock, he crashed into the room wall. Alexander asked Han, "What are you doing meanwhile?" Alexander, sweating profusely, asked Jurgen Teller, "What have you done?" in a startled tone. Alexander then exclaimed, "How dare you!" Jurgen Teller interrupted Alexander's outburst calmly, saying, "It's all right, Chief. That's an expected reaction from him. He's sensitive and has thick walls on his mind. Even I cannot peer inside." Upon hearing this, Han remarked, "So, the only person at Ark with telepathic abilities, and the one who interrogated the Elismage, was you, sir." Jurgen Teller turned towards Han with a smile and affirmed, "Now that I've seen you in person, I'm sure of it. I can entrust you with the second-generation psycho frame." Han was taken aback, thinking, "Second generation?" Jurgen Teller then requested, "I feel tired now. Would you mind leaving?" As they left the room, Han asked, "Does Commander Jurgen have psychological issues?" Alexander snapped back, "That's none of your business. You will not disclose anything you've seen today." Han quickly responded, "Of course. I just wanted to confirm it, that's all. He has injuries from restraints on his wrists. On top of that, the doors to his room lock from the outside. It seems the time frame when the commander can maintain his sanity is quite limited. That's why his wrists are usually cuffed." Alexander interrupted him angrily, shouting, "Stop. Don't mention any more. Do you want to brag about how smart you are?" Then, regaining his composure, Alexander responded, "It's as you've said. He's been tortured for a long time. The commander's time is extremely limited in terms of maintaining his sanity. Within those short periods, He analyzes the documents and decides the course of action for Ark. He spent his precious time on you today. Do you know what that means? The second-generation psycho frame allows a reinforced soldier to fight against the dragons on an equal footing. To put it differently, reinforced soldiers are just as much of a threat to humankind as dragons. Han reflected on how Jurgen Teller had wanted to discern whether he posed a threat to humans. Alexander acknowledged that whatever decision was made had been incredibly difficult. Han agreed, noting the weight placed on a child who had just turned 10 years old. Upon hearing this, Alexander was visibly surprised, remarking that Han was rubbing salt into his wound by reminding him of the responsibility entrusted to children despite his role as chief of staff. Internally, Alexander considered that perhaps they had been searching for a superhuman like Han all along, someone they could rely on unconditionally despite the immense burden placed upon them. Finally, Alexander announced that they were leaving. A few days later, in a desert near a canyon, soldiers and researchers were gathered. Kurt sat with other psykers on a bench under the shade of a tent, complaining loudly about the intense heat. He exclaimed that he couldn't even step 1 foot outside of the shade due to the scorching temperature. Del, annoyed by Knut's complaints, told him to sit still. Knut retorted that he would be bored if he did, prompting Del to threaten to throw him off the cliff. Meanwhile, Han reflected that they were in the middle of the North African desert, a place historically associated with the appearance of the fourth dragon. Han reflected on what Alexander had mentioned before their mission. The fourth dragon was capable of emitting powerful destructive rays. Due to that, many deep canyons were formed. The people in that area refer to them as the Dragon Canyons, and apparently, a fossil that seems to be of a dragon has been recently found there. That thing is much older than human history. His thoughts were interrupted by Knut, who remarked, "Hey, Silence. Aren't you hot? You're wearing that helmet in such intense heat." Silence sent a message to Knut, stating, "I had the Department of Research put in an air conditioning device before we left, and with a portable battery." Knut reacts with surprise and excitement upon hearing air conditioning device is in Silence mask, shouting, "Lend it to me," as he swiftly moves towards Silence. However, Silence responds abruptly by kicking Knut away, causing him to crash onto the ground. Meanwhile, Han, sitting nearby, expresses his desire aloud, stating firmly, "I want to go back to Ark." Shortly afterward, a group of researchers approaches the group, commenting on the intense heat and casually asking if anyone could accompany them down the canyon. As the discomfort caused by the heat, none of Han's teammates volunteer, opting to remain seated in the shade of the tent. Observing his teammates sweating profusely, Han sighs with a sense of responsibility and steps forward. Han addresses the researchers, volunteering himself without hesitation, stating, "I'll go," and begins to move towards them. In that moment, Silence also communicates that he will join, expressing his dissatisfaction with the arrangement, stating, "It's just supposed to be 2 people per group. I'm not hot." As they descend into the canyon via an elevator, Han and Silence join a group consisting of 3 local soldiers and 5 researchers. Upon reaching the underground area, they illuminate their torches and proceed towards their destination. As they approach a large fossil, Han is visibly astonished by its size, his eyes widening in shock. He remarks aloud, "The sheer size of it. If this is actually a dragon, it will be in the same class as the behemoth." One of the researchers, intrigued by Han's assessment, asks him if he can confirm whether the fossil is indeed that of a dragon. In response, Han reaches out and touches the fossil with his left hand, activating his psychic energy. As Han's psychic energy interacts with the fossilized dragon arm, the researchers are astonished to witness it start glowing in response. The intensity of Han's psychic output increases, but soon he begins to struggle as he depletes his energy reserves. Recognizing Han's distress, Silence acts quickly and pulls him away from the dragon's fossil. Han catches his breath, visibly exhausted and sweating heavily, while expressing gratitude to Silence for his timely intervention. Meanwhile, one of the researchers, a woman, reacts with excitement at the revelation, exclaiming, "Incredible! It really was a dragon skeleton. Leave the rest to us." As Han and Silence prepare to leave the area, Han is left contemplating the implications of their discovery. He ponders aloud, "Impossible. If that's a dragon fossil, it means dragons had already existed before humanity." Amidst the examination of the dragon fossil, one of the researchers inadvertently steps on something unfamiliar on the ground. Curious, he kneels down to inspect it while his colleagues inquire about his discovery. He responds casually, "I stepped on something," before reaching out to touch the mysterious object, wondering aloud, "What is this?" Suddenly, a chilling scream pierces the air, causing everyone present to turn towards the source. Concerned, the fellow researchers rush to his side, anxiously asking, "What's going on?" To their horror, they discover that the researcher's hand is being consumed by the strange object he touched. In intense pain, the researcher pleads desperately, "Someone, please take this thing off of me." Amid the chaos and urgency, the researchers observe in horror as the strange object grows larger by the second, prompting them to call for assistance from the local soldiers. Without hesitation, the soldiers open fire on the rapidly expanding entity. However, Han arrives on the scene and shouts a grim realization, "It's too late. It's already swallowed him whole." "Everyone, get on the elevator immediately." As they rush towards the elevator to escape, one of the researchers curses in shock, exclaiming, "That's a death worm. How the hell is it still alive?" Han, recalling his training at Ark, quickly processes the danger they're facing, realizing, "Death worm. According to what I learned at Ark, it'll soon become a pupa, in order to transform." Amid urgent shouts from the soldiers urging an immediate retreat, Han steps up and takes command. He activates his watch's communication device and issues clear and decisive orders. "Izzy Squad, can you hear me, everyone? Arm yourselves and get ready for battle. Our opponent is a single death worm that's about to transform into its second form." On the other hand, the death worm hatched out unexpectedly fast, catching Han and the researchers off guard. Han reacts swiftly, observing the emerging threat and realizing, "That was fast. It's already hatched." Immediately, he directs everyone towards the elevator, urging them to move quickly. The researchers, visibly frightened by the sudden turn of events, scramble to follow Han's lead. However, the death worm manages to leap onto the elevator, initiating a ferocious attack that sends everyone into a panic. Despite the chaos, Han remains composed, standing calmly amidst the turmoil as he assesses the situation. The death worm relentlessly attempts to breach the elevator, intensifying the fear among those trapped inside. Recognizing the need to reassure and maintain order, Han turns to the researchers and shouts firmly, "Calm down, please. We're almost at ground level." As the elevator reaches the ground level, Han immediately takes charge, broadcasting a command to his squad through his watch, "Everyone, listen up. We must determine the bastard's movements and behead it as soon as possible. We must avoid losses at all costs. If someone dies, the bastard's evolution will speed up tremendously." Upon arrival, Han swiftly issues another order, "Target has arrived. Everyone, move." Knut takes the lead, charging forward bravely with Dmitri and Derek following closely behind. Knut opens fire on the death worm to draw its attention, but the bullets fail to inflict any visible damage. Undeterred, Knut discards his gun and charges directly at the death worm, grappling with its head despite sustaining injuries. His healing abilities mitigate the damage to a manageable extent, allowing him to maintain his hold. In a painful effort, Knut calls out to Dmitri, instructing him to grab hold of the death worm's tail to immobilize it further. Following Dmitri's rush towards the death worm's tail, he envelops himself in psychic energy to secure a firm grip, effectively immobilizing the creature from the rear. Meanwhile, Del manipulates the air bits, maneuvering Derek above the death worm. Positioned directly above its vulnerable spot, Del commands Derek to leap down with his spear, utilizing his electricity-emitting quirk to deliver a potent attack. As Derek's strike connects, Han and Silence arrive on the scene, where Knut informs Han the bastard has been paralyzed. Han swiftly turns to Silence and delegates, "I'll leave the rest to you." Silence acknowledges the command and uses his blink ability to leap into the air. Simultaneously, he unpins a grenade and hurls it directly into the deathworm's mouth, which Knut is still grappling with. Recognizing the imminent danger, Han urgently shouts to Knut, "Dodge the explosion." As the explosion erupted inside the deathworm's mouth, it screamed in agony, momentarily incapacitated by the intense blast. Silence, floating high above, utilized his blink ability, enhancing his speed as he descended. With a precise strike, Silence swiftly decapitated the death worm, severing its head from its body in one clean motion. However, Han quickly observed that despite being decapitated, the death worm's body continued to writhe and move towards its severed head. Realizing the danger of reattachment, Han urgently exclaimed, "The body is moving towards the head. We can't let it be reattached." In response, a local soldier driving an army truck took charge, declaring, "Leave that to me. I'll push it off the cliff." With determined resolve, he maneuvered the truck to the edge of the cliff and used its momentum to shove the death worm's thrashing body over the precipice, shouting, "Die, you fucking pest." Meanwhile, another soldier approached the severed head of the death worm, aiming his weapon and opening fire, intent on finishing off the creature. He scornfully remarked, "Disgusting bug. I'll grind you into powder." Han, realizing the soldier's impending danger, shouted urgently, "Don't do that, move away from there." However, before Han and Knut could intervene, the death worms had retaliated swiftly, attacking and engulfing the soldier in a sudden. Del exclaimed, "Shit, these stupid amateurs. They should have just stayed put instead of interfering." As the wing emerged from the pupa, Han observed the wing and noted, "It has reached its third form." Turning to Del and Silence, he commanded, "Prepare for an aerial fight." Just as they prepared, a death worm hatched from its pupa and began to fly away. Han realized the danger and said urgently, "It's escaping. If we lose it now, it's going to cause more casualties." He swiftly instructed Del, "Put up the air bits." Del deploys Airbit, a device that grants Han the ability to maneuver through the air effortlessly. Utilizing this newfound agility, Han draws closer to the deathworm. He uses his pistol to launch a hooker type of projectile at the deathworm, striking it successfully. Han then seizes the rope attached to the hook, using it to propel himself towards the creature at high speed. Infusing his spear with psychic energy, Han delivers a powerful and precise strike to the deathworm. He declares defiantly, "The ground is more suitable for bugs like you." As his successful attack landed, both Han and the deathworm begin to fall from air. Witnessing this, his teammates shout Han's name in concern and worry. At Ark, researchers conducted tests on Koro to gather psychic readings under various conditions. During discussions, some researchers acknowledged Koro's exceptional abilities even among A ranks, speculating that becoming an S rank naturally might require external stimuli. They referred to Koro as a potential unawakened S rank. After completing the tests, a female researcher approached Koro and commended his work, asking if there was anything he'd like to eat. Koro declined, stating that he would prefer to rest. She said, "I understand. All right, then let's return to your dome." Koro thinks her kindness is fake. "Her attitude will change as soon as I become useless." She adds, "The test schedule is nearly over. You'll advance to level 3 soon." Looking outside through the glass, Koro thinks, "Level 3. I'm going to protect you now, since I have the power to do so." Meanwhile, as the deathworm and Han plummet from the sky, Han relentlessly attacks the deathworm. With each strike, he weakens the creature. Both crash to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to erupt. As the dust settles, the deathworm lies motionless on the ground, while Han remains unharmed. Surprised, Han looks around and finds an airbit that saved him from the fall and injury. He thinks, Del saved me. His teammates approach him, worriedly calling his name. Knut and Dmitri check on Han and ask, "Are you all right?" Han responds, "I'm fine." He then turns to Del and thanked him. Del, looking a bit nervous, angrily turns around and says, "Goddamn local soldiers. I won't leave them alone. They revived the bastard we nearly killed. Are they really soldiers?" He starts moving back. Seeing Del, Knut asks, "Why is Del always angry?" Silence types, "It's his character flaw." A few days later, a researcher is giving a presentation. This is a report on Kronos, the dragon whose fossil has been recently discovered. It seems to date back to the Cretaceous period. As such, there have been numerous speculations regarding the origin of the dragons. Alexander Quarry interrupts, "Enough about the origin of dragons. You can do that sort of research to your heart's content after we manage to fend off their invasion. What's important is that, thanks to that fossil, we are now able to produce a greater number of dragon weapons and psycho frames. Why don't we skip to the part about the oracle?" The researcher replies, "We're planning on awakening her." John, shocked by the news, stands up abruptly and turns to Alexander Lacouri. He demands, "Is that the commander's order? Isn't it too early?" Other soldiers quickly move to restrain John. One of them says, "Hey, Red, calm down. What kind of insolence is this?" John retorts angrily, shouting, "Shut up. We still don't have a cure." Another soldier shouts, "Shit. Calm him down, everyone. Hold him down," as they struggle to contain John. John shouts using his psychic power, "Get lost, all of you," pushing them away. Alexander Lacouri approaches John and punches him squarely in the face, knocking him back, saying, "Get a hold of yourself, John Red. Are your feelings more important than the cause? Bahamut and Kronos, everything we've faced was unexpected. What if the dragons attack us ahead of schedule? What then?" he demands, glaring at John. John, still reeling from his outburst, closes his eyes and then reopens them. He says, "I'll cool off in solitary confinement." Alexander shakes his head. "There's no need. It's not like I don't understand how you feel." A few days later, in the Level 3 cafeteria, soldiers are abuzz with discussions about the oracle. At a dining table, the Izzy squad gathers. Kuro shares, "It's a rumor that's been circulating amongst the soldiers lately. I heard them saying the oracle has awakened." Derek leans in, curious. "Is that the person with the ability to foresee the future?" Knut nods. "Yeah, I heard he awoke pretty recently." Dmitri, about to ask if Silence has seen the oracle before but eyeing Silence's tray full of sweets, exclaims, "You bastard, how can you eat all of those things?" Just then, a girl with blue hair enters the cafeteria, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Soldiers whisper among themselves, "It's the oracle." Knut, hearing the commotion, turns around and asks, "What's with all the noise?" The oracle glares at the staring soldiers. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a human before?" Knut, taken aback, says, "That must be the oracle. I can't believe she's a girl." Derek responds, "Well, most of the psykers from our generation are male." Silence, while eating, notices Han nervously looking toward the oracle, thinking, "She looks so young, yet she's from the first generation. She seems to be 20 at most. How old was she during the war?" Silence glances at the oracle and thinks, "I don't like that lady." John intercepts the oracle, blocking her path. He demands, "What do you think you're doing here?" Flustered by his remarks, she retorts, "I received my permission to be outside. So why do you care?" John shouted back, "It's probably just a permit for a casual stroll, you idiot." He snatched her cigarette, adding, "You're going to smoke as soon as you're out. Are you out of your mind? You must have a death wish." Using his psychic quirk, he burned the cigarette into ashes. Grabbing her hand, he started pulling her out, saying, "Shut up and follow me, you dumb bitch." She shouted, "Let go of me. Who do you think you are?" As they left the cafeteria, the soldiers looked on in confusion. Knut remarked, "Those two are seriously brutal. What has she done to be picked on by Sergeant Red?" Han thought, "No, Sergeant Red actually likes her." A little later, John was searching frantically for the oracle, muttering curses under his breath as he wondered where she had gone off to. Unbeknownst to him, Oracle observed from a hiding spot behind a nearby wall. Meanwhile, in the underground testing area, Octo meticulously checked the details of the upcoming training session. With an air of excitement, he turned to Han and exclaimed, "Are you ready, Han? This is going to be our first monumental training session." Han stood poised in the testing arena, grasping his spear tightly while adorned in the second-generation psycho frame. As Octo activated the psycho frame, Han focused his psychic energy into it, marveling at the immense power he was about to wield with the second-gen psycho frame. On the other hand, Oracle seethed with anger at John's attempt to control her movements, muttering to herself about his loyalty to Ark. Meanwhile, Octo announced the completion of the training session, and Han, visibly exhausted, breathed heavily and sweated profusely from the intense exertion. Octo, clapping his hands, approached Han with admiration, remarking, "You move incredibly well for your first time. I knew I picked the right guy. Let's keep this momentum, Han." "The upcoming test shouldn't be a problem either." Curious, Han asked, "What test?" Octo explained, "Sooner or later, there will be a demonstration in front of the people concerned. Let's prepare to the best of our abilities and show them what we've got." Han used a cloth to wipe off his sweat, then turned to Octo and asked casually, "You're pretty close to Sergeant Red, right?" Octo nodded and clarified, "Are you talking about John Red?" Han continued, "Do you happen to know anything about the Oracle? I heard she has awakened recently. Was she in a state where she couldn't move her arm freely?" Octo's expression shifted slightly, sweat appearing on his face as he responded, "The Oracle was cryopreserved. It cost us as much as building a single psycho frame, but the Oracle's ability is well worth the money." Intrigued, Han pressed further, "Why was she cryopreserved?" Octo revealed that some individuals who awakened their psychic powers suffered from psychic overexposure, which caused their bodies to slowly turn to stone, ultimately leading to their deaths. The Oracle, despite being in a similar precarious state where she could potentially die at any moment, unexpectedly Oracle appeared behind Octo. He was startled by her sudden presence and asked why she was there. The Oracle replied that she had come to ask Octo for a favor. Octo inquires about a favor. Oracle requests a game console, expressing extreme boredom and a desire for entertainment. Describing the desired game console with specifics, a central screen and buttons on the side. Octo asks where to locate such a game console within Ark, questioning the reason for doing so. Oracle grabs Octo by the shirt and shouts at him, emphasizing Octo's role as a tech expert and demanding that if Octo doesn't have the game console, he should create it. Octo responds incredulously, questioning the logic behind Oracle's demand. Oracle notices Han nearby and reacts with an interest. She approaches Han, grabbing his arm, and comments on Han's physique, marveling at his developed muscles despite his young age. She expresses amazement and possibly envy at Han's muscular development, questioning the fairness of it. She suggests a private conversation, indicating a desire to discuss something important. Octo gives permission for Han to accompany her, indicating that Han has finished training for the day. Octo secretly instructs Han to quickly remove her from the scene, expressing disdain for Oracle's assertive personality. Oracle overhears Octo's whisper but dismisses it, urging him to focus on making the game console. They begin to leave the building together. Once outside, Han asks Oracle about the topic she wanted to discuss. She acknowledges Han's awareness of her condition, confirming that time is limited and that her appearance has changed. She expresses a desire to find happiness in whatever time remains and proposes escaping somewhere far away with Han. After Han's statement about leaving, there is a brief pause in the conversation. Han decides to leave, implying a lack of interest in continuing the conversation unless she has something important to say. Oracle stops Han and comments on Han's lack of humor, mentioning that John has also noted this trait in Han. Han acknowledges that she was aware of something about Han. Oracle activates her psychic abilities, enveloping Han in a red aura and touches Han's head. She confirms knowing about Han's situation and expresses a desire to share something important. She continues to use her psychic powers and delivers a serious message to Han. She advises Han to cease involvement in a certain operation if Han wishes to survive. She emphasizes that she is conveying this information because Red cares deeply for Han. Han asks the Oracle if she has seen his future, to which she ominously replies that she cannot see it. She explains that this usually indicates death, as the dead have no future. Han, undeterred, responds with a determined expression, challenging the Oracle's fatalistic outlook. He suggests that if the outcome is only true in most cases, there must also be a chance of survival. This assertion surprises the Oracle, prompting her to ask for clarification. Han turns away, expressing gratitude for the warning but asserting that he has always lived with the awareness of his mortality. There's a palpable absence of hesitation or fear of death in Han's demeanor, which catches the Oracle off guard. The Oracle, visibly affected by Han's resilience and resolve, also turns away, reflecting on her past encounters with John. Her thoughts are interrupted by a surge of frustration and anger. She shouts out, suggesting that if Han wishes to challenge fate, he should be prepared to live and die like a dog. After the scene shifts to helicopters heading towards Ark, John, Silence and Han stand together on the ground. John breaks the quiet by remarking that it's been a month since soldiers were sent out to eliminate the purists, and they've just returned to Ark. With a serious expression, John delivers the news that Laoka was killed during the operation. Han and Silence react to the news with shocked, but Silence is particularly saddened, visibly trembling as he turns away and leaves. Han attempts to stop him, but John intervenes, suggesting that Silence needs time alone and may withdraw into his room for a while. John acknowledges Silence's veteran status, but notes his emotional vulnerability. Han expresses disbelief, feeling as though Laoka might still be alive somewhere. He questions John about his own reaction, feeling less sorrow than he expected. John responds, acknowledging Han's resilience and uniqueness, implying that Han has survived not by becoming hardened by their harsh environment, but by remaining true to himself. Han's expression becomes somber as he reflects on John's words. John turns away, signaling him to let go and that he need to focus on an upcoming important test. Han begins to follow John, reflecting on advice he received from Johnny in the past about keeping his emotions intact. At the underground test area, Han stands in the arena, wearing a second-generation psycho frame, while Octo and other officers observe from above through protective glass. Octo addresses Han, expressing hope that he feels well and advises him to approach the test calmly, similar to their training sessions. Han confidently replies that he's not nervous, suggesting Octo's impatience makes him uneasy instead. Smith interjects, dismissing Han's chances of success and criticizing him as an attention-seeking individual who isn't capable of handling such advanced technology. Meanwhile, others comment on the second-gen psycho frame, admiring its futuristic appearance and likening Han to a cyborg. Octo activates the psycho frame, initiating the test for Han. Han reassures Octo, urging him to trust in his abilities. Internally, he reflects on the pressure to perform well and prove himself worthy of the project. He acknowledges the difficulty of the task, understanding that even basic movements like walking, running, and jumping are challenging with the advanced psycho frame technology. Observers, aside from Smith and Alexander Lecory, marvel at Han's movements, expressing surprise at his apparent ability to control the psycho frame effectively. They comment on the difficulty of such precise maneuvers, indicating their skepticism about the technology's usability. Octo chuckles in response to the observer's remarks, possibly indicating pride in Han's performance. In contrast, Smith's expression darkens with anger, displeasure and frustration with Han's unexpected proficiency. In the midst of the test, Han remains focused, believing he's progressing well toward the final stage where he must hit a target with his weapon to complete it successfully. However, unexpectedly, Han is struck by a cannon blast that knocks him off balance, causing him to drop his spear and fall to the ground due to the impact. Witnesses react with shock and disbelief at the intensity of the cannon's power, questioning whether such force was necessary. Octo, concerned for Han's well-being, asks if he's all right. Han reassures Octo that he's fine, explaining that the suit absorbed the impact, but he's surprised by the unforeseen attack, which wasn't part of the planned test. Octo curses under his breath, realizing that the cannon was likely being installed by Smith, whom he refers to as a troublesome old man. He urgently asks Han if he can retaliate against the source of the attack, and can he destroy it. Han channeled his psychic energy into the psycho frame as the cannon began firing once more. With swift movements, he dodged each attack before leaping high into the air. Stepping onto the ceiling, he utilized a ceiling jump to approach the cannon at high speed, exploiting its blind spot. With great force, he landed a spear attack that not only destroyed the cannon, but also the floor beneath it. After Han's unexpected success in the test despite the adversity, onlookers are stunned, their eyes wide with shock at the outcome. Octo, in contrast, is jubilant and loudly praises Han, shouting his commendations and calling him the best. Han, exhausted and at his limit, acknowledges Octo's praise but expresses his physical strain. Octo assures Han that he'll come over to assist him immediately, his laughter indicating his excitement and satisfaction with the results. Later that night, in a meeting room, Alexander LaCorey commends Octo for exceeding expectations, acknowledging the success of the test. He promises to review Octo's additional budget request. Octo, smiling to himself, believes that with this achievement, the prototype is now rightfully his. Meanwhile, Smith appears flustered by the turn of events, possibly perturbed by Han's success and Octo's potential gain. As Alexander begins to move on to the next agenda item, the meeting is interrupted by a game-like voice announcing attacks. Alexander humorously asks John to intervene before the situation worsens his migraine. John requested Oracle to cease distracting and stop playing game, but she persisted despite his plea. Eventually, John took action by swiftly seizing the game console and forcefully smashing it on the floor and breaking it. He firmly instructs Oracle to focus on the meeting, emphasizing the seriousness of the discussion. Oracle reacts angrily, questioning John's expectations during what she perceives as a dull meeting. She dismisses the importance of the psycho frame technology being discussed, showing her disinterest and frustration. Alexander LaCorey intervenes, addressing Oracle directly and acknowledging her concerns before posing a critical question about the future. He refers to the unexpected appearance of Bahamut, hinting that such unforeseen events could recur. He asks Oracle if her visions of the future remain unchanged. After a brief silence, Oracle's expression shifts to sadness as she reveals her vision. She predicts the rise of a new dragon leader, foreseeing a devastating scenario where a city burns and its inhabitants perish. In the tense meeting aftermath of Oracle's chilling prophecy, everyone present reacts with shock, visibly standing up from their seats. Alexander LaCorey directs his attention to Oracle, urgently pressing for details. He asks when and where the predicted catastrophe will occur. Oracle reveals that the event is set to unfold in 10 days in Paris, specifically mentioning the Eiffel Tower. John, furious and feeling betrayed by the delayed disclosure of Oracle's vision, demands to know why she didn't reveal this information sooner. Alexander LaCorey, now fully grasping the gravity of the situation, slams his hand on the desk in a show of urgency and shouts that immediate action is necessary. John forcefully pulled Oracle by her hand, dragging her despite her protests and complaints of pain. He led her into an empty room, which he opened and then entered with her. Once inside, John threw Oracle into a corner, his face visibly angry. Oracle, looking nervous, watched as John closed the door. In a fit of anger, John gritted his teeth and demanded to know what her problem was, questioning why she hadn't mentioned anything about the dragon invasion earlier. Oracle shouted back, expressing her indifference to the rest of the world. John, frustrated, told her to stop acting like a child and reminded her that she wasn't the only one making sacrifices. He pointed out that even the second-generation kids, who were only 12 or 13 years old at most, were risking their lives. Oracle retorted, "So what?" which left John shocked. She continued sarcastically, questioning the notion of sacrifice and expressing how it didn't comfort her at all. Oracle then broke down in tears, questioning why she should sacrifice herself when she wouldn't live to see the next invasion. She lamented that at least others had hope for a peaceful future after defeating the dragons, whereas she had no future at all, despite her ability to foresee it. John's expression darkened as he responded, "Because you are a good person." He then began to move away from Oracle. Meanwhile, Oracle wiped her tears and walked in the opposite direction, bitterly muttering, "What a joke, you fucking imbecile." A few days later, ARC forces arrived in Paris. Izzy's squad also landed and began moving towards their allocated rooms. Hilt remarked on how refreshing yet strange it was to see such an unscathed city now evacuated and resembling a ghost town. Dmitri turned to Del and predicted the city would be in ruins in about 7 days, to which Del agreed. Han reflected on the Oracle's premonition that a dimensional gate and a dragon would appear in Paris in 7 days. This significant event, occurring in an untouched city, had drawn the attention of special forces and elite units from around the world. Meanwhile, a muscular squad, all carrying machine guns, with American flags on their armor, approached Izzy's squad. As they got closer, both squads stopped and began staring at each other. The leader of the American squad asked, "Are you the psykers from ARC? Could you please get out of the way, little friends?" Dmitri chuckled and responded, "The road is pretty wide, so why don't you step aside?" In response, the leader of the American squad asked, "Aren't you guys magicians? Why don't you fly over our heads?" All the members of the American squad started laughing. Dmitri became angry at their remarks and said, "You bastards, try to approach them." Han intervened and stopped Dmitri, saying, "Don't fall for their provocation." Han then asked, "Who are you? Judging by your looks, you seem to be from the USA." The squad leader introduces their team as the American Grand Minion Elite Squad, also known as Hellboys. They are soldiers who have undergone physical enhancements but lack psychic abilities. The squad leader mocks Han, suggesting without his psychic abilities, he would be insignificant among regular soldiers. Han brushes off the comment with a sarcastic remark. He gathers his team to move out. The American squad leader dismisses them, calling them scrawny nerds. Dmitri casually exchanges words with the American squad leader before both squads head in their respective directions. The other squad continues to arrive in Paris. Shortly after, Kurt and Han enter their room. Kurt is amazed by the luxurious room and enthusiastically jumps on the soft bed, commenting on its comfort. Han also admires the softness, wondering if it's silk and realizing what luxury feels like. Kurt opens the freezer and finds a variety of drinks, joking about their appeal. Han declines a drink, indicating he doesn't need one. Kurt enjoys some chocolate, marveling at how it melts in his mouth, then asks Han to translate the French writing on the wrapper. Han humorously admits he doesn't know French either. Kurt playfully opens the door and announces he's going to steal more chocolate from other rooms, believing other soldiers might not appreciate it. Han warns Kurt not to wander around, citing the presence of various troops aside from ARC soldiers. Kurt jokingly disregards Han's advice, asserting he isn't the squad leader on this mission. Han sighs at Knut's typical behavior and decides to study a city map on his pad. focusing on memorizing major building locations for tactical advantage. He recalls advice from Loker about preparation leading to victory in battle. As Han hears the door open, he assumes it's Knut returning but finds Oracle entering his room unexpectedly. In Han's room, Oracle asks Han, "Please just let me stay like this for a moment," which surprises Silence, who just entered Han's room. He abruptly leaves the room, feeling uneasy about Oracle's intentions with Han. Meanwhile, Dmitri confronts the American squad leader on the roof, taunting him for bringing his squad along. The American leader assures Dmitri they won't interfere, provoking Dmitri to declare he won't use his psychic power that he is so worried about. Both agree to begin their confrontation. Silence waits for the elevator, feeling uncomfortable after witnessing Oracle in Han's room earlier. Deciding to get some fresh air on the roof, he enters the lift. Knut returns after stealing chocolate boxes from other rooms and notices Silence leaving. Meanwhile, Dmitri attacks the American squad leader, but his punches have no effect on the soldier's enhanced body. Dmitri adjusts his strategy, noticing the squad leader's defensive stance, and continues to attack with frustration as none of his punches seem to land effectively. In that moment, American soldier grabs Dmitri's fist and pulls him closer, attempting to punch Dmitri in the face. Dmitri uses his head to block the punch, resulting in a cut and bleeding on his head. Despite being injured, Dmitri rushes towards the extended arm of the soldier. Unexpectedly, Dmitri employs a joint lock on the soldier, threatening to break his arm unless he surrenders. This surprises and flusters the soldier. The soldier swings his arm forcefully, causing Dmitri to lose his grip and crash to the floor. The impact is severe, causing Dmitri to vomit blood. As Dmitri tries to recover, the soldier attempts to stomp on Dmitri's head with his foot. Dmitri manages to dodge this attack by jumping backwards. Dmitri, realizing the danger, decides to fight seriously and undressed himself by tearing his shirt. Dmitri noticed someone behind him as he acted, and in the moment Silence moved towards the American soldier he was fighting. The American soldier, facing Silence, warns him to move and expresses concern about potential injury. The soldier then tries to grab Silence. Silence, feeling annoyed and wanting to retaliate, uses his psychic powers to fold the American soldier's finger. This causes immediate pain, prompting the soldier to straighten his finger in response. Enraged by Silence's actions, the soldier calls him a bastard and attempts to punch Silence. However, he deflects the punch with his left arm. Silence retaliates with a powerful 1-inch punch on the American soldier, causing him intense pain. The soldier falls to the ground, clutching his stomach. Witnessing this, another American soldier nearby shouts for others to intervene. They rush towards Silence together. Dmitri, observing Silence's power and the ensuing chaos, becomes shocked by what he's witnessing. Knut arrives at the scene where the confrontation is happening. He comments that Smo wasn't weak, rather, Silence is exceptionally strong. Dmitri turns to Knut and asks about Smo. Silence successfully defeats the two soldiers who attacked him. However, he refrains from harming the other soldiers, who are visibly frightened by his power. Observing Silence's prowess and the outcome of his confrontation, Dmitri expresses doubt about his own ability to defeat Silence in combat. Meanwhile, Han reflects on recent events. The Oracle, entering Han's room, warns him about participating in a dangerous operation. She emphasizes that Han could die and offers to relocate him to safety with a single command. Han expressed that he thought the discussion was over. Oracle warned that a dragon was about to appear, emphasizing the danger and noting that he was too young to die. The Oracle experiences a psychic overexposure at that moment. This overwhelms her, causing her to collapse to the ground. Han, witnessing the Oracle fall, rushes to her side in concern. He asks if he should call medics immediately, expressing worry for her well-being. Despite her condition, the Oracle reassures Han that it's nothing serious and requests to rest in Han's room for a while instead of seeking immediate medical assistance. Han, reflecting on the situation, considers whether the oracle's collapse was due to psychic overexposure. He ponders the severity of her condition, fearing that the survival rate might be extremely low in such cases. In a gripping flashback, the oracle experiences a vivid dream of the past. In this scene, we see ARC soldiers surrounding a dilapidated building after receiving a critical signal. Amidst the tension, John spots Oracle standing in a broken window. Lowering his gun, he signals his teammates to hold their fire, indicating there's a survivor inside. Just then, the Oracle makes a daring leap out of the building, leaving John in shock at her unexpected move. In the present, the Oracle awakens to find herself in Han's room, lying on his bed. Realizing it was all just a dream, she turns her gaze towards Han, who is standing a little distance away, engrossed in studying a map of the city. As she focuses on him, she can't help but think, what a stubborn mule, how Han and John are so alike. She guessed birds of a feather flock together. Just then, Han turns around and notices she's awake. He asks if she's feeling better now. Nervously, she replies yes, while adjusting her hair. But Han, ever the gruff loner, quickly pushes her out of his room, saying then leave. Before closing the door, he adds, and please stop coming to see him, it's annoying. Surprised by Han's brusque dismissal, she asks herself, what the hell is wrong with him? A little later, she arrives at the Octo Lab to meet John. Upon hearing that John plans to use the psycho frame in the upcoming invasion, she shouts, is he insane? Does he have two lives, unlike everyone else? Octo, busy with his work but visibly annoyed by her shouting, tries to hold back his anger. She continues, just look at his leg. John, clearly frustrated, retorts, shut up. That's why he trying to compromise right now. There aren't too many reinforced soldiers left. They can have one unit if he join. At that moment, John notices Octo giving him some instructions with hand movements that John didn't understand. She sees Octo doing this and relays the message to John. Octo said, make her be quiet or leave with her. So come with her. There's a place she wants to visit. A little later, the Oracle and John arrive at a bar. Taking their seats, John offers her a drink, and said if she is so worried, look into his future. See if he is dead or alive. She exclaims she has no interest in his future. She just finds his ludicrous actions to be pathetic. While smelling the drink, realizes it's orange juice, and splashes it to the floor, and gives her the booze. He thinks she is a child. John replies firmly it's not good for her health. She retorts, don't he think it's too late to start worrying about her health? John, visibly angered by her remark, snaps back. He told her they are researching treatments, so stay holed up in the lab and get treated. In a saddened expression, she replies he already knows it. She won't be alive by then. John, flustered and distressed, grabs his head, muttering, God damn it, Kathy. He really didn't want her to wake up, more so than anyone. Using his psychic powers, he fetches a booze bottle from the front and declares, let's stop talking about that. Pouring the drink into a glass, he adds grudgingly, shit, fine. If she wants to drink, then drink. After a night of drinking, she playfully ran her fingers through John's hair, remarking on how handsome he looked in shaggy hair. The morning after, she woke up in what she identified as Red's room. Despite having had drinks together the night before, she couldn't find any evidence that John had taken advantage of her. Pleased with his respectful behavior, she concluded he slept somewhere else, forever the perfect gentleman. Reflecting on their past, she recalled their first meeting, where John had shouted about a distress signal and a survivor in an unexpected place. John couldn't shake off his bewilderment. He pondered, but that's strange. How can there be a survivor in such a place? Meanwhile, she impulsively leaped from the building, only to be caught midair by John, who rushed to her aid. John, bewildered by her actions, asked wasn't she the one who sent the distress signal? What was she thinking when she jumped out of the window? To which she replied with a serene smile, she saw it. She saw he catching her safely. She enters the bathroom to bathe, but as she opened a compartment, She's became shocked to find numerous cigar boxes inside. She muses it's not like he's a goddamn woodpecker, noting their resemblance. Taking one cigar, she puts it in her mouth, gazes out the window, and thoughts of John she started to blush. She's striking herself to calm down. Finding no lighter, she sets the cigar down, dons her shirt, and leaves John's room. Outside, she's met with Silence, who she recognized, silently noted that it was Sergeant Red's room, and he stared at her, which made her nervous because she was worried about being seen leaving John's room. In response to her discomfort, Silence swiftly typed to her pervert on his watch. Startled, she tried to explain herself, saying there must be some misunderstanding. However, Silence walked away without uttering a word. She observed this interaction and thought to herself, she doesn't know why, but he really seems to dislike her. Meanwhile, at an underground training arena, Octo stated to Han, "Let me tell you about the new additions to your psycho frame." Octo demonstrated a web shooting move like Spider-Man, leaving Han bewildered. Octo asked, "Don't he know about Spider-Man? He shoots webs like this." Han replied he has no idea what Octo is talking about. Octo explained anyway. On his left arm, he will find equipment to replace his hook. It's detachable, so use it only when needed. There's also a jump pack for hunting flying targets, but watch out for explosions hitting his back, they'll hurt a lot. Fellow engineer of Octo warned Han, when the chief says it'll hurt, it might kill him, so be careful. Han thought he can only imagine the consequences if this heavy lifting equipment explodes. Let's proceed cautiously, Octo grimly announced. The prophecy is about to unfold. Han, he will be on standby. The 4 pilots in the first-generation psycho frames will face the dragon first. It's crucial they succeed in killing it. They are only prepared this much, since the decade of peace made humans complacent. If we fail today, it's all over. Han declared firmly he won't let that happen. He fight not for humanity, but for his friends and siblings. As the sky darkened over Paris, as psychic energy started to gather, the person in charge of monitoring the situation raised the alarm. Signs of a dimensional gate had been detected. Alexander Quarry warned, if it's like before, the ground will split open, and minions will emerge. The monitoring personnel reported, all squads are positioned on the predicted location of the dimensional gate. Meanwhile, above the Eiffel Tower in Paris, a mass of psychic energy began to gather. Hunt grimaced, saying shit, he feels awful and nauseous. The monitoring personnel continued, all psychic energy is concentrating directly above the predicted location. Alexander Quarry declared, good, everyone, prepare for battle. Despite the gathering energy, the dimensional gate failed to materialize. Soldiers remained poised with weapons drawn, awaiting the impending battle. Knut observed nervously, thinking, something's not right. Members of the American Grand Minion Elite Squad exclaimed, why isn't anything happening? Is it stuck in traffic? Knut shouted urgently, look up in the sky. As the dimensional gate began to open in the sky, everyone watching was shocked. When the dimensional gate fully opened, minions began pouring out, falling to the ground with fatal impact due to their kinetic force. Amid the chaos, Knut, bewildered, thought to himself, what the hell are they trying to do? What the fuck is going on right now? The scene opens with a dimensional gate appearing in the sky, causing Han to nervously observe that everyone is just staring, including the commanders, who are dumbfounded by this unexpected development. They had been preparing for a ground battle, not an aerial assault. The commanding officer confirms the survival of some monsters, noting grimly that the dead have cushioned the fall for others, and orders everyone to get ready. As the grunts rush to attack, the commanding officer yells, commence operation. Bullets immediately rain down on the incoming grunts, killing them swiftly. An elite squad of American Grand Minions, launching their attack, dismissively remarks that this battle seems like an easy game. Knut, overhearing, curses their arrogance and hopes that it will be truly if it is as simple as they think. Dmitri, observing the endless stream of minions from the dimensional gate, worries about their strategy, suspecting they aim to deplete their ammunition. Suddenly, death worms in their third form emerge, prompting Knut to warn that flying creatures are coming out. Stationary artillery guns are activated to deal with these new threats. As the death worms approach, the artillery guns fire, but the death worms self-destruct, causing massive explosions that destroy tanks and artillery, inflicting heavy casualties. Knut realizes they are falling behind and fears imminent death if they don't act quickly. An order to detonate Zone 1 is given, and everyone is advised to retreat. Knut urges his fellow soldiers to leave, warning them of the danger if they stay. He notices a death worm about to self-destruct right in front of him, followed by a huge explosion. Meanwhile, silence is killing death worms that attacking the soldiers, while Dell uses his psychic shield to protect them from blasts, facilitating their retreat. At headquarters, a monitoring officer reports that Zone 1 is ready for detonation. Alexander Quarry orders them to stand by. Two members of the American Grand Minion Elite Squad are seen retreating, with one carrying an injured fellow member. The squad leader encourages his injured comrade, refusing to leave him behind. They proclaim their identity as warriors from hell as a death worm approaches. Dmitri arrives just in time to save them, blocking the blast with his body while covering it with psychic energy. He chides them for their catchphrase but commends their loyalty. After a massive explosion, Knut, severely injured, begins healing himself with his quirk. He turns to see his fellow soldiers, but all of them are died from the blast, which fuels his rage and releases more of his psychic energy. Instantly healed himself, he picks up a spear and vows vengeance against the minions. At headquarters, the monitoring officer reports that troops are still in the field and asks if they should continue to stand by. Alexander Quarry orders the detonation to proceed, and explosions begin to happen at Zone 1. The intense battle continues with Octo observing the devastation on the screen. He comments on the dire situation, lamenting that the glorious reputation of Paris is done for and that, to Ark, even this beautiful city is just a tool for defense. He fears that even if they win, Paris will become a wasteland. Han reflects on the massive explosion, worried about whether everyone managed to evacuate in time. A monitoring officer reports that the majority of the minions have been eliminated, and no more are emerging from the gate. Alexander Quarry then instructs to deal with the remaining minions using the troops that have retreated and to prepare the first-generation psycho frames, anticipating an imminent appearance since he can see the psychic force with his bare eyes. The scene shifts to a psycho frame unit squad named Blue ready to engage in battle. John Red, seeing a dragon emerge from the dimensional gate, rallies his teammates, declaring that they will finish this battle. He orders the Blue squad to commence the operation. One squad member alerts that the dragon is about to use its breath attack, which they narrowly dodge. They recognize the attack pattern as familiar from the first Dragon War, noting this dragon seems smaller than the old ones. Although it's not Bahamut, they know they need to be careful. They proceed with the plan to aim for its wings, understanding that dragons use their psychic abilities to fly, which are dependent on their wings. John rushes forward, intending to momentarily blind the dragon and order other to mount it from behind. Using his psychic power, he blasts fire into the dragon's head, obscuring its vision. Meanwhile, two psycho frame users hook onto the dragon and land on its back, preparing to cut its wings. They declare their intent to prepare for a ground battle as they engage. The dragon counters with an electricity attack, immobilizing both psycho frame users. Despite the shock, one of them manages to cut the dragon's wing before losing consciousness. John commends his tenacity as they fall to the ground alongside the dragon. He orders the remaining psycho frame user to follow him to the ground, aiming to prevent the dragon from recovering. As they approach the fallen dragon, it envelops itself in red psychic power and changes form for ground combat. John, recognizing the dragon's new form and stated it's a new species, acknowledges that old methods won't work, but insists they still have a chance in a ground battle. He orders his remaining team member to set his jump packs to maximum and prepare for a synchronized attack. John plans to provoke the dragon into emitting electricity, willing to risk electrocution. Fellow teammate expresses concern for John's safety, but John brushes it off, determined to act quickly. They charge towards the dragon. Seeing them, dragon uses telekinesis to hurl stones at John. Distracted, John is struck by the dragon's claws and crashes into a nearby building. Despite his injuries, he stands to see the dragon consuming his fallen comrade. Furious, John curses the dragon, questioning its enhanced abilities. He resolves to survive long enough to reveal its other abilities. Amidst the chaos, John hears Alexander LeCorey ordering Han to commence the operation. John, surprised, questions the command, doubting that Ock's leadership would have deployed Han so soon. Wearing a second-generation psycho frame, Han rushes towards the battleground where John is fighting the dragon, preparing to join the fray and turn the tide of battle. A little while earlier, before to Han deployment, with Oracle rushing to Alexander LeCorey, visibly out of breath from running, she urgently asks him, is he going to let Red die? A soldier attempts to intervene, but Oracle fiercely responds, don't touch her. Alexander instructs the soldier to stand down and addresses Oracle, emphasizing the critical nature of their situation. He explains, she does realize how important this is, right? This dragon is of a new species. They don't know what other abilities it may have. If their only second-generation reinforced soldier dies due to an unforeseen event, it might lead to the end of the world as they know it. Oracle, determined and emotional, places an injection gun against her neck and declares, if John Red dies and leaves her behind, it will be the end of the world as she knows it. Alexander, shocked by her audacity, questions her. What is she doing? She replies with intensity, if John dies, she will die too. The two share a moment of profound understanding through their serious looks. The scene shifts to a later moment where Oracle is seen apologizing to Han. She expresses her inner conflict, saying she's sorry. She knows how contradictory she may seem right now. After all, she already told him not to participate if he wants to live. He can hate her as much as he wants. She pleads with Han. John is in danger. Just please save him. She begs of him. Han, moved by her desperation, instructs Octo to prepare for his deployment. Despite Octo's surprise, Han reassures Oracle he would head out into battle even if she hadn't asked him. After all, he doesn't want Sergeant Red to die either. In the present timeline, Han arrives at the battlefield where John is engaged in a fierce fight with the dragon. Sensing Han's high psychic energy, the dragon shifts its focus towards him. John, frustrated, yells, "You bastard! Why have you come out already?" Han requests John to use his fire ability to blind the dragon again, just like before. John, willing to risk his life, exclaims that guarantees a better outcome. Han retorts that guarantees you will die. Sergeant, John insists, shut up and do as he say. Since when did he start defying orders? Han shouts back, he is not fighting for humanity. He just doesn't want to watch as the people around him die. The dragon launch an attack at Han, who skillfully dodges with rapid movements. When the dragon employs telekinesis, John warns Han, prompting him to use his jump pack to evade the assault. Han then prepares to use a laser wire on the dragon, coordinating with John to use his combustion ability to block the dragon's sight. John complies, attacking the dragon's head with fire to obscure its vision. Han seizes the opportunity, using the laser wire to grapple the dragon and pull himself toward it with increased speed from his jump pack, aiming for a decisive strike. Meanwhile, the dragon envelops itself in an electric current. John anxiously wonders how Han will manage. Han remembers Octo's advice to maximize his psychic output when facing the dragon's psychic powers. In the climactic moment, Han attacks the dragon, triggering a psychic explosion. As the dust clears, John is astonished to see Han standing victoriously over the slain dragon. John reflects, who knows, maybe the bastard he chose will save the world. The scene shifted to Han stepping through a gate and being immediately struck by a bright light, causing him to shield his eyes with his hand. As he adjusted to the intense light, he slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. To his surprise, he found himself in a forest teeming with unfamiliar animals, a sight he had not anticipated. Continuing forward, Han eventually emerged from the dense forest and saw multiple stone pillars. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a dragon resting on one of the pillars. At that moment, the dragon noticed Han, and started roaring and flying towards him in anger. It bellowed, "He is going to prove and test his free will." Suddenly, Han opened his eyes in shock, realizing it had all been a dream. He found himself in a hospital room. Hearing a noise, he sat up on his bed and saw Knut, who apologized for the disturbance. Noticing Knut, Han inquired how long was he asleep. Knut mentioned that he had been asleep for 3 days. Han, noticing Knut's attire, asked why he was wearing a hospital gown. Knut then explained that he had undergone a psychiatric evaluation, which led to the recommendation for his temporary hospitalization. Then Knut recalled what happened 3 days ago. After the massive explosion that killed his fellow soldiers, Knut snapped in anger. He unleashed a surge of psychic energy, rapidly healing his injuries, and stood up with a spear in hand. Turning toward the approaching enemy group, he charged at them in fury. With his first spear attack, he killed one of the grunt, but another grunt attacked and severed Knut's arm. Using his healing quirk, Knut immediately regenerated his arm and killed the attacking grunt with his spear. When another grunt cut off his leg, Knut swiftly regenerated it and killed that grunt too. Several grunts then attacked him together. At that moment, Zone 1 detonated, killing all the minions while Knut survived thanks to his healing quirk. In the present, Knut told Han he had always said he will fight to protect the people dear to him. Now he's going to fight to protect his friends too. Anyone who harms his friends will die by his hands, even if he have to follow them to the depths of hell. Hearing this, Han felt worried about Knut. Just then, they both heard a knock on the door. The door opened, and a person entered, surprising Knut. Knut turned to Han and stated he think he will have to give him some space. They will continue this later. The person who entered was the Oracle, now looking completely different and dressed in the full uniform of the Ark. She sat and inquired how is he feeling. Han replied he is all right. His recovery is on the faster side. He guessed she has made up her mind to cooperate sincerely this time. She expressed her distress by explaining that she was reprimanded for defying the command system to deploy him. She criticized a society that trains 10-year-olds to be soldiers, preparing them to lay down their lives as if it were their calling, admitting her hatred for everyone involved. Despite her disdain, she chose to order him a mission to rescue Red, feeling a sense of relief upon his deployment. As tears began to fall, she confessed that she realized she wasn't any different from those she despised. Regaining her composure, she apologized for causing a scene and thanked him. Han observed her tender-hearted nature. As her watch alarm went off, she quickly stood up, mentioned the upcoming memorial service, and bade him farewell. Han reassured her, saying there was no need for her to feel bad because she was only doing her job. He acknowledged that while their actions might have been considered insane before the war, this was their new reality. He expressed his determination to continue fighting to protect those he cares about until all the dragons are dead. Moved by his words, she began to cry again, expressed her understanding, and then left the room. After the fight with the dragon was over, Del visited the level 3 parking area to help Kuro, who had advanced from level 2 to level 3, locate their room and become acquainted with the level 3 facility. Kuro became surprised to see Del receiving him and asked why he was there. where Han and Knut were. Del explained that they had both been hospitalized. He asked Kuro if he thought he would be there otherwise and told him to use his brain. Knut asked if they were okay. Del, displaying a dismissive and impatient attitude, responded, "Who cares? If he wants to find out, go see them. Try to keep up. If he fall behind, he is just going to leave him." Knut, sensing Del's lingering dislike, thought to himself that Del still didn't like him. Meanwhile, Del harbored a strong dislike for Knut, thinking to himself that Knut's dumb face was infuriating and that Kuro would only come to his senses if a comrade died in battle. Del had no intention of trusting Knut to watch his back. 3 days later, after being discharged from the hospital, Han was summoned by Alexander Quarry. He gave him a tea and said to drink it while it was still hot. Han took a sip and placed it on the table, saying it was good. Alexander Quarry sighed and said he had gotten better at lying, then put some cubes of sugar in Han's tea, saying it should taste better with some sugar. Han asked if he had been summoned just to have tea, and if it was about Kuro. This caused Alexander to nervously sweat, impressed by how sharp-minded Han was. Alexander said yes, asking Han to guide Kuro so he could engage in battle, as Kuro would also fight in a second-generation psycho frame. They had decided to produce 11 additional units, forming 3 teams with 4 members each, and one of them would be Hans. While drinking his tea, Alexander Quarry continued, saying they had managed to kill every single dragon that had emerged aside from Bahamut. They used to be able to kill them even with 4 of the first-generation psycho frames, but now that wasn't enough because of the new dragon breed. The dragons were evolving to match their combat capabilities, and their future now depended on the second-generation psycho frames. As Han left Alexander Quarry's office, he thought that he now held to trump cards. Unless they reassembled the prototype, he was the only one who could operate it. On top of that, Kuro was at his strongest only when he was with Han. Ark needed him now, and the scale of power was tipping towards his side. Meanwhile, Del kicked Kuro's room door, saying to come outside immediately. As Kuro came out, Del asked what was taking so long. Kuro apologized, and Del said that everyone above a rank had been asked to gather at the lab. They were late, so they needed to hurry up. As they left, Kuro thought he had vowed not to be weak, but no matter how many times he tried, without Han by his side, he felt like he was returning to his old self again. When they arrived at the lab, many psykers above a rank were gathered. Del, seeing the new machine, asked what it was. A fellow psyker stated it was the new psychic evaluator, and apparently, it was going to digitize their psychic powers or something. Then a male researcher explained that the device was going to sum up the amount of internal psychic energy and manifestation levels. He instructed them to take a seat, put on the helmet, and maximize their psychic output. At that moment, the psyker sitting in the evaluating machine had his results come out. It's 8,000 psychic power. Del saw that and asked the person in front of him to move aside. Trembling, the person agreed and stepped aside. Del moved forward and put on the helmet, and the researchers announced, "Evaluation starting." Two psychers expressed curiosity and admiration for Del, with one wondering about the number he would receive and the other acknowledging him as the genius of England. Del took a deep breath and maximized his psychic power. A few seconds later the evaluation completed. The results shown by the evaluation machine were 10,000 psychic power. Other psychers reacted with surprise and disbelief upon witnessing the event, exclaiming that it was insane and questioning if it was the highest record to date, as no one had surpassed 9,000 before. After completing his evaluation, Del took off the helmet and turned to Kuro, insisting that he undergo the evaluation as well. Kuro declined, explaining that he had already done the evaluation before advancing. Frustrated, Del gritted his teeth and asked a nearby female researcher for Kuro's psychic power level. The researcher hesitated to respond. At that moment, Sasha entered the lab and revealed that Kuro's psychic power was 12,000, based on his average output. Del, feeling it was unfair, left without saying anything. A fellow researcher questioned Sasha about her decision to disclose the information, to which Sasha replied that Dell wouldn't have stopped until he found out. Meanwhile, Kuro was worried about Dell. As the sun set, a helicopter carried Izzy's squad to their destination. Inside the helicopter, Kuro mentioned to Han that the new device digitized their abilities, comparing it to a video game. Han responded that, although he hadn't tried it, he understood the concept. Han thought to himself that Ark wouldn't produce such a device without a purpose and speculated that it would be used in battles. At that moment, Knut addressed Han, asking about their mission. The rest of the squad turned their attention to Han, eager to know the details. Han then stated he would start the briefing. Silence remembered a past incident where he challenged a fellow student, shouting, "You big loser over there," and he pointed his wooden sword. He continued by saying, "Let's fight." He is going to beat him to a pulp. The fellow student, curious about the reason for the fight, asked Silence why he wanted to fight. Silence replied he doesn't like him because they have similar names, that's all. The fellow student accepted this explanation, saying he supposed that's enough of a reason. Here he come. As Silence recalled this memory, he suddenly grabbed his head, wondering if it was one of the memories he had lost due to his injury. Deep in thought about these fragmented memories, they arrived at Yustu, a small commune nestled in the Pyrenees Mountains. Seeing the destruction of the village, Knut asked if the grunts from the battle in Paris had fled all the way to this location. Han responded, doubting that possibility due to their usual behavior and intelligence. He speculated that something might be controlling them, possibly one of the Ellis mages or hunters. Han suggested they search the village further. During their search, they discovered a corpse. Han examined it closely and deduced from the climate and the state of decay that the person had died around 2 days ago. Puzzled by the lack of other bodies, Han wondered aloud if everyone else might still be alive somewhere. Suddenly, Knut alerted Han to someone approaching from the front, pointing his gun in that direction. A person wearing a red shirt and blue jeans approached Izzy's squad, pulling a blood-stained cart. As he neared them, Han asked for his identity. Setting down the cart, the person confirmed they were soldiers from Ark and introduced himself as a farmer from the village. Han noticed a tattoo of a skeleton with a diving helmet on the person's arm, a common tattoo among Marines, and mentioned it. He warned that if the person didn't disclose more, there were other ways to find out. Han activated his watch, connecting to the Ark database, and requested a scan. Reluctantly, the person sighed and revealed his name as Jacques. Han pressed further, asking for his full name. Jacques replied curtly, expressing irritation at the question. Han asserted that it was better to be blunt than to ignore potential risks. He identified the man as Jacques de Gaulle and began spelling out the alphabet of his name in sequence, using his watch to cross-reference the information in the Ark database. Han informed Jacques that he had retired 6 years ago and had previously served as a member of the psychic force at Ark. Jacques confirmed this and remarked on encountering Han after years in hiding. Han questioned why Jacques, not even a deserter, was troubled. Jacques explained that even retired psykers were under constant surveillance, with no real freedom due to fears about their psychic abilities being misused for criminal purposes. Changing the subject, Jacques approached the nearby corpse and asked for Han's help. He expressed a desire to give the deceased villagers some semblance of dignity, though he couldn't bury each of them individually. A little later, they placed all the gathered corpses on a funeral pyre. Jacques reflected that he had initially settled in the village to evade surveillance but had grown fond of the place, intending to spend the rest of his life there. Turning to Han, Jacques asked if Han had been tracking the attackers and requested to join him, surprising Han. Jacques explained that he had been unable to act as people died, using his ability to turn invisible to survive, which he called his quirk. Han realized that Jacques' invisibility could be invaluable for reconnaissance in the area, and decided to temporarily recruit him. Han handed Jacques a gun and a knife, formally welcoming him as Jacques de Gaulle and assigning him to the squad. Jacques accepted, addressing Han as squad leader and asking to be taken care of. Later that night, as they continued tracking the enemies who had attacked the village, Jock struggled to keep up with Izzy's squad. Han noticed Jock breathing heavily and decided to order a break. He instructed the squad to take turns standing watch, leaving Jock out of the rotation. As they rested, Jock expressed his disbelief, asking if they were truly human. He lamented his own inability to keep pace with fully equipped soldiers like them. Han explained that they were reinforced psykers, which surprised Jock. He questioned if they were second generation, expressing astonishment that the project had progressed that far. Observing them, Jock realized they looked like teenagers, likely around 13 or 14 years old despite their strength surpassing the first generation. He remarked on their youthfulness and their enhanced capabilities compared to the earlier generation. Jock's thoughts were interrupted when Han asked him why he had left Ark. Jock sighed heavily and explained that to him, Ark had become as oppressive and malevolent as the dragons and their minions. Silence, upon hearing this, recalled that Jock's departure had coincided with the incident 6 years ago. Memories flooded back of that fateful time when a fellow student had approached Silence, urging him to come along. The student had denounced everyone else as enemies, declaring that they were not meant to be treated like livestock. In Silence's mind's eye, he saw the bloodied scene of a researcher's body lying behind him, a tragic reminder of the turmoil and betrayal of that moment. Meanwhile, John, serving as a bodyguard, followed Oracle as she moved her on Ark. A little later, they stood in front of the Ark record room. Oracle turned to John and instructed him to open the room. John complied, and Oracle stated that while most records were likely digitized, she knew that records from 6 of the 10 years she had slept had been partially expunged. She was determined to uncover what had happened during that time. Meanwhile, in a forest near Eusta village, Kuro and Knut were surveying the area while Han and the other squad members rested. Han asked Jock if his dislike for Ark stemmed from their recruitment of children like themselves. Jock remained silent for a moment before advising Han not to trust Ark too much, hinting at their questionable actions. However, their conversation was interrupted by a message from Izzy Squad 2. In the message, Knut informed Han that they had discovered an injured grunt, unable to move and likely separated from its group. Han immediately put on his helmet and instructed Silence to follow him. Noticing Silence trembling in fear and clutching his head, Han asked Kuro to handle the situation and put the grunt out of its misery. Kuro, shocked by the order, began to tremble as well. Knut, standing beside Kuro, realized that this operation was intended to expose Kuro to real combat, emphasizing the necessity for him to become accustomed to killing minions. Knut turned to Kuro and firmly instructed him to take care of the injured grunt. As Kuro pointed his gun at the unmoving grunt, he began to sweat and tremble. Struggling with his emotions, Kuro declared he is going to kill him. If he doesn't, his friends will end up like all the corpses he saw in Eusta today. He then composed himself and shot the grunt. Meanwhile, Han was trying to calm down Silence, who was trapped in a traumatic memory from the past. In his dream, Silence heard someone proclaiming, "He is not a failure. If there is anything wrong, it's this world," before the person was killed by several gunshots. Awakening from the nightmare, Silence saw Han in front of him, trying to soothe him. Silence then calmed himself, reassured Han that he was all right, and moved away. At that moment, Knut and Kuro arrived. Knut informed Han that it was time to rotate their watch. Han noticed Kuro's dark expression and approached him, tapping him on the shoulder and reassuring him that he did well. Han and Silence then moved away to survey the surroundings. Observing them, Jock thought to himself that these second-generation psykers seemed different from what he knew. They didn't appear artificially reinforced but rather naturally matured. Meanwhile, in Ark, Oracle was going through the records and cursed in frustration, finding nothing useful. She turned to John and accused him of knowing there would be no relevant information. John calmly responded that it wasn't his policy to control her actions. Oracle angrily declared that she wouldn't leave the room until she discovered why the records were erased, demanding an explanation. John sighed, pulled out a key from his pocket, and revealed that between the first and current second generations of psykers, there was another generation. This group consisted of 50 children selected based on their psychic grades. John removed a painting from the wall to reveal a safe behind it. Using a key, he opened the safe and retrieved a manual, explaining that the children in the first program lost control, leading to the operation's failure. Oracle, in disbelief, took the manual from John. Meanwhile, Izzy Squad found the group of grunts that had attacked Yustu village. Han instructed Jock to survey the area to determine the number of opponents, their battle readiness, and the location of their leader. Jock, using his invisibility quirk, moved through the resting grunts. He observed around 17 grunts, noting that even average first-generation psykers could easily defeat them, but he couldn't locate their leader. Han contacted Jock through a communications device, urging him to return, warning that if there was an Ellismedge, he could be detected. Jock, however, decided to press on, thinking it was safe since there were only grunts present. As he moved past the last grunt, the creature noticed his presence and turned toward him. A little later, all members of Izzy Squad gathered, and Han informed them that communications with Jock had stopped. He stated that their first priority was to ensure Jock's safety and ordered the squad to spread out and infiltrate the area. As they moved separately, Jock, using his invisibility, approached one of the Izzy Squad members. The scene then shifted to a past memory of Jock in Ark. He threw away his helmet and confronted John, asking if he was out of his mind for planning to kill the children. John responded that they weren't killing them but subduing them, though some might die in the process. Jock vehemently objected to John's orders in Ark, stating that he couldn't accept such commands that would lead to children's deaths. He declared his intention to leave Ark, refusing to be complicit in any bloodshed. In the present, using his invisibility quirk, Jock sneaked up behind an Izzy Squad member and swiftly killed him with a knife, causing the soldier to collapse to the ground. Jock, visibly affected by something as a red haze in his eyes. Meanwhile, Silence encountered a group of 5 grunts and efficiently eliminated them using his swift movements before moving onward. On the other hand, Han spotted a group of grunts ahead and turned to Kuro, asking for telekinetic cover. Kuro agreed, releasing his psychic energy while determined to protect Han and perform well in their mission. As Han advanced towards the grunts with his spear, Kuro unleashed his telekinetic power, creating 2 massive hands from the ground that crushed the grunts where they stood. Witnessing Kuro's impressive display of power, Han recognized it as the prowess of an S-rank, understanding why Ark valued him so highly. Impressed but concerned for Kuro's stamina, Han advised him to conserve his strength, reassuring him that he didn't need to exert himself overly against mere grunts. Kuro apologized for his earlier actions. Suddenly Klut's message cut through, alerting them that Jock had turned against them and was now considered an enemy. Despite the wound on his neck, Klut stood up, healed by his quirk, ready to confront Jock. Klut directly challenged Jock, questioning his motives and inviting him to face him directly. As both prepared to engage in combat, Han swiftly ordered Silence to relocate to Izzy 3's position, responding to the urgent situation. As Knut rushed forward to attack Jock with his spear, Jock easily dodged by ducking down and retaliated with swift knife slashes, severely injuring Knut and causing him to drop his spear. Knut fell to the ground, but to Jock's surprise, Knut healed himself using his quirk. Evading Jock's subsequent knife attack, Knut quickly grabbed his gun and shot Jock in the leg, causing him to collapse in pain. Regretful but resolute, Knut apologized to Jock, explaining that despite his healing ability, he still felt pain. Just then, Han and Kuro arrived on the scene, with Han inquiring about the situation. Knut explained that Jock had ambushed him and seemed to be under some form of control, judging from his demeanor. Silence joined them, and Knut cautioned against approaching Jock, warning that he was dangerous. Han observed Jock bleeding from his leg and expressed concern that Jock might not survive if left untreated. At that moment, Jock began to tremble as red psychic energy began emanating from his mouth and nose, taking a tangible form. Witnessing this, Kyut expressed shock and asked what it was. Kuro identified it as a ghost, but Han corrected him, stating it was psychic energy that had manifested. Concerned about whether the energy was controlling Jock, Han asked if they could eliminate it with a dragon weapon. Knut considered it a psychic phenomenon and suggested dealing with it by attacking from two sides. However, Han decided to confront it alone, reasoning that if it involved mind control or possession, Kuro and Silence, with their powerful abilities, should not risk being affected. He asserted that he, with the weakest combat skills among them, would face the entity while instructing Kuro and Silence to attend to Jock. Han discarded his helmet and gun, opting for his spear as he prepared to confront the psychic monster. The creature attacked with its claws, forcing Han to dodge narrowly. Using his agility, Han evaded a series of subsequent attacks before countering with his spear, aiming for the creature's head. As the spear struck, Han observed the creature's head vanish momentarily, prompting him to wonder if his strategy was effective. Han swiftly instructed Knut and the others to attend to Jock, and they immediately rushed to his aid as commanded. Meanwhile, Han continued his battle against the psychic monster, attempting another strike with his spear. However, this attack proved ineffective, and the creature closed in on him, trapping him within its grasp. Realizing the danger of being controlled by the monster, Han warned his teammates not to approach. Assessing the situation, he concluded that he needed to release all of his psychic energy to combat the monster's influence. With resolve, Han discarded his spear, preparing to confront the creature with his full power, driven by the urgency to protect himself and his team from the psychic threat. As Han battled the psychic monster, it began to infiltrate his body through his mouth, causing his teammates to watch anxiously. Han's eyes turned red as the psychic entity attempted to seize control of his mind, leading to Han screaming in agony. Meanwhile, Knut and the others attended to Jock, bandaging his injured leg. A little later, they restrained Han on the ground, with Silence and Knut securing his arms while Kuro held his legs. Amidst Han's cries, Kuro nervously asked what they should do if Han's condition did not improve. Knut mentioned that he had requested a recall, indicating they might need to transport Han back in his current state. Then, Knut had an idea and suggested to Kuro that he use his telepathic ability to probe into Han's mind. Initially hesitant, Kuro agreed, acknowledging they needed to do everything possible to help Han. With determination, Kuro used his abilities to assess Han's condition and potentially aid him in overcoming the psychic influence that had taken hold. As Kuro delved into Han's mind using his psychic powers, he witnessed a young Han, age 10, confronting a psychic monster. Meanwhile, within Han's consciousness, he recognized the familiar setting but sensed it was deeper than previous encounters, possibly related to what Jurg and Teller had shown him. Inside this mental landscape, Han observed the psychic monster transforming into his older self. The creature remarked on Han's resilient ego, a rarity, and manifested a psychic spear, declaring its intent to eliminate him for good. Han recognized the words as his own. Back in the physical world, Knut anxiously asked Kuro for updates on Han's condition. Kuro reported that Han was currently engaged in a fierce struggle, and if Han could expel the psychic entity, Kuro believed he could capture it using his abilities, albeit without certainty. Knut encouraged Han, shouting for him to win as he always did. Inside Han's mind, the psychic monster pins him down and points a spear at his heart, taunting him that his friends will soon join him in death. The monster thrusts the spear into Han's heart, but its laughter turns to confusion as its own hands and right foot are suddenly cut off. The monster struggles to maintain balance, stunned by Han's resistance to its psychic power. Han, recalling Sasha's words about his unique resistance to psychic abilities, realizes that his special case might be the reason for his resilience. He tells the monster to stop copying him, grabs it by the collar, and readies his fist to strike back, determined to reclaim control. Han delivers a powerful punch to the psychic monster, pushing it backward. The monster curses Han, realizing that Han power is dangerous and it needs to escape. It starts to exit Han's body through his mouth, surprising his teammates as they see it burst out of Han. Knut points at the escaping monster and asks Kuro if he can capture it. Kuro responds that he'll try, using his telekinesis to create psychic hands that capture the monster. The psychic monster starts to transform, and Knut observes that it might be trying to turn into gas to escape. Han wipes the blood off his face, stands up, and confidently states that he'll take care of it. Kuro asks Han if he's alright, to which Han replies that he's managing but didn't expect to use his new equipment. Han then uses this equipment to emit an electrical attack that strikes and kills the psychic monster. Seeing the equipment's power, Knut asks Han about it. Han explains that it's Octo's newest experimental piece, made using a small fragment of bones and skin from the gold dragon's remains, created secretly behind Oc's back. He was hesitant to use it in battle but finds it suitable for him since he lacks special abilities. A little later, the entire Izzy squad gathers around Jock, who regains consciousness and calls out Han's name. Han reassures him to hold on a bit longer, mentioning that Oc's transport and medical team will arrive soon. Jock, on the verge of death, tells Han and the Izzy squad that it's too late for him but expresses no regrets, thanking them for avenging him. He mentions looking forward to seeing his friends again and urges them not to feel guilty about his death. Not feeling remorseful, listens as Jock says he needs to rest. By the time the Ark helicopter arrives, Jock has already passed away. Later, in a meeting at Ark, Alexander Quarry receives a detailed report from the Izzy squad. He explains that the parasitic psychic ghost, now named Spectre, is a serious threat with no known methods for dealing with it. Spectre uses its host's memories and abilities, making it even more problematic than dragons. He emphasizes the need for a thorough medical examination for Han and confirms the death of the retiree, Jacques de Gaulle. Meanwhile, Oracle recalled an earlier discussion with John. Oracle had asked if the children from the initial project were all killed. John explained that they tried to capture the children alive whenever possible, but the children were stronger than anticipated. They ultimately had to use psycho frames to apprehend them, which resulted in the loss of some lives. Oracle was outraged and called the method insane. John admitted that a few children were sacrificed in the process, but most were captured alive. He then confessed that he did not know the current whereabouts of those children. Oracle was skeptical and questioned his honesty, to which John assured her that he was not lying. In the present, Oracle contemplates the secrecy surrounding the children from the initial project, suspecting that only the chief of staff and his close associates know the full truth. She ponders whether Alexander Quarry might have been involved in killing those children. Meanwhile, Silence, after taking a bath, lies on his bed while his mask is charging. As he relaxes, he is troubled by sudden memories of a particular person. Silence reflects on this individual's calm manner of speaking, intelligence, and persuasive abilities, noting the similarities to Han. In a new mission, Izzy squad encounters 5 Ellis warriors attempting to escape. Noticing the warriors' swift retreat, Han instructs Kuro to impede them. Kuro agrees and uses his psychic power to erect a massive stone wall from the ground, blocking the warriors' escape route. With no way out, the Ellis warriors turn to confront Izzy squad. Han orders Knut and Silence to prepare for an attack. Han then unleashes an electric attack that kills 2 of the warriors. Knut eliminates another by shooting him down. The remaining 2 warriors are swiftly taken care of by Silence, who uses his blink ability to cut through them and the stone wall Kuro had created with ease. Later on, Izzy squad gathered on stone wall created and split by Silence's sword. Knut complimented Silence, amazed at his ability to slice through such substantial structures. Silence deflected the praise, attributing the real monstrosity to who was causing these structures to sprout from the ground, a sentiment not agreed with. Han turned to Kuro and praised his improved judgment. Meanwhile, Silence tapped Han on the shoulder and gestured towards the golden fist equipment, indicating he wanted it. Han hesitated, concerned that using it would waste Silence's psychic energy meant for blinking. However, Silence insisted, typing a message to Han despite his reservations. Han proposed a condition. He would give Silence the equipment if Silence removed his mask. This request surprised Knut, Kuro, and Silence himself. Silence hesitated, but then gripped his mechanical mask with both hands, unable to remove it, stating it was his identity. Han sighed, realizing this would be Silence's response. Trying to ease the tension, Han assured Silence not to be too hard on himself and promised to let Silence borrow the equipment next time. This made Silence happy, and he lightly punched Han while reminding him of his promise. Han, feeling the punch, jokingly complained about the force. Knut then expressed his desire to try the equipment, followed by Kuro. Han agreed to let them both try it out. The following day, Han returned to Ark after taking a bath and used his psychic powers to put on his psychic force uniform. He also used his psychic abilities to write in his diary, detailing the events since the dimensional gate appeared in Paris. Han noted that Ark had received numerous dispatch requests from across Europe following the incident. Despite only 2 weeks passing since they were dispatched, it felt like they had undergone years of intense training to handle the aftermath of the Paris gate. During this reflective moment, Octo summoned Han to his lab. Upon arriving, Octo presented 11 newly produced units of the second-generation psycho frames, all based on Han's prototype data. Han inquired if Octo wanted him to test the units, to which Octo confirmed eagerly, emphasizing the critical need to ensure there were no defects in the new units. Han agreed and proceeded to wear one of the prototypes before entering the test arena under Octo's instructions. Octo cautioned Han to conserve his energy wisely since there were 11 prototypes to test. Han acknowledged this and began the trial run as instructed by Octo, marking the beginning of his evaluation of the new psycho frames. During a meeting led by Oracle, it was announced that in 30 days, a dragon would appear in the northern part of Arizona, specifically at the Grand Canyon, USA. This revelation set the stage for a new mission and challenge for Ark. Alexander LeCory reflected on the countdown, noting the recent production of 11 second-generation psycho frames. He emphasized the unprecedented power now available to them, especially referencing Han's previous solo takedown of a dragon using a prototype. LeCory proposed the formation of 2 teams of second-generation psycho frames by day 10, intending to select candidates from level 3 to join these teams. John and Oracle privately questioned the decision to form only 2 teams instead of 3. Meanwhile, at level 2, Jose complimented Gijo, acknowledging his skills and intelligence. Gijo, taken aback by the sudden praise, questioned Jose's intentions. Jose continued, comparing Gijo's tactical abilities to Han's and suggesting that Gijo compensates for any shortcomings with intelligence, much like Han does. Gijo, intrigued by the discussion, asked Jose directly what she wanted, to which Jose expressed her desire to advance to level 3. Jose approached the officials in charge of advancements and requested to be promoted to level 3. Among them was John, who expressed surprise at Jose making such a request independently and asked if he was certain about it. Reflecting on his decision, Jose recalled a past memory when Jose's father heard an Ark representative on TV announcing opportunities for children with psychic abilities to join Ark, promising various national benefits. Jose's father, watching the TV at the time, had remarked that having such a child could change their lives significantly. His mother, however, reprimanded him for not focusing on their current children and attending to their needs. In that moment from the past, Jose had left the house to play with his friends outside. His mother had asked him if he was going out to play, to which he confirmed. She then requested him to pick up some produce on his way back. Jose rode his bicycle to the town square where his friends were playing soccer. During their game, Jose asked about psykers, and one friend explained it was having superpowers. Another friend mentioned hearing that the government would pay a substantial amount of money to psykers, potentially making them wealthier than professional football players. After hearing from his friends about the potential advantages of revealing psychic abilities, Jose asked the shopkeeper if it was true. The shopkeeper warned him that those who have special powers could be taken away to fight monsters and advised him never to let anyone discover his abilities, as it could lead to danger or even death. After hearing these warnings, Jose picked up the items his mother had requested for dinner and began his journey home, pondering over the shopkeeper's words. He questioned whether it was wise to keep his powers hidden to avoid the risk of being forced into dangerous situations. Upon returning home, Jose found his younger brothers playing and his father resting on the sofa while his mother prepared dinner. She greeted him warmly as he entered. Witnessing his brothers arguing and one pushing the other into a cupboard, Jose scolded them to stop their antics. The commotion caused a teapot on the cupboard to tremble and nearly fall onto a sleeping child in a crib. In a split-second reaction, Jose used his telekinetic powers to stop the teapot midair, preventing any harm. This unexpected display of telekinesis astonished his parents and younger siblings, though the baby found it amusing and laughed in response. In the present moment, John addressed Jose, explaining that he had always been considered a candidate for advancement but was excluded from the final exam due to perceived limitations in his psychic abilities. John encouraged Jose to demonstrate his full potential, believing he had been holding back. Responding to John's challenge, Jose gathered psychic energy from his surroundings and began creating flames. Concerned by the display, other officers questioned John about the potential danger. John assured them that Jose could control the flames, directing them only where he intended. Jose then directed the flames towards John and the other officers as a demonstration. Meanwhile, it became clear that the shopkeeper, who had warned Jose about revealing his abilities, was Jacques. Reflecting on Jacques' advice, Jose decided he no longer had a reason to hide his powers. Despite the initial concern, the officers, aside from John, were unharmed by the flames. Instead, Jose's flames elegantly lit John's cigar, impressing him. John acknowledged Jose's display as more than sufficient to pass the exam, confirming his promotion to level 3 starting the following day. As Jose walked away, he resolved to use his abilities to confront and eliminate those who threatened him and others like him, determined to move forward without hesitation. As the countdown to the Grand Canyon invasion continues, tensions rise. Dell, frustrated at not being selected as a second-generation reinforced soldier, throws a tantrum in the cafeteria. Knut comments, "That bastard keeps causing scenes because he wasn't chosen," while Dmitri adds, "Only those at level 3 for over a year were selected, with Lee Han being the exception." Han reflects on his new role as leader of the Alpha Squad. A few days later, Han gathered the Alpha Squad for their first mission. He explained that the official goal was to eliminate the minions, but the true purpose was to familiarize themselves with the psycho frames and improve their teamwork. Before Han could outline their formation, Mus, an rank psyker from South Africa, interrupted with a laugh, claiming that he could handle the minions alone and questioning the need for a formation. Han thought to himself that while Mus was talented, he was concerned about his tendency to disregard orders. Amir, another squad member, reminded Mus that the mission's real focus was on teamwork and mastering the new equipment, not just defeating minions. Mus brushed it off as a joke, but Han remained uneasy, realizing that while Mus and Amir were as skilled as Simon or Knut, their reluctance to follow his lead posed a challenge for him as their leader. As the Alpha Squad prepared for battle, Silence noticed Han deep in thought, recognizing that he must have many concerns about the mission and his team's dynamics. Moments later, as they approached the minions in formation, Han began to issue commands, planning to tackle the minions with silence. However, Mus interrupted enthusiastically, declaring it was time to play, and surged ahead at full speed, disregarding Han's orders to slow down. Despite Han's attempts to maintain control, he had no choice but to order the rest of the team to max out their jump packs to keep up with Ms. Charging ahead, Ms encountered a group of werewolves and, with a laugh, declared his intent to annihilate them. He aimed his weapon and began firing rapidly, taking down the werewolves one by one, displaying second-generation psycho frame formidable combat skills but also his impulsive nature. As the other members of Alpha Squad arrived on the scene, Han ordered them to cover Ms. Suddenly, he noticed a massive creature with a gaping mouth and thought it was a dragon. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a basilisk, a formidable minion ringleader capable of flattening tanks. However, with their second-generation psycho frames, the squad could handle it. Han quickly commanded Silence to engage the basilisk with Amir providing support, while he moved to assist Ms against the werewolves. Amir, using his psychic abilities, controlled 7 Airbits 3 to distract the basilisk and 4 to aid Silence in the air. Impressed by Amir's skills, Silence used the Airbits to maneuver swiftly and then blinked to deliver a decisive strike, killing the basilisk. With the basilisk down, Han and Ms continued to eliminate the werewolves, successfully clearing the area. Han then assessed the situation and declared it clear, instructing the team to deactivate their psycho frames and rest until the cargo aircraft arrived. As the squad relaxed, Ms looked at his gun with excitement, clearly thrilled by the improved gun power. Amir questioned Ms, asking if he was deliberately ignoring orders again. Ms shrugged it off, saying it was fine since the mission was complete. He then pointed to his gun, marveling at its size, which had increased with the psycho frame, and expressed his thrill at taking down minions with it. Han called Ms's name to regain his attention, to which Ms replied, acknowledging Han's leadership. Observing his team, Han reflected that while the amount of dragon material might be lower than expected, everyone handled the new psycho frames impressively, showcasing their elite combat skills. However, Han realized his main challenge would be learning how to effectively control and lead such a powerful team. In the next mission, the Alpha Squad encounters 2 LS hunters controlling a pack of werewolves. As the werewolves charge, Han and Amir swiftly eliminate them with precise gunfire. Silence uses his blink ability to instantly kill one of the LS hunters. Meanwhile, Ms, wielding a dragon blade, charges at the remaining hunter, declaring it his target. Despite the LS attempt to defend himself with psychic shields, Ms effortlessly slices through both the shield and the LS, who collapses dead. Turning back to his team, Ms remarks with a grin that it was too easy, expressing that the battle didn't even make him nervous. After Alpha Squad finishes checking the area and finds no more enemies, Han declares the situation clear and informs the team that a cargo aircraft is on the way, urging them to rest. As they sit down, Ms turns to Amir and asks if he finds being a supporter boring, suggesting they bet on who can kill more minions next time. Amir declines, pointing out that Ms only asked him because Ms knows he can't compete with Silence. Ms, taken aback, challenges Silence to a bet instead. Han reflects on Ms's attitude, understanding that the ease with which they handle minions has led to a lack of tension. He recalls the times when battling a single werewolf was life-threatening and contrasts it with their current dominance. With a serious expression, Han addresses Ms and Amir, acknowledging their elite status but emphasizing the need for trust. He stresses that in real battles, they must put aside their pride and follow his orders without question to avoid endangering the entire team. After returning to Ark, Ms dismissively tells Amir that with 8 second-generation psycho frames in operation, they have nothing to worry about, even if faced with multiple dragons. He expresses annoyance at Han's authoritative demeanor, insisting that their abilities are sufficient. Amir counters that Han is the squad leader and has valid points, but Ms insists Han should relax. Overhearing this, Silence grows angry and considers physically confronting Ms. However, he restrains himself, Recognizing that they cannot change squad members or function effectively as a three-person team, Silence decides to let it go for Han's sake and moves away. Meanwhile, at the Grand Canyon, preparations are underway for the foretold invasion in 5 days. Various ARC forces are setting up tents. Inside one tent, Derek anxiously questions the mention of a nuclear missile. Knut explains that, given the location away from urban areas, tactical nuclear missiles may be used to eliminate the minions. Derek expresses concern about their own safety, but Mitri reassures him that they will be equipped with environmental shield suits for protection. Knut, concerned about the effects of the environmental shield suits, jokingly asks if they'll turn into monsters with horns and tails. Kuro retorts that they're already monsters. Annoyed by their banter, Del tells them to stop talking and head to their bunkers, accusing them of being distracting. Knut, irritated, confronts Del, questioning why he's taking his frustrations out on them and insinuating it's because he wasn't chosen as a second-generation reinforced soldier. This provokes Del, who angrily challenges Knut to repeat himself and suggests they settle it outside. Knut agrees, and both leave the tent. Derek watches nervously and wonders if they should intervene, but Mitri, smiling, suggests they go watch the confrontation. Meanwhile, back at Ark, the Oracle awakens in a hospital bed, reflecting on her frequent seizures and contemplating the ease of death. Suddenly, her eyes turn red, and she envisions a silver dragon. At the Grand Canyon, as Knut and Del were about to fight, a surge of psychic energy gathered in the sky, capturing everyone's attention as a dimensional gate began to open. Meanwhile, back at Ark, Alexander Lacouri, frustrated, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming that the event was happening 5 days earlier than prophesied. Han and his squad, equipped with the second-generation psycho frames, prepared to deploy as they received their orders. At the Grand Canyon, a dragon was emerging from the dimensional gate. In his office, Alexander watched anxiously as the Oracle rushed in, and an announcement declared that both the Alpha and Blue teams were ready for launch. The Oracle, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat, realized that not only had the date of the prophecy changed, but the entire prophecy was now different. She speculated that the change was due to the presence of a silver dragon. Shortly after, a black dragon emerged from the dimensional gate and attacked the silver dragon, leaving both Oracle and Alexander Lacouri in shock. Observers reported that the black dragon was devouring the silver dragon, specifically targeting its psychic core. Mus, bewildered, questioned how one dragon could kill another, while Han urged the team to remain calm, pointing out that they now only had to face one dragon instead of two. As the black dragon engulfed the silver dragon's psychic core, the dimensional gate vanished. The on-field personnel reported to headquarters that the dimensional gate had closed. Alexander Lacouri confirmed that only one dragon remained and that there were no minions present. He then ordered the Alpha and Blue teams to commence their operation. As the black dragon unleashed a surge of psychic power, it enveloped itself in it and flew toward the squads to attack. Han commanded the Alpha squad to release their air bits and focus on targeting the dragon's left wing. Afterward, the Blue team would aim for the right wing to begin Phase 2. Han designated Silence as the primary striker with his assistants, while Mus would work with the Blue team to distract the dragon. Amir was assigned to support from the rear. Alexander Lacouri, observing the situation, reassured that there was no need to worry, noting that Han had previously killed a dragon named Jupiter alone. Jupiter is the code name for the gold dragon that Han killed. Alexander Lacouri continued with 8 second-generation soldiers now. They were confident of victory, unless the black dragon was significantly stronger. The Oracle watched the fight nervously, hoping for a successful outcome without casualties. On the battlefield, the Blue squad diverted the dragon's attention by firing at its head and urged Silence, the striker, to target the wing. Silence used his blink ability to attack swiftly, but the dragon dodged, causing him to fall. Han quickly intervened, grabbing Silence and an airbit to redirect him towards the dragon. Thanking Han, Silence used his blink ability again, swiftly cutting the dragon's left wing. Following this, Han ordered all strikers to attack simultaneously. Using laser wires to latch onto the dragon, Han and the other strikers propelled themselves at high speed, successfully severing the dragon's other wing. At Ark headquarters, everyone celebrated as the dragon fell. The Blue Squad advanced with their bits and jump packs, eager to finish the mission, quickly moved toward the dragon. Mus, watching them, grumbled about the Blue Squad getting all the credit and urged Han to join the action. Later, when they landed and saw that the Blue Squad hadn't beheaded the dragon yet, Mus was relieved, eager to beat them to it. However, Han sensed something amiss, questioning why the dragon seemed so weak. Realizing something was wrong, Han quickly ordered everyone to back away from it. At Ark headquarters, Alexander LeCory watched the dragon struggle against the second-generation psycho frame, laughing and declaring the Ark project a success. Oracle hoped everything would end smoothly. On the battlefield, the Blue Squad armed themselves with dragon weapons, ready to finish the dragon. As they advanced, Alpha Squad landed, and Han urgently shouted for everyone, including the Blue Squad, to back away. Mus, frustrated, demanded to know what the issue was. Han cautioned everyone, emphasizing the need for vigilance when things seemed too easy. Suspecting a potential trap, he urged them to analyze the situation, stressing that if he was wrong, they could laugh at him, but if right, lives were at stake. The Blue Squad leader asked Han what he intended to do. Han proposed waiting until the dragon regained consciousness. The Blue Squad leader dismissed this, stating they would proceed and take the dragon's head themselves. Angry, Mus cursed and moved toward the dragon, unwilling to be outdone. Amir called out to Mus, trying to stop him. Mus insisted to Amir not to stop him. He wanted to finish this quickly and rest. He urged Amir to think for himself instead of blindly following orders. Amir, surprised, questioned Mus, but then decided to follow him. Despite Han ordering Amir to stand by, Amir chose to side with Mus, saying he agreed with him for once. As the Blue Squad and 2 members of Alpha Squad advanced to behead the dragon, Han watched with concern, hoping he was wrong about the danger. Mus, Amir, and the Blue Squad prepared to strike, while Han and Silence kept their distance, anxious about the potential trap. As they simultaneously swung their weapons at the dragon's head, they were unexpectedly attacked by strange weapons that pierced through the second-generation psycho frame. Mus, on the verge of death, exclaimed in shock, questioning where the attack came from as he saw the weapon that had pierced his chest. Han quickly ordered Silence to retreat, realizing they were under attack but uncertain of the source. Meanwhile, the Ellis warriors revealed themselves, having used invisibility to ambush the Blue Squad and 2 Alpha Squad members. Han recognized their tactic and realized the extent of the danger they were now facing. The Ellis warrior leader, clad in full armor, commanded his troops to charge at Han and Silence. Han prepared his spears and warned Silence of the incoming attack. As the warriors approached, they activated their capes to become invisible, heightening Han's concern. Han realized he needed to predict their positions based on their speed. He targeted their likely locations with his golden fist, emitting electricity and revealing several invisible warriors. Following Han's lead, Silence used his blink ability to swiftly eliminate 5 more. However, noticing that one Ellis had evaded his attack, Han remained on high alert, questioning the whereabouts of the opponent. Han noticed an attack and quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding a strike that destroyed his helmet. Realizing the attackers were using dragon weapons, he thought, only those can break a psycho frame. An Ellis warrior poised to deliver a final blow, and Han knew he couldn't dodge in time. Just as the warrior swung, Silence intervened with his blink ability, severing the warrior's hand and saving Han. Seizing the opportunity, Han killed the Ellis, expressing gratitude to Silence. With only one enemy remaining, Han focused on it. But then the black dragon suddenly regained consciousness, roaring loudly and making him nervous about the renewed threat. As the dragon roared, Han thought it's using a dragon fear attack. Silence began trembling, haunted by memories of being paralyzed by Bahamut's dragon fear, but resolved not to make the same mistake again. When the Ellis warrior turned invisible, Han warned Silence that they are coming. The dragon charged, swiping its claw, which Silence dodged by leaping into the air. As the dragon prepared to strike Han, he used his jump pack to evade. Thinking it safer to attack from closer range, Han rushed toward the dragon, planning to engage more deeply. Silence, after leaping into the air, used his blink ability to swiftly attack the dragon from above. Meanwhile, Han prepared to thrust his spear into the dragon's neck, but his spear was unexpectedly cut in half by the invisible Ellis leader. Shocked, Han was kicked to the ground by the Ellis. As the dragon's claw came down to attack him, Han narrowly dodged by leaping backward. Silence examined the shallow wound his blade had made on the dragon and realized that his weapon couldn't penetrate deeply enough to be effective. After leaping backward, Han crashed to the ground. Before he could get up, the Ellis prepared to strike again. Han quickly used his jump pack at maximum output to dodge the attack. Turning swiftly, he deployed a laser wire to ensnare the Ellis's hands. Using the laser wire and his jump pack, Han propelled himself at high speed, slamming into the Ellis and bringing both of them to the ground. Before the Ellis could recover, Han grabbed its dragon weapon and killed it instantly. Han turned to see the dragon concentrating psychic energy. Silence was attacking the dragon's head, attempting to kill it, but the dragon prepared a breath attack aimed at Han. Realizing the danger, Han tried to use his jump pack to dodge, but it failed. As the dragon's attack closed in, Han accepted his fate, closing his eyes in resignation. The dragon's breath hit the ground, creating a canyon. However, Han was shocked to find himself alive. A person who wearing a second-generation psycho frame that saved Han remarked on the dragon's immense power, noting the newly formed canyon. He told Han that he has done well. It's too early for him to die. The Omega Squad will take over now, surprising both Han and Silence. Seeing the psycho frame in shock, Han recalled his conversation with John earlier about the remaining psycho frames. John had mentioned they were reserved for emergencies, but seemed uneasy about the explanation. He hinted at the existence of another squad, warning Han not to delve too deeply out of curiosity, citing the danger it posed. Han had pressed further, referencing Zhaw's claim that Ark had eliminated children they were nurturing 6 years ago. He questioned if they too would face elimination if things turned against them. This angered John, whose eyes turned red with frustration. Using his combustion ability, John retorted, questioning if Ark had the luxury of time to dispose of them amid their current crisis. In the present moment, Han ponders whether Ark might have used various methods to dispose of the children mentioned earlier, considering it doesn't necessarily imply they were all killed. He speculates if the Omega Squad members could be the surviving remnants of that project. Suddenly, two launch pads land on the dragon's arms, causing it intense pain. Two more members of the Omega Squad emerge from these launch pads. The leader of the Omega Squad, who had saved Han earlier, addresses Silence, calling him Skull Mask, and asks for his assistance. The Omega Squad leader instructs the team to aim for the dragon's neck while he attacks the core from another angle. Together, they swiftly execute their plan and successfully kill the dragon within moments. Witnessing the Omega Squad's efficiency, Han is astonished by their capabilities. After completing their mission to eliminate the dragon at the Grand Canyon, they return to Ark. Silence seeks out John and expresses his desire to meet the members of the Omega Squad. John warns Silence about the Omega Squad, describing them as dangerous felons who had killed their instructors and comrades. He reminded Silence that one of them could have been responsible for shooting him in the head, questioning whether he could remain calm when facing them. Silence acknowledged holding them accountable but assured John that he wouldn't instigate a conflict. John expressed regret, stating he was tasked with dissuading Silence from meeting the Omega Squad, at least for now. John emphasized that the Omega Squad were considered monsters who had abandoned their humanity. He admitted not knowing how Ark was currently controlling them, but insisted it was something Silence shouldn't witness firsthand. Silence left John's room and removed a bug hearing device from his pocket, asking Han if he had overheard the conversation. Meanwhile, in his own room, Han contemplated what he had heard. He reflected on Sergeant Red's information, considering that Alexander LeCory might be the one truly in control, not Jurgen Teller, who seemed compromised. Han speculated that Chief of Staff would likely become the new commander once the war began, and he wondered about the Omega Squad's origins under Ark's secretive projects. He questioned Alexander LeCour's motives and goals. In another part of Ark, John appeared visibly distressed. He grappled with guilt and shame, acknowledging his earlier characterization of the Omega Squad as inhuman monsters. He blamed Ark, including himself, for their creation and the situation they were in. Despite his internal turmoil, John resolved to endure until the end of the war, hoping desperately for its conclusion. The scene shifted to a mission where the Alpha Squad had successfully killed a dragon and completed their objective. Kenneth reported that the area had been reduced to complete ruins, making it uninhabitable. Meanwhile, at Ark headquarters, Alexander LeCory watched the mission unfold on a screen. He commented on the current members of the Alpha Squad, noting their effectiveness. LeCory mentioned that they had successfully repelled 6 attacks since the Grand Canyon incident. However, he also remarked that this marked the 3rd occasion where the prophecy had proven inaccurate. Oracle speculated that the shifting prophecies were influenced by the appearance of silver dragons, suggesting they alter the future akin to a railway changing its course. She noted that silver dragons had been killed by dragons of different colors, hinting at a possible enmity between different dragon species. Alexander LeCory summarized that each color of dragon possessed unique abilities, with silver dragons potentially being linked to the opening of dimensional gates. He observed that silver dragons seemed to have distanced themselves from their own kind for unknown reasons. Sasha added that despite extensive research on captured Ellis creatures, previous information on dragons was scarce, highlighting a significant gap in their knowledge regarding these creatures. Alexander LeCory emphasized that they had no choice but to accept Oracle's prophecies, with their only option being how they reacted to them. He proposed swiftly deploying Black Crow and preparing for what he referred to as the finale. Meanwhile, Han detailed the current state of Ark, explaining that the organization had undergone a significant reorganization. They had ceased recruiting new members and lacked time to train young psykers. Many psykers who had been serving as instructors were reassigned to combat roles or returned to their home countries. At the same time, Wei Chen, the weapon instructor, decided to return to his homeland. John approached Wei Chen, questioning his decision to leave. He expressed surprise, mentioning he had expected Wei Chen to stay, especially after forming bonds with the children he had been teaching. Wei Chen sighed and bid farewell, leaving Ark. John watched as Wei Chen departed in a helicopter. Meanwhile, at a mission site, a red-colored psycho frame named Red 2 led his squad. Red Squad, gathering minions while luring them towards a target location. Red 2 estimated about 200 minions, while Red 3 reported around 300 approaching from another side. Red 4 confirmed a similar count of 500. Red 2 reprimanded Red 4 for not taking the situation seriously, emphasizing the need to focus. Despite the numbers, Red 4 expressed confidence in their squad leader's ability to handle the gathered minions. Upon arriving at the target location, the squad leader of Red Squad concentrated psychic energy, conjuring flames that incinerated all the gathered minions instantly, reducing them to ashes. A little later, after the Red Squad had taken a break before the cargo aircraft arrived, one member marveled at their squad leader's abilities. They admired how Jose, revealed to be the squad leader, could unleash incredible firepower that selectively burned only their enemies. Meanwhile, at Ark headquarters, Alexander LeCory observed the mission on screen and expressed disbelief at Jose's prowess in eliminating all the minions at once, finding it impressive. John commented on combustion as a valuable skill in large-scale battles against minions. He acknowledged Jose as the most skilled user of this ability he had encountered, praising his effectiveness in such combat scenarios. John reflected on Jose's ability to conceal his true power, noting that Jose had deliberately kept a low profile despite possessing formidable skills like combustion. Jose had started in Class D and remained in Level 2 longer than necessary, only revealing his true capabilities during survival training. John worried about Jose's current state, hoping he wasn't in danger. His thoughts were interrupted when Alexander LeCorey asked Oracle about the status of the prophecy. Oracle updated them, revealing that the next attack would target Ireland's Dingle Peninsula, involving a large army of minions and a dragon. LeCorey decided to deploy both the Alpha and Red squads for this operation, indicating their strategic response. Meanwhile, Han resolved not to let anyone die during the upcoming mission, determined to protect his team. Jose, reflecting on the upcoming mission, vowed to send all adversaries back to hell, driven by his determination and skill to combat the approaching threat. Han reflected on his uncertain identity, pondering whether his surname was Li and given name Han, or if he was simply Li Han without a surname, a detail that is not clarified in the note attached to his bassinet. Meanwhile, when Han was 10 years old, he ran away from someone and was reprimanded by the person, who called him a goddamn rascal. At that moment, on the TV screen, the interviewer welcomed everyone and introduced Major Kang Bayan, the director of Arc Korea, along with Mr. Jang Gi-jo, recognized as Korea's first psyker. Major Kang expressed his belief that once the Dragon War concluded, psykers could become valuable assets to the military. He stressed the importance of increasing their numbers by any means necessary, considering the possibility of a future psyker war despite their current common enemy. Han is urgently running through a busy area where screens are displaying an interview with Major Kang. As Han dashes past, another person, presumably a pursuer, also attempts to follow him but is visibly exhausted and gives up, angrily shouting a threat to Han before abandoning the chase. Han continues his escape and eventually reaches a back alley, where he pauses to catch his breath. However, his moment of respite is abruptly interrupted when someone grabs him from behind and throws him to the ground with force. Han, now confronted by a thug, who called him with his full name Li Han, and is demanded to hand over a bag that he presumably possesses. In response to the thug's demand, Han defiantly asks what would happen if he refuses to comply. The thug, amused by Han's defiance, acknowledges his courage and survival skills, hinting that he knows about Han's past and his siblings' whereabouts. This revelation makes Han visibly nervous, as the thug implies a threat to Han's siblings. 1 month later, Han is seen following an elderly person who is carrying a bag. When the old man notices Han, he turns towards him. Han, startled, tries to conceal his face to avoid being recognized. The elderly man then reaches into his bag, causing Han to tense up in anticipation. However, to Han's surprise, the old man pulls out an apple and offers it to him. This unexpected gesture shocks Han, causing him to momentarily question the old man's intentions. Han hesitates, thinking to himself not to be deceived by appearances and wondering what might be hidden in the bag. Despite his suspicions, Han impulsively rushes forward, snatches the bag from the old man, and flees the scene. After finding only apples in the bag he snatched from the old man, Han reflects on the old man's kindness, feeling a sense of disbelief at encountering such genuine generosity. He questions himself, wondering when he will stop feeling worthless. Suddenly, the thug who had confronted him a month ago appears again, accusing Han of abandoning his siblings and failing to pay a protection fee. The thug threatens Han, mentioning the concept of interest and implying harm to Han's siblings if he doesn't comply. Han defiantly replies that he has already moved his siblings to a safe place and challenges the thug to try and harm them. The thug scoffs at Han's bravado, dismissing him as having nothing and threatening to kill him. Unexpectedly, Han bolts away, leaping from one rooftop to another as the thug gives chase. Despite the rain starting to fall, the thug continues relentlessly, shouting insults and demands for Han to stop. After a prolonged chase, Han spots a red signal at a railway track and decides to use it as a means to escape from the pursuing thug. However, before he can cross, the thug grabs hold of him and prevents his escape just as a train approaches. In a desperate struggle to free himself, Han manages to break free and inadvertently kicks the thug in the face, causing him to fall onto the tracks where he is fatally struck by the oncoming train. Han, shocked by the outcome, realizes that the bag of apples he had stolen indirectly led to a person's death. Later, Han finds himself in police custody. A senior officer questions why such a young kid is involved in such a serious incident. A junior officer explains that Han was present at the crime scene, but the senior officer raises doubts about whether such a small child could have physically pushed a grown man onto the railway tracks to his death. The junior officer clarifies that Han's presence was detected by a psychic sensor at the west entrance, which led to his apprehension. The senior police officer approaches Han, expressing regret and explaining that they suspect he might be a psyker. He assures Han that they've alerted ARC to send someone to verify this. He asks Han to be patient during this process. However, before the officer can finish speaking, Han interrupts him, demanding to speak only to Major Kang Daeun personally. He insists that he has nothing to say to anyone except the highest-ranking authority. The senior officer is taken aback by Han's audacity and demands, wondering who this defiant and determined young person is. In the present moment, Han reflects on his determination to protect his siblings and friends at any cost, feeling resolute in his mission. He vows for his siblings and friends he will slay all the dragon. The scene shifts to the Dingle Peninsula in Ireland, where Red Squad is engaged in a mission. They open fire on a massive crowd of minions charging out of a dimensional gate. As Red Squad kills the minions in the front, the minions behind use the fallen bodies as shields to advance. Observing this, a Red Squad member notes the cunning strategy, remarking on the intelligence of these grunts for using their comrades' corpses as protection. Meanwhile, Han uses a jump pack and airbit to maneuver in the air, speculating that an Alice is commanding the minions from somewhere. He requests Red Squad to provide cover to Alpha Squad, which is about to target the dragon. At that moment, a red dragon emerges from the dimensional gate. Alpha Squad moves towards the dragon, utilizing their airbits and jump packs, and prepares their weapons for the impending battle with the dragon. As Alpha Squad advances towards the dragon, Jose gathers psychic energy and converts it into fire. As they get closer, Jose unleashes a blast of fire towards the minions, providing support for Alpha Squad. Meanwhile, Han commands Knut to attack the dragon. Knut charges forward with his spear, thrusting it into the dragon's back and causing significant damage. He then slides down the dragon's body with his spear, piercing its neck. As Knut continues his assault, he strikes the dragon's hard shell, but this action causes him to fall. Seeing Knut in danger, Del quickly maneuvers his airbit to save him, exclaiming about Knut's reckless behavior. As Knut falls, Silence observes and thinks that at least Knut is successfully distracting the dragon. Seizing their opportunity, Silence uses his blink ability to teleport and swiftly slice off both of the dragon's wings in one move. He then repositions himself and delivers a critical strike to the dragon's chest, exposing its psychic core. Seeing the core revealed, Han rushes towards the dragon at full speed, pierces the core with his spear, and kills the dragon in midair, causing it to fall. After the battle, Han explains that the red dragon they defeated was a Type 1, which are the same kind that appeared at the beginning of the war. He further categorizes the dragons. Type 2 are abnormal with unpredictable patterns like Jupiter, while Type 3 are immense in size and power, possessing self-awareness, for example including Bahamut and the fossilized dragon Kronos. While taking a shower, Han contemplates the increasing frequency of Type 1 dragon attacks, noting that they are becoming easier for them to defeat but appearing more often. He worries that if this trend continues, all dragons might launch a massive attack within a year, as this was already the second attack this month. After his shower, Han notices a letter on the table. He opens and reads it, discovering it is from his younger siblings. The letter states that they are doing well with the help of the government and express their desire to serve their country one day. Suspicious, Han crumples the letter into a ball, thinking that it doesn't sound like something his siblings would write. He suspects Major Kang's involvement, feeling underestimated, and throws the letter into the dustbin. After discarding the suspicious letter and pondering his actions, Han lies on his bed, contemplating whether he is truly making the right decisions in his current path. 2 weeks later, Alpha Squad is assigned another mission involving a dimensional gate. They board a cargo aircraft and head toward their destination where the next dimensional gate is expected to open. Inside one of the aircraft, Alpha Squad is seated. Knut questions the decision to send 12 reinforced soldiers, suggesting it might be excessive for handling just one dimensional gate. Han responds to Knut's query about the 12 reinforced soldiers by explaining that the large deployment is likely aimed at minimizing damage, considering the devastation caused in previous areas where they were dispatched. Upon hearing this, Del sighs and elaborates that Australia, as the largest sponsor of ARC, expects thorough and effective results due to their significant financial contributions. He emphasizes that ARC is willing to go to great lengths to showcase their efforts in managing dimensional gate threats. Knut reflects on the situation, acknowledging that with 12 reinforced soldiers, they should be well prepared regardless of how many dragons emerge from the dimensional gate. Han suggests they use the travel time to rest, prompting him to close his eyes as the cargo aircraft continues toward their destination. After arriving at the Cairns Air Force Base in Australia, Han addresses his squad, informing them that they can choose their own rooms for lodging, and that they have the evening free with no scheduled activities. Australia, having experienced minimal impact from the war, has attracted talented individuals seeking refuge, making it a powerful nation competing for dominance. Later, Silence sits on his bed, reflecting positively on their accommodations, noting that it's been a while since they stayed somewhere so comfortable during a mission. Meanwhile, Han enters his room, places his luggage aside, and prepares to take a shower. Just then, he receives a message from Silence asking about his plans for the evening. Han responds that he intends to visit Octo after showering. Silence expresses interest in joining him, mentioning that he needs to fix something in his psycho frame. Han and Silence agree to meet in an hour to visit Octo. Meanwhile, Del surveys the building where they are staying and notices a bar where soldiers are enjoying drinks. Curious, Del enters the bar. The bartender, observing Del's youthful appearance, comments to himself that Del looks barely legal to drink. As Del takes a seat at the bar, the bartender asks if he's a soldier from ARC, noting that he hasn't seen Del before. Del glances around and points to a nearby soldier enjoying his drink, indicating that he'd like the same. After a brief wait, the bartender serves Del the requested drink. Del sniffs it and identifies it as smelling like Tabasco, a strong and aromatic beverage. Without hesitation, Del gulps it down, surprising the bartender, who remarks that it's not a drink typically consumed in one go. After drinking the strong Tabasco, Del's face turns red, but he brushes off the bartender's comment and asks for another drink. An hour later, Silence arrives at Han's room and knocks on the door. To his surprise, the door opens slightly from his knock, and Silence assumes it's open. Inside, he sees Han just out of the shower, wearing only a towel. Silence remains silent, but Han notices him and apologizes, explaining he's running late and asks for a moment. Silence closes the door to give Han privacy and waits outside, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Knut notices Silence standing outside Han's room and asks what he's doing there. Using his device, Silence informs Knut he's waiting for Han. Knut asks where they're going, and Silence types they're visiting the engineering team, Knut volunteers to join them, saying he has nothing else to do. Silence hesitates, then shows Knut a message suggesting he should sleep if he's not busy. Nervously, Knut asks why he can't come, and Silence clarifies that it's not that Knut can't join them. As Han opens his door and steps out, he notices Knut outside and asks if he wants to join them in visiting the engineering team. Knut begins to express his desire to go with them, but Silence intervenes abruptly, stating that Knut cannot accompany them. Before Knut can respond, Silence kicks him, causing Knut to fall to the ground in pain. Using his quirk ability, Knut quickly heals himself. Silence turns to Han and suggests they should leave immediately. At that moment, a soldier rushes toward them, calling out Han's name. Clearly out of breath, the soldier urgently asks Han to stop Del. Meanwhile, Del, having consumed a full glass of beer, has caused a few soldiers to collapse on the ground after being struck by him. Witnessing this, other soldiers in the bar recognize Del as a psyker and begin to discuss what actions they should take. Han approaches the chaotic scene and calls out Del's name to get his attention. Han urges Del to stop and suggests they return to his room. Confused by Han's intervention, Del, who is intoxicated, initially stated Han's role and status, muttering about Han being the ever-great squad leader, albeit in a garbled manner due to his drunken state. Han, unable to comprehend Del's slurred words, suggests they discuss things once Del is sober. Del, gathering psychic energy fueled by his intoxication, questions why he's not the one in Han's position. He uses telekinesis to manipulate nearby bottles, causing concern among the gathered soldiers who perceive the situation as dangerous. Ignoring the warnings, Del hurls the bottles towards Han, continuing to slur his words. Han uses a table as a shield to block the incoming bottles, but Del employs telekinesis on bottles pieces and aimed at Han. Swiftly reacting, Han rushes towards Del and delivers a powerful kick to his stomach. The force of the kick causes Del to vomit, much to the disgust of the soldiers witnessing the altercation, who cover their eyes and noses in response to the scene. After Del falls unconscious from Han's decisive kick, Han addresses the soldiers in the bar, apologizing for the disturbance caused. The following morning, Del wakes up early, feeling flustered and embarrassed by his drunken behavior the previous night. He punches the wall in frustration, regretting his actions and resolving never to drink again. Meanwhile, Knut knocks on Del's door and enters nervously, informing Del that they've been instructed together. He questions Del's early morning agitation and the reason for banging on the wall. Del angrily turns towards Knut and shouts at him to get lost, slamming the door shut forcefully. The impact causes the door to hit Knut's face, resulting in a nosebleed. Knut reflects on feeling like everyone is treating him as a punching bag lately, wondering if it's just his imagination. The day the Alpha Squad arrives at the Australia Cairns Air Force Base, Del sits on his bed reflecting on a recurring nightmare he's been having. In the nightmare, he is surrounded by dead soldiers who plead for help as they approach him. Del is unable to speak or move as they grab hold of him. Struggling to sleep due to these nightmares, Del wonders if reducing his dosage of battle stimulants is the cause. Seeking some form of relief, Del wanders around the facility and finds a bar where soldiers are enjoying drinks. Hoping that drinking might help him sleep, Del gulps down a glass of alcohol. The bartender, noticing Del's actions, remarks that it's not a drink meant to be consumed quickly. Ignoring the advice, Del brushes off the bartender and demands another drink. Del reflects on the necessity of battle stimulants for reinforced soldiers before combat. These stimulants induce an aggressive state that suppresses fear and guilt, but also reduces judgment and psychic control. Recently, Del has been taking half the usual dosage to maintain some control over his abilities, fearing complete suppression would leave him vulnerable to overwhelming fear from dragons. Frustrated by these thoughts, Del continues drinking, seeking solace in alcohol. Later, Del's pent-up aggression manifests when he punches a soldier, leading other soldiers to restrain him. In that moment, Del recalls his recurring nightmare and taps into his psychic powers. Using telekinesis, Del forcefully throws the soldier away, freeing himself from the grasp of the soldiers. Del, standing still and grappling with his inner turmoil, questions the soldiers, shouting that without him, they would all perish, as he believes he's trying to protect them. Han arrives on the scene and calls out to Del, urging him to cease his actions immediately. Confused by Han's intervention, Del asks who Han is, referring to him sarcastically as the ever-great squad leader. Del questions how Han, the only member of ARC who doesn't take battle stimulants, manages to maintain his composure and effectiveness. Del, using his telekinetic abilities, seizes bottles from nearby shelves, expressing his frustration at why Han is chosen over him. Del hurls the bottles at Han, who defends himself by using a table as a shield. Undeterred, Del tries to use the shattered glass to attack Han again, but Han swiftly closes the distance and delivers a forceful kick to Del's stomach. In the present, all members of Alpha Squad are assembled in the Major's office. The Major addresses Han, questioning whether Del's actions caused any fatalities at the bar. Han reassures the Major that no one was killed as a result of Del's disturbance. After the Major sighs in relief that no fatalities occurred due to Del's actions at the bar, he comments on the supposed rule against drinking. As they leave the Major's office, Han reflects on the soldiers' leniency towards bar fights, especially given Del's status as a psyker. He wonders about Del's intentions and regrets not being able to ask him directly again. Meanwhile, Del chastises himself for his behavior, feeling regretful and angry at his own actions. He resolves never to drink again, aligning his thoughts with Han's determination to stay away from alcohol. Han continues to ponder that Del's outburst was a minor incident compared to the impending battle where numerous lives will be at stake. The next day, all squads prepare for battle wearing their second-generation psycho frames, indicating readiness for the upcoming mission. While wearing their psycho frames, Dmitri, the squad leader of Noble One, proposes a bet to see who can behead the dragon first. Octo immediately chastises them, reminding them of the seriousness of their mission and the danger they face. Han acknowledges their spirit but cautions against underestimating their formidable foe, the dragon. Suddenly, alarms sound throughout the base, signaling an emergency, and the entire facility begins to descend underground. Octo observes the base sinking and expresses surprise at the development. Shortly after, a massive wall emerges around the base, armed with heavy weaponry, transforming it into an impregnable fortress. Witnessing these defenses on the screen, all present are impressed by the transformation of the base into an iron fortress. Octo reflects privately on the strategic foresight behind these defenses, realizing that Australia could potentially emerge as a future superpower if they continue to innovate and defend against the ongoing war. As psychic energy begins to gather, signaling an imminent battle, 3 squads of reinforced soldiers arrive in aircraft above the base. Han, seated in one of the aircraft, outlines the strategy. Local soldiers will handle the minions, while their squads will focus solely on the dragon. Dmitri questions Han's confidence, wondering if he possesses inside knowledge. Han remains composed, hinting at his strategic insights without divulging specifics. Suddenly, a drone provides visual confirmation of the dimensional gate opening. The base's alarm blares, announcing the appearance of the gate and instructing to prepare for engagement. The base's heavy weaponry, including a railgun, is directed towards the gate, prompting Octo to comment on the base's extravagant defense measures. As the dimensional gate opens, a massive number of minions flood out, including the second form of the death worm, which unnerves Del and Silence due to its size and danger. Knut expresses concern over their immense size, comparing them to the caterpillar-like form they previously encountered. He suggests intervening to handle such formidable monsters. Meanwhile, as the minions advance towards the base, the railgun deployed by the base opens fire, inflicting significant damage on the approaching minion force. The powerful barrage surprises Octo, who is taken aback by the sheer force and effectiveness of the railgun's firepower. Alice reacts swiftly, ordering the minions to retreat from the base in response to the devastating attack. Dmitri, impressed by the railgun's impact, expresses admiration and humorously asks if they can acquire such potent weapons for their own use. Knut adds a practical note, jokingly cautioning Dmitri about the recoil of such powerful weapons, suggesting it might be too much for him to handle. Dmitri raises the question of strategy, wondering aloud what their approach should be if the dragon is smaller in size. Meanwhile, the railgun continues to decimate the enemy minion forces, showing its relentless effectiveness. Han takes charge, urging the squad to focus as their moment approaches. Just then, a dragon emerges from the dimensional gate, prompting immediate action. Simultaneously, the base detects the dragon's emergence and confirms it as a Type Blue. An announcement follows, instructing to fire at will. The railgun fires at the dragon, but to everyone's surprise, it has no effect on the formidable creature. Octo observes the failed attempt and directs the squad, emphasizing that it's their turn to intervene. He commands them to descend and eject assault pods, signaling the beginning of their direct engagement with the dragon. As the assault pods deploy, the blue dragon notices and begins preparing a powerful dragon breath attack. The squad members become tense, realizing they have been detected, and brace themselves for the imminent breath attack. As the Type Blue dragon launched its devastating breath attack towards the assault pods, one of them containing Del Simon was hit and destroyed. Han, witnessing this, anxiously called out Del's name, concerned for his teammates' safety. Inside the assault pod, Del activates his psychic shield just in time to protect himself from the dragon's breath attack. Despite surviving the initial attack, the destruction of his pod leaves him free-falling from the sky. Han, worried about Del's condition, asks if he's all right. Del responds with a mix of bravado and concern, acknowledging that he's fine for now but realizing the danger of falling from such a height. Meanwhile, the other members of Alpha Squad successfully land on the ground using their airbits. Han quickly reacts, throwing 3 airbits towards Del in an attempt to slow down his descent. Del manages to hit each airbit in succession to cushion his fall, but the impact still creates a cloud of dust upon his landing. Once the dust settles, Del, feeling the pain from the rough landing, comments on his discomfort, exclaiming in frustration. As the aftermath of Del's rough landing settles, Knut approaches Del and extends a hand towards him, expressing relief that Del survived the fall. Del responds gruffly, telling Knut to go away, perhaps still frustrated or in pain from the ordeal. Meanwhile, Han gathers the Alpha Squad and advises them to conserve their energy for the upcoming battle. He acknowledges the grim situation they are facing, a Type Blue dragon, and the dimensional gate from which it emerged has not yet closed. Knut, seeking clarification, asks if the prophecy they received was incorrect once again. Han agrees, suggesting that the prophecy may have been inaccurate. However, he maintains a positive outlook, noting that they are well prepared with a dedicated squad assigned to handle each type of dragon they encounter. As the battle intensifies, Han and the Alpha Squad observe 3 additional dragons emerging behind the Type Blue dragon, 2 black dragons and 1 silver dragon. One of the black dragons swiftly kills the silver dragon and begins consuming its core. Witnessing this development, Han realizes that the appearance of the silver dragon has altered the expected prophecy. Han quickly takes charge, assigning each squad a dragon to confront. He commands Alpha Squad to engage the Type Blue dragon directly, while directing the Noble and Purple squads to handle the 2 black dragons, designated as Black A and Black B. Dmitri from the Noble squad acknowledges the orders, preparing his squad to engage Black Dragoner. He expresses determination and readiness for the fight, eager to confront the powerful adversary. During the battle, the dragon prepares a powerful breath attack aimed at Dmitri. Using his airbits and jump pack, Dmitri skillfully evades the deadly assault. As Dmitri dodges the attack, he reflects on a past conversation with Han where he mentioned his prowess in Sambo, a martial art he has been mastering since childhood. Dmitri humorously suggested he might even try strangling a dragon if needed. Now, as Dmitri maneuvers on the dragon, he reconsiders the impracticality of strangling it due to its thick neck. Instead, he decides to focus on breaking its wings. Dmitri swiftly moves towards the dragon's wings, grabbing hold of one with the intent to disable it. As the battle intensifies, Han charges up his golden fist electric attack and descends upon the blue dragon, striking it directly. He commands the other members of Alpha Squad, including Knut and Silence, to attack as well. Together, they coordinate their efforts, cutting the dragon's wings and inflicting significant injuries. Han then delivers a decisive blow to the dragon's core with his spear, successfully killing it. The Australian soldiers monitoring the battle on screens react with jubilation upon witnessing the dragon's defeat. Octo expresses amazement at how quickly 3 dragons were neutralized, declaring that Type 1 dragons are no longer a threat. Meanwhile, in the control room of Australia's Cairns Air Force Base, a report comes in stating that there is no further activity from the minions near the dimensional gate. It's confirmed that all dragons have been annihilated. However, just as the base personnel begin to relax, a massive explosion rocks the base, causing severe structural damage. Octo, caught in the midst of this chaos, demands to know what's happening. The base commander, injured by the blast, curses the situation. Another officer explains that a gate has formed inside the base itself, leading to this unexpected catastrophe. As the base celebrates the victory over the dragons, unexpectedly, death worms in their third form emerge from the dimensional gate. These creatures immediately begin self-destructing throughout the Cairns Air Force Base, causing confusion and chaos among the soldiers stationed there. The soldiers, taken by surprise, attempt to fend off the death worms, but the explosions triggered by their self-destruct start spreading rapidly across the facility. Meanwhile, Octo manages to establish communication with Han amidst the unfolding catastrophe. Octo informs Han that the base is being devastated, with almost complete destruction imminent. He explains that there are no available transports for evacuation, and reinforcements are unavailable. Octo urgently implores Han and the others to survive no matter what happens. In the midst of this crisis, a soldier advises Octo to evacuate immediately. Before any further action can be taken, an explosion rocks the area where Octo is located, intensifying the dire situation unfolding at the Cairns Air Force Base. After Octo disconnects his communication with Han due to the chaos and destruction unfolding at the Cairns Air Force Base, Knut expresses frustration and confusion. He questions whether their victory over the dragons was in vain, given the sudden attack by the death worms. The entire squad, including Han, becomes angry and unsettled by the turn of events. Han nervously contemplates the possibility that the dragons were used as bait, realizing that they might be underestimating the power of the dragon army. Meanwhile, the dimensional gate begins to gather psychic energy once more, indicating that another threat is emerging. Han immediately recognizes the danger and orders everyone to retreat while they still have the energy to do so. Dmitri, filled with anger and determination, opposes Han's decision to retreat. He sees it as cowardly and suggests wiping out the emerging threat immediately to prevent further losses. Han, concerned about the situation escalating, nervously tries to reason with Dmitri to prioritize their survival. Following the blast that injured Octo and caused chaos at the Australia Cairns Air Force Base, a soldier noticed Octo's condition and quickly organized assistance. Two soldiers supported Octo as they moved toward safety, with one reassuring Octo that transport was ready for evacuation. Octo, however, insisted they head towards water, aware that the skies were now controlled by the enemy. Meanwhile, the air forces engaged in a fierce battle against the third form death worms that had emerged from the dimensional gate. Despite their efforts, the air forces were overwhelmed, leading to a massive explosion that exacerbated the chaos and destruction at the base. Back with Han and his squad, Han nervously called out to Dmitri, He informed Han that the noble squad had agreed to engage the minions in battle. With no dragons present, Dmitri believed they could hold out until evacuation arrived. He offered to buy Han time to retreat if that was his decision. Han, troubled by the potential repetition of past losses like Amir, Ms, and the Blue Squad, made a decisive call to halt the noble squad. This action was driven by his determination not to let history repeat itself. Hearing this, Del used his telekinetic ability to hurl a stone at Dmitri, striking him on the back of his head. Dmitri, furious at the unexpected attack, swiftly turned and seized Del by the neck, demanding to know his motive and asked, "Does he has a death wish?" Del retorted, calling Dmitri out for possibly being addicted to battle stimulants and reminding him of their vulnerability once their psychic energy depletes. Han intervened, agreeing with Del's assessment and cautioning Dmitri about the risks of encountering additional dragons or unforeseen threats. Dmitri, realizing his error, released Del and apologized, admitting he should have considered the situation more carefully. As Del remained silent in response to Dmitri's apology, Han attempted to engage him, but Del brushed him off, expressing his disinterest in conversation and urging the group to keep moving. After the psychic beam disrupted their communication devices, Han and his squad quickly took off their helmets to silence the ringing. Han assessed the situation, noting that their communication equipment was completely dysfunctional and emphasizing the urgency of their circumstances. He urged everyone to move out. Han drew a comparison to a previous incident in Shinwiju, highlighting the recurring nature of their communication troubles in similar situations. Dmitri pointed out that despite having traveled quite a distance from the base, they were still within the zone where communication remained blocked. Han sensed an ominous feeling, suspecting they were being actively pursued or monitored. Before he could delve further into his thoughts, Dmitri proposed heading to a nearby village where they might find functional wired communications. Han agreed, noting that since the area had been evacuated due to emergency sirens, they would likely encounter no one there. Considering their immediate needs, Han realized that while they wouldn't solve their communication issue by going to the village, they could at least find food. With that in mind, Han instructed the squad to move quickly towards the nearby village. Alexander Lekori participated in a virtual meeting with top-ranking officials from various countries, communicating via digital avatars that concealed their identities. One of the members immediately criticized him, stating that he had failed as the chief of staff. Lekori defended himself, asserting that ARC hadn't failed yet. It was the Australian army that had faltered. However, his defense was cut short by another member who pointed out that regardless of blame, ARC had failed to defend against the Dimensional Gate, which marked a troubling start to the impending war. The discussion among the officials turned towards the strategic implications of the gate opening in Australia. Some members saw this as a temporary relief for other continents, but another argued that the threat posed by the minions, who could teleport, would eventually spread beyond Australia. Lekori privately dismissed their assurances as unsubstantiated. Faced with the gravity of the situation, Lekori challenged them, asking what alternative they proposed. Shockingly, one member suggested the use of nuclear weapons as a solution. This proposal stunned Lekori. During the intense meeting at ARC, one of the Australian members vehemently opposed the suggestion of using nuclear weapons against the minions. Alexander Lekori noted the distinctive Australian accent, indicating this member was likely the highest-ranking official from Australia. Another participant compared the minions to cancer cells, suggesting that drastic measures were necessary to completely eradicate them. They proposed a vote on using nuclear weapons as a solution, prompting Lekori to suspect that some members might exploit this crisis to eliminate Australia, viewed as a strong competitor. As the discussion unfolded, more members began to support the use of nuclear weapons, arguing that it was a lesser evil compared to the potential extinction of humanity. They reasoned that once the immediate threat was neutralized, they could rely on psycho frames for further defense. In contrast, The Australian member visibly distressed and fell to the ground, adamantly opposing the use of nuclear weapons. Despite his plea, others dismissed his concerns as irrational, asserting that they were making a necessary and tough decision for the greater good of humanity. Observing the scene, Quarry grew increasingly skeptical of their motives, sensing a duplicitous agenda among the members. He questioned whether their drastic actions would truly lead to victory in their ongoing war against the dragons, fearing the consequences of such a reckless approach. Dmitri forcefully kicked open the door of an apartment, causing it to break and fall to the ground. Inside, members of the Purple Squad began checking the TV channels and found that all were down. Some members started eating the food they found, while others continued searching for more. Meanwhile, Silence was making a sandwich. Upstairs, Han opened the circuit board and connected his communications device to the local network. At that moment, Silence approached Han and offered him a sandwich. They both sat on the floor, and while Han ate, he asked Silence if he had eaten. Silence typed a response he already ate. While the communication device picked up signals, Silence and Han didn't notice. Silence typed to Han, asking what he wanted to do when the war ended. Han, after some thought, replied that he had never considered it before but would probably go back home to see his siblings. Silence immediately typed that he would come with Han to see his siblings. Han smiled and agreed. At that moment, the communication device connected to the local network started an alert warning. Both Silence and Han quickly moved towards the device. Han observed the alert and identified it as a plan of action from Ark, indicating the nearest pickup area was a mountain 15 kilometers southwest. He noted that the skies were unsafe, so they would need to travel there on their own. Han urged Silence to leave, saying they had stayed there for too long. As the minions gathered outside the building where the three squads were assembled, a death worm self-destructed, causing damage to the building. Han quickly assessed the situation and ordered everyone to check on their squad members and switch over to local networks for communication. Once communication was established, Han, speaking as Alpha 1, outlined the plan. He would send coordinates for their destination and confirm that the route would be suboptimal to evade pursuit. Considering their dwindling psychic power, Han decided that he and Silence would stay behind to delay the minions, while the others would split into two groups to pass through points B and C and regroup at the final destination. Dmitri expressed concern about Han's decision to stay back, questioning if he would be all right. Del, recognizing Han's sacrifice for their safety, volunteered to stay back as well. Knut suggested that they all stay together as the Alpha Squad. Han instructed Knut to support Del, who had been injured during the landing. Surprised, Knut asked for clarification, and Del downplayed his injury as a minor crack, assuring them he wouldn't be a burden. Han reassured Simon, emphasizing that his decision wasn't a sacrifice, but a calculated move for their survival. He urged everyone to trust his plan and survive to reunite later. Explosions from the minions' attacks continued to shake the building. Knut reluctantly agreed, while Del looked dejected. The group then split up as Han had directed, exiting the building through different routes. Han and Silence charged at the minions outside, with Silence skillfully wielding his sword and Han using a gun to conserve his psychic energy. Han thought it was best to rely on firearms until absolutely necessary to use his psychic abilities. One of the groups crossed a river, with a member expressing disbelief at the obstacle. Knut explained it was to obscure their trail and internally worried about their dwindling psychic power and Han's well-being, given the prototype likely consumed even more psychic energy. As the group continued, Han fought off enemies with his gun until he ran out of ammo. He then switched to his spear, efficiently dispatching the approaching foes. Han instructed Silence to proceed to point C and wait, emphasizing it as an order when Silence hesitated due to the dire situation. Reluctantly, Silence complied, thinking of Han's survival and their hoped for reunion, while Han continued to fend off werewolves with his spear. After a while, Han was climbing a hill, Breathing heavily, he sat down by a tree, thinking he was at point C and assumed silence had gone ahead to the pickup point. He planned to rest briefly before moving on. Closing his eyes and tilting his head back, Han was startled by an Ellis hunter trying to kill him. He quickly attacked and killed the hunter, commenting on the mutual surprise. Han then reflected on his ability to sense everything with psychic energy as if through smell or hearing. Sensing invisible enemies nearby, Han readied his spear and challenged them to come at him if they wished to die. Meanwhile, at the pickup point, soldiers formed a defensive circle on 3 aircraft, ready with their guns. The soldier in charge at the pickup point observed Silence approaching and immediately contacted higher-ups, identifying him as Alpha-2. He reported that Alpha-1 was not with him. The higher-up inquired if Silence was alone, to which the soldier confirmed. The higher-up communicated that they couldn't delay any further. The soldier, knowing the urgency of the situation, felt the pressure from the orders to retrieve Alpha-1 at all costs. He urgently instructed Silence to board the aircraft, emphasizing the imminent nuclear threat if they remained any longer. Silence complied, casting a serious glance at the soldier. The soldier, visibly nervous, reiterated the urgency and boarded Silence onto the aircraft. Shortly after, the aircraft departed swiftly from the pickup point. Han arrived at the pickup point, battered and bloodied from the battle with enemies. He scanned the area anxiously, only to find no aircraft in sight, prompting a sinking feeling of potential failure. Just as despair began to settle in, he heard the familiar sound of aircraft wings approaching. A soldier informed Han that he had barely made it, addressing him as Alpha-1. Han quickly secured himself with a rope lowered from the aircraft, and they began their journey towards Ark. Despite the relief of narrowly escaping, the atmosphere inside the aircraft was solemn and tense. Reflecting on his earlier confidence about Ark needing him, and the balance of power tipping in his favor, Han realized his arrogance. In the present moment, he acknowledged his mistake. Ark still held the upper hand, and he had taken their support for granted. This realization struck him hard, especially now that it was too late to rectify his oversight. After a nuclear weapon struck the Australia Cairns Air Force Base, the aircraft carrying Han and the others trembled from the impact. Del reassured the group that they should be far enough from the blast radius by now, cannot question the magnitude of the explosion, expressing concern over its impact. Han, deep in thought, realized the extent of Ark's power. They controlled everything, including the fate of reinforced soldiers like them. He pondered the dire implications if the war were to end with Ark's dominance, leaving their lives at their mercy. A few days later at Ark, Oracle inquired about the status of the kids who had been on the recent mission. John informed Oracle that everyone had returned safely. Curious about Han, Oracle specifically asked about his well-being. John, noticing Oracle's keen interest in Han, responded by acknowledging the intrigue around him. Oracle expressed her perplexity, mentioning that she had attempted multiple times to foresee Han's future but had been unable to discern anything. Despite this inability to see his future, she found it remarkable that Han was still alive. John acknowledged that Han seemed to defy conventional expectations wherever he went. However, Oracle expressed a fatalistic view, suggesting it wouldn't be surprising if Han were to die at any moment. Oracle then pleaded with John to allow her to return home before she died, despite John's explanation that the place was now desolate with nothing left. Oracle persisted, asking to go there to sketch, believing John could facilitate this due to his authority at Ark. John, with a saddened expression, apologized and began to leave, unable to fulfill Oracle's request. In frustration, Oracle shouted at John, expressing her disappointment and accusing him of betraying their past relationship. She threw the teacup John had given her and broke down in tears, overwhelmed by her longing and frustration. The next day, Del informed Han that he was going to request a transfer to another squad. Han and Del stared at each other for a moment before Han spoke, expressing surprise and saying that he thought they had gotten along well during their operation. Han added that he wouldn't try to stop Del, but asked if the transfer request was because of the bar fight. Del became angry and denied it, stating that the reason was that they were not a good fit as teammates. Del explained that Han saw the squad members as people to be protected, while Del wanted a comrade, not a guard. Han responded that as a leader, it was his duty to protect his squad members. Del finished his drink, turned the can upside down, and told Han to shut up, claiming he wasn't as eloquent. With that, Del walked away. Han stayed silent and watched Del leave without saying anything. Later, Han informed Knut that Del had transferred to the Red Squad. Knut was surprised, noting that the Red Squad was led by Jose, who had recently started avoiding them. He asked Han if he was affected by this, but Han just looked saddened and remembered a time when they were on an island for survival training. Back then, Jose had invited them to his house after the war, reminiscing about his mother's excellent cooking and wondering if they would like Spanish food. In the present, Han told Knut that Jose probably had his reasons and that they should be patient until he was ready to explain. Meanwhile, John, sitting alone in his office, lit a cigar with his combustion ability and thought about Oracle and her comment that the old him would have granted her request. John pondered over Oracle's remark about the old him. He wondered what he used to be like and then retrieved a drawer full of pictures, selecting one of Oracle. He reminisced about the time the photo was taken, where a fellow soldier had informed him that her name was Catherine Sammy, an American who had come to Sabrin for travel but ended up leading survivors and sending distress signals during a minion attack. John was amazed and asked how she managed it while the minions were everywhere. His comrade explained that Catherine claimed to foresee the future and only went to safe places. Later, John and Catherine stood together, gazing at the ocean. She casually asked him to light her cigarette, and John used his combustion ability to do so. Watching her smoke, he found her cute and chuckled. Catherine inquired about his laughter, to which John replied that smokers weren't his type. She teased him, saying he wasn't her type either, and they shared a laugh together. After reminiscing about their earlier conversation, John and Catherine continued to gaze at the ocean. A while later, Catherine asked John what he wanted to do once the war ended. John replied simply that he wanted to get discharged, expressing his weariness of the ongoing conflict. Catherine agreed, acknowledging how tired they both were of the war. Then, Catherine proposed a plan to John. She suggested they go to Texas together and open a barbecue shop. She revealed that her grandfather had given her the recipe for his secret sauce, and she believed John's combustion ability would be useful for cooking. Catherine playfully suggested a profit split where she would take 70% and John 30%. John laughed and jokingly flipped the terms, suggesting he should take 70% instead. Catherine teased him, calling him a thief, and John thought about walking hand in hand towards their future together. In the present moment, John looked at the picture of Catherine, Johnny, and himself, reflecting on those memories. When Johnny set up the camera and jokingly commented on its condition, remarking that it still seemed to work despite being junk, he then gathered Catherine and John, instructing them to smile as he positioned himself alongside them in front of the camera. Upon seeing the photo on the camera's screen, Johnny teasingly chided John for not smiling. John, however, questioned the purpose of taking the photo in the first place. Johnny explained that they were nearing the end of their journey, and it was important to capture memories like this in a photograph. John pondered this notion, thinking about the impending end of the war and the fact that only the seventh dragon remained. He glanced at Catherine and quietly desired a simple, ordinary life for their future together. Johnny interrupted his thoughts by suggesting they go for a smoke and offered them cigarettes. John declined, mentioning he had quit, and Catherine echoed the same. Frustrated, Johnny kicked a stone on the ground and walked away, muttering that he would go by himself. In present, John's watch beeped, reminding him of a scheduled meeting. Later, in the meeting room, Alexander Lecori directed his question to Dr. Sasha regarding Oracle's condition. Sasha somberly reported that if Oracle experienced another seizure, her body might not withstand it, a fact Oracle seemed to understand herself. John's expression darkened upon hearing this, while Alexander Lecori deeply pondered the implications. He then stood up abruptly, suggesting they cryopreserve Oracle one last time, emphasizing her irreplaceable skill and the necessity of keeping her alive. The engineers and doctors in the room grew nervous at the proposal. Alexander continued, proposing that Oracle use her ability one last time during the final battle. John, in response, recalled a moment from the end of the First War when he excitedly ran to Catherine's room to share news of their victory over the last dragon. However, upon entering, he found Catherine sitting on the floor in distress, screaming. Concerned, John asked Catherine what had happened. She trembled and cried as she turned to him, expressing disbelief and anguish. Upon seeing Catherine's distressed state, John hurried to her side, urgently asking her to explain what she had seen. Catherine tearfully revealed that the recent victory wasn't the end instead, it was merely a test. She foresaw that in 15 years, their humanity would face true annihilation. In the present, remembering this chilling prophecy, John stood up abruptly during the meeting with Alexander Lecori. He challenged Lecori's decision to treat Oracle merely as a tool during her final moments, expressing his frustration. Lecori, offended by John's accusation, retorted sharply. Enraged by the situation, John turned away and left the meeting room. Observing John's anger, Alexander Lecori instructed John's fellow sergeants to keep a close watch on him. Later that night, John visited the lab where Smith, working on his robotic leg, informed him that the repairs were complete. Noting the leg's good condition, Smith remarked on John not being deployed into recent battles. John joked back, asking if Smith also felt left out at times. Smith laughed and bantered with John about advancements and applications. Before leaving, John acknowledged that he needed to depart. Smith expressed concern, asking John if he was truly all right with Oracle's fate, emphasizing that this decision would be final. He looked at John with a worried expression, suggesting that John might regret not intervening for the rest of his life. John, however, responded calmly, stating that he had already made decisions he would regret forever. Smith sighed, clearly troubled, and moved away momentarily. He then turned back towards John, grabbing a cloth that covered something nearby. Smith explained that they were supposed to demolish it but instead had repaired it enough to make it usable again. Pulling away the cloth, Smith revealed the first-generation psycho frame of John. This revelation stunned John, causing a cold sweat to break out on his face as he stared at the unexpected sight. Smith expressed doubts about the effectiveness of cryopreserving Oracle, noting her current condition might prevent her from awakening. Despite the slim chance, Alexander Lecori was willing to take the risk. Smith argued that Oracle had already saved countless lives and, even if terminally ill, deserved happiness. He instructed John to retrieve Oracle and meet him at the fourth hangar, where he would prepare the psycho frame and a cargo plane. John, determined, donned a cap and began making his way towards Catherine's room. However, someone approached him from behind, addressing him as Sergeant Red and questioning his late-night movements. John heard the voice behind him and immediately suspected it was Han. He silently cursed Alexander for assigning the most annoying person to surveil him. Turning to face Han, John retorted that he was just taking a walk. Han pointed out the inconsistency by indicating a military cap that John rarely wore. John, annoyed, accused Han of being arrogant and knowing the real reason for his presence. Tensions escalated quickly, and both men instinctively assumed fighting stances. Han, however, maintained his composure and thought that John's actions must have a calculated purpose. He conceded that there must be a reason for everything happening. Han then asked John about his plan. Confused, John questioned Han's knowledge, asking what he meant. Han, maintaining his calm demeanor, inquired if John had a way to leave Ark after retrieving Oracle. Surprised by Han's unexpected question, John questioned Han's role, asking if he was assigned to surveil him. Han clarified that he was there under Oracle's orders to assist, not spy on John. John demanded a clear answer from Han, asking if he willingly accepted surveillance duties. Han calmly replied that he had already taken care of John's surveillance. Angrily, John called out Han's name again, pressing for a proper explanation of his motives. Han explained that he had made a deal. In exchange for helping John escape, he would receive a crucial data file containing information about Ark. Han suggested they first visit Oracle, noting that she was likely under surveillance too. Later, outside the building where Oracle was located, Han guided John, pointing out the specific window on the second floor where Oracle could be found. He planned to enter through the third window from the right, which lacked security and was closest to an emergency exit. Meanwhile, John contemplated Han's motives with suspicion. He thought about Han's strategic use of blind spots in the surveillance system to navigate them to Oracle's location undetected. John couldn't shake the feeling that Han was preparing to confront Ark as an adversary, plotting something against Ark. Han noticed John's thoughts and acknowledged him, addressing John as Sergeant and suggesting that John could understand why he had gone to such lengths. Han then quoted their instructor, Lauka, stating that being prepared for the unexpected ensured survival. Upon hearing this, John remarked sarcastically that Han was clinging to Lauka's teachings and expressed incredulity at how far Han was willing to go. He commented that no matter how chaotic the world became, Han seemed destined to survive. Inside the building, Han observed for rotating guards and advised John to wait momentarily. Han noted that only 2 guards were present at a time, suggesting that Ark hadn't considered the possibility of Sergeant John Red betraying them. He concluded that Ark remained vulnerable to internal threats. Han swiftly approached the guards, extending his golden glove hand. John, watching in disbelief, wondered if Han would use the glove against people. Meanwhile, Han approached the guards directly. Unnoticed by them, he utilized the glove's electricity to incapacitate both guards, causing them to collapse unconscious to the ground. John hurried over to check on them, asking if they were all right. Han reassured John, explaining that he had adjusted the power of the glove to merely knock them out. He mentioned having experimented with the energy levels on Cut earlier to determine the right intensity. Later, at the 4th hangar, Han assisted John in entering the first-generation psycho frame. Before departing, Catherine handed Han a flash drive, thanking him and asking him to take care of himself. John, unexpectedly grateful, thanked Han as well. As they prepared to board the cargo plane, Catherine inquired about its availability. John explained that a pilot had offered to assist, though it might seem like he had coerced the pilot into helping. As John was about to leave, Han asked if he had any last words of advice. John turned down and admitted he wasn't sure what to say, acknowledging Han's greater experience in slaying dragons. He advised Han not to suppress his emotions too much, emphasizing that no one should fault him for showing his human side. Han, gripping the machine tightly, angrily retorted that such advice was impractical. He reminded John that their harshest instructor taught them that showing weakness could be fatal. Han declared his refusal to accept such advice, expressing his frustration. John, noticing Han's anger, sighed and realized it might be Han's way of showing how upset he was. He then wished Han good luck. Catherine and John boarded the cargo aircraft, which began moving out of the 4th hangar. As John departed, Han's memories with him flashed before his eyes. He solemnly said, "Farewell, Sergeant Red." The next day in the cafeteria, soldiers gossiped about John, calling him a son of a bitch and mocking his actions, attributing them to a romantic entanglement. They expressed disbelief that someone considered a war hero had betrayed them for a girl, revealing unexpected sentimentality. Knut, overhearing the conversations, turned to Dmitri and noted that everyone was talking about John. Dmitri agreed, criticizing John for running away during a critical time and calling it pathetic. He found it strange that higher-ups was so quiet about the escape, pointing out that John couldn't have done it alone and questioning their lack of action and finding the accomplices. Meanwhile, Han recalled what happened after he helped John and Catherine escape. He returned to his room and checked the flash drive Catherine had given him, expecting crucial information about Ark. Instead, he found only a message from Catherine. In it, she apologized and explained that providing the information would put John in danger. A few weeks later, John is seen carrying a deer he hunted and placing it in the back of his car before heading to the nearest town to sell it. After making the sale, he returns to the house where Catherine is waiting. She greets him by noting his lateness and asking if he managed to sell the game. John confirms and mentions he bought groceries for dinner. Later, they sit down for dinner. Catherine playfully suggests they drink their soup in one shot. John, amused by her randomness, advises her to drink it slowly. As they eat, John reflects on his decision to betray everyone just to see Catherine smile again, feeling no regret. Meanwhile, Han is in his room, contemplating the message Catherine left on the flash drive. He senses that the message has a deeper meaning and wonders if she is implying that something significant is going to happen. At the same time, a soldier reports to Alexander Quarry about the complete annihilation of some squads. Alexander Quarry, in shock, asked if 2 of the first-gen psyker squads were annihilated by mere minions. Soldier confirmed this, adding that 1 member survived, but was unconscious despite not being injured, and was currently being treated in a private ward. Quarry decided to see the situation for himself and proceeded to the private ward with the soldier. As they moved, Quarry pondered the timing of these events, noting that they coincided with John Red's disappearance. He acknowledged the importance of the first generation, even though the second generation was their main force. Upon arriving at the private ward, the soldier opened the door, and both he and Quarry were surprised by the person they saw inside. The person was one of second-generation soldier that survived. He suddenly pulled out a gun and fired, killing the soldier and severing Alexander Quarry's left arm. As Quarry reeled in pain and shock, the assailant moved behind him, ready to fire again. Before he could, Han intervened, decapitating the attacker with a spear. Quarry, surprised to see Han, asked how he got there. Han urged Quarry to leave quickly, warning that the danger wasn't over yet. Quarry turned to see red psychic energy emanating from the dead attacker's nose and mouth. Recognizing it as a specter, Han repeated the urgency, insisting Quarry move immediately. As Alexander Quarry moved away, he told Han he would request backup. Han insisted against it, explaining that the specter steals bodies and that he would handle it alone. The specter then emerged from the dead soldier's body. Han, realizing he hadn't had enough time to prepare, wondered how to defeat the specter. When the specter tried to enter his body, Han understood that physical attacks wouldn't work and that he had to battle it mentally. He opened his mouth, allowing the specter to enter and began the mental battle. Meanwhile, John was chopping firewood while Catherine watched him through the window. After a while, Catherine, feeling bored, called out to John, asking him to come back inside. John responded to Catherine, saying that he needed to prepare firewood to prevent them from freezing. Catherine teased, suggesting they could warm each other with their bodies instead. John remarked that she had changed a lot. Later that night, they sat outside their house, gazing at the sky. Catherine commented on the beauty and peace, despite the world's impending end. John asked if she was keeping her promise not to use her ability again. She smiled and assured him she was. John thought about how, according to the numbers, she couldn't survive another seizure. He noted that she seemed healthy since she wasn't using her ability, but remained aware of the ever-present risk. John's thoughts were interrupted by Catherine calling his name. Smiling, she said she was hungry, which startled John. He replied that she scared him and suggested they go inside to cook something. Catherine agreed and asked why he was scared, but John brushed it off, saying it was nothing. At Ark, Han regained consciousness in a hospital bed after battling the specter. He then went to Alexander Quarry's office, knocked on the door, and entered. Quarry asked Han to take a seat and requested his report on how he defeated the specter. Han explained that during his physical enhancement, he gained resistance to psychic abilities. It was unprecedented for a psyker's body to reject psychic powers, but his body reacted the same way even against specters, which are composed of psychic energy. When the specter entered his body to possess it, it ended up destroying itself within him. Alexander Quarry asked Han if that was all, and Han confirmed it. Suspicious, Quarry dismissed him, thinking that Han must be hiding something. He recalled a previous report stating that the specter was expelled due to Han's body's reaction, not destroyed, and mused that if John Red were present, things might be different. As Han left the room, he looked at his hand, pondering the events of the previous day. He remembered the fight with the specter. When he extended his hand, the specter screamed, exploded, and disappeared, which surprised him. In the present, Han wondered how he accomplished that. He considered that the total psychic energy he gained from the reinforcement was only enough to control the psycho frame, leading him to train his psychic energy with precision, considering it his special ability. However, he now thought that perhaps his real ability was something more significant. 6 months later, John returns home early to find Catherine standing in the doorway. She informs him that he can't come in yet and tells him to go buy some salt. Confused, John questions the urgency of the situation, but Catherine explains that she spilled the salt and needs it for the boiling soup. Reluctantly, John heads to the nearby village to purchase the salt. However, as he steps out of the car, he realizes his left mechanical leg is stuck due to lax maintenance. As he moves through the crowd, his unusual gait, caused by a malfunctioning mechanical left leg, draws the attention of onlookers. Despite this, he continues on his path and eventually enters KTD Mart in search of salt. Upon locating the salt shelf, he decides that the salt bottle he finds will suffice for now. Just as he picks up the bottle, a person approaches him. Reacting swiftly, John knocks the person to the ground and delivers a hard punch. He then restrains the individual and accuses the person of following him ever since he got out of the car, despite his efforts to take a longer, more convoluted route. Pointing a gun at the person, John demands to know their identity. The person, now terrified and sweating profusely, begins to stammer, saying him to wait. At the moment, 3 more individuals surround John, pointing their guns at him and ordering him to put down his weapon. John complies, putting his hands behind his head and questioning why they would be interested in someone like him. Suddenly, Alexander Quarry arrives, stating they are in a worst-case scenario and need John's help. John recognizes him as Chief and asks why he has come. As they converse, John noticed something and abruptly ran off, calling Catherine's name in concern. The soldiers try to stop him, but Alexander allows him to leave, deciding to track him instead. Alexander wonders if Catherine is the Oracle and is surprised she is still alive. As John drives his car back home, the Ark soldier's vehicle tails closely behind. Fearing for Catherine's safety, John accelerates even more. Meanwhile, Catherine sits writing a letter, expressing her remorse. Forgive her for being so selfish. A brief moment together with him meant more to her than the future of humanity. She loved him, and that will never change. Caught in the grip of panic, John's speeding car loses traction on the snowy road, careening off a hillside. The impact leaves his car smoking and himself severely injured. Despite his injuries, John manages to crawl out of the wrecked vehicle, driven by concern for Catherine. Arriving at his house shortly afterward, John bursts through the door to find Catherine lying on the floor, surrounded by a halo of psychic energy. Alexander Quarry, accompanied by the soldiers of Ark, arrives at John's house where they discuss their next steps, deciding to wait for the time being. Meanwhile, John, overwhelmed with emotion, lifts Catherine from the ground and breaks down in tears. The following day, The Ark soldiers and Alexander remain outside, still in a state of waiting. Inside, John prepares soup and consumes it hastily from the plate without using a spoon. Afterward, he washes his face and shaves his beard, then showers and dresses in his uniform. He then goes to the bed where Catherine's lifeless body lies. After bidding farewell to Catherine, John exits the house and uses his ability to ignite a fire inside, reflecting on his desire to join her soon, but acknowledging he still has unfinished business. He expresses his love and asks her to wait a little longer for him. The next day, Alpha Squad is aboard a cargo aircraft, where Knut questions how Sergeant Red returned to duty despite his recent absence. Han explains that Red was on sick leave, prompting Knut to dismiss it as a trivial matter given the urgent tasks at Ark. Han prepares Alpha Squad for descent, and they deploy assault pods to the ground, encountering a large group of minions waiting for them. Han explains that psycho frames have been mass-produced over the past year, making defeat by dragons due to firepower shortages inconceivable. Meanwhile, Alpha Squad engages in combat with a dragon, successfully defeating it with Kuro's abilities and no casualties. After landing, Kuro shows signs of exhaustion and nausea, prompting Knut to check on him. They discuss their fatigue from being awake for 2 days straight, concerned it might affect them before the final battle. Han reflects on the relentless schedule they face, realizing it's a significant issue. Suddenly, they hear assault pods deploying nearby, revealing Omega Squad arriving to handle a new threat at the gate, grabbing everyone's attention. Kuro questions if Omega Squad was dispatched again to block the gate. Knut criticizes the higher-ups for overworking them, noting that they may not care if Omega Squad members die, given their previous revolt. Han reflects on how they are treated as expendable. His thoughts are interrupted by a message from the local network, prompting him to identify himself as Alpha 1. The leader of Omega Squad contacts Han, requesting backup. Han hesitates, noting that it's beyond their usual duties, and asks if Omega Squad can handle it independently. Omega 1, leader of Omega Squad, informs Han Alpha 1 that they are unable to simultaneously eliminate both dragons threatening them. Han suggests contacting the higher-ups for backup to handle the situation. Omega 1 responds skeptically, questioning Han's suggestion, indicating a lack of faith in the effectiveness of seeking higher-up assistance. Observing Han's concern and gaze towards the gate where Omega Squad is engaged, Knut queries him about the situation. Han explains that Omega Squad has requested backup, and he intends for himself and Silence to go assist with Omega Squad mission. Meanwhile, Omega Squad successfully eliminates the dragon on their own. Han and Silence make their way towards Omega Squad to assist in defeating the dragon. Along the way, they encounter minions, but Han directs Silence to ignore them and focus on reaching their objective. They use jump packs to navigate airborne, encountering 2 ogres attacking them. Han instructs Silence to handle one ogre while he deals with the other. Silence swiftly dispatches the first ogre using his blade and blink ability, while Han engages and kills the second ogre with his spear. Upon reaching the location where Omega Squad had already defeated the dragon, Han remarks that the situation seems resolved. Omega 1 acknowledges their rival, commending Han for making it to their location. He expresses pleasure in meeting both Han and Silence. Han questions Omega 1, asking if they lied to lure Alpha Squad to their location. Omega 1 denies this, claiming they genuinely needed help, but Alpha Squad arrived too late to assist effectively. Han counters, mentioning that piercing the dragon's core temporarily disrupts nearby communications, indicating Omega 1's deception. Omega 1 admits Han's observation and acknowledges his poor lying skills, suggesting an honest conversation. Han probes further, asking if Omega 1 plans another revolt despite their previous failure. Omega 1 concedes their past attempt was flawed but implies they may try again. Han remains skeptical, remarking that their situation hasn't improved much since their previous revolt. Omega 1 explains that their survival is due to Ark's shortage of manpower, suggesting that Ark may not guarantee their survival after the war ends. He questions Han about his own future after the war, emphasizing the need for psykers to unite for survival. Omega-1 justifies his actions as motivated by self-preservation and protecting his comrades, similar to their previous revolt. Han challenges Omega-1's stance, questioning his loyalty to his comrades given past betrayals and killings among their own ranks. He condemns Omega-1 as a murderer. Omega-1 explains to Han and Silence that during the past events, many of their comrades lost their sanity. He claims that he tried to escape with those who were still rational, including Silence, who was gradually succumbing to the same fate. Omega-1 states that Silence had begged him to end her suffering by killing her. Han, taken aback by this revelation, questions Omega-1 about Silence's play. Meanwhile, Silence struggles with conflicting memories and doubts about whether she truly asked for such a thing. Observing Silence's uncertainty, Han becomes concerned that she might be influenced by Omega-1's narrative. He realizes that the situation could tip in Omega Squad's favor. Han dismisses Omega-1's claims as lies and warns Silence not to believe him. Omega-1 challenges Han's statement, implying it's unlike Han to make such unfounded accusations. Before Omega-1 can finish his sentence, Silence swiftly places his blade at Omega-1's neck, causing Omega-1 to realize that Silence trusts Han completely. In response to Silence's action, other members of Omega Squad aim their weapons at Silence. However, Omega-1 intervenes and instructs his teammates to stand down, diffusing the tense situation. Omega-1 then declares that their conversation concludes for now, expressing anticipation for their next encounter with Han. After the tense encounter, Han asserts that winning the war takes priority over everything else, including internal conflicts and future uncertainties. He and Silence then return to their squad, leaving Omega-1 contemplating Han's resilience and the challenge of influencing him. The following day, at an underground testing ground, Kuro stands in an arena. Octo addresses Kuro, asking if he is ready. Alexander Lacouri questions Octo about the purpose of testing Kuro, noting that Kuro lacks a psycho frame and wondering what Octo intends to do with him. Octo activates the large numbers of cannons, which begin firing at Kuro. Alexander Lacouri reacts with shock, demanding an immediate halt to the testing. However, Kuro uses his psychic abilities to successfully block the cannon fire. Octo then explains to Alexander Lacouri and John that Kuro, through his experiences in real battles, has developed the ability to fully utilize his S-rank psychic abilities. By concentrating his psychic energy, Kuro can effectively defend against physical attacks without relying on a psycho frame. After demonstrating his ability to destroy the cannons with ease using his psychic powers, Octo praises Kuro's abilities, noting that he surpassed mere telekinesis. Octo suggests that Kuro's power could allow him to casually navigate battlefield conditions. Alexander Lacouri, visibly shaken by Kuro's display of power, expresses and refers to Kuro as a monster. He reflects on how Kuro's abilities validate the success of the Ark project and signify a significant achievement for humanity. Meanwhile, John expresses concern over Kuro's immense power, questioning whether such a young and emotionally sensitive individual can responsibly handle such overwhelming abilities. Han knocked on Knut's door, and Knut nervously opened it. Han questioned Knut about his presence at that hour, noticing Knut's trembling hand. Knut, visibly shaken, explained that he wasn't feeling well. Despite Knut's protest, Han pushed past him into the room. Inside, Han discovered a table cluttered with battle stimulants and an injection machine. He picked up one of the packets of battle stimulants and asked Knut to confirm if they were indeed what they appeared to be, expressing concern over their presence. After Knut admitted to using battle stimulants to cope with the constant need for adrenaline, Han expressed concern and asked about Knut's plans after the war. Knut chuckled and revealed a desire to purchase a grand ship, something he dreamed of owning. Han responded by crushing all the battle stimulants and discarding them. Before leaving, Knut apologized for causing worry and thanked Han for his understanding and intervention. In the cafeteria, Silence asked Koro about his plans after winning the war, but Koro hadn't thought about it. When Silence shared her plan to open an Aikido dojo in Japan, she also thought about visiting Korea with Han to meet his siblings. This surprised Koro, who asked about Aikido, leading Silence to passionately explain its merits. Irritated by her enthusiastic response, Koro apologized for his reaction. In the lab, Octo assisted Han with his psycho frame after completing maintenance. Octo asked if it was comfortable for Han to move, reflecting on the bittersweet feeling that this would be their last maintenance session. Han pondered about the 88 psycho frames allocated for 22 squads, powerful human weapons forged from all available resources. As all squads were preparing to board, a call announced, "All aboard." However, Alpha Squad was halted by Jose, who expressed a desire for everyone to survive and reunite, promising to reveal undisclosed information when the time was right. Hans smiled at Jose's words and agreed, showing confidence in their reunion. Knut assured him they would meet again, expressing optimism. Alexander Lekori then outlined their strategy, acknowledging the severity of the impending conflict and the need to divide their forces into 3 groups for preparation. Reflecting on past experiences, he pondered the nature of the upcoming battle, but remained steadfast in his belief that they would emerge victorious. He then requested to see the Mongolian grassland, likely referring to a tactical or strategic overview. Meanwhile, all forces were poised for battle readiness. John, addressing the soldiers, emphasized their integral role in supporting the psychic force. Despite not being equipped with psycho frames, he urged them to execute their training, focusing on supporting the squad descents and eliminating the enemy minions effectively. Gijo, standing among the soldiers, felt intense fear and struggled to focus on John's instructions. He berated himself internally, determined to overcome his fear and survive to return home. Despite his inner turmoil, Gijo reaffirmed his determination to make it through the battle. John noticed Gijo's nervousness and intervened, asking if there was an issue. Gijo quickly assured him there wasn't, prompting John to advise him to regain his composure. Reflecting silently, John wondered if this would indeed be their last battle and expressed a heartfelt plea to wait for him a little longer, addressing someone named Kathy. On the battlefield, a soldier noticed the eerie silence and thought, "It's dead quiet out there." Suddenly, numerous dimension gates began to open, shocking the observer who asked, "What is that?" In the control room, someone monitoring the scene reported gate activity, but trailed off upon seeing Alexander Lacour's shocked face. Alexander acknowledged seeing it too but expressed disbelief, stating that it must be the main invading force. As monsters emerged from the gates, soldiers began firing, initiating a fierce battle between the soldiers and the invading minions. Meanwhile, Ellismidge commanded their troops while John led the soldiers, cautioning them about the increasing number of surviving minions and urging vigilance. In the control room, Alexander Lekori ordered an airstrike from the Air Force, targeting the dimensional gates directly. Bombs were dropped, resulting in the destruction of many minions. However, the gates began glowing red, and a massive influx of dragons emerged from them. Witnessing this, the observer in the field immediately reported to command, confirming the presence of dragons and requesting reinforced soldiers. Tragically, before he could finish his report, the dragons unleashed their breath attacks, killing the observer and several other soldiers in a devastating turn of events. In the control room, the observer witnessed the devastating effects of the dragon breath and urgently turned to Alexander Lekori, asking if they should deploy the first assault team. Meanwhile, Alexander Lekori contemplated the situation, thinking that he hadn't expected much resistance from the enemy. Despite the unfortunate casualties, he decided they needed to continue using their forces as bait. He ordered the observer to wait and suggested using psychic forces to distract the dragons further. On the battlefield, Gijo narrowly evaded a dragon's breath attack. As he surveyed the aftermath of the destruction caused by the dragons, he was suddenly ambushed by a werewolf, caught off guard in the chaos of battle. On the battlefield, Gijo was saved from a werewolf attack by John, who swiftly eliminated the threat. John instructed Gijo to focus and get his bearings, to which Gijo, visibly shaken and sweating, responded with gratitude. Back in the control room, a battle observer grimly reported that casualties were nearing 10,000, with approximately 200 dragons confirmed visually. Another observer urgently turned to Alexander Lacouri, stressing the need for a decision on deploying the assault team. Alexander Lacouri, aware of the situation and the limitations of the psychic forces, made the call to send in the assault team despite their inexperience. Cargo planes carrying these psychic soldiers arrived on the battlefield amidst the dragons' preparations to attack. As the assault pods were deployed, the dragons unleashed their breath attacks, but the pods managed to withstand the assault and continued their descent without damage. Alexander Lacouri clarified that the assault pods were constructed using dragon materials specifically to withstand the dragons' breath attacks during their descent. As soon as the assault pods touched ground, the first assault team sprang into action, charging directly at the dragons. Lacouri explained further that the first assault team consisted of 6 squads with high aerial mobility, tasked primarily with targeting the dragons' wings to disable their flight capabilities. True to their mission, the squads swiftly incapacitated a group of dragons by severing their wings and moved on to engage another cluster. Meanwhile, on the ground, a werewolf lunged at Gijo. He evaded the attack, swiftly retaliated by shooting and killing the werewolf, then gritted his teeth defiantly, reaffirming his determination to survive. In the control room, an observer reported that over 60% of the dragons had lost their ability to fly due to the first assault team's efforts. Following the plan, preparations were made to deploy the second assault team. Alexander Lacouri, despite the overwhelming odds, remained resolute in his belief that with 24 soldiers against 200 dragons, victory was assured. However, the situation escalated as more dragons began emerging from the dimensional gates. An observer in the control office quickly identified them as Type 2 dragons and urgently called for the deployment of the elite second assault team. Octo, taking charge, instructed the second assault team to handle the new threat. Dmitri, a member of the team, acknowledged the order and rallied his comrades, emphasizing that it was their moment to act. Han, addressing the entire assault squad, expressed uncertainty about their future but resolved that he no longer wanted his friends to endure war. He declared that they would bring an end to the conflict once and for all. With determination and purpose, the second assault team prepared to confront the emerging Type 2 dragons, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in their mission to bring an end to the ongoing war. The scene shifted to Knut, who bravely attacked a dragon with his spear, causing significant pain to the creature and drawing its attention. Witnessing Knut's action, Han took charge, directing Silence to flank from the right side and informing her that they were facing a Type 2 dragon equipped with winged spears. Following Han's lead, Silence swiftly utilized her blink ability to position herself advantageously. Together, Han and Silence coordinated their attacks on the dragon, aiming to overwhelm it with their combined assault. Meanwhile, Dmitri, observing the effectiveness of Han and Silence, rallied his team with determination. He noted that Squad Alpha was already on their third dragon and emphasized that they couldn't afford to be outdone. Dmitri urged his team to send the incapacitated, wingless dragons back from where they came. Meanwhile, Jose provided support to Red Squad using his combustion quirk, while Kuro manifested to giant blue hands capable of crushing multiple dragons in midair with his unique ability. Observing the combined efforts of the assault squads and the effectiveness of their powers, Alexander Lacouri couldn't contain his excitement. He slammed his hands on the table and stood up, believing that things were progressing well and that the war might finally come to an end. As both the first and second assault squads successfully dispatched all the dragons emerging from the dimensional gates, Kim turned to Han with concern, questioning whether this could really be the end of the conflict. Han acknowledged Knut's concern, affirming that it wasn't over yet. He reminded everyone that the enemy also possessed Type 3 dragons like Bahamut, and they needed to prepare for the next wave of attacks since the gates had not closed. Meanwhile, Han and Alexander LaCory both nervously contemplated the situation, acknowledging the importance of preserving the third assault team if possible. They hoped to manage the defense without needing to deploy them, recognizing the strategic advantage it would provide. However, their hopes were dashed as a large number of dragons began pouring out from the dimensional gate once again. In the control room, an urgent announcement confirmed the arrival of approximately 100 Type 2 dragons. This news shocked Alexander LaCory, who stood up in disbelief and frustration. He gritted his teeth, realizing the significant threat posed by Type 2 dragons compared to the lesser Type 1 ones they had faced earlier. Reacting swiftly, Alexander LaCory ordered the immediate deployment of the third assault team to confront this new wave of formidable adversaries. Cargo planes carrying the third assault team swiftly arrived at the battlefield, ready to join the ongoing battle against the overwhelming force of Type 2 dragons. At the battlefield, Han swiftly organized all squads into a unified platoon under the leadership of the most experienced squad leader. He directed the first assault team, which had depleted psychic powers, to focus on providing backup as they prepared to engage the incoming wave of Type 2 dragons. Meanwhile, John approached Gijo. While Gijo is bewildered by his survival amidst the chaos, he questioned where all the minions had disappeared to. John informed him that the minions had scattered in all directions suddenly, prompting Gijo to ask why. John, gazing towards the dimensional gates with a sense of foreboding, remarked that they would likely find out soon, whether they liked it or not. Feeling frustrated, Gijo expressed his disappointment in being unable to join the fight against the dragons, lamenting his inability to confront the formidable enemies that now threatened them. At the control room, an observer reported a significant shift in the battle. 90% of the Type 2 dragons had been eradicated, marking a turning point. However, they also noted 12 casualties among their own forces. Alexander LaCory, sweating and filled with hope, silently pleaded for the conflict to end. Meanwhile, Klut's sharp observation alerted everyone to a startling development. The dimensional gates were merging into one colossal gate. All eyes anxiously turned towards this ominous sight. Amidst the tension, Han demonstrated his leadership on the battlefield by swiftly dispatching a Type 2 dragon with his spear, rallying the squads to maintain their focus and ensure complete annihilation of the remaining dragons before the situation escalated further. Back in the control room, another observer reported unusual activity at the gate, describing it as reaching a size unprecedented in their experience. Alexander LaCory, recognizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed that it was likely Bahamut, a legendary and formidable entity. Shocked by the unfolding events, he braced himself for what could potentially be the most intense phase of the battle yet. Meanwhile, deep within the Ark underground facility, Jurgen Teller, the second in command of Ark, began to laugh maniacally while chanting, in an unfamiliar language. His unsettling behavior hinted at something ominous unfolding. Suddenly, a psychic blast emanated from the dimensional gate, forcefully pushing back the reinforced soldiers stationed nearby. As everyone watched in awe and horror, Bahamut, an immense creature of legend, began to emerge from the gate. First, its massive forearm extended out, followed by its formidable mouth. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Jose and Mitri turned to Han for confirmation, asking if the creature emerging was indeed Bahamut. Han, his face marked with a nervous sweat, noticed his spear still lodged in Bahamut's damaged eye. With a sense of grim certainty, Han affirmed that it was indeed Bahamut, acknowledging the gravity of the situation they now faced. As Bahamut emerged and declared its intent to annihilate them, the tension escalated both on the battlefield and in the control room. In the control room, an observer confirmed with 97% certainty that the creature was indeed Bahamut, causing Alexander LaCory to tremble in realization that Bahamut possessed the ability to speak. Adding to the terror of the situation, on the battlefield, the soldiers were overwhelmed by a deafening noise that seemed to echo in their minds, exacerbating their fear and confusion. Amidst this chaos, Kuro, overcome with sweat and trembling, experienced a horrifying vision of the future. He urgently warned everyone to evacuate, foreseeing the imminent destruction that would consume every living being on the grassland. In a tense moment on the battlefield, Han nervously sought clarification as Kuro remained silent. Dell, frustrated with Kuro's lack of response, confronted him, urging him to speak clearly instead of spacing out. Han then questioned Kuro about their chances of survival, to which Kuro solemnly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Bahamut exerted its immense power, flapping its wings forcefully to ascend rapidly into the sky. In the control room, an observer reported with alarm that Bahamut was accelerating at an incredible speed, swiftly crossing the thermosphere. This unexpected turn left them helpless, unable to intervene as Bahamut positioned itself just outside the atmosphere. With a menacing intent, Bahamut unleashed a devastating breath attack aimed at the reinforced soldiers gathered below. The impact caused a powerful explosion, engulfing the area in a dense cloud of dust and marking a catastrophic escalation in the battle against this formidable adversary. In the chaos of the control room, the observer's report was grim. External sensors had been destroyed, rendering them blind to the unfolding situation. Despite the uncertainty, Alexander Quarry reacted decisively, urgently ordering the preparation of cargo planes. Meanwhile, Kuro reflected on the memories of Han's support and guidance, perhaps feeling a sense of gratitude amidst the dire circumstances. As the dust settled from Bahamut's devastating breath attack, the reinforced soldiers were astonished to find themselves alive and unharmed, protected by psychic barriers that had shielded them from the lethal impact. However, John, grappling with disbelief and frustration, voiced the grim reality. The extent of destruction suggested total annihilation, yet somehow the soldiers survived. Moreover, Bahamut continued its onslaught from a position beyond their reach, compounding what John described as the worst possible scenario they could face in this battle. As Kuro exerted himself to create a psychic barrier around the reinforced soldiers, the immense strain on his abilities caused a severe backlash. He began coughing up blood and collapsed to the ground, prompting immediate concern from Dell and Han. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Dell administered an injection to Kuro while Han used his glove to deliver a jolt of electricity to restart Kuro's heart. Han continued to perform CPR while the others gathered round anxiously, urging Kuro to stay conscious. Han's voice was firm as he encouraged Kuro to hold on, while Dell expressed his frustration and desperation, unwilling to accept the possibility of losing him. Meanwhile, aboard one of the cargo planes, Alexander Quarry sat with concern etched on his face, asking about their estimated time of arrival. On the battlefield, relief washed over the group as Kuro regained consciousness, though he continued to cough from the strain of using his psychic powers. The sight of him awake brought a small sense of relief to the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the cargo plane above, Alexander Quarry received updates from the observers about Bahamut's status. It was determined that Bahamut was still outside the atmosphere, preparing for another devastating dragon breath attack. They estimated they had about 30 minutes before the attack commenced. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Alexander Quarry ordered the plane to proceed at full speed towards Bahamut. Upon arrival, he urgently instructed the selection of team members to board the plane immediately, emphasizing the limited time available. With approximately 20 minutes left, he implored Han to lead the strike against Bahamut, highlighting the critical need to act swiftly and decisively. Han turned to the assembled squads and issued his directive, stressing the need for some squads to remain behind due to the ongoing threat from the still open dimensional gate. He selected Silence and Dell for the aerial mission, intending to announce the final member of their squad when the leader of Omega Squad volunteered himself. The Omega Squad leader justified his inclusion, asserting that his remaining psychic power surpassed that of Knut or Dmitri, who were likely positioned as strikers. He argued that his abilities could serve as both offense and support, akin to Dell's capabilities. Han paused to consider this proposition, acknowledging the potential benefits of having a versatile team member aboard. However, he cautioned the Omega Squad leader about the complexities of the mission, hinting at the risk of conflicting strategies. The Omega Squad leader reassured Han of his commitment not to interfere, emphasizing his determination to survive the dangerous mission. As they boarded the cargo plane with Alexander Lacouri, with resolve, they set off towards Bahamut's location. Once aboard, Han briefed his team on their strategy. Recognizing the urgency of their mission, he outlined a bold plan. Rather than targeting Bahamut's wings, which had been their previous tactic, they would aim directly for the creature's core. Han reasoned that Bahamut's focus on gathering energy for another breath attack presented a rare opportunity to strike decisively. As they neared Bahamut, the cargo plane's hatch opened, and the team wasted no time in advancing towards their colossal adversary. As the team swiftly approached Bahamut using their jump packs, the colossal creature reacted by manifesting several eyes on its wings, which began generating psychic energy landmines on its vicinity. Han quickly assessed the situation and warned his team to avoid the newly formed minefield to prevent any unwanted explosions. With precision and agility, the team maneuvered around the psychic energy landmines, steadily closing the distance towards Bahamut. However, their advance did not go unnoticed by the legendary dragon. Bahamut, disdainful of their intrusion, unleashed a powerful breath attack directed at Han. In a moment of impending danger, Han resigned himself to what seemed like imminent death. Yet, Dell, demonstrating incredible bravery and quick thinking, shoved Han out of harm's way. Tragically, Dell bore the full force of Bahamut's devastating breath attack, sacrificing himself to save his comrade. As Han reacted with urgency and determination after Dell's sacrifice, the Omega Squad leader intervened, reminding him of the critical need to stay composed in the face of danger. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Han suppressed his emotions and refocused on the task at hand, confronting Bahamut head-on. Prepared for battle, Han readied his dragon weapon, poised to retaliate against Bahamut. The legendary dragon, equally resolute and recognizing Han as a formidable adversary who had previously injured its eye, launched a barrage of psychic energy attacks towards him. Han, demonstrating skill and resolve, deflected the onslaught with his spear, each clash resonating with intensity and determination. As Bahamut taunted Han and continued launching relentless attacks, Han directed his teammates to take action, realizing the dragon was solely focused on him. Urging them to act, Han prompted the Omega Squad leader and Silence to engage. Responding swiftly, the Omega Squad leader and Silence moved towards Bahamut. Silence utilized his blink ability to swiftly close the distance and delivered a powerful attack with full force, aimed at Bahamut's formidable form. However, to their astonishment, the attack had no visible effect on the ancient dragon. The realization struck both the Omega Squad leader and Han with shock. They had assumed their dragon weapons, potent tools crafted for combating such threats, would pierce Bahamut's defenses. Yet, Bahamut's impenetrable skin seemed to render their efforts futile. As the dire situation unfolded, Alexander Lacouri, witnessing Bahamut's overwhelming power and the apparent ineffectiveness of their best efforts, felt the weight of impending doom settle heavily upon him. Sweat trickled down his brow as he contemplated whether this encounter marked the ultimate downfall of humanity. Meanwhile, Bahamut's laughter echoed across the battlefield as it launched a relentless barrage of psychic attacks towards Han. Despite Han's skill in deflecting most of them, one attack caught him off guard. Swiftly reacting, the Omega Squad leader encased Han in a protective psychic shield, shielding him from the devastating blow. Realizing the temporary respite this shield provided, the Omega Squad leader cautioned Han about the limitations of their current defensive strategy. He emphasized the urgency of devising a new plan swiftly, highlighting the infinite psychic capacity of Bahamut, which posed a formidable challenge to their efforts. As Han wrestled with memories of his past struggles to awaken his psychic powers, he faced the daunting present reality against Bahamut's relentless assault. Determined to find a solution, Han's mind raced for a strategy that could turn the tide of the battle. Amidst blocking Bahamut's attacks, Han devised a daring plan and communicated it urgently to Silence. Recognizing the futility of external attacks, he proposed a bold move, entering Bahamut's mouth to target its core from within. The Omega Squad leader, alarmed by the risk and potential sacrifice involved, voiced objections, but Silence, trusting Han implicitly, moved forward with unwavering determination. As Silence swiftly maneuvered towards Bahamut using her blink ability, Han continued to deflect Bahamut's attacks, buying precious moments for her approach. Observing Silence's speed and determination, Han marveled at her courage and commitment to their desperate plan. However, Bahamut, sensing the imminent threat, prepared to unleash its devastating breath attack. With chilling certainty, Bahamut declared its awareness of their presence and unleashed the Dragon Breath, a powerful assault that threatened to obliterate everything in its path. The Omega Squad leader, resigned to the grim reality, acknowledged the overwhelming power of Bahamut's breath attack, casting a shadow of doubt over their daring attempt. In a moment of intense focus and determination, Han tapped into his latent psychic abilities, manifesting a mysterious quirk that enabled him to neutralize Bahamut's impending breath attack. The ancient dragon, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of its potent weapon, voiced its confusion, questioning what had transpired. Meanwhile, Silence, undeterred by the chaos around her, pressed forward with Han's directive. She ventured deeper into Bahamut's mouth, wielding her sword with precision to inflict substantial damage upon the dragon's vulnerable interior. Bahamut, caught off guard by this unexpected assault from within, roared in agony as Silence's strikes found their mark. From the outside, Han monitored the situation closely, urging Silence to locate and destroy Bahamut's core. His command echoed through the chaos of battle, emphasizing the critical nature of their mission against the ancient beast. Back at the command center, Alexander Quarry sought confirmation of their progress. The observer relayed that Bahamut was indeed writhing in pain, indicating that their strategy had caused significant disruption to the formidable creature. Amidst the tumult, Bahamut, now in anguish, recognized Han as a genuine threat, both to itself and its kind. The dragon's perception shifted, acknowledging Han's role as a formidable adversary in this epic struggle for survival. As Bahamut revealed his psychic core and made the shocking decision to extract it from his own body, Han and the others watched in disbelief. Han, taken aback by this drastic move, voiced his surprise at Bahamut's willingness to sacrifice himself to eliminate them. With grim determination, Bahamut crushed his psychic core in a dramatic display of resolve, triggering a powerful psychic explosion that reverberated through the battlefield. The force of the blast shook the cargo plane violently, causing chaos among those aboard. The Omega Squad leader was forcefully pushed back by the blast, while the psychic energy coalesced into a massive sphere directed straight at Han. In a flash of blinding light, Han was engulfed by the swirling energy, disappearing before the eyes of his comrades. The Omega Squad leader, now gripped by worry and fear, called out Han's name desperately, hoping against hope for any sign of his survival. Meanwhile, Bahamut's massive form began to fade away, dissipating into nothingness as the aftermath of the explosion settled over the battlefield. We see a pivotal moment where the Omega Squad leader is grappling with the aftermath of an intense battle. As the massive and powerful dragon Bahamut begins to disappear, the squad leader reflects on the sacrifice of Li Han. With a solemn resolve, he vows to honor Li Han's memory by ensuring that his heroic deeds are remembered. However, just as Bahamut's body is about to fade, he speaks, delivering an ominous message. They will never defeat them. Death is meaningless to him. He will return. This statement catches the Omega Squad leader off guard, causing a surge of confusion and concern. The leader is left wondering about the true nature of Bahamut's power and what the future holds if the enemy can transcend death itself. However, on the ground the reinforced soldiers, who are already celebrating what they believe is their hard-fought victory. They raise their weapons in the air, proclaiming their triumph over Bahamut, confident that their enemy has been vanquished. There's an air of exhilaration and relief among the soldiers, as they believe the battle is over. Then the scene shifted to Li Han, thought to be dead by his comrades. Han is shown lying on the soft grass in a forest, a stark contrast to the chaos of the battlefield. A strange bird flies overhead, its appearance adding a sense of mystery to the moment. Han, to his own surprise, regains consciousness and opens his eyes, finding himself alive and in an unfamiliar environment. Still processing the situation, Han quickly realizes that his psycho frame and advanced suit he wore in battle had been damaged during the fight with Bahamut. He removes it with some effort, sighing in relief. His thoughts reveal that the psycho frame had become nearly useless by the end of the fight, which ironically worked in his favor as it was easier to remove. He begins to assess his situation. He checks his health and is relieved to find no physical injuries, despite the intense battle he had recently fought. However, to his dismay, he realizes that his psychic abilities, which were integral to his combat prowess, are now completely gone. This discovery leaves him feeling vulnerable, as he had heavily relied on these powers in battle and survival. As Han processes this unsettling realization, his attention is drawn to a massive creature, a sauropod, passing nearby. The sight of the gigantic, prehistoric-like animal shocks him, further deepening the mystery of where he is and how he ended up there. This encounter with a creature from a different era suggests that Han might be in a world vastly different from the one he knows. The narrative then shifts forward a few months, showing the effects of Han's time in this strange, isolated environment. His hair has grown long and unruly, now covering his eyes, a visible sign of his prolonged time in the wilderness without access to civilization or modern resources. Without his psychic powers or advanced technology like the psycho frame, Han has been forced to rely on basic survival skills. We see him in the process of crafting a primitive weapon using one rock to sharpen another, attempting to make a spear. After some effort, Han succeeds in creating a functional spear. Attaching sharp rocks to a wood, he is shown navigating through the dense, prehistoric forest. Armed with a dagger, he cuts through thick vegetation, determined to move forward, though the jungle-like environment is challenging. As he presses on, he suddenly hears loud, thunderous footsteps approaching. Sensing danger, Han immediately takes cover in the nearby bushes, hiding himself as best he can. The source of the footsteps soon becomes clear. A fearsome Tyrannosaurus is stalking the area, chasing smaller dinosaurs, likely in search of its next meal. Han watches in tense silence, hoping not to be noticed by the massive predator. After a tense few moments, the Tyrannosaurus moves on, unaware of Han's presence, allowing him to let out a sigh of relief. After narrowly avoiding the Tyrannosaurus, Han continues his journey, but soon grows weary from the effort of walking through the difficult terrain. He checks his surroundings for any danger before sitting down to rest. As he settles down, he pulls out some fruit he had gathered earlier and begins eating, trying to sustain his strength. While eating, his thoughts turn to the harsh reality of his situation. It's been months since he arrived in this bizarre world, and he feels the weight of isolation pressing down on him. Han acknowledges that while he can survive on his own in this environment, gathering food, making weapons, and avoiding predators, he feels a deep sense of hopelessness. The thought of returning home seems impossible. With no clear way to escape, he wonders how long this ordeal will last. Despite the hardships and overwhelming sense of isolation, Han resolves not to give in to despair. He knows he can go back. As night falls, Han prepares for the cold and solitude by taking shelter under the bushes. With no tasks left to occupy his mind during the dark hours, loneliness begins to creep in, intensifying his sense of isolation. He admits to himself that nighttime is the hardest, when he feels the most vulnerable and alone. The fear of dying alone in this strange world weighs heavily on him. In an attempt to distract himself from these grim thoughts, Han's mind wanders back to his fight with Bahamut. He recalls that pivotal moment when Bahamut died and reflects on a significant realization that came too late: his discovery of a unique ability. This ability, which he only understood at later stage of the battle, prompts him to consider its nature. He begins thinking about what to name this power, musing over different terms. He considers anti-psychic wave or AT wave as potential names, though he worries that the latter might sound too childish. As Han ponders the name for his newfound ability, the dawn breaks, marking the start of a new day. Without hesitation, he rises to continue his journey, setting his sights on the east. His determination remains strong, as he resolves to cover as much distance as possible. After a period of walking through the dense wilderness, fatigue sets in. Han takes a break, sitting down to eat and regain his strength. While eating, he reflects on the strange reality of his situation, wondering humorously if his friends would even believe him when he tells them he survived by eating dinosaur jerky. This light moment, however, is abruptly cut short. Suddenly, Han is overwhelmed by an intense, suffocating pressure that makes him tremble uncontrollably. His hands shake so much that he drops the dinosaur jerky. Alarmed, he quickly stands up, trying to figure out what could be causing this powerful sensation. At that very moment, a majestic silver dragon flies past him. The sight of the massive dragon leaves Han in a state of shock. The dragon's sheer presence, its size, power, and ethereal nature stuns him. He watches, awestruck, as the dragon flies away and disappears from sight, leaving him speechless and likely with even more questions about the strange world he has found himself in. Determined to find a way back to his world, Han decides to follow the silver dragon he just saw. His thoughts are filled with apprehension, acknowledging the dragon's formidable power and the danger it represents. He reasons that while encountering such a creature could be deadly, his only option is to track it in hopes of discovering a means to escape. As Han follows the dragon, he emerges from the dense forest and is immediately confronted with a disturbing sight: a large area littered with bones. Despite his initial shock, he continues to navigate through the bone-strewn landscape. Upon closer inspection, Han realizes that these are the bones of dinosaurs, suggesting that they were preyed upon by a dragon. Among the scattered bones, Han spots the remains of a Tyrannosaurus. The sight reinforces his understanding of the dragon's superiority, as even a mighty predator like the Tyrannosaurus was no match for it. Feeling a surge of nervousness, Han questions his own safety and worries that his impatience might lead to his downfall. Despite these concerns, he spots the silver dragon resting atop a high stone pillar. Recognizing the significance of this rare opportunity, Han resolves to climb the pillar without hesitation. As he climbs the pillar, day transitions to night, and exhaustion sets in. Han reaches the top, utterly spent, with deep breaths and sweat streaming down his face. Despite his physical condition, his focus is sharp as he finally sees the silver dragon, now sleeping peacefully on the pillar. However, Han's relief is short-lived. As the dragon suddenly becomes aware of his presence, the dragon awakens and fixes a piercing glance at Han. The sheer intensity of the dragon's gaze is enough to paralyze Han with fear. The silver dragon, seeing Han trembling, spoke to him calmly, stating that he doesn't intend to kill Han, but merely wants to talk to him. The dragon then closed its eyes and lay down, signaling its willingness to engage in conversation rather than attack. Han, both relieved and anxious, took the opportunity to explain his entire situation, how he had ended up in this strange, prehistoric world and the events that led him there. Upon listening to Han's story, the dragon expressed interest and remarked, "That's an intriguing tale, Han. A human who fought against his brothers. Since they were his kin and he is exiled here, he doesn't know much about the past. Could he tell him more about it?" Han, intrigued by the dragon's reaction and seeking further information, asked whether dragons had the ability to travel through time. The dragon explained to Han that while dragons have the ability to warp space and time, this power is inherently unstable. The dragon noted that if they could master it completely, they would be considered gods. Curious about the dragon's behavior, Han asked why he kept its eyes closed. The dragon explained that because Han fears it, the dragon's will to harm him is intense and difficult to control. The dragon's desire to attack is a challenge for it to manage. Hence it keeps its eyes shut to avoid giving into those instincts. Han then inquired if this urge to attack was instinctual, and what kind of beings dragons were. The dragon responded that it's difficult to describe their nature in words, suggesting that Han would better understand by experiencing it firsthand. To illustrate this, the dragon enveloped Han in its psychic energy. In the blink of an eye, Han found himself transported to a different location. Confused, he inquired about it. The dragon revealed that Han was now within its memories. Han noticed that Bahamut was present in his memories and questioned, "Why is Bahamut here?" In the dragon's memories, Bahamut, having returned after 1,200 years, converses with all other dragons that are gathered. Bahamut inquires why the silver dragon had summoned them all. The silver dragon explains that while investigating rifts in space and time, it discovered something disturbing, something that they all despise deeply, but which had previously been unknown to them. The dragons, upon hearing this, collectively ask, "Is he saying it were humans?" Bahamut, visibly angered by the revelation, demands that the silver dragon open a gate so they can exterminate the humans immediately. In response, the silver dragon hesitates before addressing the assembled dragons. It expresses a personal desire to eradicate the human race but questions whether this urge truly reflects their own will. The silver dragon feels uneasy, suspecting that their motivations might be influenced or manipulated by an external force. In the memory, the red dragon questions the importance of the situation, while the blue dragon argues that their inherent repulsion towards humans is reason enough to act. The silver dragon challenges this notion, questioning whether disgust and hatred alone are sufficient motives. Bahamut, growing impatient, dismisses the debate, insisting that they don't need a reason to destroy what they consider insignificant. He then threatens the silver dragon, saying, if he refused to open the gate, he will kill him. In response, the silver dragon points out that as immortal beings, the only way to truly eliminate him would be to banish him to a dimension where psychics don't exist. Undeterred, Bahamut attacks the silver dragon's core to drain his physical energy. He then prepares to destroy his own core, unleashing powerful psychic blasts that create space-time distortions, willing to sacrifice his physical form to annihilate the silver dragon. Witnessing Bahamut's extreme measures, Han is taken aback and realizes that Bahamut used a similar method against him. As Han exits the silver dragon's memory, he is left reeling, reflecting. He can't believe it. His head is spinning. Bahamut wasn't the only dragon of that level. The silver dragon confirms Han's fears, revealing that there are 7 dragons, each of a different color, collectively known as the Hive. Bahamut was merely one member of this powerful group. The silver dragon ominously suggests that Han's world is likely already doomed, indicating the formidable threat posed by the entire hive of dragons. The silver dragon expressed disdain for humans, commenting that they are foolish for their inability to unite even when facing imminent destruction. He suggested that this disunity might lead to their defeat in the war. Han, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, admits that there seems to be no way to stop the hive of dragons. Despite this, he is resolute in his decision to return to the battlefield, showing his determination to continue fighting even against overwhelming odds. The silver dragon questions Han's priorities, wondering why Han focuses on ensuring the safety of his friends and family while the world is at risk of ending. He compares Han's behavior to other humans who are driven by greed for various reasons and finds Han's actions disappointing, noting that Han doesn't seem to be much better than the rest. He acknowledges the dragon's critique but remains focused on his goal and seeks assistance. The silver dragon highlighted a practical concern, stating that recharging his psychic energy was impossible in their current location due to basic principles of physics. Han reflects that psychic energy isn't created within the body but borrowed and stored from external sources. This means that without a connection to their world, one cannot recharge their psychic energy. Since the Silver Dragon's race relies on psychic energy to survive, Han suggests he is essentially dying. The Silver Dragon explains that their physical bodies don't need to consume food since they hunt to reduce their psychic consumption. As the dragon reads Han's mind, he's shocked by the insight. Han comments on the convenience of telepathic communication and asks if the dragon likes his idea. The dragon responds that he can't return but can send Han's small body back. Han acknowledges that the dragon is helping not out of concern for humans, but to prevent powerful, intelligent beings from devolving into uncontrolled beasts driven by their emotions. The dragon asserts that unchecked hatred is unworthy of intellectual beings, and only by overcoming it can one be considered divine. Han wonders if the Silver Dragon has already achieved this. The dragon then instructs Han to continue his legacy by rescuing humanity from its own tyranny, presenting this as a demonstration of the Silver Dragon free will and a test. He channels more psychic energy into Han and hands him a spear, crafted from his remaining psychic power. The spear is something Han is familiar with, symbolizing the dragon's refusal to succumb to primal instincts. The dragon acknowledges that time is short and suggests Han has nothing more to say. He urges Han to go and fulfill his mission. Han expresses gratitude to the dragon for sending him back. The dragon responds that it's nothing, and it feels as though he has been preparing for this moment for a long time. Han reflects on a past experience, recalling how he once encountered the remains of a dragon and later dreamed about the same dragon. He muses whether a series of coincidences can culminate in a single inevitable outcome and wonders if this could be what people call a miracle. Han thanks the dragon, calling him Silver from the bottom of his heart. The dragon then inquires about the name humans gave him, to which Han replies, Kronos. The dragon expresses his liking for the name, and then a large psychic explosion occurs. On Earth, a person peeks out from a sewage tunnel, checking the area before giving an all-clear signal to his group. They emerge onto the surface and quickly begin searching for food. One member prays for the strength to get through the day. The group leader reassures him, noting that it's a beautiful day and that threats usually appear only when it's cloudy. They continue their search, staying alert. The leader then points to a nearby building, suggesting they check it out. Upon entering, the leader smiles, recognizing it as a grocery store, and encourages the group to gather as much food as they can. After filling their bags with supplies, the three individuals continued searching for more. The man in the blue shirt, feeling exhausted, suggested they return, but the leader insisted on gathering more supplies. The blue-shirted man argued that they already had enough food and should consider the rest on their way back. The leader agreed, and they started heading back to their hideout. As they were returning, the leader noticed something and signaled them to stop. From a distance, they couldn't identify it, but as they approached and the leader examined him, he identified it as a human. The person they discovered was Han. The leader observed Han and remarked to his team that he appeared to be Asian. Noticing Han's breathing, the black-haired team member asked what should be do, while the blue-haired member suggested leaving Han behind due to their urgency. The leader decided to settle the matter with a vote, reflecting that they were in America. The blue-haired member voted against helping Han, while the black-haired member voted in favor. The leader, relieved by the vote, dropped his bag and handed his gun to the black-haired person, deciding to carry Han himself.
Han awoke in an unfamiliar hideout, his senses groggy but slowly sharpening. The first thing he noticed was a young girl with golden hair and vivid blue eyes watching him intently. As soon as he stirred, she exclaimed, "He's awake!" Her shout brought a flurry of activity, and Han soon realized he was surrounded by a crowd of people. They stared at him with suspicion, their gazes cold and cautious. Despite being surrounded, Han's instincts kicked in. Moving with superhuman speed and agility, he leapt out of the circle, startling everyone around him. How can a human move like that? Someone gasped, their voice trembling with both awe and fear. The crowd grew tense, whispering amongst themselves as they tried to assess the situation. Some appeared ready to attack, while others hesitated. Han quickly scanned the room, taking in their faces and realizing they were human. Am I back? These are humans? I should calm them down before things escalate. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and spoke calmly. Don't worry, I'm not going to attack. I was just startled. It's been a long time since I've seen other humans. Despite his attempt to reassure them, the group remained wary, their weapons still pointed in his direction. The tension was thick, and Han could feel their fear and mistrust. Then, a man who seemed to be the leader of the group stepped forward, his demeanor calm but authoritative. He placed a hand on the weapons of the nearest guards, gently lowering them. You all heard him. Lower your weapons. The man then turned to Han, studying him with curiosity and caution. It's good you can speak English, he said, his voice steady. We won't hurt you, so you don't need to worry. I'd like to talk to you. Care to walk with me? Han nodded, recognizing that this man was someone he could reason with. The crowd slowly dispersed, though many continued to watch him warily, their trust far from earned. After cleaning up and changing into fresh clothes provided by the hideout, Han was led to the leader's tent. He stepped inside, parting the curtain, and found the leader seated with a book in hand. As Han entered, the leader set the book aside and looked him over. He looked completely different now, the leader remarked. The clothes are a bit old-fashioned, but they suit him. Han took a seat, and the two began talking. Sharing a brief version of his background, Han explained his identity as a soldier. As they spoke, the leader handed him a piece of bread. Han ate it quickly, his hunger evident. Watching him, the leader commented, So, you're Li Han, a soldier. Surviving alone for 3 years. That's impressive. The mention of 3 years made Han pause. 3 years? Has it really been that long? He thought, processing the time he had lost. At the same time, he marveled at the fact that humans had managed to endure this long in such a hostile world. Noticing Han's hunger, the leader offered him his own piece of bread. Han shook his head politely. No, thank you. The rations must be limited. He should be more mindful. The leader smiled faintly, appreciating his restraint. He used to be a university professor before all this, the leader said. Maybe that's why I ended up leading this place. We need people like you, strong, capable young men. If you join us, it would help a lot. Han's face grew serious as he responded, I'm sorry, but I have something I must do. The leader sighed but nodded in understanding. Don't worry, he won't force anyone to stay. Han offers to repay leader for saving him, asking if there's anything he can do to help. The next day, Han joins a small group heading out on a supply run, including Colin, a cheerful man with golden hair and blue eyes. Colin greets Han with a smile, and they exchange introductions. Colin explains the mission. They're heading out to search for oil, as the city is too dangerous to explore. While there are no guarantees of success, Colin adds that he's heard Han was a soldier, and if trouble arises, they'll be counting on him. As they travel, Han notices Colin's positive attitude, which reminds him of someone from his past, Canute. This triggers a fleeting thought about the people he cares about, and whether they're still alive. The group eventually arrives at a gas station, but they find no fuel. Colin suggests heading to another station, but it's too far, and they need to return before dark. Han offers to go check a station 9 kilometers away on his own, stating he'll return within an hour. Despite Colin's objections, Han sets off alone. Within less than an hour, Han returns with both gas cans filled, to the astonishment of the group. They're shocked by his speed and efficiency, prompting questions about his military background. Colin, in particular, is stunned, unable to fathom how Han accomplished the tasks so quickly. Back at the hideout, Han is greeted by a group of children. One offers him a piece of bread, calling him Appa, a term of endearment for older male figures, and asking him to eat. Touched by their kindness, Han quietly accepts the bread and reflects on his past, wondering if he was as small as these children when he first entered Ark. Colin, feeling left out, jokingly asks why Han received bread but not him. The child bluntly replies, because you're ugly. Han is handsome, which causes Colin to chase the children in mock anger, shouting in playful frustration. Han watches the scene with a faint smile, his thoughts once again drifting to his family and hoping they're all still alive. A short while after the supply run, Colin remarks to Han that he's quickly gained a reputation for his speed and efficiency, particularly with carrying 2 gallons of oil and his earlier display of incredible speed. Colin also mentions that Han is likely planning to leave soon, which Han confirms. Colin, in a gesture of goodwill, offers Han a bicycle to help with traveling long distances, something Han hadn't considered since he's never ridden one before. Colin leads Han to the area where the bikes are stored, and as Han prepares to leave, the residents of the hideout gather to bid him farewell. They wave and call out their goodbyes, and Han responds warmly, grateful for their kindness. As he follows Colin toward the surface, Han reflects on the people he's encountered, recognizing their goodness, but also understanding that he has to prioritize his own goals over protecting them. When they reach the exit, Colin lifts a metal plate to reveal the tunnel exit and carefully scans the surroundings before stepping out. He points to a nearby building, revealing it to be his old bicycle shop, and mentions that he will give Han the best bike he has, one more valuable than a used car, along with a repair kit. Han, however, remains alert, silently scanning the area. Suddenly, he senses danger and urges Colin to stay quiet and run to the shop, locking the door behind him. Colin freezes momentarily, pulling out his gun and asking where the enemy is, eager to help. Han, with a cold and commanding tone, warns Colin that he would only be a hindrance in the situation. Realizing the seriousness of the threat, Colin sprints to the store, disappearing inside. Han drops his backpack and readies the spear given to him by the silver dragon, preparing to face the wolves emerging from the shadows. He calmly addresses them, asking, "Are you here to welcome me?" Meanwhile, Colin watches from inside the store, trembling in disbelief as he witnesses Han's calm demeanor and skill in combat. Colin is shocked to see Han fighting with a spear rather than a gun, and is further stunned when Han takes down one of the wolves with ease. As two more wolves charge at him, Han envelopes his spear with psychic energy and swings it in a wide arc, quickly piercing through both wolves with one powerful motion. Colin, witnessing this, begins to wonder if Han is a psyker, someone with psychic abilities. Han, unbothered, pins the wolves to the ground and unleashes a burst of psychic energy, shattering the ground beneath them and finishing the wolves off. Blood splatters across his face, but his expression remains stoic and cold. Once the danger is past, Han walks back to the store and opens the door. Colin, still in shock, collapses to the floor, overwhelmed by the intensity of what he just witnessed. Han tells him that the wolves are gone for now and advises him to return underground before more arrive. Colin, his legs shaking, agrees quickly, his fear mixed with awe. Han, feeling slightly reflective, wonders if he appears terrifying to ordinary people. He grabs the bicycle, thanks Colin, and urges him to hurry back before it gets dangerous. Colin watches Han leave, still awestruck and fearful. As Han rides the bicycle westward, passing through the ruins of destroyed buildings, he thinks about the possibility of finding a military unit on the West Coast. To his surprise, he finds the ride more enjoyable than he anticipated, a faint smile crossing his face as he pedals along. However, Han's enjoyment is short-lived when he hears faint noises in the distance, growing louder. Stopping, he grips his spear and moves toward the source. From the rooftops of nearby buildings, he spots several wolves watching him. Realizing they must have tracked him by the scent of blood, Han acknowledges their surprising speed. His gaze flicks to his bike, and with a wry smirk, he thinks to himself, "Don't touch my bike. I'm starting to like it." As the wolves leap down from the rooftops to attack Han, he quickly reacts by sprinting to a nearby building and slipping inside, slamming the door behind him. He pushes a heavy metal wardrobe against the door to create a makeshift barricade. The wolves relentlessly claw and ram the door, while some manage to slip in through broken windows. Han, undeterred, charges at them with his spear, methodically taking down the wolves one by one. After the fight, Han stumbles out of the building, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. He collapses near the door to catch his breath, his body exhausted from the battle. Inside the building, the aftermath is gruesome, with wolves' bodies scattered across the floor. Han reflects on his physical condition, thinking to himself that he's lost a lot of muscle mass and that his physical enhancement abilities are no longer as effective as they once were, hinting at the toll the ongoing battles have taken on him. Once he recovers, Han resumes his journey on the bicycle. As night falls, he passes a gun store and, as expected, finds the shelves empty, no guns left in a world ravaged by war. He then stops by a convenience store, where he's fortunate enough to find food and drinks still on the shelves. After packing what he can into his bag, Han continues on his journey. As he pedals through the desolate streets, he notices graffiti on the walls reading, "The end is come, and this is hell," which further reinforces the bleak and hopeless atmosphere of the world Han is navigating. While riding his bicycle, Han suddenly hears the sounds of a nearby fight. Suspecting its people in danger, he stops, grips his spear, and moves toward the source of the commotion. He discovers a group of 5 people, all wearing helmets, struggling against 3 monstrous creatures or grunts. The group fires their weapons, but the bullets seem ineffective, and their weapons malfunction, causing panic among them. One of the fighters curses the useless gun in frustration as the grunts close in on them. Han arrives, just in time, rushing into action. With a precise swing of his spear, he severs the legs of all 3 grunts, sending them crashing to the ground. Before the creatures can recover, Han leaps onto them and quickly finishes them off, driving his spear into their heads with efficiency and precision. The group, stunned by his swift and powerful actions, stands in shock as Han approaches. The leader of the group steps forward, expressing gratitude for Han's timely intervention. He acknowledges that one of their own didn't survive, but insists that without Han's help, they all would have been killed. Offering Han a place in their group, the leader invites him to come with them if he has nowhere else to go. Han introduces himself as Li Han, and the leader shakes his hand, introducing himself in return. They continue their conversation as they head toward the group's hideout. Along the way, the leader casually mentions that Han must be a psyker and suggests that if Han is looking for an opportunity, he should consider meeting their commander. Curious about the mention of their commander, Han asks the group's leader for more information. The leader explains that their base is considered the safest place for a psyker, with all the resources they collect being given as offerings to the psykers in their group. Han's interest peaks as he learns that these offerings are given to the psykers in exchange for their protection of the families in the group, with the leader explaining that while it's a grueling process, the safety of their loved ones makes it worthwhile. Han, absorbing this information, grows serious as he processes the gravity of their situation. The leader continues, revealing that their base possesses a psycho frames, a powerful tool that has the ability to kill a dragon. The leader claims to have witnessed this firsthand, emphasizing that there is no safer place than their base because of this powerful protection. Han's mind begins to race as he wonders who could be connected to Ark and whether the person behind the psycho frame is an ally or an enemy. After contemplating this, Han turns to the leader and firmly declares that he wants to meet their commander. As Han and the group walk toward their destination, the leader informs him that a car is waiting at the end of the alley. Han, feeling uneasy, questions the safety of traveling by car, but the leader reassures him that it's a risk they must take, as their operation involves dangerous risks. When they reach the vehicle, Han sees that it's a heavily armed military truck. He wonders if the truck can really outrun the dangerous creatures like wolves and grunts. The leader explains that Han and he will sit in the back of the truck, as the person who was previously manning the machine gun didn't survive earlier. As the truck rumbles forward, the leader mentions that they are heading to Zone 1, a restricted area where only psykers are allowed to enter. They will deliver their offerings up to the entrance, but if Han wants to go inside, the leader suggests that the psykers would likely welcome someone of his level. He also asks Han to put in a good word for their group if he joins them. When they reach the entrance to Zone 1, guards motion for them to stop. One of the guards identifies their group and comments on their delayed offerings. As the guards inspect the truck, Han observes them closely. He realizes that all the guards are psykers and well-trained, noting their psychic energy. The group leader pointed out a guard to Han, whispering that the guard was also a psyker, strong and well-trained. Han approached the guard, who immediately questioned him, asking if he was an outsider and what his business was. Han stated that he wants to meet the commander of Citadel. The mention of the commander caused the guards to tense up and surround Han, their guns trained on him. One of the guards demanded to know if Han was part of a military unit and to state his name and affiliation. Han hesitated, unsure whether revealing his connection to Ark would help or hurt him. After a moment, he introduced himself as Li Han. He was part of the psyker training institution, Ark. The guards exchanged wary looks, recognizing his name but unsure of its validity. Finally, one of them motioned for Han to follow him. As they entered the facility, Han noted its massive scale, feeling it resembled a paramilitary base like Ark. He wondered who might be in charge here. Passing a room, Han saw children sparring with wooden spears. He asked the guard, "Is this place gathering young psykers and training them?" The guard confirmed that. Han studied the guard's face beneath the visor, noting that he seemed younger than expected and had clearly undergone enhancement procedures. Han deduced that the guard was a first- or second-year survivor from Ark, as he would have recognized any third-year psykers. The guard eventually stopped in front of a room and gestured for Han to enter. Inside, Han found a man with numerous scars doing one-handed push-ups. The man looked up, surprised, and asked, "You're alive?" Han replied, "It's been a while." The man was Omega 1, someone Han knew from Ark. Omega 1 asked in disbelief how Han had survived, having seen him disappear years ago. Han inquired about the fate of the other reinforced soldiers, and the status of Arc. Omega 1, after drinking an energy drink, became agitated when Han asked if Arc had collapsed. He slammed the bottle on the ground and demanded to know how Han, presumed dead, could suddenly reappear. Omega 1 calmed down and suggested they talk slowly, inviting Han to sit. In Omega 1's office, Han explained his disappearance 3 years ago, revealing that he had traveled to another world. Omega 1, skeptical, remarked that while Han's story was hard to believe, it was strange that he had vanished without leaving any trace, including his psycho frame. Han expressed his need for information, explaining that he had lost 3 years. Omega 1 sighed and then told Han there was something he needed to decide, whether to join him as a comrade or choose a different path. Han, puzzled, asked, "What does he mean?" Omega 1 looked at Han and said, "You should understand by now. What did you think of us while you were on your way here?" Han replied bluntly, "You're creating a system where psykers are elevated to a higher rank. A blatant hierarchy where psykers receive offerings in exchange for protection. It's exploitation." Omega 1 chuckled and said, "You see things clearly. But think about it. We're just acting before we end up as victims again. Remember how we were treated? Thrown into battles against monsters, risking everything while the so-called leaders stayed safe. Does it make sense that normal humans were in charge of us, the ones doing all the fighting? I gathered like-minded comrades from Arc to ensure that doesn't happen again." Han stood up in anger, his voice rising. "Do you really think this is the solution? To impose this kind of system while the world is already falling apart?" Omega 1 leaned back unbothered and said, "Arc is gone. The world is doomed. If we had continued fighting the way they wanted, all the psykers would have been wiped out. Even if we had won, Arc wouldn't have been able to control us anymore. Face it, humans were always afraid of us. They clung to the illusion that the world belonged to normal humans, not psykers. Now we're just taking the power they never deserved." Han thought to himself, this guy's been messed up ever since the accident. We're all human. The reason we fought the dragon wasn't because we were psykers. It was because we were soldiers. He turned to Omega 1 and said, "So now you're hiding like a mole and raising those kids. Do you think you'll one day kill all the dragons and rule the world? Do you think that's even possible with Citadel scale?" A grin spread across Omega 1's face, and he replied, "To be honest, Li Han, I've been waiting for you to ask that." Rising from his seat, he gestured for Han to follow and added, "Come, I'll show you directly. I'll show you our hope." As they walked through the Citadel, Han asked, "And what about those who didn't follow you back at Arc? Were they killed?" Omega 1 shook his head. "Of course not. When I was younger, I didn't understand the concept of neutrality, but now I do. This time, I brought in someone who's clean and sympathetic." Han smirked. "Neutrality? You've learned how to talk. But back then, when you left Arc, your powers must have been unstable. Is that why you couldn't use violence?" Omega 1 glanced back at Han with a sly smile, thinking, "Just as I thought, we need him." He said aloud, "We're here." At that moment, the large gate in front of them began to open, and an overwhelming wave of psychic energy poured out of the room. Han immediately felt it. The energy was strong, intense enough to sharpen his senses. Omega 1 turned to Han and said, "You know this person well, too." Han narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. Who could it be? Simon? The psychic energy was undeniably powerful, almost overwhelming, and he braced himself for a confrontation. But as the figure came into view, Han froze in shock. It wasn't Simon, it was Kuro. Before Han could react, Kuro rushed toward him with unrestrained joy and wrapped him in a tight hug. His voice was filled with emotion as he exclaimed, "Li Han, is that you? You're still alive. Thank goodness. He always believed you wouldn't die that easily." He has missed him. As psychic energy visibly pulses around Kuro, surging through his veins, Han looks on in shock and demands to know how Kuro became like this. Kuro responds casually, brushing off the gravity of the question. He suggests they discuss it over food, inviting Han to sit with him at a table. His nonchalant demeanor contrasts starkly with the overwhelming power radiating from him. Han, still unsettled, abruptly shouts from behind, questioning Kuro's association with Omega 1. He asks what Omega 1 has done to Kuro. Kuro's expression darkens as he stops and turns, anger flashing in his eyes. He glances at Omega 1, a look that causes even Omega 1 to flinch. In that instant, psychic energy flares around Kuro, intensifying his aura. With a single wave of energy, Kuro forces Omega 1 to his knees, cracking the ground beneath him under the immense pressure. Han is further shocked, nervously glancing between Kuro and the trembling Omega 1. Demonstrating his authority, Kuro coldly commands, "Do your job properly, Deputy Commander." Omega-1, still struggling to rise, shakily replies, "I understand, Commander." Shortly after, as Kuro calmly starts putting on his shirt and coat, Omega-1 begins explaining the situation to Han. He reminds Han that Kuro was never supposed to fight on the front lines and had always been dispatched as a supporter. However, during a critical moment in a past mission, there had been no choice but to send Kuro to strike the dragon's heart directly. What followed, Omega-1 reveals, was nothing short of a miracle. Omega-1 elaborates, explaining that when Kuro stabbed the dragon's heart, all the psychic energy from its damaged core was released and somehow absorbed by Kuro's body. This energy was so dense and powerful that it should have been fatal to any human, and everyone assumed Kuro had died. But Kuro, as Omega-1 emphasizes, was a special case. Han, still grappling with the revelations, asks Omega-1 what he means by calling Kuro a special case. Omega-1 explains that a psychic core crystal formed in Kuro's heart during the incident. This crystal stores an incredibly high concentration of psychic energy, which Kuro can now wield with precision. Omega-1 emphasizes the magnitude of Kuro's power, comparing it to that of 4 dragons combined. Han is stunned and begins to process the implications. He realizes that Kuro's power surpasses not only that of psykers but even dragons, placing him on an entirely different level of strength and capability. Interrupting Han's thoughts, Kuro orders Omega-1 to leave, stating that he wishes to speak privately with Han. However, Omega-1 resists, pressing Kuro for an answer about whether he plans to cooperate with their goals. Before Omega-1 can finish, Kuro hurls a plate at him, smashing it against his face. The shards cut Omega-1's cheek, leaving a visible mark. Kuro's anger is evident as he sternly asks, "Didn't you hear me? Fuck off. Don't treat Li Han like that. And don't come in until I call for you." His tone is commanding and protective, drawing a clear line between Omega-1's disrespectful behavior and Kuro's regard for Han. Omega-1's expression darkens as he glares at Kuro, but he ultimately leaves the room without further confrontation. The tension lingers as Han turns to Kuro, asking about the fate of the others. Kuro sighs deeply, acknowledging Han's selflessness and concern for others even in such a situation. He remarks that Han hasn't changed, calling him the same person he once liked. With a softer tone, Kuro promises to share everything he knows. After his conversation with Kuro, Han is led by a guard to his assigned room. The guard salutes him respectfully, expressing admiration and saying it's an honor to meet him. Once the guard leaves, Han reflects on everything Kuro revealed. He recalls Silver's grim statement that humanity would face destruction even without the dragons. Han organizes his thoughts about the current state of Ark, a faction now divided into 2 groups, Ark and Citadel. He learns that First Class Sergeant Red is currently leading Ark, following the death of Chief of Staff Alexander, who was killed by the dragons. Despite Kuro's immense strength, Han concludes that his power alone isn't enough to win the war. Unity and collective effort will be essential. Determined, Han resolves to contact Ark to mobilize support. Meanwhile, Kuro sits alone in his room, lost in his thoughts. He mutters to himself, expressing relief and gratitude that Han is alive. His words reveal a deep, almost obsessive devotion to Han. His demeanor suggests a fragile mental state, teetering between determination and instability. 15 days later, Han is seen dressing in a formal uniform, preparing for a mission. Omega-1, watching him, comments, "It suits him quite well." Despite his outward approval, Omega-1 internally expresses displeasure at Kuro's decision to send Han on a mission, rationalizing that Han avoids unnecessary violence and likely won't do much harm. A young girl then approaches Omega-1, addressing him as Deputy Commander. Omega-1 acknowledges her arrival and introduces her to Han, explaining that she will be his comrade on this mission. She introduces herself as Yanni, addressing Han respectfully as her senior. Han, initially surprised, remarks, "A girl?" Yanni quickly responds, defending her capabilities. "Don't underestimate me because I'm a girl. Even though I look like this, I didn't live a normal life." Without dwelling further on introductions, Han turns and signals the start of the mission. He asks it's the east of Kazakhstan, right? Yanni confirms this, explaining that their destination is the site of a recent dragon encounter. She adds that the mission is related to a figure named Silence, who is known to have cut down a dragon before vanishing. Han's focus sharpens, setting the tone for the journey ahead. 15 days earlier, Han asks Kuro what happened to their former comrades. Kuro, noting Han's enduring concern for others, replied with a mix of admiration and melancholy, saying, "You're still the Lee Han I liked. I'll tell you everything I know." He explained that the arc Han once knew had collapsed, but that a successor organization with the same name still existed. Among the survivors, Canute and Jose remained with this new Arkansas leadership had shifted to Sergeant First Class Red, who was now assisting Commander Jurgen. However, Simon had gone missing during the Bahamut War, and after Arc's collapse, Silence left, severing ties completely. A few days later, Han visited Omega-1's office, carrying a yellow file. Handing it over, Han explained, "I went through information gathered by Citadel, the tracking records of unaffiliated reinforced soldiers collected over 2 years. There's no way a double sword holder reinforced soldier is common. It's Silence, right?" Omega-1, flipping through the file, seemed skeptical but admitted, "Possibly no, I'm almost sure. We tried to track Silence in the past and failed multiple times. We don't know why, but it seems like that person doesn't intend to return to Arkansas." Despite the challenges, Han firmly declared his intention. "I will track Silence." Returning to the present, Han and Yanni prepared to depart on their mission to locate Silence. As they passed through the base, lines of psyker soldiers saluted Han with visible respect and admiration. Their reverence reflected Han's heroic reputation as the hero who disappeared together with Bahamut, returns from the border of death. Walking beside him, Yanni leaned in and teased, "Senior is very famous here. I also adored you, but I never knew that you were such a handsome man." Yanni's comment about admiring Han's appearance draws an angry glare from him. Nervous, Yanni quickly falls silent, but clarifies, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in men. I like women." Her response lightens the tension momentarily, but Han's demeanor remains stern as he moves forward. At that moment, Kuro arrives and shouts Han's name, his voice filled with urgency. Yanni immediately salutes the commander, while Han silently turns to face him. Kuro, visibly emotional, pleads with Han not to leave, and he doesn't have to fight anymore. "Kuro and the other soldiers here will take care of everything. So just rest comfortably. You've never rested this entire time." However, Han firmly rejects this, responding, "Kuro, he is not a doll on display." He turns away and commands Yanni, "Let's go." Yanni nervously glances back at Kuro, who remains silent and doesn't attempt to stop them further. Kazakhstan, 20 kilometers east of Lake Balkhash. A seemingly ordinary wooden house glows intensely as light pours from its windows. Inside, Han kneels on the floor, sweating and visibly strained, while Yanni chuckles at his reaction. "You're quite amazing for a first-timer. Usually, people would throw up and stuff," she remarks. Han, still recovering, asks, "What's this place?" Yanni explains that it's one of Citadel's designated jump points. Though it looks like a normal cabin from the outside, it's a secure teleportation hub. She adds, "I can only teleport to places I remember. This should be the closest spot to Senior Silence. He must go on foot for about 60 kilometers from here." Han, exasperated by the long trek ahead, thinks to himself, "Maybe I should have brought a bicycle with me." Yanni quickly checks the map and shares the location of Silence's last known appearance, saying, "That's the place where that senior killed the dragon." Han asks if there were any traces beyond that point. Yanni explains, "After that, further tracking seemed useless. We avoid tracking continuously. Considering the movement pattern until now, that person must have gone to the east." Before they part, Yanni salutes Han and says, "I wish you the best, Senior." As Han continues his journey east through the forest, he reflects on Yanni's actions and the differences between their worlds. He ponders her identity, noting that as a girl, she wouldn't have undergone the same enhancement procedures as members of Arkansas. He also finds her behavior peculiar, wondering if it's typical for girls to act so freely, as mentioned by the Oracle. After a long period of walking, Han grows tired and decides to rest around noon, eating and drinking while contemplating his progress. He believes he is nearing the edge of the forest and expects a meadow ahead. Suddenly, a dragon flies overhead, causing Han to spring into action. He ducks behind a tree for cover as the dragon passes. Once it moves away, Han laments if only he had a psycho frame, or at least a bicycle. As night falls, Han emerges from the forest and reaches the location marked on his map. Upon seeing the corpses of various monsters scattered around, he wonders aloud, did that person kill all of these alone? Upon closer inspection, Han concludes that excessive use of blink might have been involved, speculating that either Silence overused it or there was something valuable being protected, forcing its overuse. While inspecting the area, Han suddenly notices numerous red lights targeting different parts of his body. Realizing the threat, he raises his hands in a gesture of surrender and shouts that he has no intention to resist. He just has something he wants to ask. A cloaked figure approaches him, their face obscured, warning him not to move and expressing a desire to assess him. As the figure draws closer, Han notices his prosthetic leg and realizes they must be using psychic energy. This confirms his suspicion. The person is a psyker. The figure uses their psychic power to manipulate a bone from a nearby corpse, sending it toward Han. He instinctively blocks the projectile with his own psychic abilities, continuing to raise his hands to show he means no harm. The figure then speaks, recognizing Han's reaction speed and telekinesis abilities, saying his reaction speed is still the same, and his telekinesis skills have also improved. Shocked, Han asks, "Is it Del Simon?" The figure removes their cloak, revealing his face. It is indeed Del Simon, but much changed. He now has both prosthetic hands and legs, a stark contrast to the last time Han saw him. Del Simon extends his hand to Han, expressing surprise at seeing him alive, and Han responds with equal surprise. However, Del Simon quickly uses his telekinesis to perform a rocket punch with his prosthetic arm, causing Han to ask, "What are you doing?" Del explains it with a laugh, but Han doesn't find it funny. Simon deflects the criticism, saying, "At least the kids like it," and suggests they move to a safer place, referring to it as their shelter. Upon reaching the shelter, children excitedly surround Del Simon, calling for him to demonstrate the rocket punch. Though initially reluctant, Simon shows them one time, and the children cheer in excitement. Han, observing the interaction, wonders if this is really the same Simon he once knew. As they sit down to talk, Del Simon offers Han a drink, which he declines, revealing he doesn't drink. Simon then asks about Han's disappearance during the fight, to which Han simply responds that he ended up alive, just like Simon himself did. Simon reflects on their failure to stop the world from being destroyed, but Han remains hopeful, saying it's too early to claim they failed. Han tells Simon that he needs his help and explains the situation. Despite his prosthetic limbs, Simon is still a talented psyker, able to control them with his telekinesis as if they were real limbs, which Han recognizes as a rare skill. Han explains the concept of Citadel and Ark, seeking Simon's help in their fight. Simon listens and asks if the situation was planned, and Han reveals that this is exactly what he needs Simon's help for. Del Simon's expression turns serious as he explains that he cannot leave the shelter, as he is the only trained psyker there and must protect the children. Han argues that Simon's decision to stay and protect the kids will not stop the world's destruction and insists that Simon must help him. Simon acknowledges that by helping Han, he could save many people, but he is unwilling to leave the children behind, as they are the meaningful future to him. He values being with the children over saving the world. Han becomes frustrated, shouting at Simon, accusing him of being idealistic and pointing out that no one can save the world while staying in one place. Simon responds coldly, stating that this is his domain, but Han retorts that Simon has never defeated him before. The tension escalates between them, but Simon sighs and bluntly tells Han that he is simply anxious and has failed to persuade him. Han's anger subsides as he reflects on Simon's words, realizing that it's not just Simon who has changed, but also that he, along with Omega-1, is one of the few who hasn't. The conversation shifts as Simon, acknowledging Han's focus on Silence, shares what he knows about her. He explains that he encountered Silence about 6 months ago. Silence had dealt with minions and dragons around the shelter, secured what she wanted, and then left, heading east. Han speculates that this might mean she is going to Japan, but Simon corrects him, stating that Silence is likely already across China and heading into Korea. Silence was walking down a street, pushing a metal box, when a group of armed individuals surrounded her. The group wielded various weapons such as axes, daggers, baseball bats, and swords. As they charged toward her, Silence quickly assessed the situation and noticed that some of the attackers were people with whom she had shared food in the past. Despite recognizing some familiar faces, Silence resolved to take action. As she fought, she reflected on her thoughts. Once people cross a certain line, they lose their humanity. She believed that offering imperfect mercy and sympathy was not a good deed, but rather a harmful one. She concluded that such a world, where people could behave like this, was a world she could not accept. By the end of the confrontation, all the attackers lay dead on the ground, a testament to Silence's swift and decisive actions. The scene shifted to a truck speeding through a forest, with Del Simon driving it using his telekinetic powers, while Han sat beside him. The narrative then shifted back to a few days earlier when Han and Del Simon were discussing the situation. Del Simon had expressed concern over a nearby dragon nest, but Han emphasized the danger of leaving it unaddressed, especially after seeing a red dragon wreaking havoc in the forest. Han argued that both of them needed to deal with the dragon to protect the area and its inhabitants. In the present, as they traveled in the truck, Del Simon asked Han why he was taking such a risk, now that Han had gathered the information he needed. Han responded by recalling a past event during the fight with Bahamut when Del Simon had sacrificed himself to protect Han. Han speculated that Del Simon had done it because he felt bad for Han, just as Han now felt uncomfortable leaving him behind. Del Simon chuckled at Han's response. Later, they arrived at a location far enough from the hideout. Han fired a flare gun into the sky to signal the residents, prompting them to begin evacuating with their families. Del Simon asked if the flare would catch the dragon's attention, to which Han replied uncertainly, hoping it would. Han continued to fire shots from his flare gun as they prepared for the next steps. As Han continued firing flares to signal the residents, Del Simon informed him that the last group was now safely moving, and the dragon had yet to appear. Han, cautious, warned that it was still too early to relax. However, he soon noticed the dragon approaching from the east, prompting Del Simon to shout in alarm. They decided to take the truck toward the dragon's direction, as that was where the migrating groups were heading. As the dragon neared the migrating people, panic spread among them. Del Simon drove the truck urgently toward the dragon, praying for help as he clenched his teeth in frustration. The dragon unleashed a devastating fire breath attack, killing many instantly and causing chaos among the fleeing people. Del Simon, enraged, cursed as Han urged him to calm down. Han reminded him that staying composed was crucial. When they arrived at the scene, Han directed Del Simon to drive directly toward the dragon's stomach. The dragon spotted them and launched another fire breath attack, forcing Han to act quickly. He climbed out of the truck window, holding his spear, and used his telekinesis to steer the truck toward the dragon. As they got closer, Han leaped out of the truck, aiming to land on the dragon. Del Simon, still tense, shouted for Han to kill the creature, to which Han responded confidently, "Of course." We got plenty more where that came from. Hit the subscribe button and stay tuned for even more amazing content.